On the night I wed Shinju, he bit my earlobe and proclaimed, "You will never compare to the one in the coffin." Over the course of 5 years, I witnessed him remain chaste for his idealized love, yet he would drunkenly collapse at my bedside each night. It was not until the enemy's cavalry besieged the gates that he donned armor to march into battle for his beloved. On the day the news of victory arrived, I calmly penned a letter of divorce and incinerated my wedding gown. Just then, the palace doors burst open, and Shinju, bloodied and clutching a coffin, bellowed, "She is not dead. Why would you forsake me?" Chapter 1. She is not dead. Why would you forsake me? On the night I wed Shinju, he bit my earlobe and declared, "You will never compare to the one in the coffin." For 5 years, I watched him uphold his loyalty to his idealized love, while he drunkenly collapsed at my bedside every night. It was only when the enemy's cavalry besieged the gates that he donned armor to march into battle for his beloved. On the day the news of victory arrived, I calmly penned a letter of divorce and incinerated my wedding gown. Suddenly, the palace doors crashed open, and Shinju, drenched in blood and clutching a coffin, roared, "She is not dead. Why would you forsake me?" The red candles crackled ominously, hot wax splattering onto the back of my hand, searing a small, vivid pain. Before me lay an overwhelming sea of crimson, the tassels of my bridal veil swaying gently in my sight, while the heavy phoenix crown pressed painfully upon my neck. The air was thick with the potent scent of wine and the sweetness of hua, so cloying it constricted my throat. Unsteady footsteps drew near and halted before me. The bridal veil was suddenly lifted, and a harsh light pierced my eyes. Instinctively, I closed them, but upon reopening them, I met a pair of bloodshot eyes, cold as ice. Shen Jumi Groom, the Prince of Jingen. A cruel smile tugged at the corners of his lips as his icy fingers grasped my chin, forcing me to gaze up at him. The mingling scents of dragon saliva and wine enveloped me, bringing a chilling aura. "Gu Wanqing," he spoke, his voice deep and hoarse from drink, yet each word was strikingly clear, reverberating against my eardrums. "Are you not proud to wear this bridal gown and claim the title of princess?" My breath caught, my throat constricting as if something were lodged within it, rendering me speechless. He leaned closer, his heated lips almost brushing against my ear, his breath scorching, yet his words were as frigid as ice. "Listen." He gritted his teeth, each word enunciated with a weight that felt as if he were grinding them into my very bones. "You will never compare to the one lying in that coffin at the frontier. Never." The flickering red candles in the bridal chamber illuminated the embroidered mandarin ducks entwined on the curtains, while the faint sounds of the banquet drifted in from outside. Yet, all of this rapidly faded and froze under the weight of his words. A sharp pain pierced my heart, a dull ache spreading through me, sending chills coursing through my limbs. In the next moment, he released me, his gaze momentarily unfocused, before he stumbled backward, crashing heavily onto the wedding bed strewn with red dates and peanuts, completely inebriated. The bright red wedding gown made his complexion appear even more pallid, his brows furrowed, as if even in unconsciousness, he bore an unbearable suffering. I gazed at him for a long while until my eyes ached painfully. Slowly, I raised my hand and gently wiped away the now solidified wax tears from my hand. The red mark it left behind served as a reminder that everything that had just transpired was no mere illusion. The candles burned all night, and I sat by the edge of the bed in that cumbersome wedding gown. As dawn approached, the maids and matrons entered with their heads bowed. Upon seeing the scene within, they were momentarily taken aback, but quickly adopted a stoic demeanor, daring not to steal another glance. I felt like a marionette, allowing them to remove the heavy phoenix crown and change me out of my wedding gown. Shinju turned over on the bed, still in a drunken stupor, and unconsciously murmured a name. Alon. So faint, so vague, yet it sliced through my heart like a dull blade. The matron hesitated, stealing a glance at me. I stared expressionlessly at the pallid, unfamiliar face in the bronze mirror, my nails digging deeply into my palm. 5 years passed. The crabapple blossoms in the Jingen prince's residence bloomed and withered, only to bloom again. I became the unspoken joke of the capital, a pitiable figure who bore the title of princess, yet received no affection from her husband. Shinju had upheld his words from our wedding night. He never set foot in my primary quarters, yet he would often be drunkenly escorted by servants to my chamber in the dead of night. Sometimes he would bang on the door, sometimes he would throw things, and at times he would simply lean against the door, sliding down to sit, repeatedly murmuring that name. Alon. Alon, it hurts. Why wasn't it me who died? At first, The palace servants would panic and rush to check on my expression, but eventually they grew accustomed to it, silently tending to him until he exhausted himself, at which point they would discreetly carry him back to his quarters. I never opened the door. Only after the sounds outside had completely subsided would I extinguish the candles in my inner chamber and remain awake in the wine-scented darkness until dawn. When he was sober, he treated me with the cool detachment of a stranger. I became nothing more than a fitting tool to manage the affairs of the prince's residence and to navigate the intricacies of court life. He would observe me with a cold gaze as I dealt with the discerning consort at palace banquets, would stand beside me during festivals to receive the homage of noble ladies, and when the Empress Dowager inquired about heirs, he would dismiss it with a casual, "It is my fault," leaving me to bear the weight of their pitying or mocking gazes. One winter night, as the snow fell heavily, he returned inebriated from who knows where, his bare feet treading through the snow, reaching my courtyard. His cloak was nowhere to be found, and his thin nightclothes were soaked by the snow, leaving him freezing. He no longer pounded on the door. Instead, he repeatedly knocked on the wooden door, like a lost child, his voice cracking. "Cold. So cold. Please open the door. Would you?" The maid on duty was terrified, wanting to assist him but too afraid to approach. I sat beside the warm stove in the inner chamber, holding a book, my fingertips icy. His voice outside gradually faded, replaced by suppressed, animal-like whimpers. The wind howled against the window panes. I stared at the flickering candlelight for what felt like an eternity, so long that his whimpers became inaudible. Eventually, I stood, walked to the door, and gently pulled it open a crack. The biting cold wind rushed in, carrying snowflakes with it. He was curled up at the door, his cheek pressed against the freezing door panel, white frost clinging to his eyelashes, as if he were asleep. I gazed down at him for a moment, then unfastened my cloak and bent down to gently cover him with it. The movement was gentle, yet he startled awake, seizing my wrist. His hand was as cold as ice, yet his grip was frighteningly strong, as if he were expending all his strength. He looked up at me, his eyes clouded from intoxication, filled with a kind of desperate confusion. Our gazes locked. The snow fell silently. He opened his mouth, his throat working as if he wished to speak. Yet that confusion faded swiftly, replaced by the familiar coldness and disdain. He abruptly released my hand, as if he had touched something vile, staggered to his feet, and plunged into the snowstorm without a backward glance. The cloak embroidered with intertwining lotus patterns was left behind, quickly blanketed by falling snow. I stood there, watching the emptiness of the doorway, the red mark on my wrist where he had gripped me glaringly visible in the dim light of the snowy night. By the end of the 5th spring, urgent news from the frontier shattered the tranquility of the capital. The enemy's cavalry had captured 3 cities, the defending general slain, and the situation was dire. The intelligence mentioned that a white-clad female strategist accompanied the enemy leader, her appearance strikingly similar to the one who had perished in the flames of war, known as Elan. The entire court was in shock. Zhenyao requested to lead the charge into battle. In the Golden Throne Hall, his voice was resolute, his gaze burning with intensity. "I shall personally reclaim our lost lands and bring back my old acquaintance." The words "bring back my old acquaintance" were spoken with such weight, imbued with a fervor that bordered on madness. The emperor granted his request. On the day of departure, I stood atop the highest turret of the prince's residence, watching him clad in dark armor, surrounded by thousands of soldiers as he commanded the troops. In the sunlight, the armor reflected a blinding cold light. He tilted his head, his gaze seemingly directed toward the direction of the prince's residence, too far away to discern his expression. "The army has departed, a cloud of dust swirling in its wake." I turned and descended the stairs, instructing the steward, "Prepare additional medicinal herbs commonly used by the prince, and send them to the military." The steward responded quietly, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Does the princess have any words to convey to the prince?" I paused briefly. The distant sound of the army's horn resonated through the air, long and mournful. "No, irraplia." The situation at the border remained tense, with occasional reports of victories reaching the capital. Zhenyao commanded his troops with remarkable skill, advancing relentlessly. Tales of Prince Jing'an, driven by fury for the sake of beauty, circulated in tea-houses and taverns. They spoke of his valor and his reckless pursuit into enemy territory, all in search of a white-clad woman who might still be alive. Yet, within the prince's residence, an oppressive silence enveloped the days. On the day when news arrived that Zhenyao had led an elite force to a stunning victory against the enemy, I found myself alone at the window for an extended period. Before me lay a sheet of snow-white paper. I dipped my brush in ink, and the first words flowed. This humble servant, Gu, respectfully informs your majesty. I, along with Prince Jing and Shinju, have been wed for 5 years, yet our bond is weak and shallow. I now beseech the grace of heaven to grant us a divorce, allowing us to part ways and find our own happiness. I wrote slowly, each character meticulously formed. Once finished, I retrieved the gilded mandarin duck box, locked away in the bottom of a chest for 5 years, untouched. Inside, neatly folded, lay the wedding gown I had painstakingly embroidered. Crimson silk woven with gold, adorned with phoenixes in flight. Each stitch had once held the fervent dreams and affections of a young girl. Now, its vibrant colors remained, yet it exuded a sense of antiquity, a stagnant fragrance of decay. Cradling the gown, I approached the copper basin in the courtyard and gently placed it inside. A spark ignited a faint blue flame, inching toward the hem. Suddenly, flames erupted, voraciously consuming the luxurious fabric, the golden threads twisting and distorting in the fire, emitting faint crackling sounds. The searing heat washed over my face, and my eyes stung with dryness. I stood there, quietly watching the flames devour my past obsessions and steadfastness, reducing them to ashes. The flickering firelight danced, reflecting in my unperturbed gaze. At that moment, from the direction of the palace gates, a near-manic, hoarse roar shattered the stillness, accompanied by a cacophony of crashing sounds and the startled cries of guards. Guanqing, open the door. Let this prince in. The chaotic clattering of hooves, footsteps, and clanging armor surged closer, violently tearing apart the silence of the prince's residence. I turned abruptly. The heavy palace door was violently thrust open from the outside. A bloodied, staggering figure burst into the courtyard, clutching something as if returning from hell. Sunlight pierced through, casting a long, distorted shadow behind him. He nearly collapsed into the courtyard, abruptly raising his head, his gaze locking onto mine, standing before the ashes. It was Shinju. His armor was shattered, his face smeared with blood and dirt, hair disheveled, and his eyes, filled with terrifying red veins, reflected a madness, desperation, and an almost apocalyptic panic. In his arms, he tightly cradled a rough, cold coffin. It was small, evidently hastily made, with dirt still clinging to it. He glanced at me, then at the still-burning flames in the basin and the charred wedding gown, and his pupils constricted suddenly. It was as if all support had been stripped away from him, and he collapsed to the ground, still protecting the coffin with all his might, issuing a desperate, heart-wrenching scream. She isn't dead. How could you abandon me? His voice echoed through the silent courtyard, a beast's lament. The wind stirred, sending ashes swirling into the air. I stood there, separated by 5 years of icy time, gazing at the stark, jarring coffin. The last traces of color drained from my face. Chapter 2. The coffin in his arms. The courtyard lay in profound silence, interrupted only by the occasional faint crackling of the remaining ashes in the copper basin, like the last echoes of a shattered heart. The wind swept up charred fragments, spiraling down upon Shinju's knees and the cold, rough coffin. He trembled, blood seeping from his fragmented armor, dripping onto the blue stone tiles. Those crimson eyes bore into mine, filled with tumultuous waves, collapsing mountains, and a madness akin to a child utterly abandoned. She isn't dead. Guanqing. Do you hear me? She isn't dead, he shouted, his voice splintering, each word emerging like blood clots from deep within his throat. I found her. I brought her back. How could you? How could you burn it? How could you abandon me? He tightened his grip on the small coffin, as if it were the only lifeline in the world. I stood there, my skirt swaying in the wind, brushing against the swirling ashes on the ground. The warmth that had once enveloped my face was now gone, replaced by an all-consuming chill, spreading from my fingertips to the depths of my heart, solidifying it into a hard stone. My gaze shifted from his distorted, frantic expression to the coffin he clutched. So small, so rudimentary. It starkly contrasted with the ornate coffin he had prepared for a lawn, lavishly adorned with sandalwood carvings and exquisite fabrics. 5 years. A full 5 years. I had watched him drown in intoxication for that symbolic grave, witnessed his icy demeanor towards me, and seen him recklessly charge into battle for a fleeting rumor. Now he held another coffin, claiming the person within was alive. And then he questioned me. How could you give up?
How?
Absurd. I slowly blinked my dry eyes, attempting to force a smile, but my facial muscles felt rigid and unyielding. Ultimately, I simply lifted my chin slightly, my voice flat as a taut line on the verge of snapping, lacking any inflection, barely audible over the sound of the wind stirring the ashes. "Your Highness," I said, "please hold it more securely." Shinju's roar abruptly ceased. He seemed not to have comprehended, his pupils dilating in confusion as he stared at me. The madness on his face froze, appearing both terrifying and somewhat comical. "What?" he croaked, struggling to form the dry words. My gaze fell upon the coffin, inching over its rough wooden surface. "You traveled great distances to bring her back," I reiterated, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Hold it more securely. Don't let it fall again." The wind swept through the courtyard, lifting more ashes, swirling upwards. The frenzy and panic on Shinju's face gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming, near-vacuum confusion. He looked at me as if seeing me for the first time. He lowered his gaze to the cold, ugly coffin in his arms, then back to me, and finally at the basin of still-burning ashes and the scattered scraps of paper inscribed with divorce. His arms, cradling the coffin, unconsciously slackened, only to tighten again. The coffin was not heavy, one might even say it was excessively light. Yet he appeared crushed beneath its weight, his entire form collapsing as he broke into a violent cough, wretchedly tearing at his throat, blood frothing at the corners of his lips and splattering onto the coffin lid, staining it a dark red. The surrounding guards and maidens had already knelt in silence, their heads bowed deeply, too afraid to make a sound. This opulent residence of Prince Jing'an now resembled a grand, lavish tomb. His coughing gradually subsided. He gasped for breath, lifting his head, the blood and dirt on his face washed away by sweat, revealing a few disheveled channels. In his eyes, the madness had faded, leaving only a near-exhausted weariness and a flicker of a subtle panic that he perhaps had not even recognized himself. He no longer gazed at me, his attention shifted to the pot of ashes, his voice hoarse to the point of breaking. "What did you burn?" I remained silent. The butler trembled beside us, crouched on the ground, and stammered, "Your Highness, it is the princess's wedding gown." The words wedding gown pierced through Shinju's ears like two sharp needles. His body shuddered violently. His gaze swept over the divorce letter on the ground before darting back to me. This time, his eyes bore scrutiny, evaluation, and a semblance of a belated, yet still bewildered awareness. It seemed as if he only comprehended, at this moment, the irrevocable act I had just committed. "Gu Wanqing." He uttered my name, his voice tinged with an unfamiliar hesitation and panic. "You." Before he could finish, a cacophony of hurried hoofbeats and footsteps erupted from outside the manor. A blood-soaked messenger stumbled into the courtyard, collapsing without even a glance at the scene within. He knelt on the ground, his voice breaking with terror, piercing the silence. "Your Highness, Your Highness, I deserve death 1,000 times over. I failed to protect that woman's coffin is 30 miles outside the city, ambushed, and fell off a cliff, shattered. Inside it is empty. There is nothing, Your Highness." The last statement resonated like a death knell, echoing in everyone's ears. Empty, shattered, nothing. After delivering his message, the messenger slumped down, utterly spent. All sound vanished. Time seemed to freeze. Shinju knelt there, as if he did not comprehend, yet understood all too well, but could not fathom the reality. With extreme slowness and stiffness, he lowered his head to behold the rough coffin he had clutched tightly, treating it as a treasure, even roaring at me in its defense. His arms began to tremble, and the coffin quivered slightly in response. He suddenly raised his hand, as if to push the coffin away, yet appeared to want to embed it deeper into his very being. His nails scraped against the coarse wood, emitting a harsh, grating sound. He stared intently at the coffin lid, as if attempting to see through the wooden barrier to discern whether it was truly devoid of contents or concealed some unbearable truth. Then, it was as if all his soul was abruptly siphoned away. His arms, which had embraced the coffin, lost all strength. A dull thud resounded. The rough, mud-stained coffin, soaked in his blood, slipped from his grasp, crashing heavily onto the bluestone tiles. The lid tilted askew, revealing the dark, empty interior. A stale, earthy breeze wafted from within the coffin. He remained kneeling, maintaining the embrace, his arms suspended in midair, his gaze hollow as he stared into the open, vacant coffin. The last trace of color drained from his face, rendering him more pallid than I had ever seen in the 5 years of our acquaintance. He opened his mouth, a sound like desperate wheezing escaping his throat, yet no words formed. Those eyes, once intoxicated and piercing, now held nothing but an abyss of confusion. And a flicker. Slowly cracking, a panic he had not anticipated. A genuine terror of losing everything. Finally, he lifted his gaze, crossing over the absurd empty coffin, the scattered ashes, and the divorce letter that dictated everything, to meet my eyes. I returned his gaze quietly, my expression devoid of sorrow or joy, as if witnessing a farcical performance that had finally drawn to a close, yet ended in such a pitiful manner. Chapter 3. The dust settles. The sound of the empty coffin hitting the ground struck like a blow to every heart present. Zhenyao suspended arms trembled violently, his fingers still curled in the embrace, yet grasping only a handful of intangible air. The last remnants of his forced madness and hope deflated like a punctured balloon, revealing the pale, hollow interior beneath. He fixed his gaze on the profound darkness within the coffin, his eyes seemingly glued in place, unable to turn or blink. Intermittent gasps escaped his throat, reminiscent of a dying fish. Then, he suddenly doubled over, retching violently. Nothing emerged, only large droplets of physiological tears mingled with the blood on his face, splattering onto the cold blue stone and soaking a small patch. The courtyard fell into a terrifying silence, save for his agonized, choking retches and the faint weeping of the wind through the ashes. I averted my gaze, no longer wishing to witness his wretched state. Bending down, I picked up the paper marked divorce from the ground, gently brushing off the dust. The edges of the paper were singed, curling slightly, still warm to the touch. Your Highness, I spoke with a steady voice, clear yet somewhat indifferent amidst the stillness. I shall have this delivered to the palace for His Majesty's attention. Zhenyao's retching abruptly ceased. He abruptly lifted his head, his tear-filled eyes blurred, the bloodshot scara nearly bulging from their sockets, staring at me in disbelief. His expression was a tumultuous blend of shock, lingering pain, and of frantic desperation, as if cornered. "You," he rasped, forcing out the words, his voice shattering into disarray. "Do you hate me so? Hate?" I regarded him, the man I had loved for 5 long years, yet who had relentlessly tormented me with his indifference and the shadow of another woman. The icy stone lodged in my chest seemed to crack open slightly, and what surged forth was not pain, but a profound weariness and absurdity. "Your Highness, you overstate," I replied, bending slightly in a perfectly executed bow, as I had done countless times before over the past 5 years. "I dare not." "Dare not?" He seemed to find this notion ludicrous, a broken, near-mad laugh escaping his throat. "Dare not hate? Or dare not hate? Guanqing. 5 years. A full 5 years. Have you not felt even a hint?" His words faltered in his throat as I met his gaze, calm and unwavering, even tinged with a hint of faint pity. It was akin to watching a jester who had bungled his act yet refused to exit the stage. All his unspoken questions and accusations were stifled by my gaze, rendered absurdly comical as they froze on his face. I lowered my eyelashes, my eyes falling upon the now cold ashes. "Your Highness, in search of a lost one, you have bared your heart and blood, fighting with valor that moved the heavens." I spoke softly, each word like icy pearls striking the ground. "I have admired this in my heart. Now that the whereabouts of the lost one are revealed, though the coffin is empty, perhaps, there is still a chance." I paused, lifting my gaze once more to him, a faint smile gracing my lips, yet devoid of warmth. "Rather than questioning me about hate or indifference, Your Highness, it would be prudent to send someone to search the base of that cliff, for perhaps one may still uncover a relic or token to fulfill your long-held sentiments." My words sliced through the final layer of his self-deception like a dull knife, cold and deliberate. His complexion drained further, his lips trembled, yet he could not muster a single retort. Indeed, what right did he have to question me? By virtue of the curse he whispered in my ear on our wedding night? By the name of another woman he cried out while intoxicated at my door over 5 years? By his reckless abandon of everything for the sake of a fleeting rumor? Now, he returned, cradling an empty coffin, having concluded this grand farce, only to discover that the sole audience member had long since packed their belongings and prepared to depart. Panic seized him. How absurd! I averted my gaze, turning to the butler kneeling on the ground, commanding, "Prepare the carriage." The butler, startled, looked at me with confusion, then at the despondent Zhenyao on the floor, hesitating to respond. "Ji Yuanqing." Zhenyao suddenly roared, struggling to rise but faltering due to exhaustion and injury, collapsing back to his knees. He could only support himself with his bloodied hands, gazing up at me with frantic eyes, a chaotic crimson swirling within. Where are you going? You shall not leave. This is the Jing'an prince's residence. You are my consort. Your highness seems to have forgotten, I replied, my back turned to him, my voice devoid of inflection. Once the divorce decree is issued, I am no longer so. I did not permit it. He nearly bellowed, his tone laced with an unrecognized trepidation. I do not permit it. You shall not think of it. I slowly turned around. The sun hung low in the sky, elongating his shadow on the ground, rendering it solitary and, indeed, pitiful. Your highness, I gazed at him quietly, at the man to whom I had once devoted my all in love and admiration. Whether you grant permission or not has become inconsequential to me. Just as it matters not whether the coffin is empty or full to me, it has long since ceased to be of importance. His pupils dilated, as if this statement had pierced his heart, the color draining from his face entirely, even his lips turning ashen. Inconsequential? He murmured, as if struggling to comprehend the meaning of those 4 words. I remained silent, merely reiterating to the butler, prepare the carriage. This time, the butler dared not hesitate, scrambling to arrange matters. I stepped forward, approaching the open gate of the prince's residence, a symbol of my departure. The hem of my gown brushed against the ground, sweeping past the ashes that once soared and then settled, devoid of any lingering sentiment. Wanqing! Behind me came his low, hoarse call, imbued with a desperate, humble, almost pleading tremor. It resonated like that snowy night 5 years ago, when he huddled outside my door, crying of the cold. My steps faltered imperceptibly for a moment. But it was merely a moment. I did not look back. One step after another, I crossed through that crimson door, adorned with gold and jade, which had confined me for 5 years. Outside, the carriage awaited, the light of day breaking forth, the sounds of the bustling street whispering of another world. I inhaled deeply. The air was devoid of the cloying fragrance of hua and the persistent scent of wine that lingered in the prince's residence, replaced instead by the ordinary aromas of the marketplace. Before boarding the carriage, I cast one last glance back. Zhenyao remained kneeling amidst the chaos, empty arms cradling nothing, his gaze hollow as he stared in the direction of my departure. The setting sun gilded his silhouette with a tattered veneer of gold, resplendent, yet merely the last flicker of light before eternal night. His mouth opened as if he wished to call out, but ultimately, no sound emerged. The carriage curtain fell, severing all sight. Let us depart, I instructed the driver. The wheels rumbled over the cobblestones, crushing the Jing'an prince's residence, Zhenyao, and all the loves and hatreds of those 5 years into dust behind me. The dust settled. On the night I wed Zhenyao, he bit my earlobe and murmured, "You will never compare to the one within the coffin." Over the course of 5 years, I watched him remain steadfast for his beloved, yet he fell intoxicated at my bedside night after night. Until the day the enemy's cavalry besieged the gates, he donned armor to march into battle for his radiant moonlight. When the victory report arrived, I calmly penned a letter of divorce and set my wedding gown ablaze. Suddenly, the palace doors burst open, and Zhenyao, bloodied and cradling a coffin, roared, "She is not dead. Why would you abandon me?" Chapter 1. She is not dead. Why would you abandon me? On the night I wed Zhenyao, he bit my earlobe and said, "You will never compare to the one within the coffin." Over 5 years, I witnessed his unwavering devotion to his beloved, while he drunkenly collapsed at my feet each night, until the enemy's cavalry besieged the gates, and he personally donned armor to march into battle for her. When the victory report arrived, I composed a letter of divorce in tranquility and burned my wedding gown. In an instant, the palace doors swung open, and Zhenyao, drenched in blood, shouted, "She is not dead. Why would you abandon me?" The red candle cracked and flared, molten wax splattering onto the back of my hand, searing a vivid pain. Before me, a blinding red engulfed my vision. The tassels of the bridal veil swayed gently, and the heavy phoenix crown pressed painfully upon my neck. The air was thick with the pungent scent of wine and the sweetness of hua, cloying enough to constrict my throat. Unsteady footsteps approached and halted before me. The veil was abruptly lifted, light pierced through, and I instinctively closed my eyes. When I opened them again, I found myself staring into a pair of bloodshot eyes, yet cold as ice. Zhenyao, my groom, the Prince of Jing'an. A near-cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips, his fingers icy as they gripped my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze. The mingling scent of dragons, saliva, and wine, combined with the chill emanating from him, struck me like a wave. Guanqing, he began, his voice low and gravelly from intoxication, each word penetrating my ears with clarity, wearing this bridal attire, occupying the position of a princess. Do you feel proud? My breath hitched, my throat felt constricted, and I was rendered mute. He leaned closer, his warm lips nearly brushing my ear, his breath searing, yet his words icy. Listen. He ground his teeth, enunciating each word as though he wished to embed them deep within my very bones. You will never compare to the one lying in that coffin at the frontier. Never. The flickering red candles in the bridal chamber burned high, the embroidered mandarin ducks entwined on the curtain, while the distant sounds of revelry wafted in from outside. Yet everything faded to nothingness, frozen in the wake of his words. My heart felt as if it had been violently struck, a dull ache radiating through me, a chill creeping through my limbs. In the next moment, he released me, his gaze momentarily unfocused. Then he stumbled backward, crashing heavily onto the wedding bed strewn with red dates and peanuts, completely oblivious to the world. The crimson wedding attire accentuated his pallor, his brows knitted tightly as if even in unconsciousness, he bore an unbearable sorrow. I gazed at him for a long time, until my eyes grew sore, and slowly, I raised my hand to wipe away the hardened wax tears from my hand. The burn left a red mark, a reminder that what had transpired was no mere illusion. The red candles burned through the night, and I remained seated at the edge of the bed in that elaborate wedding gown. As dawn approached, the maids and matrons entered, heads bowed, and upon seeing the scene, they paused in shock, quickly adopting an air of indifference, daring not to glance too long. Like a marionette, I allowed them to remove the heavy phoenix crown and change my wedding attire. Shinju turned in his slumber, still inebriated, and unconsciously murmured a name. A lawn so faint, so indistinct. Yet it sliced through my heart like a dull knife. The matron hesitated, stealing glances at me. I stared blankly at the unfamiliar pale face reflected in the bronze mirror, my nails digging deep into my palm. 5 years. The Tanghua in the Jing'an prince's residence blossomed and withered and blossomed again. I became the subject of whispered jokes among the genteel of the capital, a pitiful figure occupying the title of princess, but never having received a shred of affection from my husband. Shinju lived by his words from our wedding night. He never set foot in my main courtyard, but often, in the depths of inebriation, was brought to my chambers by attendants. Sometimes he would pound on the door, sometimes he would throw things, and other times he would simply slide down against the door, repeatedly murmuring that name. Elan, Elan. It hurts. Why was it not me who died initially? The palace servants would rush in, anxious to gauge my reaction, but soon they grew accustomed to the routine, silently enduring until he exhausted himself, then quietly returning him to his quarters. I never opened the door. Only after the sounds outside had completely subsided did I extinguish the candles in the inner chamber, staring into the dark, wine-laden void until dawn broke. When he was sober, he treated me with the detached politeness of a stranger. I became the most suitable tool to manage the affairs of the prince's residence and navigate courtly interactions. He would watch me with cold indifference as I dealt with the critical gaze of the empress, would participate in seasonal festivals with me as we received the homage of noble ladies, and when the empress dowager inquired about offspring, he would dismiss it with a casual "it is my fault," leaving me to bear the weight of their pitying or derisive looks. One winter night, the snow fell heavily. He returned, unaware of how he had become intoxicated, barefoot across the snow, arriving at my courtyard. His great cloak lost somewhere, his thin nightclothes soaked by the snow, he was freezing. He no longer pounded on the door, merely knocking gently, like a lost child, his voice quavering and broken. "Cold, so cold, please open the door." The maid on night watch was terrified, wanting to assist him, yet fearing to approach. I sat by the warm stove in the inner chamber, holding a book, my fingertips icy. His voice outside gradually faded, reduced to muffled, animal-like whimpers. The wind howled against the window frames. I gazed at the flickering candle flame for an eternity, until the sounds of his whimpering finally disappeared. Ultimately, I rose, approached the door, and gently cracked it open. The biting cold wind rushed in, carrying snowflakes with it. He curled at the threshold, his cheek pressed against the icy door, frost clinging to his eyelashes, as if he were asleep. I looked down at him for a moment, removed my cloak, bent down, and gently draped it over him. My movements were careful, yet he suddenly awoke, seizing my wrist. His hand was as cold as ice, yet his grip was alarmingly strong, as if he had exhausted every ounce of his strength. He looked up at me, his eyes clouded with drunkenness and a near-desperate confusion. Our gazes locked. Snow fell silently. He parted his lips, his throat moving as if he wished to speak. But that confusion faded almost instantly, replaced by the familiar coldness and disdain. He violently released my hand, as if he had touched something filthy, staggering away into the wind and snow without a backward glance. The cloak embroidered with entwining lotus patterns lay abandoned on the ground, quickly covered by the falling snow. I stood in place, staring at the empty doorway, the red marks left on my wrist from his grip glaring in the dim light of the snowy night. In the late spring of the 5th year, urgent news from the frontier shattered the tranquility of the capital. The enemy cavalry had captured 3 cities, and the defending general had perished, leaving us in peril. Reports mentioned a strategist in white at the enemy's side, described as resembling the woman named Elan, who had long ago perished in battle. The entire court was astir. Shunju formally requested to lead an expedition. In the Golden Throne Hall, his voice was resolute, his gaze ablaze as if ignited by fire. I shall personally reclaim our lost lands and bring back my old friend. The words "bring back my old friend" bore a weight, infused with a twisted fervor. The emperor granted his request. On the day of departure, I stood atop the highest turret of the prince's residence, watching him clad in black armor, surrounded by thousands of soldiers, as he organized his troops on the parade ground. Under the sun, his armor reflected a blinding cold light. He tilted his head, as if casting a glance toward the prince's residence, but the distance was too great to discern his expression. The grand army departed, a thick cloud of dust rising behind them. I turned and descended the stairs, instructing the steward, "Please prepare additional medicinal herbs commonly used by the prince, and send them to the military." The steward replied in a low voice, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Does the princess have any words to convey to the prince?" I paused, the distant sound of the army's horns echoing outside, long and forlorn.
No, irrablia.
The situation at the border was tense, yet reports of victories occasionally reached the capital. Shunju was a master of warfare, advancing with unstoppable momentum. Tales were circulating in tea-houses and taverns about how Prince Jing'an, in a fit of rage, risked everything for the sake of a beloved. It was said how he displayed unparalleled bravery, plunging deep into enemy territory in search of that possibly still-living woman clad in white. Yet within the royal residence, silence reigned increasingly day by day. On the day when news arrived of Shunju leading his elite forces in a surprise attack that resulted in a resounding victory, I found myself sitting alone by the window for an extended period. Before me lay a sheet of snowy paper, and as I dipped my brush in ink, I wrote the first words, "I, Gushur, respectfully report to your majesty. I have been wed to Prince Jing'an Shunju for 5 years, yet our bond is shallow. I now humbly request your grace to grant me a divorce, allowing us to part ways and find our own happiness." I wrote slowly, each character meticulously formed. Upon finishing, I retrieved the golden duck box that had been locked away in the chest for 5 years, untouched since. Inside, neatly folded, lay the wedding gown I had embroidered myself. Crimson silk adorned with golden threads, embellished with phoenixes in flight, each stitch infused with the fervent dreams and affections of a young girl. Now, the colors remained vibrant, yet a stale, lifeless fragrance lingered. I cradled it and approached the bronze basin in the courtyard, gently placing the gown within. A fire starter ignited a faint blue flame, edging closer to the fabric. Suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted, voraciously consuming the luxurious silk, the golden threads twisting and distorting in the flames, producing faint crackling sounds. The searing heat washed over my face, and my eyes stung with dryness and pain. There I stood, quietly observing the flames, watching as all my past infatuations and steadfastness transformed into ashes. The fire flickered, casting light upon my unperturbed gaze. At that moment, from the direction of the palace gates, a nearly deranged, hoarse roar erupted, accompanied by a loud crash and gasps from the guards. "Guanqing, open the door. Let this prince in." The chaotic sounds of galloping hooves, hurried footsteps, and clashing armor converged, frantically shattering the prince's solitude. I turned sharply. The heavy palace door was violently flung open from the outside. A bloodied figure, staggering and clutching something, stormed into the courtyard like a hellish revenant. The sunlight was blinding, casting a long, distorted shadow behind him. He nearly collapsed in the courtyard, abruptly raising his head, his gaze locking onto me, who stood before the ashes. It was Shunju. His armor was shattered, his face smeared with blood and dust, hair disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot, filled with a terrifying mix of madness, despair, and a near-destructive panic. In his arms, he tightly cradled a rough, cold coffin. It was small and evidently hastily made, still bearing traces of dirt. He glanced at me, then at the still-burning flames in the basin and the vaguely recognizable charred gown, his pupils dilating in shock. It was as if all support had been stripped away from him. He suddenly fell to his knees, but still exerted every ounce of strength to protect the coffin in his embrace, letting out a desperate, heart-wrenching scream. "She is not dead. How can you abandon me?" His voice echoed like the lamentations of a cornered beast, resonating in the silent courtyard. The wind swept through, swirling the ashes in the basin. I remained rooted in place, separated by 5 years of cold time, separated by that jarring, glaring coffin, quietly observing him. The last vestige of color drained from my face, leaving it pallid. Chapter 2. The coffin in his embrace. The courtyard was eerily silent, save for the occasional crackling of the remaining ashes in the bronze basin, reminiscent of a heart shattering into its final echoes. The wind lifted the charred fragments, swirling them around, settling upon Zhenyao's knees, upon that cold, rough coffin. He trembled, blood seeping from his shattered armor, dripping onto the stone bricks. His crimson eyes fixed intently upon me, filled with overwhelming waves, collapsing mountains, and a madness akin to that of a child abandoned entirely. "She is not dead, Guanqing. Do you hear me? She is not dead," he howled, his voice splintering, each word like a bloody mass expelled from the depths of his throat. "I found her. I brought her back. How dare you? How dare you burn it? How dare you abandon me?" He clutched the small coffin tighter against his chest, as if it were his only lifeline in this world. I stood there, my skirt swaying in the wind, brushing against the swirling ashes beneath me. The warmth that had been scorched away by the fire had long faded, leaving behind a bone-deep chill that spread from my fingertips to the depths of my heart, solidifying it into a hard stone. My gaze drifted from his crazed, contorted face to the coffin cradled in his arms.
So small, so simple.
In stark contrast to the ornate coffin he had once crafted for a lawn, lavishly adorned with sandalwood carvings and embroidered silks.
5 years.
A full 5 years. I watched him drown himself in despair over that ceremonial grave, witnessed him become cold as ice towards me for the sake of a mere shadow, saw him risk his life at the front lines for an ephemeral rumor. Now he held another coffin, insisting that the person inside was alive. And then he questioned me, how I could abandon him. How absurd. I slowly blinked my dry eyes, attempting to force a smile, only to find my facial muscles unresponsive. In the end, I merely lifted my chin slightly, my voice flat like a taut, impending thread, devoid of any inflection, barely audible over the soft rustling of the ashes. "Your Highness," I said, "please hold it steady." Zhenyao howls abruptly ceased. It seemed as if he had not comprehended my words, his pupils dilating in confusion, staring at me with an expression of madness frozen upon his face, appearing both terrifying and ludicrous. "What?" he croaked, his throat constricting, forcing out those 2 dry words. My gaze fell upon the coffin, inching along the rough wooden grain. "You traveled a great distance to bring her back," I reiterated, my tone devoid of emotion. "Hold it steady. Don't let it fall again." The wind swept through the courtyard, swirling up more ashes, spiraling upwards. The madness and panic on Zhenyao face gradually faded, replaced by a profound, near-void confusion. He looked at me, as if seeing me for the first time. He glanced down at the cold, grotesque coffin in his arms, then back at me, and finally at the basin of still smoldering ashes and the scattered papers inscribed with divorce. His arms, which held the coffin, unconsciously loosened, then tightened again. The coffin was not heavy, in fact, it was almost too light. Yet he appeared to be crushed beneath its weight, his entire being bending over as he erupted into a violent fit of coughing, each cough tearing at him, blood frothing from the corners of his lips, splattering onto the lid of the coffin, staining a small patch dark red. The surrounding guards and maids had already knelt, silenced, heads bowed deeply, not daring to make a sound. This opulent residence of Prince Jing'an now resembled a grand, ornate tomb. The coughing gradually subsided. He gasped for breath, raising his head, sweat washing away the blood and grime from his face, revealing deep, disheveled lines. In his eyes, the madness had ebbed away, leaving only an overwhelming weariness, along with a hint of a subtle fear that perhaps even he himself had not noticed. He no longer looked at me, his gaze shifted to the pot of ashes, his voice hoarse and almost shattered. What? Did you burn? I remained silent. The butler, trembling, knelt on the ground and stammered, Your Highness.
It was
The princess's
wedding gown.
The words wedding gown pierced through Shinju's ears like needles. His body shuddered violently. His gaze swept across the divorce decree on the ground before darting back to meet mine. This time, his eyes bore scrutiny, calculation, and a dawning awareness that was both belated and still bewildered. It seemed that only at this moment did he truly comprehend the resolute act I had just committed.
Gu Wanqing.
He uttered my name, his voice laced with a strange uncertainty, tinged with panic. You. Before he could finish, the sound of hurried hoofbeats and footsteps once again echoed from outside the gate. A messenger, covered in blood, stumbled into the courtyard, collapsing to his knees without even taking in the scene around him, his voice a piercing wail filled with terror, shattering the silence. Your Highness. Your Highness. I am guilty beyond redemption. I failed to protect that woman's coffin. It was attacked by bandits 30 miles outside the city.
It
fell off a cliff, shattered. Inside. It's empty. There is nothing, Your Highness. The final words rang out like a death knell, resounding in every ear. Empty. Shattered. Nothing at all. Once the messenger finished speaking, he slumped down as if all strength had left him, losing consciousness. All sound evaporated. Time appeared to freeze. Shinju knelt there, as if he had not comprehended, yet understood, but could not grasp the reality. Slowly, stiffly, he lowered his head, staring at the rough coffin he had embraced tightly all the way, treating it as a treasure, even willing to roar at me for it. His arms began to tremble. The coffin trembled slightly along with it. He suddenly raised his hand, as if wishing to push the coffin away, or perhaps to press it even closer into his blood and bones. His nails scraped against the rough wood, producing a harsh scratching sound. He lowered his gaze, fixated on the coffin lid, as if attempting to see through the wood and discern whether it was truly devoid of contents or concealed some truth he could not accept. Then, as if suddenly stripped of all his soul, his arms cradling the coffin lost all strength. With a dull thud, the rough, dirt-stained coffin, smeared with his blood, slipped from his grasp and crashed onto the blue stone tiles. The lid tilted ajar, revealing the dark, empty interior. A stale, earthy breeze wafted from within the coffin. He knelt there, maintaining the embrace, his arms suspended in the air, his gaze hollowly fixed on the open, empty coffin. The last trace of color drained from his face, leaving him paler than I had ever seen him in the 5 years prior. He opened his mouth, producing a sound akin to a broken wind instrument, yet no words emerged. In those once luminous, piercing eyes, now only boundless confusion remained. And a sliver of, a slowly cracking, unforeseen panic. A genuine terror of losing everything. He finally lifted his head, his gaze traversing the absurd empty coffin, the scattered ashes, and the decree that determined everything, landing on me. I met his gaze in silence, my expression devoid of sorrow or joy, as if witnessing a farcical drama unrelated to myself, finally drawing to a close, yet the conclusion was so utterly tragic. Chapter 3. The dust settles. The dull thud of the empty coffin hitting the ground echoed in the hearts of all present. Shinju's suspended arm trembled violently, fingers still curled as if grasping something, yet left clutching only empty air. The last remnants of his feigned madness and hope deflated like a punctured balloon, exposing the pale, hollow interior beneath. He stared fixedly into the profound darkness of the coffin, his eyes seemingly nailed in place, unable to turn or blink. Intermittent gasps escaped his throat, reminiscent of a dying fish. Then, he suddenly bent over, retching violently. Nothing emerged, only large drops of physiological tears mingled with the blood on his face, splattering onto the cold blue stones, darkening a small patch. The entire courtyard fell into a terrifying silence, broken only by his agonizing, suffocating retches and the soft weeping of the wind through the ashes. I averted my gaze, no longer wishing to behold his wretched state. I bent down and picked up the piece of paper inscribed with divorce, gently brushing off the dust that clung to it. The edges of the paper were singed, slightly curled, still warm to the touch. Your Highness, I spoke, my voice steady and clear amidst the stillness, carrying a hint of indifference. I shall entrust this to someone to deliver to the palace for His Majesty. Shinju's retching suddenly ceased. He shot his head up, tears blurring his vision, the bloodshot whites of his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, staring at me in disbelief. His expression was a chaotic blend of shock, lingering pain, and a desperate urgency, as if cornered.
You.
He rasped, forcing the words out, his voice shattered and discordant. You hate me so much.
Hate?
I gazed at him, the man I had loved for 5 long years, yet who had slowly tortured me with his coldness and the shadow of another woman. The stone in my heart seemed to crack open slightly, yet what surged forth was not pain, but an overwhelming fatigue and absurdity. Your Highness, you overstate, I said, slightly bending my knee in a perfectly executed bow, just as I had done each time in the past 5 years when facing him. I dare not.
Dare not?
He seemed to find it an absurd joke. A broken, near-maniacal laugh escaped his throat. Dare not hate?
Or.
Dare not hate?
Guanqing.
5 years. A full 5 years. Did you not have even a shred of? His words caught in his throat, for I had met his gaze. Calm and unyielding, even tinged with a hint of mild pity, like witnessing a clown who had flubbed his performance, yet refused to exit the stage. All his unspoken questions and accusations were stifled by my gaze, frozen on his face, rendering him utterly ridiculous. I lowered my lashes, my gaze falling upon the now cold ashes. Your Highness, in search of a lost one, you have bared your heart and fought valiantly, moving heaven and earth. I spoke softly, each word like ice, striking the ground. I have great admiration. Now that the whereabouts of the lost one are known, though the coffin lies empty, perhaps, there is another opportunity. I paused, lifting my gaze to meet his once more, my lips curving slightly, though the gesture held no warmth. Rather than questioning me about love and hate, Your Highness, it would be prudent to send someone to search the base of that cliff perhaps. Remnants of the remains or tokens may yet be found, fulfilling your long-held feelings. My words sliced through the last veil of self-deception he clung to like a blunt knife, slowly severing his final illusions. His complexion faded, his lips trembled, yet he could muster no retort. Indeed, on what grounds did he question me? Based on the curse he inscribed in my ear on our wedding night? Or the 5 years spent drunkenly calling another woman's name outside my door? Or for leaving everything behind without hesitation for a fleeting rumor? Now, he returned clutching an empty coffin, having completed this grand farce, only to discover that the sole audience member had already packed their belongings and prepared to depart.
He was seized by panic.
How absurd. I turned away from him and instructed the kneeling steward, prepare the carriage. The steward, startled, raised his gaze, bewildered as he glanced between me and the disheartened Shenju, unable to respond. Guanqing. Shenju suddenly bellowed, struggling to rise from the ground, but due to his exhaustion and injuries, he stumbled and fell back to his knees, propping himself up with his blood-stained hands, gazing up at me with a frantic intensity, his eyes swirling with crimson chaos. Where are you going? You are not allowed to leave. This is the residence of the Prince of Jingen. You are my consort. The prince seems to have forgotten, I replied, my back turned to him, my voice steady and unwavering. The moment the decree of separation was issued, I ceased to be so. I did not permit it. He nearly roared, his voice laced with a panic he himself was unaware of. I do not permit it. You cannot think to leave. I slowly turned around. The western sun cast a long, solitary shadow of him kneeling on the ground, evoking a sense of pity. My lord, I gazed at him, observing the man I once adored and revered with all my being. Whether you permit it or not, it no longer bears significance to me. Just as the emptiness of that coffin matters not to me, it has long since become irrelevant. His pupils constricted sharply, as if my words had pierced his heart, the color draining from his face, leaving his lips pallid. Irrelevant? He murmured, as if struggling to comprehend the weight of those words. I chose silence, merely reiterating to the steward, prepare the carriage. This time, the steward dared not hesitate, hastily rising to fulfill my command. I stepped forward, heading towards the open gates of the prince's residence, a symbol of my departure. My gown brushed against the ground, sweeping past the ashes that had once soared but now lay still, devoid of any lingering attachment. Wanting a faint, hoarse call emanated from behind me, imbued with a desperate, humble, almost pleading tremor. It echoed the night 5 years prior, when he huddled outside my door, crying of the cold. My steps faltered imperceptibly for but a moment. Yet, it was merely a fleeting hesitation. I did not look back. One step at a time, I crossed through the resplendent vermilion gates that had confined me for 5 years. Outside, the carriage awaited. The sky opened into clarity, and the distant sounds of the bustling street heralded a different realm. I inhaled deeply. The air no longer carried the cloying scent of the prince's residence or the ever-present aroma of wine, but instead bore the ordinary essence of the marketplace. Before entering the carriage, I cast one last glance back. Zhenyao remained kneeling amidst the chaos, his arms empty, his gaze hollow as it followed my departing figure. The setting sun gilded his silhouette with a tattered halo of gold, magnificent yet merely the last flicker of light before the eternal night. His mouth opened, as if he wished to call out once more. Yet, in the end, no sound escaped him. The curtain of the carriage fell, severing all lines of sight. "Let us depart," I instructed the driver. The wheels rumbled, rolling over the cobblestones, leaving behind the Prince of Jingen, Zhenyao, and all the love, hatred, and infatuation of those 5 years, crushed beneath. The dust settled. Chapter 4. He actually came in person. The carriage departed from the long street of the Jingen prince's residence, the clamor of the marketplace crashing against the carriage walls like waves. I leaned back in the swaying carriage, shutting my eyes. The cries of vendors, the laughter of children, the clatter of hooves, strange yet vibrant, poured into my ears, evoking a disorienting sense of detachment. 5 years. The square sky above the Jingen prince's estate. The intoxicated yet awakening gaze of Zhenyao, the unshakable scent of liquor that lingered nightly, and the name of Alon had nearly drained all my vitality. Now that I had extricated myself, I realized that even the air within that residence was stagnant, suffocating. "Miss, where are we headed?" The coachman, an elderly man who had accompanied my dowry, inquired softly through the curtain, still unable to shed the old manner of address. I opened my eyes, clarity washing over me. "To the West City, Yuqian Alley." There lay a small courtyard that was part of my dowry, 3 entrances, modest yet serene. My mother had passed away early, and this courtyard was secretly prepared for me during her lifetime. The deed was in my own hands, a detail even my father was unaware of. She had once said, "A girl must have a place to breathe." Now, this space had become my sole refuge. The carriage wound through streets and alleys, eventually halting before a black wooden door. The stone steps were clean, and a gnarled locust tree cast its green shade beside the entrance. Upon pushing the courtyard gate open, I was met not by a throng of kneeling servants, but by a single, neatly dressed old woman who approached me with reddened eyes. "Miss, you have finally arrived." This was Granny Chun, my mother's maid and the caretaker of this courtyard. "Granny," I smiled, feeling a slight easing of my heart. "I will rely on you from now on." The courtyard was indeed as I remembered, small yet elegant, with emerald bamboos in the corners and lotus flowers in a pot. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow. I settled into the south-facing main room, opening the window to glimpse a patch of azure sky. Granny Chin swiftly prepared warm water and a few light dishes. After washing away the dust of fatigue and changing into plain clothes, I slowly savored the food, finally feeling the pangs of hunger. Here, there was no need to maintain the demeanor of a princess, no chilling thoughts to navigate, no late-night intrusions accompanied by drunken ramblings. It was so quiet that it left an emptiness in my heart. Days passed, each one as tranquil as water. I sometimes read, sometimes stared blankly at the blossoms and trees in the courtyard, and occasionally picked up a pen. Yet could not find the words to write to my father outside the capital. Should I inform him that the matrimonial bond he had meticulously orchestrated, trading his daughter's lifetime for a connection with the Jingen prince, had been severed by my own hand? I feared he would be so enraged that he might choke on his own blood before finishing the letter. Very well, I thought. I would wait until the matter of divorce was settled and the dust had settled. He would naturally come to know. One afternoon, while I was watching the rain fall on the banana leaves from under the eaves, Granny Chin led someone in. "Miss, the steward, you has arrived." The visitor, a man in his 40s with a competent demeanor, donned a dark blue silk shirt. He was the steward of a silk shop, one of my mother's remaining properties, and also her confidant. For these years, the profits, after necessary expenses, had been secretly saved, never entering the accounts of the Gu family. "Miss, steward," you bowed, handing me an account book. "This is the ledger for the past 5 years. Please have a look." I took it, but did not immediately peruse its contents. In the future, there is no need to send anything to the Gu family, delivered directly to me. The shop will continue as usual. "Thank you for your hard work, steward you." A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, yet he did not inquire further, simply replying respectfully, "Understood." He spoke a bit about the shop's affairs, and before leaving, hesitated for a moment and said in a lowered voice, "Miss, There have been some rumors about the Jing'an prince in the city lately. My hand stilled as I fiddled with the teacup. What rumors? They say that since the day the prince returned to the residence, he has fallen gravely ill, refusing to see a physician and clinging to an empty coffin all day. His Majesty has sent imperial doctors, but they were all turned away. The prince's residence is in chaos. I lowered my gaze, watching the tea leaves slowly unfold in the cup. Shunju, that once proud and imperious man, now clinging to an empty coffin, gravely ill and refusing treatment. The imagery conjured by these words failed to stir even a ripple within me, leaving only a faint weariness, akin to hearing an uninteresting tale that bore no relevance to me. I understand, I said, setting down the teacup. There is no need to report his matters to me in the future. Steward Yu was taken aback, quickly bowing his head. Yes, I understand, Mississippi. The rain gradually ceased, droplets dripping from the eaves, striking the stone steps with a crisp sound. Days passed peacefully. I almost believed that the nightmare which had persisted for 5 years had truly come to an end. Until one evening, as dusk began to fall, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. The knocking was neither hurried nor slow, carrying a customary weight of authority. Granny Chin went to answer the door and returned moments later, her face pale and a letter clutched in her hand. Miss, it is a letter from the chief historian of the Jing'an prince's residence. My brows furrowed slightly as I accepted the letter. The gilded invitation bore the familiar insignia of the Jing'an prince's estate. Upon unfolding it, I found only a single line written in a powerful yet erratic hand, in grave illness, reminiscing an old acquaintance, hoping for a meeting. There was no signature. Yet I recognized that handwriting, even if it were reduced to ash. Shunju, how dare he send such an invitation? Reminiscing an old acquaintance? What old memories could exist between us? All that remained was my solitary, prolonged soliloquy and his unending affection for another woman. I tossed the letter onto the table. Addressing the anxious Granny Chin, tell the messenger that the old acquaintance is past. There will be no meeting. Granny Chin complied and left. I sat amidst the thickening twilight, my fingertips icy. I had thought I had severed ties cleanly, yet he still sought to remind me of the unbearable 5 years in such a manner. Outside the courtyard, low murmurs seemed to rise, followed by the sound of a carriage departing. The world returned to silence. I thought this matter was settled. Yet, unexpectedly, about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, there came another commotion outside the courtyard. This time it was not a knock. It was the sound of something heavy being dragged, accompanied by staggered footsteps, the sounds of suppressed, fragmented breaths, and the chilling clinks of armor. The noise halted at the door, followed by a dull thud as though a body had collapsed against the wooden door, unable to bear its weight. As dusk enveloped the courtyard, which was secluded and silent, that sound faded into stillness. Only the terrifyingly heavy, ragged breaths, reminiscent of a dying person's struggle for air, penetrated the door, echoing into the courtyard with unnerving clarity. Each gasp scraped against my eardrums. Granny Chen's face turned ashen as she looked at me in confusion. I sat motionless in my chair, the tea beside me long cold. The breaths outside grew heavier, mixed with ragged, wheezing sounds that made my chest constrict. Suddenly, a whisper, Gu Wanqing, a voice low and hoarse, barely discernible, crashed into the space, laden with immense pain and a desperate resolve. Open the door, I beg you. The voice was so hoarse it had lost its tone. Yet I still recognized it. It was Shunju. He had actually come in person, dragging that body, said to be gravely ill, to find me here. Like that snowy night 5 years ago, he once again lay helplessly at my door. In this singular moment, there stood no grand walls of the Jing'an Wangfu, nor the kneeling, fearful servants. Instead, there was only a flimsy wooden door, akin to those found in the homes of common folk, separating two worlds that were as different as heaven and earth. Chun Mama was rendered speechless with fear, miss. I slowly rose to my feet and approached the yard's entrance. Through the thin door, the anguished gasps were more pronounced, as if they were right beside me. A heavy stench of blood mingled with the sickly, rotting heat of illness seeped through the cracks, and I could almost envision him, in a wretched state, leaning against the door. I did not open it, nor did I utter a word. I merely stood there, listening to the gasps of someone on the brink of death and the suppressed, painful moans. After a long moment, I raised my hand, my icy fingertips gently brushing against the cold, rough door. Gradually, they moved downward, as if caressing the gaping wounds, the heated, decaying body. and the countless nights over the past 5 years when he had collapsed outside, calling out names that were not mine. Ultimately, my hand rested on the latch. Outside. His breathing abruptly quickened, as if he sensed some minuscule shift, igniting a flicker of hope. Yet, instead of unfastening the latch, my fingers tightened it further within the door. A faint click echoed, piercing the profound silence of dusk. In that instant, all sounds from beyond, the gasps, the pain, the flickering hope, abruptly ceased, plunging into utter silence. Chapter 5. A suffocating stillness enveloped the air. The sound of the latch falling into place resonated like the finality of a sentence. Outside, every fragmented breath, every muffled groan, even the last flicker of hope, was extinguished. A thick, unyielding silence descended, heavy as twilight, enveloping everything, silencing even the last few chirps of returning birds. I stood within, my hand still resting upon the cold latch, my fingertips tracing the rough wood. The scent of blood and the decay brought on by illness continued to seep through the cracks, silently narrating the tragedy of the man outside. He no longer emitted any sound, no pleas, no anger, no footsteps of departure. It was as if, after the sound of the latch, he had been drained of all vitality, solidifying into a statue of despair just outside my door, or perhaps a still warm corpse. Chen Mama lingered behind me, afraid to breathe, her face pale as she glanced at me, then at the closed door, her eyes filled with dread. Time crawled by. The last rays of the setting sun vanished behind the western mountains, casting the courtyard into a dim twilight, the lanterns yet unlit, rendering the view indistinct. The lingering scent of blood seemed to intensify. I slowly withdrew my hand from the latch, my fingertips icy. "Mama," I spoke, my voice steady, surprising even myself. "Light the lanterns." Chen Mama, as if granted a reprieve, quickly complied, her steps unsteady as she fetched the lantern. The warm yellow light soon dispelled the darkness in the corners of the courtyard, yet it could not penetrate the tightly shut door, nor illuminate the suffocating silence beyond. I turned away, no longer regarding the door, and returned to my seat beneath the eaves. On the stone table rested the cold cup of tea, and the gilded invitation I had carelessly cast aside reflected a glaring light under the lantern. Longing for an old acquaintance, hoping for reunion. 6 words that now appeared bitterly ironic. An old acquaintance? When had he ever regarded me as such? In 5 years of marriage, I had merely been a ceremonial tablet for him to honor the departed soul, a shield against the gossips of society, a substitute for his drunken misrecognitions. Now, as his faith crumbled, unable to grasp that fleeting moonlight, he thought to turn back and see me, the one who had endured countless wounds, standing behind him all along. Did he believe that a mere phrase, longing for an old acquaintance, or a pitiful display of his frail body, could easily erase everything? Shinju, you remain as self-assured as ever. As the night breeze rose, carrying a chill that made the lantern sway gently, there was still no sound from outside. Was he still there? Had he finally come to terms with reality and slinked away? Or had he truly succumbed, perhaps twitching faintly somewhere, only to be suppressed once more by a deeper, unyielding cold? What did it matter? His life and death should have been of no concern to me by now. I lifted the cold cup of tea to my lips and took a sip. The icy bitterness flooded my mouth. "Mama, the meal is ready," Chen Mama announced, bringing a bowl of congee and a few side dishes to my table, her eyes darting anxiously toward the door. I picked up the bamboo chopsticks and began to eat slowly. The congee was warm, the dishes refreshing, yet they tasted as bland as chewing wax. Each bite was a struggle to swallow. The door loomed like a colossal magnet, firmly drawing my attention. Dinner was engulfed in silence. Mama stood nearby, hesitating to speak. Finally, as I set down the chopsticks, she seemed to muster an immense resolve, her voice trembling as she said, "Miss, I shall just peek through the crack in the door." "Just a moment." "If the prince truly—" "Mama," I interrupted, placing the teacup down with a crisp sound against the stone table, "prepare dinner. I am hungry." Her words faltered in her throat, and as she gazed at my placid face, all her worries and fears were swallowed back. She responded softly, "Yes," and turned toward the small kitchen. The courtyard returned to its quietude, with only the sound of the wind and Mama's gentle movements in the kitchen. I sat beneath the lantern, my gaze fixed on a point in the void, attempting to contemplate the arrangements for tomorrow, the accounts of the silk shop, and the prospect of a long, solitary life of tranquility. Yet, all thoughts drifted like droplets of water on an oily surface, unable to settle. I found myself inexplicably drawn back to that door, to the faint but stubborn scent of blood seeping through the crack, and to that deathly silence. Such a proud man, dragging his ailing body, forsaking all dignity to arrive here. Would he truly depart silently after enduring such humiliation at my hands? Or did an uncontrollable image crash into my mind? Him, bloodied, collapsing against the door, armor shattered, face ashen like gold paper, breaths so faint they were nearly imperceptible? My fingers tightened around the teacup. No, he would not allow himself to succumb in such a manner. He is Zhenyao, the illustrious prince of Jing'an, who, even in drunken stupor, would cry out for revenge for another woman in his dreams. How could he permit himself to fall in such a place?
Miss.
The meal is ready, Chin Mama announced, bringing forth a bowl of congee and a few side dishes, placing them before me. Yet her gaze kept flitting toward the door. I lifted my bamboo chopsticks and began to eat slowly. The congee was warm, the dishes refreshing, yet tasted as bland as chewing wax. Each bite was a struggle to swallow. The door loomed like a colossal magnet, firmly drawing my attention. Dinner was engulfed in silence. Mama stood nearby, hesitating to speak. Finally, as I set down the chopsticks, she seemed to muster an immense resolve, her voice trembling as she said, "Miss, I shall just peek through the crack in the door."
Just a moment.
If the prince truly, Mama, I interrupted, placing the teacup down with a crisp sound against the stone table, prepared dinner. I am hungry. Her words faltered in her throat, and as she gazed at my placid face, all her worries and fears were swallowed back. She responded softly, "Yes," and turned toward the small kitchen. The courtyard returned to its quietude, with only the sound of the wind and Mama's gentle movements in the kitchen. I sat beneath the lantern, my gaze fixed on a point in the void, attempting to contemplate the arrangements for tomorrow, the accounts of the silk shop, and the prospect of a long, solitary life of tranquility. Yet, all thoughts drifted like droplets of water on an oily surface, unable to settle. I found myself inexplicably drawn back to that door, to the faint but stubborn scent of blood seeping through the crack, and to that deathly silence. Such a proud man, dragging his ailing body, forsaking all dignity to arrive here. Would he truly depart silently after enduring such humiliation at my hands? Or did an uncontrollable image crash into my mind? Him, bloodied, collapsing against the door, armor shattered, face ashen like gold paper, breaths so faint they were nearly imperceptible? My fingers tightened around the teacup. No, he would not allow himself to succumb in such a manner. He is Zhenyao, the illustrious prince of Jing'an, who, even in drunken stupor, would cry out for revenge for another woman in his dreams. How could he permit himself to fall in such a place? A series of questions escaped my lips, delivered in a calm tone that belied the tempest within, causing Chin Mama's countenance to gradually pale, rendering her speechless. Subsequently, I answered for her, my gaze shifting toward the door, as if attempting to penetrate the wooden barrier and discern the state of the individual outside, who, once he regained his composure and healed from his wounds, would revert to being the Prince of Jing'an, Zhenyao. Was my 5 year just not sufficient? Mama lowered her head completely, murmuring, "This old servant is indeed foolish." I averted my gaze, feeling a layer of coldness settle deeper within my heart. Let us tidy up. The night has grown late. The wind intensified, rustling through the night. After completing my evening ablutions, I extinguished the lanterns in the eaves and the main hall, leaving only a small light in the bedroom. As I passed through the courtyard gate, my steps faltered imperceptibly for a moment. Outside, silence reigned. The scent of blood appeared to have dissipated somewhat with the night breeze. However, the essence of his despair and frailty lingered, heavy and oppressive, pressing against the thin wooden door. I entered the bedroom and closed the door, isolating him and all memories of him from my world. Lying in bed, I stared at the indistinct shadows on the canopy above, expecting sleep to elude me and that the profound silence outside would hammer against my nerves. Yet it did not. A profound fatigue enveloped me, as if the taut strings of my being, held for years, had suddenly relaxed, leaving nothing but a soft void. My consciousness soon sank into slumber. In a daze, I felt as though I had returned to that snowy night at the prince's residence, where he huddled outside, calling out in the cold. I opened the door and draped my cloak over him. This time, he did not shake off my hand. Instead, he raised his head, his eyes clear and bright, devoid of intoxication, disdain, or the gaze that looked through me to another. He said, "Wan Qing, I am sorry." I replied, "It is too late," And then the dream shattered. Upon awakening, daylight had fully arrived. Bright sunlight streamed through the lattice window, and birds chirped joyfully in the branches. I lay in bed for a moment, stunned, before abruptly realizing the significance of the silence outside. I held my breath and listened intently. Faint sounds of neighbors sweeping, and the vendors' calls approached from a distance. Everything was as it should be. No discordant echoes from the previous night remained. The lingering scent of blood and oppressive atmosphere had vanished. Rising, I donned my garments and pushed open the bedroom door. The crisp morning air rushed in, infused with the freshness of flora. The courtyard was tranquil. The stone table and benches were clean and orderly, as if the harrowing confrontation of the previous night had merely been an illusion. My gaze ultimately settled upon the courtyard gate. The latch was securely fastened. I walked toward it, my footsteps light, yet my heart inexplicably quickened. I paused before the door, inhaled deeply, and placed my fingers on the latch, slowly pulling it open. The wooden door creaked as it swung inward, and the blinding morning sunlight rushed in, causing me to squint slightly. Outside, there was no one. The bluestone steps were meticulously cleaned, as if no one had ever lingered there, nor had anyone suffered in anguish upon them. Only a few trampled weeds lay flat in the cracks of the stones, and before my threshold, a small, darkened, dried bloodstain remained, an almost imperceptible mark, akin to an unintentional spill of paint. I stared at that stain for a long time before slowly lifting my gaze toward the alleyway. The sunlight was resplendent, the streets bustling with activity, and vendors called out as they passed by, infusing life into the marketplace. There was no trace left of the man from the night before. He had departed, finally and completely. Leaning against the doorframe, standing in the brilliant sunlight, I felt an inexplicable chill as the morning breeze brushed against me. Chapter 6. The despair of Zhenyao and the breath of death. Days flowed like water through the small courtyard of Yuqian Hadong, tranquil to the point of monotony. The darkened bloodstain from that morning had been thoroughly scrubbed by Qin Mama, leaving only faint, indistinct watermarks that were nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Much like Zhenyao himself, along with the tumult he had brought, it seemed that everything had been irrevocably sealed away behind that closed door. At times, I practiced calligraphy beneath the banana trees in the yard, or listened to Manager Yu recount trivial matters from the silk shop, but more often, I simply sat and watched the shadows of the day inch across the walls. The stone within my heart occasionally felt like a jagged edge, especially in the dead of night, when the echoes of that night's silent breaths and the final sound of the latch falling into place would unexpectedly pierce the stillness. Yet I never allowed myself to dwell on such thoughts. The divorce papers had been entrusted to a reliable person for delivery to the palace. Although no official decree had yet arrived, I knew it was merely a matter of time. I had severed ties with the Prince of Jing and Zhenyao decisively, until one afternoon, when Manager Yu visited again, his demeanor markedly different, tinged with an unmistakable anxiety. He dismissed Qin Mama and retrieved a scroll from his sleeve, not embossed with the royal seal, but rather a more austere and ancient dark-patterned Zetan invitation. "Miss," he said, his voice strained, "this is from the palace. The imperial concubine has hosted a floral banquet and specifically requested your attendance." My fingers trembled, and the ink-laden brush dropped a large blot, swiftly spreading across the Xian paper and ruining the piece I was about to complete. An invitation from the palace. The imperial concubine. Such gatherings had been frequent since my marriage into the royal residence, each time donning a flawless mask to navigate the insincere socialities that Zhenyao detested. Now, barely 3 months since leaving the palace, this invitation had found its way to this secluded courtyard. Specifically requested. Those words carried an air of unyielding insistence. I accepted the weighty invitation and opened it, reading the flowery yet customary prose, unmistakably the imperial concubine style. The date was set for 3 days hence. "Has the prince entered the palace recently?" I inquired, closing the invitation, my voice devoid of emotion. Manager Yu lowered his head. "It is said that since that day, the prince has claimed illness and taken leave, not attending morning court, with the palace gates firmly shut against all visitors. Even the imperial physician was turned away." Claimed illness. The vivid memory of the blood seeping through the door crack and the haunting silence that followed flashed before my eyes. The stone in my heart stirred again. "I understand." I placed the invitation upon the stained Xian paper. "Prepare the carriage." 3 days later, within the imperial concubine's palace, the air was thick with fragrance, and jewels adorned the attendees. In the warm chamber, Exquisite flowers competed for attention, blooming in a cacophony of color and fragrance. Noble women and ladies laughed and chatted, yet their peripheral glances occasionally drifted toward my direction. The news of the Princess of Jing'an's departure from the royal residence was evidently no longer a secret. I wore the ceremonial attire befitting a princess, my makeup meticulously applied, seated in the designated spot, my gaze steady yet my fingertips pressed slightly into my palm. The imperial concubine had yet to arrive, yet the atmosphere in the hall was already stifling. Indeed, it was quite a spectacle that day, as rumors suggest. The prince returned with that object, truly maddened, all for a deceased person. Alas, this individual now finds themselves at a loss, with the divorce papers I hear already submitted. His Majesty may not have a say, who can tell? After all, the Gu family. The voice trailed off, like the hiss of a serpent's tongue, slithering insidiously into the ear. I lifted the teacup before me, taking a sip, yet the warm liquid could not penetrate the chill in my chest. The Princess of Jing'an seemed to be in good spirits today. A somewhat sharp voice rang out beside me, laced with unabashed malice, suggesting that her decision to leave the palace and live independently must be quite liberating. It was the wife of the Minister of Revenue, who often delighted in elevating herself by belittling others. I raised my eyes and replied coolly, "Madamly, you flatter me." She struck a soft blow, her face momentarily losing composure, and with a scoff, she continued, "Indeed, the prince is now wholly absorbed in past matters, likely neglecting the princess. Yet, the princess seems rather hasty. Submitting those divorce papers makes it seem." Her words were abruptly cut off as a sudden commotion arose at the entrance. The high-pitched voice of an inner servant rang out, "The Prince of Jing'an has arrived." Instantly, all whispers ceased, and every gaze, including mine, instinctively turned toward the entrance. Shinju entered, donned in dark purple princely attire. In just over 10 days, he appeared gaunt, almost unrecognizable, his complexion an ashen pallor, shadows darkening beneath his eyes, and his lips devoid of color. The once commanding aura of confidence had been replaced by profound fatigue and silence, like an ancient sword, once sharp, now dulled and nicked. His steps were steady, yet they bore an air of exhaustion, as if each stride drained him of strength. Upon his arrival, the prying, malicious glances that had previously been directed at me swiftly shifted to him, their complexity now infused with surprise, pity, and a hint of schadenfreude. He seemed oblivious, merely nodding in deference to several elder nobles presiding over the banquet, his gaze not lingering on any of the ladies present, including myself. It was as if the man who had once pleaded outside my door, leaving a trail of blood, was now an entirely different person. The inner servant guided him to a seat not far from me. As he settled down, he briefly frowned, as though a wound had been inadvertently tugged. Before returning to his usual stoic demeanor, his gaze fixed upon the flowers before him, unmoving. The atmosphere in the warm hall grew exceedingly strange. Those who had just spoken freely about him were now rendered mute, no one daring to engage in conversation, even to breathe loudly. All whispers transformed into subtle exchanges of glances. I withdrew my gaze, fixated on the tea leaves standing upright in my cup, feeling a dull, sharp sensation beneath the icy surface of my heart, as if something were slowly, piercingly burrowing within. He truly had arrived, in such a broken state, under the scrutiny of many eyes. For what purpose? To prove he was still alive? To demonstrate that the Jing'an prince's residence had not fallen? Or was it merely to acknowledge the arrival of the empress? The sound of jingling ornaments accompanied by the fragrant breeze heralded the entrance of the empress, elegantly adorned and surrounded by a throng of palace attendants, instantly shattering the eerie silence. Everyone rose to pay their respects. The empress's smile was gentle, her gaze sweeping across the hall before landing on Shinju, her tone imbued with just the right amount of concern. "The Prince of Jing'an is here as well? I heard the prince has been unwell lately, and I feared he might be absent from today's banquet. But seeing you now, you appear somewhat improved, though you must still take care to recuperate." Shinju stood, bowing, his voice low and hoarse. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. I am quite well." The Empress nodded, her gaze drifting effortlessly to me, her smile deepening. "The princess has also come today. I see that having left the complexities of the palace, you appear more refined and graceful. It seems that Alley is indeed a place for nurturing." Her words pierced through all pretense like a cold needle, instantly freezing the atmosphere that had just begun to thaw. Once again, all eyes converged on me, then furtively glanced toward Shinju. Alley. She was evidently well informed. I felt Shinju's gaze suddenly sweep over me, laden with a weight I could scarcely bear, settling upon my profile. The sensation was akin to being seared by a hot iron, my skin prickling. I lowered my eyes, rising to kneel. Your Majesty, you flatter me. The regulations of the palace are esteemed. I am but a dullard, unworthy of disturbing the prince's peace. I now reside in this secluded corner merely for tranquility. My tone was submissive, yet I enunciated the words unworthy of disturbing and for tranquility with clarity. The Empress smiled, seemingly satisfied, and ceased her discourse. Turning to engage with others, the banquet resumed. The sound of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, palace maids weaving through the crowd to refill cups and serve dishes. Yet, no matter how exquisite the delicacies or how fragrant the wine, they left a lingering taste of bitterness in my throat. I could distinctly feel that heavy gaze belonging to Shenju still lingering, occasionally resting upon me with a complexity that was both scrutinizing and hollow. He spoke little, silently consuming the wine poured before him, cup after cup. A faint flush crept onto his pale face, accompanied by an increased frequency of coughs, which he endeavored to suppress. His shoulders trembling slightly. The surrounding gazes, initially filled with curiosity, gradually adopted shades of something darker. As the wine flowed, the atmosphere grew lively again. Yet beneath this facade of conviviality, more insidious currents churned. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves. A lady known for her loose tongue amongst the nobility rose, wobbling slightly with a glass in hand, directing a slurred smile toward Shinju. By the way, I have yet to congratulate the Prince of Jing'an. I heard that while at the border, the prince finally discovered the whereabouts of that, beloved acquaintance? Although she is, alas, merely an empty coffin. At least it resolves a lingering concern, does it not? Better than some who hold positions and end up with nothing. She cast a pointed glance in my direction, eliciting suppressed laughter from the crowd. Shinju's grip on his cup tightened abruptly, his knuckles turning an ashen white. He lifted his head to look at the lady, his eyes icy and devoid of warmth. The lady, caught in his gaze, recoiled slightly, the alcohol sobering her somewhat, and she awkwardly attempted to sit down. But it was too late. Madam Li, Shinju began, his voice low but rendered particularly chilling by its rasp, akin to sandpaper on rusted iron. What exactly did you congratulate this prince for? The lady's face drained of color, stammering, I merely wished to congratulate the prince. Shinju interrupted her, each word seeming to extract itself through clenched teeth. Finding an empty coffin? He suddenly smiled faintly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes, rendering his pale visage somewhat ghastly. Still, congratulations to this prince. His gaze slowly swept across the hall, whereupon all ceased to breathe, as he spoke of the one who had been long mourned and the wife he had wed for 5 years. The final words were directed at me, his eyes swirling with an incomprehensible, thick darkness. The room fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Even the Empress's smile faded, her brow furrowing slightly. The lady, now trembling, nearly dropped her cup, her face as pale as a sheet. Your Highness, I did not mean. What did you mean? Shinju pressed, his voice rising sharply, infused with a near-unraveled rasp. I, too, am curious. My family matters, my coffin, my princess. When did it become a topic of mirth and jest among the guests? He suddenly rose, his abrupt movement causing the cups before him to topple, spilling wine that stained his dark purple robe, creating dark splotches. His body swayed, and he had to brace himself against the table to remain upright, his chest heaving violently. Coughing as if tearing his very insides apart, his pale cheeks flushed with a sickly hue, while his gaze, sharp as a poisoned blade, cut through the faces of everyone present. Speak up, he shouted hoarsely, as if he were about to expel his innards. Tell this king what is so amusing. No one dared to respond. All heads bowed, unwilling to meet his frantic and despairing eyes. The warm hall was filled solely with his labored and painful breaths, punctuated by his suppressed coughs. I sat in place, my fingers clenched tightly within my sleeves, nails digging into my palms, watching him stand amidst the silence and chaos, like a cornered beast at the end of its rope, tearing open all his wounds, roaring questions at the world. His stance was grotesque and disheveled, yet it evoked a pang of sympathy. The favored consort finally attempted to defuse the tension, her tone laced with a barely perceptible coldness. The Prince of Jing'an is inebriated. Someone, assist the prince to the side hall to rest. The palace attendants hurried forward. Yet, Shenju forcefully waved their hands away, his strength causing one attendant to stumble nearly to the ground. He fixated on me, his eyes bloodshot, as if they could bleed.
Guanqing.
He called my name, his voice dropping yet tinged with a chilling persistence and despair. You tell me, what is truly funny? Before he could finish, he suddenly bent over. A mouthful of dark red blood erupted from him unexpectedly, splattering onto the opulent carpet. A shocking sight. Your Highness! Gasps filled the air. The scene descended into utter chaos. The attendants no longer hesitated, scrambling to support his faltering body. He seemed to have lost all his strength, collapsing, yet his eyes remained fixed in my direction. His lips moving silently, as if uttering something. Then his head drooped, and he completely lost consciousness. He was swiftly carried away. The room full of noble ladies and gentlewomen remained in shock, glancing at one another, no longer in the mood for laughter. The favored consort, her expression grim, ordered the banquet to be dismissed. I rose, moving with the dazed crowd toward the exit. As I passed the area stained with his blood, my steps faltered momentarily. The dark red blood was thick and emitted a faint metallic scent, reminiscent of the traces washed away before my courtyard threshold. I lifted my gaze toward the direction of the side hall. Servants hurried in and out with basins and cloths, the drapes hanging low obscured the situation inside. Only a heavy air of despair and death, belonging to Shenju, seeped through the curtains, entwining itself around me. I averted my gaze, straightened my back, and walked step by step out of that suffocating warm hall. Behind me, that pool of blood marked an ominous imprint, deeply seared into the conclusion of this lavish banquet, as well as into the hearts of all who witnessed today as seen, including mine. Chapter 7. Is it a matter of not seeing guests, or simply a desire to avoid me? In the days following the palace banquet, the courtyard in Yuqian Alley was quiet, save for the rustling of bamboo, leaves in the wind. The image of Shenju coughing blood and collapsing, along with the glaring dark red stain on the carpet, lingered in my mind like a branding iron, impossible to forget. I deliberately refrained from inquiring about his condition, instructing Manager Yu that, unless absolutely necessary, there was no need to report matters from the prince's residence. The frozen ground in my heart seemed to have slightly thawed from that blood, surfacing a sentiment that I despised, an inappropriate yearning. I forced it back down, encasing it in an even colder frost. It must be severed cleanly. One afternoon, after I had just awoken from a nap, engaged in a game of chess, a light knock came at the courtyard door. It was not the familiar rhythm of Granny Chen, nor was it Manager Yu. My hand, poised over the chess pieces, paused. Granny Chen hastened to answer the door. A middle-aged scholar, unfamiliar to me, stood outside, dressed in a flowing blue robe, exuding an air of calmness, accompanied by a young apothecary carrying a medicine box. I beg your pardon, the scholar said, cupping his hands in greeting. My name is Su Heng, sent by a friend to check on Madame Gu's pulse. Madam? Not the princess. I frowned slightly, as I did not recall knowing such a physician, nor did I remember requesting medical assistance. You must have the wrong person, I replied from behind the door, not inviting him in. Yet Su Heng was not offended. He merely smiled gently and produced an object from his sleeve, which Granny Chen passed to me. It was an aged peace charm, made of white jade, its edges worn smooth from handling. My fingertips trembled violently. This peace charm was secretly pressed into my hand by my mother shortly before her passing, during my coming of age. She said that if I ever met a true-hearted person, I could gift it to them. If I encountered difficulties, it might help me seek assistance from an old friend. After my mother's departure, I clung to this object like a treasure. Until the night before my marriage into the royal household, I risked everything, placing it, along with my burning heart, into an embroidered pouch, and trusting it to my close maid to deliver to Shenju, who was still a mere heir at that time. I thought he had long discarded it or bestowed it upon a servant. Yet here it was, in Su Heng's possession. I heard my voice grow tense as I asked, "What did the person who sent you say?" Su Heng's gaze swept over my modest yet serene courtyard. His tone still calm. He mentioned that the lady has been restless and unable to sleep well lately, and entrusted me to see if I could prescribe some calming remedies. He paused and added, additionally, he conveyed a message that the item should return to its original owner and to cherish it. Return to its original owner. Cherish it. I clutched the cold white jade peace charm, my fingertips trembling uncontrollably. It pressed into my palm, carrying a delayed yet already chilling warmth. Shenju. It was he. Even in his own illness, coughing blood and fainting, he remembered to send this? To deliver this seemingly trivial message of care? Had he finally recalled a minuscule detail from the past, thus feeling a twinge of pity? Or did he believe that this could somehow make amends? The ice that had sealed my heart cracked, but the warmth that surged forth was not comforting. Instead, it was laced with deeper irony and sorrow. "I appreciate your effort in making this trip," I said, tightening my grip on the piece charm until it hurt my palm, yet striving to keep my voice steady. "I am quite well, and there is no need for you to trouble yourself with a diagnosis. Since the item has returned, I thank you. Granny, prepare a diagnostic fee for the gentleman." Upon hearing this, Su-hung did not insist, only casting a meaningful glance my way, as if he could see through to my soul. He bowed slightly. "Since the lady is well, I shall take my leave." However, he hesitated for a moment. "The person who entrusted me to come is not in good condition now, burdened with worries, bearing external injuries, suffering from recurring high fever. If he continues to neglect himself like this, it may harm his foundation. Some emotional burdens cannot be healed by medicine." His words, though delivered plainly, struck like hammers against the freshly sealed surface of my heart. Burdened with worries, external injuries lingering, recurring high fever, neglecting oneself. Each term resonated with the memory of that night when he leaned against my door, the blood he coughed up at the palace banquet, and the despairing silence in his eyes. My throat felt as if it were constricted by something, making it hard to breathe. Su-hung said no more, turning to leave with the apothecary. Granny Chen, holding the prepared fee, hurried after them, soon returning with a complex expression. Mr. Su refused to accept it, saying only that a physician's heart is that of a parent, and he has delivered the message. I stood rooted in place beneath the blaring sun, yet I felt an unsettling chill enveloping me. The pendant of peace was tightly clasped in my hand, cold and unyielding, as if it were about to embed itself into my flesh. The object was to be returned to its rightful owner, a reminder of what was once cherished. He returned this token, embodying my initial sincerity, as if severing the last shred of an insignificant connection. Yet, burdened with his ailing body, he still remembered to seek treatment on my behalf. "Shinju, what is it that you truly desire?" In the following days, I cast the pendant into the depths of my makeup box, unwilling to behold it again. Yet, Su-heng's words echoed in my ears like a haunting specter, persistently circling my thoughts. The anguish within me festered, and the external injuries lingered, causing a high fever that refused to dissipate, instilling fear of deeper wounds. I could not shake the vision of him collapsing, bloodied and carried away, nor could I forget the bloodstains seeping from beneath the door that night. My heart grew increasingly restless. Having resolved to sever ties, why was I still so easily stirred? That evening, Manager Yu paid another visit, his expression graver than before. He brought not news from the royal palace, but rather a rumor from the border military reports. "Miss, there are whispers in the marketplace that although the prince triumphed in his ambush, he fell victim to an enemy trap and sustained grave injuries. A cold arrow struck near his heart, and at one point, the military physician feared he would not survive. It was the prince himself who gripped the arrow's end, forcibly severing the shaft to extract it, and then struggled back with that coffin. As I held the teacup, my hand tremored violently, spilling the warm liquid onto my skin, scalding it without my notice. He gripped the arrow's end near his heart. Suddenly, Su-heng's words about lingering wounds resurfaced in my mind. Along with the pallor of his face that day, the almost imperceptible furrow in his brow as he rose, and the possibility of a gruesome injury hidden beneath the wine stains on his robe. Thus, the heavy scent of blood that night was not solely from external wounds, but perhaps this? Was his recurring illness and unyielding fever attributed to this? A sudden chill surged up my spine, gripping my heart and rendering me breathless. He returned from the border bearing such injuries, only to be cruelly shut out by me.
"Miss?"
Manager Yu gazed at my suddenly ashen face with concern. I sprang to my feet, my swift movement knocking over the embroidered stool behind me. "Prepare the carriage," I ordered, my voice hoarse and unfamiliar to my own ears. To the Jing'an prince's residence. The carriage sped through the twilight. I sat inside the swaying carriage, my fingers tightly clutching my sleeves, my fingertips icy. The frozen ground within my heart shattered, revealing an unexpected turmoil of dread and apprehension. Why? I had resolutely decided to move on. I had been deeply wounded by him. Yet, upon hearing that he might truly perish, upon learning of his self-inflicted suffering, I still came. The carriage halted before the familiar vermilion gate of the Jing'an prince's residence. It was indeed desolate, with fewer guards than usual, and the lanterns cast a dim light that felt mournful. I inhaled deeply, suppressing the lump in my throat, and stepped down. The doorkeeper clearly recognized me. Upon seeing me, he appeared as though he had seen a ghost, momentarily forgetting the proper etiquette. "Your Highness?" "I wish to see the prince." I endeavored to keep my voice steady, though my hand trembled violently within my sleeve. The doorkeeper's face reflected his difficulty. "The prince has given orders. No visitors are allowed, especially not." He hesitated, the implication clear. "Have him informed that I have arrived." My tone deepened, laced with an urgency I barely recognized. After a moment's hesitation, the doorkeeper, unwilling to fully offend me, quickly turned and rushed inside. I stood before the gate, gazing at this opulent cage that had ensnared me for 5 years, and for the first time, it felt utterly frigid, akin to a vast tomb. Moments later, hurried footsteps resonated from within, yet it was not the news I hoped for. The chief steward of the residence hurriedly approached, his expression awkward as he blocked my path, bowing deeply. "Your Highness, the prince. He says he is resting and will not receive visitors. Please, you must return." Resting? Was it truly a refusal to see anyone, or did he simply not wish to see me? Or was his condition so dire that he could not bear to face anyone? Su Heng's words and manager Yu's rumors now gripped my heart with icy fingers. I scrutinized the chief steward's evasive gaze, my foreboding deepening. I ceased my conversation with him, abruptly pushing past him and charging inside. "Your Highness!" he exclaimed, alarmed, attempting to prevent me, yet hesitating to touch me. The guards within the residence soon surrounded me, equally hesitant to act against me. I disregarded everything, propelled by instinct, making my way swiftly towards Shenju's chamber. My heart pounded like a drum, painfully colliding against my chest. People parted hurriedly, their faces etched with anxiety. As I neared his chamber, the scent of medicine intensified, almost overpowering the familiar fragrance of Huan. Outside the chamber stood several grave-faced physicians and attendants, who froze upon my entrance. "Where is the prince?" I trembled, forcefully pushing open the tightly shut door. The interior was dim. The mingling sense of medicine and the heavy air typical of someone long ailing assaulted me. My gaze darted to the intricately carved bed, where Shenju lay. Covered by an ornate quilt, his complexion even more pallid than during the palace banquet, his lips cracked and peeling, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. One physician leaned over, cautiously lifting the lapel of his nightgown as if to examine something. The garment shifted slightly, revealing thick bandages wrapped around his chest. And at the edge of the bandage lay a ghastly, unhealed dark red wound, starkly visible. The injury was deep. I could discern the signs of flesh turning over. The surrounding area inflamed and evidently healing poorly, perhaps even festering. It was far more shocking than anything I had heard or imagined. My footsteps faltered, and the blood in my veins surged to my head, only to freeze in an instant. My vision darkened, nearly causing me to collapse. The physician, startled by my intrusion, hastily adjusted Shenju's robe and turned to bow, "Your Highness." But I could hear nothing. My eyes were fixated solely on that horrific wound and his lifeless form, as if he might cease to breathe at any moment. How could he be so grievously injured?
"Leave."
An extremely weak yet chilling voice emanated from the bed. Shenju had opened his eyes at some point, fixing his gaze upon me. Those eyes, once filled with intoxication, once icy and piercing, once wild with despair, now held only desolate depths, devoid of emotion. There was only an unfathomable weariness and an impenetrable coldness. I said, "Leave," he reiterated, his voice so faint it barely lingered in the air, yet it bore an undeniable finality. My throat felt as though it were constricted, rendering me incapable of uttering a word. He merely regarded me coldly, as if I were a complete stranger and an unwelcome intruder. Then, with excruciating slowness, he turned his head away and closed his eyes, presenting me with a dismissive and lifeless profile, as if even a single glance would be an annoyance. I stood rooted to the spot, as if doused with a bucket of icy water, chilling me to the very marrow. All the tumultuous emotions, the reckless impulses, and the anxieties and fears I had yet to comprehend, crystallized completely within the confines of his two frigid words, shattering into dust. Chapter 8. The Withered Wood, devoid of life. He closed his eyes, refusing to look at me. That silhouette in the dim candlelight resembled a lifeless piece of withered wood. The heavy scent of medicine and the pallor of illness within the chamber were nearly suffocating. The imperial physician and the eunuch stood at a distance, hands clasped, scarcely daring to breathe. I remained motionless. The fleeting courage that had propelled me here was crushed by his 2 words. My hands and feet grew cold. The terror that had settled in my heart since hearing of his injuries transformed into a palpable chill, rendering my limbs numb. He would not allow me to see him. He was even reluctant to cast a glance in my direction after I had torn through all my self-deception and recklessly intruded. The physician cautiously spoke, attempting to alleviate the stifling atmosphere. The injuries of the prince are grave. He requires rest. I abruptly turned, nearly stumbling as I fled from that chamber steeped in the scent of death. The cold night wind stung my face sharply. I hurried through the familiar pavilions and corridors, only pausing to lean against a withered tree once I had put considerable distance between myself and that chamber, gasping for breath. My stomach churned violently, and bending over, I retched several times, expelling nothing but bitter bile and the sting of unshed tears in my eyes. He would not allow me to see him. He would rather languish alone on that bed than accept my pity.
So be it.
It was a connection that should never have existed. I straightened up, wiping my face vigorously, my fingertips icy and damp. Taking a few deep breaths of the frigid air, I attempted to suppress the suffocating pain in my chest, preparing to leave this nauseating place entirely. Yet, from the corner of my eye, I caught sight of 2 small figures, huddled and whispering behind a rockery in the distance. How terrifying it was when they extracted the arrow. The flesh was mangled, one of them remarked. The military doctor said there was no hope left. It was the prince who insisted on returning. All this way, the wound has never properly healed. The pus and blood have not ceased.
Indeed.
The high fever made him delirious. One moment he shouted for blood, the next for that name. To be honest, that person is truly heartless. The prince is in such a state, yet they refuse to open the door.
Sure.
Lower your voice. Are you looking for death? My feet froze in place, each word piercing my eardrums like ice picks. The mention of the arrow, the mangled flesh, the pus, the feverish delirium, and that unfinished sentence about not opening the door. It dawned on me that my act of closing the door that night had solidified in their eyes as a heartless decision. The ice lake in my heart, which had only just frozen over, seemed to shatter under the weight of a heavy hammer, and what surged forth was not water, but molten lava, hot and tainted with the stench of despair. Compelled by an inexplicable force, I did not proceed toward the main gate. Instead, I turned and made my way to the northwestern corner of the prince's residence. There lay a secluded side gate, typically traversed only by menial servants delivering refuse. It was a place I had occasionally sought solace in during the past 5 years when I felt overwhelmed. The gate was unguarded, slightly ajar. I pushed it open, and beyond was a quiet alley, the sound of water dripping from afar, now deep into the night. The cold wind rushed in, sending a shiver down my spine as I prepared to step outside. However, my feet halted abruptly. In the shadowy corner outside the gate crouched a figure, almost curled up, leaning against the frigid wall. She wore only a thin, ill-fitting garment of worn burlap, trembling with cold. Her hair was disheveled, speckled with grass, and her face was buried in her arms, obscuring her features. It was a woman. A strange pang struck my heart. How could such a woman be huddled in the corners of the prince's residence? From her attire, she was certainly not a servant of the estate. The woman seemed to be suffering from the cold or perhaps illness, emitting a barely audible, stifled moan. I furrowed my brows and, after a moment's hesitation, took a few steps closer, inquiring softly, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Upon hearing my voice, the woman trembled violently, startled, and raised her head. A delicate yet pallid face came into view, marked by faint lines around her eyes, suggesting she was not young. Yet, when those eyes lifted to meet mine, they reflected fear, a humble plea, and a hint of resilience forged through hardship, strangely familiar. I stood frozen. Seeing the attire I wore, her fear intensified, and she attempted to shrink back, her movements clumsy and awkward due to the cold. "Madam, please spare me. I am not a bad person. I am merely seeking my family in this dire time." Her voice was hoarse and dry, laden with a heavy accent. "I have come here in search of my husband, who promised to return after finding stability in the city. But," her voice choked, "he has vanished without a trace. Our home has suffered disaster. And unable to survive, I had no choice but to wander with my child, begging for food."
Child?
My heart tightened suddenly. Where is your child? I asked urgently. At my words, tears streamed down her cheeks, mingling with the dirt on her face, carving trails of mud. She suddenly bowed her head, pressing her forehead against the cold ground, sobbing uncontrollably. He is gone. He succumbed to the plague on the road. I am all that remains. Please, madam, I implore you, grant me a bowl of hot porridge. Her body shook with despair, and her agonized cries were unmistakably genuine. I gazed at her hunched, pitiful figure. Listening to her stifled sobs, my heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped, suffocating with pain. In this chaotic world, where life is as fragile as a blade of grass, I had been trapped within the confines of the prince's residence for 5 years, forgetting that the world outside had long since changed. Get up. I inhaled deeply, suppressing the lump in my throat, and pulled a piece of silver from my sleeve. Bending down to offer it to her. Take this, find a place to rest, and buy some food. Upon seeing the silver, the woman abruptly ceased her cries, staring at me in disbelief, her tears still clinging to her lashes. She trembled, unable to reach for it. Take it, I insisted, pressing the silver into her icy, rough palm. She clutched it as if it were a hot ember, both crying and laughing, repeatedly bowing. Thank you, madam. Thank you. You are a great benefactor. May the Bodhisattva bless you. Go quickly, I said, straightening up and averting my gaze, unable to bear looking any longer. This was not a place for lingering. She responded eagerly, scrambling to her feet and stumbling toward the alley's exit.
Wait.
I suddenly called after her. The woman froze, slowly turning back, her face still marked with lingering fear. I gazed into those familiar eyes, silencing my thoughts for a moment, before finally asking, "What is your husband's name? Perhaps I can help you inquire about him." She hesitated, her eyes momentarily clouded with confusion and emptiness, before looking down and murmuring almost inaudibly, "His name is Shirtu." Shirtu? Such an ordinary name, scarcely even a formal one. My doubts lessened slightly. Perhaps I had overthought it. Go on, I gestured with a wave of my hand. She seemed as if granted a reprieve, expressing her gratitude once more before swiftly vanishing into the dimly lit alleyway. I remained rooted to the spot, gazing in the direction of her disappearance, while the night breeze tousled my garments, yet the heaviness in my heart did not dissipate, but instead weighed down more ominously. The woman's features bore an inexplicable familiarity, accentuated by the location of her appearance, the corner gate of the Jing'an Wangfu. Shenju was gravely wounded and on the brink of death. A thought, both strikingly similar and absurd, yet laced with a fatal allure, slithered into my mind like a venomous serpent, embedding itself there relentlessly. I shivered violently, unwilling to delve further into such thoughts. I hastened out of the gate, leaving behind the palace still shrouded in illness and deathly silence. Upon returning to the small courtyard of Yuqian Hadong, Chen Mama approached, startled by my pale complexion and the chill that enveloped me. "Miss, are you unwell?" "I'm fine," I interjected, my voice trembling slightly. "Please inquire if there have been any disasters or outbreaks of plague in the vicinity of the capital recently." Mama hesitated, and though perplexed, she complied.
Alone.
I sat under the lamp, pouring myself a cup of cold tea, my hands shaking violently, spilling some of the liquid. The pale, haggard face of that woman danced before my eyes, her anxious, yet resilient gaze haunting me. Who did she resemble? Why night? Why at that place? The rumors brought by Manager Yu regarding Shenju's condition, Su Heng's cryptic words, the image of him coughing up blood and fainting at the palace banquet, and the pervasive scent of medicine and death in his chambers, all these fragments uncontrollably coalesced, pointing towards a possibility that made my heart race with dread.
No, it could not be.
That coffin was empty. Everyone had seen it. She had perished long ago, 5 years prior in the ravages of war, forever enshrined in Shenju's thoughts. Surely it was I who had lost my sanity. The impact of the night's events must have overwhelmed me, leading to such absurd associations. I tightly shut my eyes and gulped down the cold tea. The icy liquid slid down my throat, settling in my stomach, igniting a shiver. Yet it could not quell the burgeoning, frigid fear within me, nor the faint glimmer of hope, one that I scarcely dared to acknowledge, that was potent enough to incinerate everything in its path. Chapter 9. The Princess Consort. She has killed someone. The news brought back by Mama struck me like a bucket of icy water, chilling me to the bone. The capital was stable, with no disasters or plagues reported. That woman had deceived me. She was not a fleeing peasant. This realization was like the hiss of a serpent, gnawing at my reason. Those eyes, that bizarre sense of familiarity, and her appearance at the corner gate of Jing and Wangfu, all coalesced, resonating with a sharp hum. I sprang to my feet, the white jade peace charm from the bottom of my makeup box pressing against my fingertips, cold as ice. Prepare the carriage. The night fog thickened, the horse-drawn carriage once again rolling over the silent street, heading straight for the palace. This time, the doorman, astonished to see me return, did not dare to obstruct my path. I strode directly in, disregarding the panicked shouts of the attendant, rushing towards Shenju's chambers. The scent of medicine was even more pungent, mingling with a metallic tang and a sickly sweetness. The candlelight flickered dimly, revealing him still lying on the bed, his complexion terrifyingly ashen, breaths faint. The physician was present, cautiously changing his bandages. As the gauze was lifted, the wound beneath was even more ghastly than I had glimpsed before, flesh grotesquely exposed, edges tinged with ominous, white pus, almost revealing the starkness of bone beneath. I gasped, my stomach churning. The physician flinched, his hand shaking as he pressed down. Zhenyao, lost in a stupor, suddenly furrowed his brow, emitting a muffled groan of suppressed agony. Cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Get out!" he bellowed, his voice a fierce growl, though his eyes remained shut, echoing the ferocity of a dying beast. The physician fumbled in panic, while I felt as though I were nailed to the ground, my gaze fixated on that horrific wound. The words of Manager Yu echoed in my mind, to pull out the arrowhead oneself. For what purpose? To reclaim that empty coffin? Or to return swiftly? Return for what? To be locked out by me? A more insane thought seized me. I abruptly turned, no longer looking at the wound, my gaze sharp as a blade, scanning the old matron standing passively in the hall. She had witnessed Zhenyao grow up. The empty coffin brought back by the prince. Where is it now? I asked, my voice chillingly cold. The old matron trembled, collapsing to her knees. The princess consort has ordered that no one is permitted near the back garden's ice cellar. The ice cellar. I took off towards the back garden. Princess consort. You must not. The attendant urgently tried to stop me. Get out of my way. I pushed him aside, all semblance of calm shattering in an instant, leaving only a near-mad instinct propelling my legs forward. At the entrance of the back garden's ice cellar stood two guards, their faces paling as they saw my determined approach, yet they steeled themselves to block my path.
Stand Aside.
I glared at them, my eyes likely aflame with crimson. Otherwise, I would crash right here and see how you would explain it to your prince. The guards exchanged fearful glances and ultimately, hesitantly let me pass, unwilling to risk a life. The heavy iron door of the ice cellar swung open, releasing a bone-chilling gust mingled with an indescribable scent of frozen dust. The staircase wound downward into darkness, illuminated only by a few dim lanterns casting a ghostly blue glow. With each step, my heart hammered in the oppressive silence. At the bottom of the cellar, a hastily constructed, crude coffin lay quietly upon the ice. This was it, the empty coffin that Zhenyao had carried back, even sustaining injury for its sake. Approaching the coffin, my fingers brushed against the icy, biting wood. It bore remnants of dried mud and faint bloodstains. Inhaling deeply, I summoned all my strength and forcefully pushed open the lid. Inside, it was completely empty, save for a thin layer of frost covering the bottom. Indeed, it was vacant. All my taut nerves suddenly relaxed, yielding to a profound sense of exhaustion and a disappointment I loathed to acknowledge. I leaned against the coffin, breathing heavily, mocking my own folly. I truly believed. Just as I prepared to close the lid, a faint glimmer in the corner, distinct from the frost, caught my eye. I paused, focusing intently. In the far corner of the coffin, something seemed lodged within a crevice. My fingertips trembled as they ventured in, the cold biting deeply. After a few scrapes, a small, nearly frozen object fell into my palm. Under the eerie blue light, I opened my hand. It was a rudimentary peachwood talisman, its edges smoothed from wear, crudely inscribed with two crooked characters, longevity. My heart felt as if gripped by an icy hand, abruptly ceasing its rhythm. Breath caught in my throat. I recognized this peachwood talisman. 5 years ago, before Alunga's burial, I had seen an identical piece among her belongings. At that time, Zhenyao had frantically searched for everything related to her, clutching this crude talisman for 3 days and nights, no one able to take it from him. He remarked that it was a talisman he had personally carved for her at the cold mountain temple outside the city before he departed for the borders. He wished her longevity and well-being. Subsequently, that peachwood charm was buried alongside her garments in the opulent burial mound. But why has it reappeared in this empty coffin? Supposedly brought back from the borders? Is the one in the burial mound a counterfeit, or is this one? Who placed it inside? Was it Zhenyao? Knowing it to be an empty coffin, why would he insert this? Is it a ruse? No, if it were he who placed it, why would it be left in such a corner? He treasured it so dearly. A more dreadful speculation, akin to the coldest chill of an ice cellar, instantly seeped into my very bones. I abruptly lifted my gaze, my eyes once again drawn to the hollow coffin's interior. My sight meticulously traced the frost and the rough wood grain. Then I saw it. On the inner wall of the coffin, several dark, dried, and blackened drag marks were evident. It appeared as if something had been forcefully pulled out from within. This is not an empty coffin. It was not empty when it was transported back. Something had been inside. What could it be? What? That woman outside the corner gate, with her familiar yet fearful gaze, dressed in ill-fitting coarse male attire, had spoken of a child who perished during their escape. The longevity peachwood charm.
Ah!
A piercing scream, filled with extreme terror and heart-wrenching anguish, suddenly erupted from the entrance of the ice cellar, shattering the silence. It was the voice of Granny Chun. My blood ran cold, and I discarded the peachwood charm, rushing madly towards the exit. The ice cellar stairs were slippery and steep. I nearly stumbled my way up. Bursting through the iron gate, a gust of cold wind met me, and the scene before me sent my spirit reeling. I beheld Granny Chun, collapsed just a few steps away, her face ashen, trembling like a leaf in the wind, her finger quivering as it pointed towards a nearby thicket of withered bushes. Her lips quivering but unable to utter a single word. The bush was shaking violently. A gaunt, mud-stained hand emerged from deep within the thicket, desperately clawing at the ground as if something was struggling to emerge. Suddenly, a head burst forth, hair white and disheveled, caked with dead leaves and mud, a face pale and swollen, yet contorted in extreme pain and fear. It was the same peasant woman who had begged me moments ago. Her gaze was no longer timid and fearful, but rather a wild and desperate madness, her mouth agape, producing a wheezing sound akin to a broken bellows, fixated on me. Then, as if expending her last ounce of strength, she lunged forward. More than half her body was dragged out from the thicket. The oversized coarse male garment was further disheveled, revealing beneath it another layer of distinctly different, filthy white dress. And at her waist, the coarse fabric was soaked with a considerable amount of dark red, not yet fully congealed blood, bubbling forth with her movements. She is not a peasant woman. She is clad in a white dress. She is bleeding. She has been hiding here all along.
Ugh.
Her wheezing transformed into a short, mournful cry, her bloodied hand reaching out towards me, her eyes wide open, almost splitting, filled with endless pain, terror, and a strange, urgent light. It seemed she wanted to convey something to me, or perhaps she was pleading for help. I stood frozen in place, my body icy, witnessing this scene emerging from a hellish nightmare, my mind blank. Who is she? Who is she truly? Why is she here? Who has harmed her so? Longevity. She violently spat out a mouthful of blood, fragmented syllables mingling with blood as they escaped her lips. Those eyes, fixed on me, were rapidly losing their luster. With her last bit of strength exhausted, her grasp on the earth loosened, and her body fell limp, motionless. Only the blood beneath her continued to spread, staining the withered grass red. The world fell silent. All that remained were my heavy breaths and Granny Chen's suppressed, trembling chattering. I stared intently at the body, now lifeless in the pool of blood, adorned in a white dress, fixating on that pale, swollen face that still bore a hint of delicate features. The peachwood charm in the ice cellar, the words longevity, the coffin that Zhenyao risked his life to retrieve, those eerie drag marks, at that moment, all clues intertwined, collided and exploded. A name, one I believed had been buried in the flames of war 5 years ago, surged forth, reeking of blood and the chill of the ice cellar, crashing into my throat. Elan. She is Elan. She is not dead. Zhenyao did not find an empty coffin. He truly found her. He brought back the living, or at least the recently deceased her. The marks inside the coffin indicate she was dragged out from it. Who concealed her here? who inflicted such harm upon her. And the begging she did outside the corner gate. Was it intentional? Did she recognize me? Did she wish to reveal something to me? Or was it merely a frantic coincidence? Long life. She called out this name before her demise. Was it that peach would charm? Or I abruptly lifted my gaze towards the direction of Shenju's chambers. A wave of unprecedented icy dread coiled around my heart like a poisonous vine, almost squeezing it to rupture. If what he brought back is not an empty coffin, if Alon is truly alive, then his current grave injuries, his tightly shut estate doors, does he refuse to see me solely due to his severe condition? Or is there something else? What lies hidden deep within this magnificent royal mansion is far more terrifying than any open or covert threat.
Just as I stood there,
frozen in fear, a cacophony of hurried footsteps suddenly erupted from the other end of the garden. The light of torches swiftly approached, illuminating the alarmed and contorted face of the chief steward, along with a throng of stern-faced palace guards wielding weapons. "Hurry! Surround them!" the chief steward shouted, his finger pointed sharply at the corpse in the pool of blood, then at me, his voice cracking from sheer terror. "The princess, she has killed someone." Chapter 10 On the road to the underworld. I best not let you escape. "The princess, she has killed someone." The chief steward's shrill, distorted scream pierced through the deathly silence of the rear garden like a poisoned ice pick. The torchlight flared up, illuminating faces filled with terror and sternness. The cold glint of drawn swords stinging the eyes. A multitude of guards quickly surrounded, trapping me, the still warm body in the pool of blood, and the trembling Granny Chun in the center. The dark red blood continued to slowly and stubbornly seep outward, almost reaching the tips of my shoes.
Killed someone? Me?
I stood frozen, my blood seeming to rush to my head in that moment, only to freeze into ice the next. My ears were ringing, and the chief steward's face, twisted in extreme fear, appeared particularly grotesque in the flickering torchlight. No, it was not Granny Chen, collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she futilely tried to explain. It was she herself who suddenly, silence. The chief steward interrupted her sharply, though his finger trembled violently. Unwilling to look at the corpse, his gaze fixated on me as if I were some ravenous specter. I witnessed it firsthand. The princess was secretly meeting with this wretched woman, and subsequently struck her down. You have been caught red-handed. Do you still wish to deny it? Secret meeting? Striking down? Absurd, akin to a poorly executed play. Yet, I watched the cold, scrutinizing and fearful gazes surrounding me, witness the near-mad accusations of the grand historian, and behold the wretched corpse clad in white upon the ground. The peachwood talisman in the ice cellar, inscribed with the words longevity, flashes violently in my mind. Is she Alon? Did Shenju bring her back alive? Then why is she dead now? Here, before my very eyes? Who is responsible? The grand historian? Why would he frame me? I abruptly lift my gaze, piercing through the crowd toward Shenju's chamber. The vine of fear, that venomous tendril in my heart, tightened suddenly, almost squeezing the blood from my veins. Seize her. The grand historian commands sharply, his voice trembling and insubstantial. The guards exchange glances, hesitating slightly. After all, my status still holds weight. In this fleeting moment of indecision, a faint, agonized gasp emerges from the pool of blood. All sound ceases abruptly. Countless horrified eyes gaze downward. The corpse, which should have been lifeless, twitches ever so slightly. A bloodied hand, with excruciating slowness, raises itself, pointing in a certain direction, not towards me, but towards the shadows of the rockery behind me. Her throat emits a final, indistinct syllable, reminiscent of a broken bellows. Puppet. Before the words fully escape her lips, the lifted hand drops abruptly, plunging into the blood-soaked ground, splattering dark red droplets. This time, she has truly fallen silent. Her eyes remain wide open, reflecting sheer terror and a lingering, bizarre urgency. A profound silence envelopes the scene. Only the crackling of the torches and the heavy breaths of the crowd punctuate the stillness. Puppet? What puppet? I whirl around, staring into the shadow of the rockery that her finger indicated, dark and devoid of substance. The grand historian's face pales to a ghostly white under the flickering light, scarcely better than the corpse on the ground. His lips quivering as he instinctively glances in that direction, a fleeting, extreme fear crossing his eyes. What is he afraid of? Nonsense from a dying woman. Deceptive words. He sounds like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, his voice rising to a shrill pitch.
Quick.
Seize the princess. Silence her. Take her away to await the prince's judgment. This time, the guards no longer hesitate. Several advance with weapons drawn, ready to bind my hands.
Idareneon.
I step back sharply, evading their grasp, my spine straightening, my gaze sharp as ice, directed fiercely at the grand historian. Though my heart pounds like a drum and my limbs feel cold, my voice remains steady. The grand historian claims I am a murderer. Where is your evidence? Is it merely your word? This individual, of unknown origin, has suddenly perished in my royal residence's rear garden. Why do you rush to convict me without investigating the scene and seeking the true culprit? What logic is this? My eyes sweep over the pool of blood and the unblinking eyes, my heart clenching. Yet I must compel myself to use this final bargaining chip. Everyone witnessed where she pointed. Her mention of a puppet. Why is the grand historian so eager to dismiss it as nonsense? Do you know something? The grand historian-esque complexion shifts between green and white, his gaze darting, momentarily at a loss for words. The guard steps halt, uncertainty etched on their faces as they glance between me and the grand historian. The atmosphere grows tense. At that moment, a guard suddenly exclaims, bending to retrieve an object from the edge of the blood pool. It is a small, palm-sized puppet, crudely carved, resembling a child's toy, stained with blood, yet retaining the semblance of tattered striped garments akin to prison attire. The puppet's neck is ensnared by a thin silver thread, nearly severing it. The guard holds the puppet, his face paling, and extends it towards the grand historian. Upon seeing it, the grand historian gasps as if confronted with the most terrifying sight imaginable, recoiling in horror, unwilling to accept it. Where did this come from? His voice trembles. All gazes converge upon the bloodied, ominous puppet. The shadows of the rockery, the puppet, the prison garb, the silver thread around its neck, a vague yet horrifying notion strikes me like a bolt of lightning. I suddenly recall that 5 years ago, upon Alan's battlefield demise, rumor circulated that she did not fall to enemy hands, but was discreetly dealt with for knowing too many military secrets, prompting Zhenyao to unleash a massacre upon those spreading the rumors. Could it be that these whispers hold truth? Could it be that Alan did not perish in that war, but was imprisoned? Now, perhaps found by Zhenyao, only to be silenced? Is this puppet a warning? A token of some sort? A cold sweat drenches my back. The grand historian's reaction, this eerie puppet, Alan's final gestures and words, everything points towards a dreadful conspiracy. And Zhenyao's grave injury, his refusal to see me, could it be that he is ensnared in a perilous web? Or is his injury itself a part of this sinister plot? Report. A hasty shout shatters the tension. A personal guard rushes into the garden, ghostly pale. Disregarding the bizarre scene, throwing himself before the grand historian, voice trembling with distress. My lord. It's terrible. The prince is bleeding profusely. He just fainted again. The physician fears it may be tonight. You must make a decision quickly. The last few words he can barely utter. Yet everyone comprehends. Prince Zhenyao will not survive the night. The grand historian's body jolts violently, his complexion draining entirely. Initially, his eyes reflect sheer terror, which is swiftly replaced by a bizarre, reckless madness. He suddenly looks up, his gaze locking onto me, devoid of any hesitation, now filled with frigid murderous intent. It's you. He points at me, his voice hoarse yet resolute, each word dripping with venomous accusation. You, this wicked woman. You conspired with this unknown harlot. And when the prince discovered your treachery, you resorted to murder, even poisoning him. Now, with the evidence before us, you still dare to deny it. Seize her. He nearly roars, his features twisted. Lady Gu, you conspired against the prince. The evidence is irrefutable. Execute her on the spot. The command echoes like a death knell. The guards no longer hesitate. Blades glinting coldly descend upon me. In that instant, I find an odd calmness. All fear, doubt, and pain freeze beneath the unmasked intent to kill. The grand historian seeks to silence me. He not only wishes for my death, but aims to brand me with the heinous crime of murdering my husband, assassinating the royal house.
Why?
Because I learned that Alan might be alive? Because I saw this puppet? Or is my very existence an obstacle to someone? Is Zhenyao truly on the brink of death? Or is this all part of a grand scheme? With the glint of blades approaching, the chilling breath of death envelopes me. I suddenly bend down, grasping the cold, sticky earth stained with Alan's blood, and hurl it fiercely at the advancing guards. Simultaneously, I retreat swiftly, shouting, "The Grand Historian falsely claims royal orders, conspiring against the princess. Should the prince meet with misfortune, you all bear the guilt of annihilating my kin." The soil, mingled with blood, obscured the vision of the foremost guards, and my fierce admonition caused their movements to falter. In that fleeting moment, I spun around abruptly, ceasing any attempts at justification, no longer casting my gaze upon the lifeless body or the eerie puppet. With every ounce of strength, I sprinted towards the corner gate at the farthest, northwestern corner of the palace, the very entrance I had just traversed. Behind me, the long history's furious bellowing and the chaotic footsteps of the guards echoed, accompanied by the clashing of swords. The glow of the torches pursued me like a vengeful specter. The wind howled past my ears, carrying the stench of blood and the essence of death. My heart raced, threatening to burst from my chest. While my legs felt as heavy as lead, I realized that escape might be beyond my reach. This palace was as deep as the ocean, and I was utterly alone. How could I contend against the web of fate that had long been woven? Yet, even if my breath was but a whisper, I could not perish here. I could not bear the weight of such a sin and death. What has become of you, Zhenyao? The icy calculations, the strange puppet, the long history's desperate madness, and Alan's despairing eyes before her demise swirled chaotically in my mind. The corner gate lay ahead, slightly ajar. Hope flickered within my chest like a ghostly flame. I surged forward, my fingertips almost brushing against the cold wooden door.
Whoosh.
A cold arrow, propelled by a fierce wind, whizzed past my ear and embedded itself violently into the door. The arrow quivered violently. My steps came to an abrupt halt. Behind me, the pursuers had closed in. The light from the torches completely encircled me. The long history, panting heavily, emerged from the throng, his face twisted with a nearly savage, cold triumph. "Princess!" He slowly raised his hand, and behind him, countless bows were drawn, their cold arrows aimed directly at me. "You cannot escape." I leaned against the cold door, breathing slowly, gazing at the multitude of arrows trained upon me, observing the long history's face contorted in the torchlight. My heartbeat, after a peak of sheer terror, began to gradually steady. It was over. Perhaps from the very moment I had dashed back into the palace, I had unwittingly stepped into this trap prepared for both him and me. I straightened my posture, smoothing my disheveled hair, even as my fingertips trembled uncontrollably. My gaze pierced through the arrows, beyond the long history, once more directed toward Zhenyao's chamber. It was enveloped in pitch darkness, resembling a true tomb. I suddenly let out a faint laugh. "Zhenyao, if you truly perish here, on the road to the underworld, you had best not let me catch up to you." Chapter 11. The Imperial Edict. The cold glimmer of arrows, densely packed, aimed at my vital points. Behind me stood the door, cold and pierced by a quivering arrow, leaving me with no retreat. The long history's face, twisted in the torchlight, radiated a frenzied desperation. His hand, poised to descend, promised that with the slightest motion, I would be riddled with arrows like a porcupine. The air hung heavy as iron, suffocating my breath. I could even hear the buzzing of my own blood against my eardrums and the muffled thuds of my heart against my chest. It was over. This thought rose with crystal clarity. Perhaps from the moment I had resolved to return and storm this palace, I had stepped into this meticulously arranged trap, not to seek the truth, but to ensnare myself. The glint of cold malice in the long history's eyes could no longer be concealed. His hand began to descend. Imperial decree, a sharp, high-pitched proclamation, piercing and powerful, erupted from the direction of the palace's main entrance. It shattered the suffocating tension in the rear courtyard. Everyone, including the long history, turned in shock, their faces paling as they gazed toward the source. There, along the central path of the palace, torches blazed like dragons, rushing forth. The armored imperial guards carved a path, surrounding a grand eunuch clutching a bright yellow scroll, striding swiftly toward the rear courtyard. "Chief Stewardly!" The long history exclaimed in shock, his face paling to a ghostly white, his hand, which had been poised to strike, froze in midair, trembling violently. Li Dequan, the eunuch in charge of the emperor's writings, the closest servant to his majesty. How could he suddenly appear at this hour in the Jing'an prince's residence?
Li Dequan,
with a face devoid of color and a round visage that betrayed no emotion, swept his keen gaze across the courtyard. The guards, tense and ready, the withered chin mama on the ground, the lifeless female corpse in a pool of blood, and me, cornered and disheveled. His brow furrowed slightly before he unfurled the bright yellow edict and declared loudly, "His Majesty has been informed of the situation at the Jing'an Prince's residence. You are to immediately escort all involved to the Dali Temple for interrogation. Princess Gu, you are to be brought into the palace, under the care of the noble consort." So it is decreed. The edict, though succinct, carried an undeniable authority. Escort to the Dali Temple. Bring into the palace. The long history stood as if struck by lightning. Rooted in place, color draining from his face, his lips quivering without a sound. The guards, who had once aimed arrows at me, hurriedly stowed their weapons, collapsing to their knees in a clamor. The Imperial Guards advanced swiftly, pairs of them unceremoniously disarming the previously fearsome guards and taking them into custody. Others moved to handle the female corpse with deftness. Li Dequan approached me, folding slightly, his tone polite yet imbued with the characteristic detachment of palace servants. "Princess, you have been startled. His Majesty has heard of the disturbance in the palace and has specifically sent me to fetch you. Please, accompany me to the palace." Leaning against the door, I felt utterly drained, cold sweat soaking my inner garments as I struggled to remain upright.
Saved?
How could His Majesty possibly know? And how could he arrive so promptly? I turned to Li Dequan, whose expression remained calm and composed. "Chief Stewardly," my voice was hoarse. "What of the prince?" Li Dequan lowered his gaze. "As for the prince's condition, esteemed physicians are working diligently to provide aid. His Majesty has also made arrangements." "Please, my lady." He was unwilling to elaborate further. I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded. Two palace maids stepped forward, carefully supporting my nearly fainting frame. As I passed by the long history, now ashen-faced, I paused for a moment. He abruptly looked up at me, his eyes brimming with sheer terror and disbelief. It seemed he wished to say something, his lips moved, yet he merely trembled violently, being roughly escorted away by the Imperial Guards. I averted my gaze, no longer looking at him. The palace that had just moments ago sought to consume me had now fallen into an eerie silence under the control of the Imperial Guards. Supported, I exited through the corner gate and entered the carriage that had come from the palace. The wheels rolled forward, leaving behind the bloodshed and conspiracy. The palace walls loomed, silent and formidable in the night. I was placed in a secluded palace courtyard, attended by maids for bathing and changing, provided with calming herbal medicine. Everything was meticulous, yet silently conveyed a sense of confinement and oversight. The noble consort did not make an appearance, only sending word for me to rest well. Lying on the unfamiliar brocade couch, I stared at the intricate canopies above, utterly unable to sleep. My body was exhausted to the extreme, yet my mind was remarkably alert. Replaying the horrifying events of the rear courtyard, Alan's dying gaze, the strange puppet, the long history's murderous intent, and Li Dequan's timely arrival. Does His Majesty truly know? What exactly does he know? Is it knowledge of the mysterious woman who entered the palace? Knowledge of this woman's demise? Or something else entirely? What has become of Xin Ju at this moment? That sound of blood spewing forth did not cease, echoing the sorrow of this evening. My heart felt as though it were being mercilessly ground by some unseen force, dull and painful. A sleepless night ensued. The following 2 days, tranquility reigned. I found myself in a subtle form of confinement within this palace garden, undisturbed and devoid of any news from the outside world. The royal mansion, Shinju, and that female corpse seemed to have been quietly erased by an invisible hand, as though the harrowing events of that night were merely a figment of my imagination. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that Manager Yu was unexpectedly granted an audience within the palace. However, the tidings he bore were far from favorable. "Miss," he said, his countenance grave and shadows beneath his eyes, "the royal mansion has been completely sealed off by the Imperial Guard, and no one is permitted to enter or leave. News of the prince is utterly silenced. The events of that night in the rear garden have been suppressed, and not a soul in the capital dares to speak a word about it. What of the corpse?" I inquired with urgency. Manager Yu shook his head. "I do not know. The Ministry of Justice is keeping a tight lid on the situation. However, I discreetly inquired in the vicinity of the corner gate that night, and a watchman mentioned seeing a black canopy carriage hastily exiting through the side gate of the mansion, heading towards the mass graveyard. The mention of the mass grave sent a chill through my heart. Had Alan truly met such a fate? Not even a tombstone to mark her passing? Manager Yu hesitated, lowering his voice further. I also learned something else while investigating the woman's background, though there are no leads. It appears that before the prince's expedition, His Majesty summoned the Grand Historian for a private audience that lasted nearly an hour. His Majesty summoned the Grand Historian? I echoed, my heart sinking with an icy dread. Just before Zhenyao set forth for battle, a cold shiver coursed down my spine. The Grand Historian's desperate gaze that night, the eerie puppet in prison garb, the timely imperial decree, every fragment seemed to weave together into a faint yet terrifying outline in my mind. Was it possible that, from the very beginning, the threads of this web had been intricately intertwined? Miss, Manager Yu observed my pale face, his voice laced with concern. The royal mansion now seems a taboo, and His Majesty's stance remains unclear. You are here. His words were abruptly cut off by the sharp announcement of an attendant outside. His Majesty has arrived. I stiffened, exchanging a glance with Manager Yu, both of us filled with surprise and apprehension. Why would His Majesty come to this secluded palace garden without warning? Without a moment to ponder, I hastened to greet him outside the hall. The Emperor, clad in his customary attire, stood in the courtyard with only a few attendants, including Li Dequan, by his side. His expression was calm, betraying no sign of joy or anger, yet his gaze upon me bore a scrutinizing quality. I pay my respects to your Majesty, I said, bowing deeply, my heart racing. Rise, the Emperor said, his tone even and almost gentle. I have heard that you are recuperating here. Are you comfortable? Thank you for your concern. Everything is well, I replied, nodding. He took a few steps towards the stone bench in the courtyard, and Li Dequan hastily brushed away non-existent dust with a duster. The Emperor sat down and gestured for me to join him. I complied, sitting at a lower position, my eyes cast down, palms slick with perspiration. I have a general understanding of the situation regarding the Jing'an prince's mansion, the Emperor began, his words direct and unembellished, yet laden with an invisible pressure. That child, Zhenyao, has a fiery temperament. His grievous injuries are a consequence of his own recklessness. I apologize for the distress this has caused you. A tremor coursed through my fingertips. I dare not complain. The prince the physician is doing his utmost, the Emperor interjected, his tone betraying little concern, almost as if he were recounting a matter detached from himself. As for the turmoil within the mansion, which involved framing the princess, I will not tolerate it. The Grand Historian has been imprisoned and will provide you with an explanation. Framing? Explanation? My heart tightened. He casually dismissed a bloody conspiracy and treasonous actions as mere mischief and framing. What of Alan? What of the puppet? What of His Majesty summoning the Grand Historian? These questions swirled on my tongue, yet I dared not voice a single word. The Emperor's gaze bore into my face, as if he could see through all my thoughts. Suddenly, he let out a faint sigh, devoid of heartfelt regret. Zhenyao, like his father, is a man of passion. This is both a blessing and a curse. He clings to a woman with such fervor that, in the end, he harms both himself and others. I lifted my eyes to meet his. He returned my gaze, his eyes deep and imbued with a cold, discerning detachment unique to an emperor. Some obsessions must be relinquished. Each word struck my taut nerves like a hammer, reminding me that the living must always look forward. Wouldn't you agree, Gu? My throat felt parched, my blood seemingly frozen. He knew everything. He was aware that Alan might still be alive, that Zhenyao was obsessed, that all that transpired that night was known to him. And perhaps even more. His words were a reminder, a warning, and a final decree. Alan must die, she must vanish without a trace. Zhenyao's obsession must be severed. All evidence must be obliterated. For the sake of royal dignity? Or for some other reason? I clenched my palms tightly, my nails digging into my flesh, barely managing to keep my voice steady. Your Majesty imparts wisdom. The Emperor seemed pleased with my obedience, nodding slightly. He rose to leave, but paused momentarily as he passed by me. I almost forgot, he said casually. With Zhenyao gravely injured, the royal mansion cannot remain leaderless. I have ordered that the military command in the northern border, previously held by the Jing family, be temporarily entrusted to Duke Zhenghua. You may remain at the palace in peace. Once the situation in the mansion stabilizes, you may return at your convenience. The transfer of military command to Duke Zhenghua sent a chill through me, and I looked up sharply. But the Emperor had already turned away, departing the palace garden with Li Dequan, his figure receding into the distance. The evening sun cast a long shadow of him on the cold palace bricks, resembling an insurmountable, silent wall. I stood alone, watching his vanishing figure, a wave of cold rushing from my feet to the crown of my head, numbing my entire being. So this was the ultimate goal? Shinju's grievous injuries, Alan's tragic demise, the grand historian's madness, my own near demise. All of it was merely a game. With pieces that could be sacrificed or erased at will to reclaim the power of the Shin family, to eliminate a vassal prince who could potentially rebel due to passion and no longer remain wholly obedient. His Majesty knew everything. He may have even known from the very beginning. The puppet in prison garb, the grand historian's private audience, the timely emergence of the Imperial Guard. I slowly closed my eyes, my fingertips digging into my palms, the faint sting serving as the only reminder that I was still alive. Manager Yu had long since withdrawn to the side upon the Emperor's arrival and now cautiously approached me, his face pale and voice low, trembling as he spoke. If it truly is as such, then the prince he could not finish his sentence. Does the prince know? Does he understand that the sovereign he serves, for whom he has fought valiantly, has orchestrated such a scheme that seeks his life and usurps his power? Does he realize that the woman he has longed for over 5 years, whom he risked everything to reclaim, is merely a harbinger of his demise? Preordained in this intricate web, the frozen soil within my heart has fissured deeply, and what wells up is neither hatred nor sorrow, but rather a numbing, overwhelming absurdity. 5 years. My 5 years of marriage, 5 years of torment, 5 years of unattainable love, have turned out to be nothing more than a trivial footnote in the grand machinations of power struggles. How utterly ludicrous. Uncle Yu, I open my eyes, my voice unnaturally calm, imploring him to arrange a meeting with Shinju. Uncle Yu raises his head in alarm. Miss. The royal residence is now surrounded by the Imperial Guard like a fortress, and His Majesty has just issued an order. This is far too perilous. It is imperative that I see him. I interrupt, my gaze fixed on the high palace walls outside, where the sky is cleaved into a square, resembling a more resplendent prison. There are certain words I must ask him directly. There are truths I must confirm with my own eyes. Even if they cut like a poison knife, unveiling the most brutal realities I am reluctant to face. Uncle Yu, observing the desolation in my eyes, finally nods heavily. I shall find a way. The days within the palace have morphed into a viscous, silent torment. The favored consort visited me once, her demeanor a perfect blend of pity and detachment, offering insipid words of consolation, each phrase extolling His Majesty's wisdom and the greater picture. I listened with my head bowed, like a soulless puppet. All my struggles, anguish, and doubts were violently suppressed beneath that calm exterior, festering into a cold, resolute determination. On the third night, Uncle Yu finally brought news. A method has been devised, albeit at a great cost, with only the time of a single incense stick. At the third watch, I was enveloped from head to toe in a maid's cloak and followed a lowly, bowing eunuch as we silently traversed the desolate palace gates. The guards of the Imperial Guard seemed deliberately diverted, allowing us to slip through the shadows along the walls, exiting the palace through an abandoned corner gate. Outside, a nondescript green-topped carriage awaited, driven by none other than Uncle Yu himself. He nodded gravely at me, cracking the whip, and the carriage sped toward the residence of the Prince of Jingen. The night was thick, the streets deserted. Only the monotonous sound of the wheels rolling over the stone-paved road echoed through the suffocating silence. My heart pounded, each beat resounding painfully in the stillness. The familiar vermilion gates of the royal residence loomed silently beneath the high walls, guarded by the imposing Imperial Guard, their armor glinting in the torchlight. The carriage did not halt but veered into a secluded alleyway. The eunuch pointed silently to a low wall, nearly consumed by vines, where a narrow gap allowed only one to pass sideways. On the other side lay the back garden of the royal residence. Uncle Yu pressed a heavy pouch into the eunuch's hands, who squeezed it and retreated into the shadows without a word. Miss, only the time of one incense stick remains. Uncle Yu's voice was tight and strained. No matter what you see or hear, you must return on time. I nodded, tightening my cloak, and squeezed through the narrow opening. The familiar back garden was now permeated with a strange, suffocating atmosphere of impending doom. The patrolling guards were nowhere to be seen, their presence replaced by the distant, indistinct figures of the Imperial Guard. Guided by memory, I crept along the shadows towards Shenju's chamber. As I drew closer, the heavy scent of medicine and an unnameable air of decay became increasingly potent. Outside the chamber, the Imperial Guard still stood watch, but their numbers seemed diminished. and they faced outward, not closely monitoring the interior. Only a few dim candles flickered inside, casting a faint light through the paper windows. The back window was ajar. Holding my breath, I gently pushed it open. The cloying odor of medicine and the murky scent of illness rushed toward me. In that faint light, I saw Zhenyao lying motionless on the bed, more emaciated than before, his cheeks hollow, his complexion a deathly pallor. His hand, exposed beyond the brocade blanket, was little more than skin stretched over bone, with blue veins visible. A man dressed as a physician sat on a low stool beside the bed, his head bowed as he cautiously wiped Zhenyau's forehead with a damp cloth. There was no one else present. In the oppressive silence, the only sounds were Zhenyau's faint, barely audible breaths and the soft rustle of fabric against skin. My heart tightened, my fingers cold against the window frame. Just as I hesitated, contemplating whether to take the risk of entering, the physician suddenly sighed lightly. Then, in a voice I had never heard before, deep and frigid, he spoke. That voice was not that of a physician. Your Highness, why do you torment yourself so? The man on the bed did not respond. The physician continued to wipe. His movements slow, yet his tone carried a strange calmness, even mockery. For a woman who should have died long ago, is it worth reducing yourself to this state? My blood ran cold. My fingers tightened on the window frame. Who was he addressing? His Majesty has given you a chance, the voice continued, hissing like a serpent. If only you would relinquish your command and live quietly as a lord, she might have a few more days to live. But you insist. He shook his head, producing a sound that was half regretful, half derisive. You must see her in this wretched state. You have fulfilled His Majesty's wish. My breath caught sharply. My pupils dilated. His Majesty has given the opportunity to relinquish power for a few more days of life. So Zhenyao knows? He knows Alan may not be dead? He understands that His Majesty is using Alan's life to coerce him into surrendering his command? And he chose to rescue her? Is that why he bears such horrific injuries from the border? Is that why he did not return with an empty coffin? Alan's death. The physician's voice continued flatly, as if discussing a trivial matter. After 5 years of relentless imprisonment, she has not lost her mind. Upon seeing you, she thought she was saved. Alas, you were too late and overestimated yourself while underestimating His Majesty's resolve. You thought that by risking everything to rescue her, you could keep her hidden? When His Majesty desires a person's death, it is never so simple. It is fortunate she has died. You too shall soon conclude this game. He picked up a bowl of dark medicinal concoction, stirring it gently with a silver spoon. Your Highness, rest assured. He bent down, his voice lowered to a chilling whisper. I will serve you in this final journey, ensuring it is clean and undisturbed. He scooped a spoonful of the medicine and slowly brought it to Zhenyau's cracked lips. The scent of the concoction was more bitter than the usual potions. In that moment, the taut string in my mind snapped. All rationality, fear, and calculations disintegrated in an instant. He is not a physician. He has come to silence him. His Majesty desires not only his command but also his life. He intends for him to vanish entirely. Stop. I burst through the back window, nearly tumbling inside, my voice rising to a frenzied pitch. The imperial physician's expression turned to one of horror as he abruptly turned, the bowl of medicine clattering to the ground, its dark liquid splattering everywhere. Upon recognizing me, his eyes flashed with both shock and murderous intent, his hand instinctively moving toward his waist. I, however, disregarded everything and rushed to the bedside, grasping Zhenyau's frail hand,
which was cold and clammy.
Zhenyao, wake up. I trembled as I slapped his face, feeling the heat radiating from him, yet he remained unresponsive, save for the slightest flutter of his eyelashes. You. The false physician suddenly drew a dagger hidden at his waist. His face twisted in a snarl as he lunged at me. I whirled around, glaring fiercely at him, my voice sharp with a mix of rage and fear. Does His Majesty wish for his death, or for him to bear the blame of being poisoned by the princess before dying? If I perish here, how will you explain it to the palace? The false physician hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. In that fleeting moment, the man on the bed stirred weakly. Zhenyau's brow furrowed tightly, a faint, broken sound escaping his throat. Water. Tears sprang to my eyes as I turned to him. Zhenyao. The false physician's face changed dramatically, clearly not anticipating that Zhenyao still had consciousness. His murderous intent reignited, and without a second thought, he lunged again. Instinctively, I moved to shield the bed. At that critical moment, a faint sound pierced the air, a weapon embedding itself in flesh. The false physician's advance halted abruptly, disbelief etched on his face as he glanced down at his chest. A bloodied sword tip protruded from his torso. He opened his mouth, gasping for breath, before collapsing forward, revealing a slender figure clad in black, her face obscured. The cloaked figure swiftly withdrew the soft sword, casting a hurried glance at the bed. She lowered her mask, revealing a pale, haggard yet strikingly familiar face. It was Alan. No, she was not entirely the same. Thinner, wearier, her brow etched with the resilience of hardship and the anxiety of the present moment. But those eyes were unmistakable. She had truly survived. Who had perished that night? A mere substitution? How could she be here, having dispatched the false physician? Countless questions exploded in my mind, yet I could not utter a single word. Alan, however, paid me no mind, dashing to the bedside, her trembling fingers swiftly assessing Shinju's neck and examining his eyelids. How much poison did he ingest? She demanded, her voice hoarse and urgent, her eyes bloodshot. I shook my head in confusion. It seems he hasn't been fed yet. She appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, promptly retrieving a small cloth pouch from her bosom, unfurling it to reveal several slender silver needles. With astonishing speed, she tore open Shinju's robe, exposing the still ghastly wound beneath his heart and the surrounding area. Now an alarming shade of dark bluish-black. Without hesitation, she plunged the needles into the acupuncture points surrounding the injury. Her movements were astonishingly proficient, her focus intense. Beads of sweat forming on her brow, exuding an aura that starkly contrasted with that of the humble peasant woman from that night, calm and resolute. Shinju's body convulsed violently under her needlework, a pained groan escaping his lips.
Hold on. Alan ugeshapi.
Her hands relentless as she quickly fished out a small porcelain vial, pouring out several crimson pills, attempting to place them in Shinju's mouth. Yet he clenched his jaw tightly, refusing to swallow. Without hesitation, she pried open his jaw and forcefully inserted the pills, then leaned down, transferring a mouthful of clear water directly to him. My breath caught in my throat as I witnessed this sudden scene, watching this woman, who had seemingly returned from the dead, save Shinju so intimately and resolutely. My heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, a tumult of emotions, sourness, shock, confusion, raging within me. After feeding him water, she swiftly resumed her acupuncture. Shinju's breathing appeared to ease slightly, but his complexion remained alarmingly pale. As time ticked by, the sound of the clock outside marked the passage of a brief moment. Alan abruptly withdrew all the silver needles. Glancing at the eerie blackness that clung to their tips, her expression grim. Not just one poison but also old injuries, she hurriedly gathered her belongings, peering outside with urgency. The Imperial Guard is changing shifts. We must leave at once. She attempted to help Shinju rise, but he was too heavy for her alone to lift. She turned to me, her gaze complex yet resolute. Help me. Do you wish to see him die here? I snapped back to reality, suppressing the tumult of emotions, and stepped forward to assist in lifting Shinju. His body burned with fever, his weight nearly overwhelming us. Alan led the way, stealthily navigating through a concealed passage from the other side of the chamber, evading patrols, twisting and turning until we arrived at a desolate shed in the farthest reaches of the palace. She moved aside a pile of firewood, revealing a dark, gaping hole beneath.
Down,
she commanded, jumping in first to catch him below. Grinding my teeth, I nearly dragged Shinju into the opening, and Alan caught him. Then I followed suit. Below lay a narrow, damp tunnel, permeated with the scent of earth. Alan had already hoisted Shinju onto her back. Despite her frail appearance, she exhibited remarkable strength. Her steps unsteady yet determined as she ventured deeper into the tunnel. I followed closely, my heart racing in the darkness. At the tunnel's end, we emerged into an abandoned courtyard. An inconspicuous cart lay hidden within a dilapidated stable. We placed Shinju inside. He remained unconscious, his breath faint. Alan sat on the cart's yoke, tearing off her blood-stained cloak to reveal a plain, coarse garment beneath, seizing the reins. She glanced back at me, her gaze strikingly bright in the night, imbued with a chilling clarity born of exhaustion. Guanqing, she uttered my name, her voice hoarse. If you breathe a word of today's events, I will personally see to your demise. Having said that, she turned away, cracking the whip. The cart surged into the night, racing into the unknown darkness. I stood frozen, watching the direction in which the cart vanished, the cold wind chilling me to the bone. Yet in my palm, I clutched a small, slightly deformed object I had hastily retrieved from the shed floor, a small, metal insignia that had fallen from Alan. It bore the faintly etched words, Imperial Household Department. Chapter 13. The performance has concluded. The sound of the cart rolling through the night faded completely at the alley's end, leaving behind a profound silence and biting cold. Alone, I stood in the abandoned courtyard, the icy, misshapen insignia in my palm searing my fingertips with its heat. Imperial Household Department. 3 blurred yet profoundly shocking characters etched into the cold metal, inscribed in my suddenly constricting pupils. Alan. She had not perished 5 years ago as an orphan in battle. She belonged to the Imperial Household Department, the Emperor's people. Thus, the 5 years of captivity. Her miraculous return to life, her presence in the palace, her extraordinary skills and silver needles. All these were explained. The person Zhenyao had risked his life to retrieve from the border was not merely an old flame. It is as if the Emperor has long buried a pawn beside him, now wielded to utterly annihilate him. A chill surged from the base of my spine, instantly rendering my limbs immobile. And what of me? What do these 5 years amount to? My laughable infatuations, my humble hopes. The relentless torment of day and night. What do they signify? Was my marriage to Zhenyao merely a component of this grand game from the very start? Am I just a means to restrain him? A facade to obscure Alan's existence? A metallic taste surged in my throat, which I swallowed back with great effort. I cannot remain here. The Imperial Guards will soon discover the corpse in the palace, realize Zhenyao is missing. This dilapidated mansion is far from safe. I abruptly turned, gripping the badge tightly until it pressed painfully into my palm and plunged deeper into the night as obscurity. The capital, vast as it is, feels like a prison with no refuge at this moment. I cannot return to the royal residence. The palace is an even larger cage. Should my father from the Gu family learn of my entanglement in this catastrophic affair, he would undoubtedly bind me and present me before the Emperor to plead for forgiveness. I can only rely on my memory to navigate toward the more secluded and chaotic alleyways in the southern part of the city. As dawn's light timidly broke, I found refuge in a long-abandoned city god temple. Cobwebs filled the corners, the deities were weathered, and the air was thick with dust and decay. Huddled in a cold corner, I was utterly exhausted, but could not find sleep. My mind replayed the cold words of the false physician from the palace, Alan's resolute gaze, and Zhenyau's withered, ashen face. The Emperor has offered you a chance. All you need to do is relinquish military power. Yet, you insisted on witnessing that ghastly visage with your own eyes, risking your life to retrieve her. So, Zhenyao knows. He knows that Alan belongs to the Emperor. He knows of the 5 years of captivity. He understands the peril he faces in pursuing her. But why does he still choose to go? Is it for that absurd love? Or for something else? A more terrifying thought crept upon me, like a ghastly hand emerging from the darkness, seizing my heart. What if Zhenyao has known all along that Alan is a spy? What if his 5 years of drunkenness, madness, and icy coldness towards me were all a performance for the Emperor? What if his desperate attempt to reclaim Alan is not out of old affection, but for the secrets she represents? Or to manipulate her for his own ends? My heart raced, blood pounding against my eardrums. I suddenly recalled our wedding night, when he bit my earlobe and uttered those words, "You will never compare to the one in the coffin." At that moment, it felt like a piercing humiliation. But what if the one in that coffin is not a radiant moonlight, but a deadly trap? Is he pushing me away in the most ruthless manner, distancing me from a game in which he is already deeply entrenched, destined for a bloody conclusion? 5 years. A full 5 years. I have been trapped in my own heart's prison, witnessing nothing but his indifference and cruelty. Yet I never considered that beneath that icy facade, perhaps another face lies hidden. A visage that must be worn amidst imperial suspicion, surrounded by spies, on the precipice of life and death. If that is indeed the case, then what of my grievances from these 5 years, my hatred, my reckless escape, are they not all for naught? A faint crack, like a dry twig snapping underfoot, echoed from outside the temple door. I froze, holding my breath, all thoughts abruptly silenced. Cold sweat trickled silently down my brow. I slowly shifted my body, concealing myself deeper into the shadows behind the crumbling statue, my eyes fixed on the dilapidated temple door. Outside, footsteps approached, light yet numerous, as if deliberately slowed, cautiously drawing near. Are they the Imperial Guards? Or assassins from the inner palace sent to silence me? Have they found me here? My hand instinctively reached for my hair, finding only a cold silver hairpin. The temple door was pushed open silently. A narrow beam of faint morning light streamed in, illuminating the swirling dust. Two figures, clad in the rough garments of commoners, yet exuding an air of competence, slipped inside noiselessly. Their gazes were hawk-like, swiftly scanning every corner of the temple. Then, they fixed their sights on the ground, where my hurried escape had left behind a few indistinct footprints. My heart raced to my throat. One of them signaled, and both slowly drew short blades concealed at their waists, their edges glinting ominously in the dim light. They advanced step by step toward the shadows. This is the end. I shut my eyes, fingers tightening around the silver pin, ready to make a final, futile struggle. Just then, a muffled grunt escaped, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. I opened my eyes wide. The two assassins, unexpectedly, collapsed without warning, each with a small, glimmering blue needle embedded in their necks. At the temple entrance, silhouetted against the dim light, stood a slender figure, also dressed in simple cloth, her head and face wrapped in a cloth. She maintained the posture of having just launched the steel needles. Then, she lifted her head, the cloth slipping slightly, revealing a pale, weary face with eyes sharp as a blade.
Alan.
How could it be her? Hadn't she left with Shinju? She stepped forward, ignoring the swiftly stiffening corpses on the ground, her gaze piercing into the shadows where I hid.
Come out.
Her voice was even more hoarse than the night before, yet carried an undeniable command. I stood frozen, my grip on the silver pin tightening. She scoffed, a blatant derision in her tone. What? Does the young lady goose still believe herself to be a precious royal, waiting for someone to rescue you? She kicked at the corpse by her feet. The Inner Palace Bone Cutter assassination team sends two to attend to you, truly thinking highly of you. The Bone Cutter is the special assassination unit responsible for silencing threats. My back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Our throats dry, we could barely form coherent words. Why? Why did you come back to save me? Alan spoke for me, moving to the statue and bending down to retrieve something I had dropped in my panic, the badge of the Inner Palace. She weighed the badge in her hand, her expression complex as she looked at me. Because you cannot die now. If you die, many things will become impossible to clarify.
She tossed the badge back to me.
Moreover, her voice thick with profound weariness and a sense of resolve. I need an accomplice. An accomplice? I was taken aback. He is running out of time. Alan's voice suddenly deepened, carrying a roughness like gravel. The place I hid him is no longer safe, and the medicine is almost depleted. People from the Inner Palace are pursuing like mad dogs. I cannot manage alone. She looked at me, her eyes, weathered by countless trials, devoid of pleading, only displaying a coldly brutal statement. Whether you hate him or resent him, right now, the only one who can help him is you. Or would you prefer to fall into the hands of the Bone Cutter and experience the 72 tortures of the Imperial prison? I stood there, icy cold, gazing at this woman of ambiguous identity, both foe and friend, and at the swiftly cooling corpses of the assassins behind her. The abyss lay ahead, and the tiger's mouth behind. There was no choice. Deep within me, the forcibly suppressed questions about the truth of Shinju over these 5 years surged forth, driven by a nearly self-destructive impulse. I yearned to ask him directly.
To seek clarity.
Where is he? I heard my voice, calm and uncharacteristic. A glimmer of subtle relief flickered in Alan's eyes before she turned. Follow me. Leave no trace. We navigated through the labyrinthine alleys, Alan's familiarity with the place astonishing. Eventually, she pushed open an inconspicuous gate, seemingly abandoned for ages. Inside was a low, damp earthen room, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood, medicinal odors, and the noxious stench of rotting flesh. Shinju lay on a makeshift bed of straw, covered by a filthy blanket. His complexion was even more ghastly than the night before, a shade of ashen gray that spoke of death. His lips were cracked and purplish, his breathing weak and nearly imperceptible. Exposed beyond the blanket, his hands bore nails tinged with a sinister darkness. The injury at his chest had evidently worsened. Alan hurried over to assess his condition, her expression darkening. The fever had surged again, the wound festering with toxins. Quickly, hold him down, she urged, her voice taut. I stepped forward, my fingers brushing against his feverish yet lifeless skin, my heart jolting. Alan deftly inserted needles, drew blood, and applied medicine with practiced swiftness.
Yet.
Beads of sweat accumulated on her brow, her gaze revealing a near-desperate urgency. The necrotic tissue must be excised, or the poison will seep into his heart, she declared abruptly, glancing at a battered brazier in the corner, where embers still glowed. Approaching it, she withdrew a dagger, unhesitatingly searing its tip in the flames until it glowed red. With the scorching blade in hand, she returned to the bedside. "Hold him down. You must restrain him," she commanded fiercely, her eyes fierce as a she-wolf. I summoned every ounce of strength to pin Shinju's shoulders and arms. Alan gritted her teeth, a fierce resolve flashing in her eyes, and thrust the glowing dagger into the blackened, festering wound at his chest. A horrific, inhuman scream erupted from Shinju's throat, as if a dying fish thrashing about. The force of his movement was astonishing. His tightly shut eyes flew open, revealing pupils dilated in sheer agony. "Hold him."
Alan screamed.
Her hand unrelenting as the dagger scraped against the festering flesh, producing a horrifying sizzling sound, the acrid scent of char quickly filling the air. I clung to him with all my might, tears uncontrollably streaming down my face, blurring my vision. Witnessing his contorted expression of suffering, hearing his heart-wrenching cries, feeling his desperate struggle for life. In those 5 years, his drunken ramblings, his cold demeanor, and the fatigue he occasionally revealed, even unbeknownst to himself, now bore a different, heart-wrenching interpretation. If it were all merely a performance, if it were all unavoidable, then the cost was undeniably tragic. Finally, Alan cast aside the dagger, her entire being swaying as if drained of strength, her complexion pale as a ghost. The wound was terrifyingly charred, yet the necrotic progression appeared to have been forcefully halted. She swiftly sprinkled medicinal powder and rewrapped the injury with clean cloth. Shinju lapsed into unconsciousness, once more, his body twitching involuntarily, as though pieced together after being torn apart. Alan slumped onto the straw mat, gasping for breath, her damp hair clinging to her cheeks, utterly disheveled. I gradually released my grip, my fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Only the heavy sound of our breathing remained in the room. After a long moment, I rasped, "Why?" My gaze fell upon Shinju's lifeless face. What did he truly know? Alan lifted her eyes to meet mine, her expression filled with exhaustion and a mocking understanding. "He knows I am in the Emperor's service. He has known from the very beginning." Her voice was low, striking my heart like a hammer. 5 years ago, his father, the esteemed King Jingen, had grown too powerful for the Emperor's tolerance. Sending me to him was a strategic move, both for surveillance and as a warning. His drunkenness, madness, and neglect towards you were partly real, partly feigned. At least it allowed the Emperor to believe he was beset by love's troubles, unfit for duty, thus temporarily lowering his guard. She paused, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. As for his feelings towards me, perhaps there were some. After all, having acted for 5 years, deceiving others, one must also deceive oneself. But more likely, it is a mix of resentment and pity. I, too, am but a pawn. A piece that can be sacrificed at any moment. And this time he must go. Alan interrupted me, her gaze sharpening. The Emperor uses me as bait to force him to surrender military power. If he does not go, I die, and the Emperor will find another pretext to strike. He goes, facing almost certain death, yet perhaps he can seize a glimmer of hope, such as retrieving me as evidence of his guilt. Her voice darkened as she looked at Shinju. The Emperor never intended to grant us a path to survival. The ambush at the border is a dead end. After I was forcibly retrieved by him, the Emperor's men relentlessly pursued us. Until that night, at the Wang residence, when the long history was ordered to ensure I die in front of you, solidifying his guilt and extinguishing his last flicker of hope. As I absorbed this chilling truth, each word struck me like ice picks, shattering my understanding of the past 5 years. So that was it.
So that was it.
I looked at her, asking, then why save him? And why save me? Alan fell silent for a moment, and when she spoke again, her voice carried a complex emotion, almost akin to disappointment, because he is foolish. He could have handed me over, perhaps even temporarily preserving his military power, plotting slowly. He could have been harsher with you, ensuring you completely severed ties with this place of strife. Yet, he chose the hardest path. He forced himself into this predicament. She abruptly stood, walking to the side of the bed, her gaze intensely fluctuating upon Shinju, who lay unconscious. As for why I saved him, her voice trailed off, laced with a barely perceptible quiver of self-mockery, perhaps because, even in this charade, he granted me, this pawn, a semblance of a life resembling that of a human. She turned abruptly, her back to me, her shoulders trembling slightly. Silence enveloped the earthen room. Only Shinju's faint, pained breaths bore witness to this brutal game, which had yet to conclude. I stood still, observing Alan's slightly trembling figure, gazing at the barely alive Shinju. The memories of the past 5 years surged in my mind, fracturing and reassembling. Love or hate, resentment or doubt. At this moment, all were washed away by the heavy scent of blood and the harsh truth, leaving only a vast, desolate void. A cold clarity slowly began to emerge from that emptiness. I approached the bedside, picked up a relatively clean cloth, soaked it in cold water, and gently wiped Shinju's burning forehead. My motions were clumsy, yet imbued with an unexpected tranquility. Alan turned her head, astonished at my actions. I did not meet her gaze, only focused on Shinju's face, still furrowed in pain. I spoke softly, as if addressing him and myself simultaneously. The performance is over. It is time to awaken. Chapter 14. Then let me fulfill your wish and accompany him in the prison. The cold cloth brushed against Shinju's feverish forehead, the searing heat nearly burning my fingertips through the coarse fabric. The performance is over. It is time to awaken. Whether those words were meant for him or for myself, I could not tell. 5 years of chaos, resentment, and self-pity were shattered overnight by an overwhelming deluge of blood and icy truth, exposing a grim reality I had never fully comprehended. Alan stood silently beside me, her eyes, worn by countless shadows, reflecting a wary vigilance, yet also an indescribable complexity. The inner palace officials would not relent. Her voice, muffled and urgent, broke through the suffocating silence. We cannot linger here. The bone-slicing knife had slipped, and next time, there would be more, and they would be fiercer. I set down the cloth and gazed at her. Do you have a place to go? She pressed her lips tightly together and shook her head, exhaustion and confusion clouding her brow. The Emperor wants us dead, although the capital is vast. There is no place left for us. Her gaze fell upon Shinju, devoid of its previous mockery, now filled with a heavy empathy. Unless what? Unless we can acquire the antidote. Alan's voice lowered further, tinged with a desperate resolve. He is poisoned with more than one toxin, and the most troublesome is Tianji, a concoction secretively brewed in the palace, its toxicity insidious yet relentless, gradually eroding the heart's pulse. Outside physicians cannot resolve it. The Emperor employs it to ensure his silent demise. Tianji. My heart sank sharply. The antidote is in the palace? In the secret compartment of the Emperor's chamber. Or perhaps there is a spare with Li Dequan. Alan looked at me, her gaze sharp as a poisoned needle, but that place is more treacherous than the royal mansion. It is a den of dragons and tigers. A den of dragons and tigers. Those 4 words weighed heavily upon me. Should I venture there? To confront a man who has deceived and exploited me for 5 years, to brave that certain death? Is it worth it? My gaze fell upon Shinju's ashen face, upon the seared wound scorched into his chest. I recalled the chilling coldness of our wedding night, the ramblings of his intoxicated state on the snowy night outside the door, his frenzied screams clutching an empty coffin, proclaiming her survival. And I remembered the possibly genuine weariness and struggle concealed beneath his icy facade. Love and hate had long intertwined into a tangled mess, indistinguishable. Yet one thing became eerily clear in that moment. I cannot allow him to die like this. I cannot permit his demise to be so ambiguous, so suffocating, so pleasing to the one seated upon the dragon throne. Some debts must be settled while alive. Some truths must be told by his own lips for me to accept. I inhaled deeply, suppressing the rising fear in my chest, and turned to Alan. Inform me of the layout of the Emperor's chamber, the possible locations of the secret compartment. Alan's pupils narrowed, seemingly taken aback by my decisiveness. She regarded me in silence for a moment before finally speaking, her words spilling forth rapidly as she outlined the palace routes, the intervals between guard shifts, the general layout of the chamber, and the potential location of the antidote's hidden compartment. Each word felt like a precarious step on the edge of a blade. Li Dequan typically leaves the Emperor's chamber only after the midnight hour. That is the sole opportunity. she concluded, her expression grave, but you have less than 15 minutes. Should any mechanism be triggered, or if you are discovered by the patrolling guards, the consequences are dire. I understand. I interrupted her, my voice surprisingly calm. I retrieved from my bosom the white jade peace charm that I had kept close, belonging to my mother. The cold stone pressed against my palm, lending me an odd sense of tranquility. Here, take this. I offered the peace charm to Eilon. She froze, looking at me in confusion. If I do not return by dawn, I met her gaze and spoke each word deliberately. Find a way to get him out of the city. Go to Jiangnan. Seek out my mother's old servant. With this, they will do their utmost to provide for you. This is my final, meager means of arranging an escape for them. Eilon stared at me, her gaze flickering intensely, and at last, she suddenly extended her hand, taking the peace charm and gripping it tightly, her knuckles turning white. She did not utter a word of thanks or any comforting phrases. She simply nodded gravely, firmly. Everything was understood, without further words. The sound of the midnight hour echoed like a death knell in the silent palace corridors. Clad in a stolen lowly-made attire, I kept my head down, pressing against the cold palace walls, inching closer to the emperor's chamber, the epitome of supreme authority. My heart thundered in my chest, nearly shattering my ribs. Each step felt as if I were treading on thin ice, cold sweat soaking my undergarment, clinging to my skin, icy and clammy. The route Eilon had provided was vividly etched in my mind, yet the suffocating pressure pervading this nine-tiered palace threatened to crush me. I evaded a patrol of guards, sidestepped a dozing eunuch beneath the eaves. Finally, the heavy, intricately carved doors of the emperor's chamber appeared before me. The door was slightly ajar, a faint light seeping through. Li Dequan had just departed. Now is the moment. I held my breath and slipped inside like a phantom. The chamber was lavishly adorned, yet eerily empty. The scent of dragon saliva incense was intoxicatingly potent. In the distance, the drapery of a dragon couch hung low, vaguely revealing the form of a person sleeping within. My gaze quickly fixed upon the row of ornate compartments along the western wall. According to Eilon, the third from the left, a white jade pichio ornament, awaited. The soft carpet beneath my feet muffled all sound. I approached the compartment, my fingers trembling as I cautiously grasped the cool white jade pichio and, following Eilon's description, gently twisted it.
Click.
A barely audible mechanism clicked into place. A neighboring panel, seemingly seamless, slid open, revealing a dark opening. Inside, several small jade vials were indeed stored. My heart raced, my fingers reaching for the vials when suddenly, a voice echoed behind me. Calm yet laced with a hint of languid drowsiness. I thought you would exhibit more composure. The voice, unanticipated, crashed upon my ears like thunder. My blood turned to ice in an instant. I spun around. There, atop the dragon couch, the curtain had been drawn back unbeknownst to me. The emperor, clad in a resplendent yellow robe, reclined against the couch, gazing at me with a clear and composed expression, devoid of any semblance of sleepiness. Li Dequan appeared like a specter, silently at the emperor's side, bowing obediently, holding a warm ginseng tea. I had fallen into a trap. This was a premeditated scheme, waiting for me to walk into the snare. An overwhelming terror engulfed me like icy water. The emperor slowly sat up, accepting the ginseng tea from Li Dequan and gently blowing on its steam, his tone even verging on gentle, yet more chilling than any harsh reprimand. For Shinju. Is it worth it?
Gu Wanqing.
He uttered my name, laced with a mocking tone akin to a cat playing with its prey. He deceived you for 5 years. Exploited you for 5 years, harboring another woman in his heart. In the end, he would rather risk his life to save that spy than leave you a single word. Is such a man worth your life? Worth the entire Gu family? Each word pierced like a poisoned needle, striking precisely at my bleeding wounds. I stood frozen, my limbs cold, my throat constricted as if gripped by death, unable to utter a sound. The emperor leisurely sipped his ginseng tea, his gaze fixed upon me, carrying an air of condescension and pity. I offered you a chance to remain peacefully in the palace, and when matters settled, perhaps I could grant you a path to survival. But you have disappointed me greatly. He set down the teacup, his voice growing cold. It seems that the daughter of the Gu family, like those of the Shin family, is merely a wolf cub that cannot be tamed. Li Dequan stepped forward, his shrill voice cutting through the air. Your Majesty, may I? The emperor waved his hand, interrupting him. His gaze returned to my face. devoid of warmth, replaced by the chilling indifference befitting an emperor. Enough. Since you have chosen him. He raised a hand slightly. From the shadows outside the hall, several cold-breathed, armed guards surged in, encircling me completely. The glint of their blades pierced my eyes. The emperor's voice fell like a final decree, icy and resolute. Then let it be. Go to the prison and accompany him, if he is still alive. Chapter 15. The game has only just begun. If he is still alive. The emperor's tone carried a cruel, cat-and-mouse resonance, echoing through the opulent yet frigid palace chamber. Go to the prison and accompany him, if he is still alive. Each word struck my already battered heart like ice picks, numbing my very limbs. The guard's iron grip tightened around my arms, their strength nearly crushing my bones. It was over. Completely finished. All my struggles, my desperate gamble, had merely ensnared me further, hastening my ultimate demise. I lacked the strength to resist any longer. My gaze fixated on the man draped in a bright yellow robe upon the dragon bed. He remained as tranquil as ever, as if merely dispatching an inconsequential task rather than determining the fates of 2 lives and the destiny of a family. Just as the guards were about to drag me from the palace, a panicked shout erupted from outside the hall. Report. A voice, filled with terror and cracking with urgency, burst through the doors. An inner servant stumbled in, pale as a ghost, unable to even bow, his voice trembling. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. It is dire. The prison is flooding. The flames are immense, already scorching half the sky. What? The emperor shot up from the bed. A crack of surprise and fury etched across his previously impassive face. Li Dequan's expression shifted to one of horror as he exclaimed, how could this be? When did the fire start? The prison is heavily guarded, just now. Without warning. The fire originated from the deepest cell, the Zhenyao cell. It cannot be contained. The servant cried, the notorious criminals inside might be Zhenyao. My breath halted. Blood surged to my head. A fire in the prison? At such a critical moment. The emperor's face turned ashen, veins bulging at his temples, and in a fit of rage, he kicked over the purple sandalwood table before him. Tea and dishes shattering on the floor. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He bellowed, the calm demeanor of an emperor shattered, replaced by a fury thrown into disarray by unexpected events. Get out there and extinguish the flames. I want to see Zhenyao alive or his corpse. The entire palace descended into chaos. Guards and servants spilled out in a panic. The grip on my arms suddenly loosened. Now was my chance. The instinct for survival, coupled with an overwhelming, unthinkable hope, surged through me like molten lava, crashing through despair. I did not know where my strength came from, but I broke free from the momentarily dazed guard, darting like a slippery fish in the opposite direction of the crowd, racing deep into the inner chamber of the emperor's quarters. Capture her. Li Dequan's sharp voice rang out behind me. Footsteps and shouts quickly followed. I could think of nothing else. One thought consumed me. Hide. Hide amidst the chaos. The inner chamber grew darker, the drapes heavy. In a frenzy, I burst through a side door, which led to what appeared to be a small study. The pursuers were close behind. In desperation, my gaze swept across the room, finally landing on a narrow shadow behind a tall bookshelf against the wall. I lunged towards it, curling up and stifling my mouth, holding my breath, my heart pounding as if it would burst. Footsteps thundered into the study. Search. She cannot have gone far. Li Dequan's frantic voice commanded. The bookshelf was violently shoved, books cascading to the floor with a cacophony. Cold despair gripped me once more. There was no escape. Just as a large hand was about to lift the final barrier before me, another anguished shout rang out, more harrowing and terrified than before, echoing like a death knell from outside the hall. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Urgent news from the north. The Duke of the State has been assassinated. Boom! Like a thunderclap, it erupted above us all. Every movement in the study stilled instantly. Even Li Dequan gasped, speechless. The Duke of the State, who had just assumed command of the north. Assassinated? Just days after? The Emperor, who had recently roared in fury over the prison fire, fell into an eerie silence. An ominous stillness, heavy with impending doom, enveloped everything. I crouched behind the bookshelf, my heart racing so violently it felt as though it might burst from my chest. The Duke was dead? Who was responsible? The North had been under Zhenyau's influence for many years. A bolder, more reckless thought surged through my mind like a poisonous shoot breaking through the earth. Could the fire in the prison and the assassination in the north be connected? The emperor's voice finally returned, but it was no longer filled with wrath. Rather, it was a chilling, frigid tone that could freeze the very air, to draw the tiger from its mountain lair, to cut off its source. Shinju, I truly underestimated you. His voice bore the weight of a man thoroughly incensed, tinged with disbelief. Convey my orders, he commanded sharply, each word seemingly pulled from the depths of an ice cellar. Seal the city. Conduct a city-wide search. Dig 3 feet into the earth if necessary, and bring Shinju to me, alive or dead. That Gu family, Li Dequan hesitated. Her? The emperor's cold laughter echoed, laden with murderous intent. Since she wishes to accompany him, let them descend together into hell. Heavy footsteps and clamorous voices receded like a tide. The emperor, evidently incensed by the series of events, took command of the suppression and search efforts himself. In the study, silence returned swiftly. I remained, still curled in the shadow behind the bookshelf, chilled to the bone, cold sweat soaking my back. The emperor's final words, like poisoned icicles, repeatedly pierced my nerves. Descend together into hell. But the sudden blaze in the prison, the perfectly timed assassination in the north, was it truly Shinju? How could he possibly have survived in such critical condition, surrounded by poison? Yet if it were indeed him, what of all his previous suffering and peril? A deeper, more chilling speculation crept into my thoughts, like eyes slowly opening in the dark, coldly staring at me. Trembling, I began to crawl slowly from behind the bookshelf. The study lay in disarray, books scattered across the floor. Outside the window, the sky above the direction of the prison glowed ominously red, and distant shouts could still be heard. Further away, the heavy sound of horns from the city gates echoed. The decree to seal the gates was already in execution. A city-wide search was underway. I was trapped here, ensnared in the most luxurious yet perilous cage in the world. The heart thrums heavily within the confines of my chest. Once, then again. There exists no fear as one might imagine. Instead, a profound, icy calm gradually envelopes me. I bend down and retrieve a sharp silver bookmark that has fallen amidst the chaos. My fingers tighten slowly, the cold tip pressing against my palm, delivering a jolt of clarity through a sharp sting. Your Majesty, do you think this is the end? Do you believe that by cornering us, you have achieved victory? The stage has collapsed, the gongs and drums shattered, yet the lead performer remains standing. I lift my gaze to the crimson sky outside, stained by flames and power. The last remnants of hesitation and weakness vanish entirely, leaving only a chilling, almost cruel lucidity, accompanied by a thrill of bloodlust that even I had not perceived. The game has only just begun. Chapter 16. The curtain has not yet fallen. The pain from the bookmark's sharp edge piercing my palm is acute and unmistakable, akin to a needle piercing through the chaos of despair and dread that fills my chest. Beads of blood seep out, trailing along the silver patterns, dark and viscous under the ominous red light filtering in from outside. The Emperor wishes for our demise, a descent into hell together. His cold decree lingers in my ears, imbued with the indifferent disdain of a ruler who regards life as trivial. Yet, the distant flames of the imperial prison, the abrupt news of death from the northern frontier, and the sudden chaos in the palace due to unforeseen events, are these truly mere harbingers of inevitable destruction? Shinju, that man whom I believe to be gravely injured and on the brink of death, if he is indeed the architect behind all this, then these past 5 years, the coldness and cruelty I perceived must have concealed a multitude of dark currents and schemes of which I remain entirely unaware. My heart pounds heavily in the silence, once, then again, striking against the chilling revelation. I cannot die here. I must not. My gaze swiftly sweeps across the disheveled study, the private sanctum of the Emperor's chamber. Perhaps. I force my breath to steady, like a most cautious predator, beginning to search silently. My fingers brush against the toppled bookshelves, scattered documents, the shattered tea table. Beneath a pile of broken porcelain and spilled tea leaves, my fingertips encounter something cold and hard, a dark iron token, small yet heavy. It bears the etching of a coiling dragon and an ancient seal. What is this? The Emperor's private order? A token for summoning troops? There is no time for contemplation. I grip the token tightly in my palm, its icy touch oddly quelling some of my panic. At that moment, a new wave of frantic commotion erupts from the main hall, mingled with the terrified cries of palace servants and the shouts of guards. The water has breached. The side hall is also flooding. Quick, extinguish the flames. Protect His Majesty. Another fire has ignited. The Emperor's chamber side hall? My heart leaps violently. Instinctively, I seize this moment of chaos, slipping out of the study like a wraith, evading the panicked servants attempting to quell the flames. Racing towards the outer side of the chamber along the path etched in my memory. I must escape amidst the turmoil. As I burst through the side door of the chamber and step into the corridor leading to the Imperial Garden, a slender figure suddenly emerges like a specter from the shadows of the pillars, seizing my wrist with great force. The grip is so tight that her nails almost pierce my flesh. I look up in shock to meet a pair of familiar, yet bloodshot eyes. Filled with overwhelming anxiety and dread, it is Alan. How did she come to be here? She should not be. She offers me no chance to question her lips pale, her voice trembling uncontrollably as she forces out fragmented words. He is not well. The poison has overwhelmed him. She suddenly coughs violently, dark blood spilling from her lips, evidently suffering from severe internal or poisoned injuries. I hid him under the refuse cart in the laundry bureau. I managed to get him out of the palace, but he can't hold on any longer. She clings to my hand as if it were her last lifeline, her eyes teeming with despair on the brink of collapse. You must save me. You must save us. You promised Jiangnan. I grasp her cold, trembling hand in return, my heart tightening as though gripped by an unseen force, plummeting heavily. Is Shunju truly on the verge of death? Are the flames of the imperial prison and the news of death from the northern frontier merely coincidences? Or have I simply overthought it? The token. Alan's gaze suddenly locks onto the hand that clutches the token. Her pupils constricting as if witnessing something profoundly terrifying, her voice sharpens. How do you possess this? The Shadow Dragon Guard's order? He never parts with it. The Shadow Dragon Guard? The Emperor's direct and rumored shadowy assassins. A tremor of shock reverberates through me as I instinctively attempt to retract my hand. Yet Alan seems entirely roused, her head snapping up, her eyes, once filled with despair, now blaze with a complex mixture of horror, disbelief, and a frenzied hatred. He has deceived us. He has deceived everyone. Her voice is hoarse, as if weeping blood, each word laced with a venomous chill. There was never any grievous injury or impending death. The poison and the wounds were all a fait, a meticulous act. My mind spins, blank and bewildered. A staged act? What does this mean? He has known all along that the Emperor would not tolerate him, that the Emperor intended to use me to force him to relinquish power. He has played this game, using my life and his own to perform for the Emperor, to deceive the Emperor into lowering his guard. Alan's voice quickens. Rife with the sharp pain of betrayal, he calculated the Emperor's suspicions. He calculated that you would return, that you would breach the palace. He even anticipated that the Emperor would employ poison, and he had prepared the antidote in secret. He cannot die. She suddenly points at the token in my hand, her eyes burning with resentment. This token can summon the Shadow Dragon Guard. It was left for him by the late Emperor as a safeguard. He has never truly trusted the Emperor, nor has he ever placed his trust in anyone, including you, Guanqing. She fixes her gaze on me, her laughter haunting and fragmented. His neglect of you for 5 years was also a form of protection, keeping you completely uninvolved so that he could play out this tragic drama of a loyal minister wronged to death, enabling him to escape unscathed. The fire in the imperial prison was set by him. The death of the Duke of the Northern Frontier was orchestrated by him. He not only intends to survive, but he also seeks to reclaim military power. He may even aspire to that ultimate position. Her words falter abruptly, as though she has exhausted her last ounce of strength. Her body weakens, and she coughs up a large pool of black blood, her gaze beginning to fade, yet she still clings tightly to my arm, her nails digging in. Save me. You promised Jiangnan. Her breath grows faint, almost delirious. I do not wish to die. I have played along with him for 5 years. I just want to live. I stand frozen, as if struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning. My entire being is engulfed in a chilling, numbing realization of having been utterly deceived, completely overturned. A staged act? A carefully orchestrated plot? The neglect over 5 years was a form of protection? All the cruelty I believed in, all the pain I felt, all the flickers of compassion and determination that had just emerged within me, they were, in fact, the meticulous machinations of a cold, calculated scheme? Shunju, you are truly something. You are indeed something remarkable. A surge of indescribable, metallic sweetness suddenly surged up my throat, only to be forcefully swallowed back down. In the distance, the cacophony of firefighting and the shouts of the search party grew ever closer. The flames cast a blood-red hue across half the palace's sky. Alan's body grew heavier in my arms, her breath faint as a wisp of smoke. I lowered my gaze to the cold, weighty shadow token in my hand, to Alan's pale, resentful face, and to the palace consumed by conspiracy and flames. All emotions, shock, anger, the stinging pain of betrayal, settled strangely after the overwhelming impact, crystallizing into a chilling, almost cruel clarity. Slowly, I lifted my head toward the Emperor's chamber, gazing at the night sky ablaze with power and desire. The corners of my mouth, with excruciating slowness, curled into a temperatureless arc. So it is. A grand performance indeed. What a splendid King Jing'an. I supported the nearly unconscious Alan, draping her arm over my shoulder, my other hand tightly gripping the token that commanded the Shadow Dragon guards. My fingertips pressed hard until the sharp edges dug painfully into my palm. A calm voice broke the silence, reaching Alan's ears and resonating in the murderous night. Let us go. This play has yet to reach its conclusion. Chapter 17. The commander requests your instructions. The weight of Alan's body rested almost entirely on my shoulder, cold and fragile, like a vine on the brink of withering. The black blood that seeped from her lips, reeking of an ominous sweetness, stained the stolen maidservant's attire I wore. Save me, you spoke of Jiangnan. Her faint, intermittent murmurs pricked at my eardrum like needles. A ploy of self-sacrifice. A golden cicada shedding its shell. 5 years of neglect as a means of protection. Each word burned like a searing iron, repeatedly pressing against the chaos of my heart, branding it with charred, indecipherable scars. Shunju, how dare you?
How could you?
In the distance, the tumult of firefighting, the thunderous clatter of armored troops, and the terrified cries of palace servants surged like a tidal wave, yet seemed to be veiled by a thick layer of glass, rendering them blurry and unreal. The world twisted and spun before my eyes, leaving only the cold, hard sensation of the dark iron token in my palm, painfully clear and piercing. Shadow Dragon Guards. The safeguard left by the late emperor for his survival. He had never truly trusted his majesty, nor had he ever placed his faith in anyone, yourself included, Gu Wanqing. Alan's resentful and desperate words echoed like a wailing specter in my mind. I studied Alan, standing in the cold shadows of the corridor, with chaos rife in the palace ahead and the equally perilous unknown darkness behind. There was no way forward or back. A profound chill crawled up my spine, slow yet resolute, ultimately freezing all tumultuous emotions. My heart still beat, but it was slow and heavy, like a drum muffled in thick cloth, dull and devoid of pain, leaving only a numbing silence.
Good.
Very well. Shinju, if you wish to perform, I shall accompany you to the end. Let us see whether this play concludes with you taking your bow or if we shatter the stage, leaving none unscathed. I tightened my grip on the token, my fingertips whitening from the pressure, while my other hand steadily adjusted Alan back up. My gaze, as sharp as ice, swiftly scanned the surroundings. We could not linger here. Once the Emperor regains his senses, or if Li Dequan remembers me, this area would be plowed flat. In the southwest corner of the Imperial Garden, there lies an abandoned waterway leading outside the palace, a remnant from the previous dynasty. Alan had mentioned it in passing. A gamble worth taking. I hoisted the nearly unconscious Alan, no longer attempting to hide our tracks, but rather using the chaos and shadows created by the firefighting to hasten towards the direction I recalled. Each step felt like treading on a knife's edge. My senses heightened to their utmost, alert for any approaching danger. A guard rushed past. The flames illuminated their cold armor. I quickly ducked behind a dense honeysuckle vine, holding my breath as Alan involuntarily let out a pained groan, nearly sending my spirit fleeing. Fortunately, the guard's footsteps did not pause. Hurrying toward the more intense flames of the side hall, cold sweat soaked through my heavy garments. We pressed on, passing through the moon gate and maneuvering around the rockery. The closer we got to the southwest corner, the sparser the voices became, with only the distant uproar and the wind whispering through the withered branches. I found it! In a desolate corner of the courtyard, wild grass stood as tall as a person, and a fractured piece of white jade rested half-buried among it, behind which was vaguely visible a dark entrance nearly completely concealed by vines.
This is it.
I pushed aside the entangled dead vines, a damp, musty odor assailing my senses. The entrance was narrow, barely allowing one person to pass through, leading into an unfathomable darkness. There was no time for hesitation. I carefully pushed Alan through the opening, followed by myself squeezing in sideways. A bone-chilling cold enveloped me instantly. The ground was slick with mud, the sound of dripping water echoing, and the air was so foul it felt suffocating. In the darkness, I could barely make out the narrow, confined waterway illuminated by a faint glimmer of light from the entrance, its destination unknown. I groped to support Alan, trudging along the direction of the water flow, making arduous progress. Each step felt as though I were traversing the underworld. The icy sewage quickly submerged my calves, the frigidness penetrating to my bones. Alan's body grew heavier, her breath increasingly faint. I lost track of time, until at last, a dim light appeared ahead, with the sound of flowing water becoming more distinct. The exit was near. Hope flickered like a ghostly flame in my chest. Gritting my teeth, I summoned my last ounce of strength, dragging Alan toward that light. The brightness grew larger, and I could hear the sound of rushing water outside. Finally, we stumbled out of the cave, greeted by the light of day, or what could be called daylight in this dreary dawn. Before us lay a broad river, with a stone bridge arching in the distance and dilapidated houses lining the banks. We found ourselves on a deserted makeshift dock, surrounded by broken wooden crates and debris. The cold morning breeze, laden with moisture, swept over me, and I gasped for breath, my lungs feeling as if they were ablaze. Alan lay limp on the icy stone, her complexion devoid of color, the black blood at her lips already coagulated, close to the brink of death. We must find a place to hide immediately, someone to save her. Desperately scanning my surroundings, I endeavored to discern which corner of the capital we were in. Just then, a faint yet synchronized sound of footsteps echoed, like specters, from the alleyways ahead and behind. My heart plummeted. Dozens of men, clad in the coarse garments of commoners yet exuding a certain military precision, silently closed in, entirely blocking all escape routes. Their eyes were sharp, their gazes calm. Though devoid of murderous intent, they held a disquieting, absolute air of compliance and scrutiny. It was the Shadow Dragon Guards, the Emperor's men, or perhaps. Instinctively, I took a step back, shielding the unconscious Alan behind me, my other hand gripping the token tightly, my fingertips icy. The leader, tall and lean, bore an unremarkable face that would vanish in a crowd, save for a pair of eyes that appeared unfathomable. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the token clenched tightly in my hand. Then he knelt on one knee, cupping his fists in salute, his voice deep and steady. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, Captain Jingfeng of the Shadow Dragon Guard, at your service, my lord. Behind him, all the cloaked figures silently sank to their knees, their movements as synchronized as a single entity. My lord? Are they addressing me? Is it because of this token I hold? My heart raced wildly, blood rushing to my head before freezing in an instant. A profound sense of absurdity and wariness intertwined, nearly causing me to falter. Is this yet another scheme of yours? Shenju. Both of us were too parched to utter a sound. Jingfeng raised his head, his expression calm and unwavering, seemingly oblivious to my distress and Alan's near demise, remaining solely devoted to that token. Please, my lord, give your orders. Give orders? What should I command? What should I do now? Can I trust them? Countless thoughts raced through my mind, gazing at the kneeling Shadow Dragon Guards, at the cold, heavy token in my hand, and at the ailing Alan behind me. I gritted my teeth. I'm betting on this. Shenju, if you truly intend to use me to your advantage, let us see who ultimately manipulates whom. I inhaled a breath of cold air, suppressing all tumultuous emotions, striving to make my voice sound composed, even tinged with the indifference befitting a lord. This place is not safe for long. I scanned my surroundings, seeking an absolutely secure location where we could treat our wounds and hide.
Yes.
Jingfeng showed no hesitation, immediately rising and signaling. Two Shadow Dragon Guards swiftly approached, expertly assessing Alan's condition before carefully lifting her. Others dispersed into the surrounding shadows, evidently on guard and clearing traces. Jingfeng then positioned himself beside me. My lord, please follow me. We quickly departed the desolate wharf, navigating through the labyrinthine alleys. The Shadow Dragon Guards were astonishingly familiar with the terrain, always avoiding the early risers, as if merging seamlessly with the sea. Eventually, We halted at the back door of an unassuming grocery store. Jing Feng knocked rhythmically on the door. It opened silently, revealing a bleary-eyed old man who, upon seeing Jing Feng, immediately awakened and respectfully stepped aside. Inside was a storeroom piled high with goods. Jing Feng moved several sacks aside, revealing a staircase leading downwards.
Un secret passage.
Another secret passage. I couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Shinju, how many escape routes have you prepared? Descending the staircase, we entered a spacious, dry underground chamber, furnished with tables, chairs, and even a faint herbal scent. Two shadow dragon guards with medical knowledge promptly laid Alan on the bed and began to administer aid. I stood aside, watching their skilled movements and Alan's pallid face, the token in my palm continuing to press painfully against my skin. Jing Feng silently stood behind me, like an emotionless shadow. What is the situation outside? I heard myself ask, my voice unnaturally calm. Replying to my lord, Jing Feng lowered his head. The 9 gates have been sealed, and the Imperial Guard along with the inner palace officials are conducting a widespread search throughout the city. The fire in the Imperial prison has not been completely extinguished, resulting in heavy casualties. News from the northern border has confirmed that the Duke of the State was attacked, causing unrest within the army. A citywide search. My heart tightened. The Emperor's response is swifter and more ruthless than I imagined. After a moment of hesitation, we ultimately posed the most crucial question. To whom do we owe our allegiance? Jing Feng lifted his head, his eyes, once as tranquil as a still pond, displayed a fleeting ripple of emotion before returning to silence. The Shadow Dragon Guards recognize only the token, not the person, he answered with unwavering precision. The bearer of the token is our lord. Only the token, not the person. What a declaration of loyalty. Shinju, did you deliberately leave this object in the Emperor's chambers, anticipating I would find it? Did you predict I would resort to using it when cornered? What are you truly after? To bind me entirely to your chariot of war? Or to make me a target for incoming fire? Just as my thoughts raced, the unconscious Alan on the bed suddenly convulsed violently, emitting a terrifying wheezing sound from her throat before violently expelling a mouthful of black blood.
No.
The poison has reached her heart. Ordinary methods will not suffice. One of the Shadow Dragon Guards, who was attempting to save her, exclaimed urgently, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. The other turned to Jing Feng, his expression grave. Captain, unless we can locate the poisoner and obtain the unique antidote, or unless we can find a person with exceptionally strong internal energy to forcefully protect her heart's pulse, she may only last another hour or 2 before succumbing. The poisoner? The Emperor? Or Li Dequan? To break into the palace to demand the antidote? That would be tantamount to seeking death. A person with exceptionally strong internal energy. My gaze shot towards Jing Feng. He met my eyes, momentarily startled, then lowered his own. My lord. The Shadow Dragon Guards are trained in the art of killing. Their internal energy is aggressive and domineering. Not suited, I want her to live. I interrupted him. My voice low yet imbued with an unyielding chill and determination. It was a command. Jing Feng remained silent for a moment. The chamber echoed only with Alan's labored breathing. Finally, he knelt on one knee. I shall obey your command. Rising, he approached the bed and motioned for his subordinates to step aside. His palm slowly pressed against Alan's heart, his pure yet evidently harsh internal energy gradually flowing in. Alan's body trembled violently once more, a look of agony crossing her features. But her erratic breathing seemed to stabilize, albeit slightly. I stood in the shadows, observing the scene, watching Jing Feng's focused profile and Alan's still, ashen complexion. My heart thudded heavily in my chest, each beat resonating with a weighty rhythm. There was no joy, no relief, only an overwhelming sense of impending doom and chilling clarity. Shinju, I have stepped onto your stage. I have played my pieces. Now it is my turn to make a move. I slowly raised my hand, gazing at the cold, dark iron token in my palm. My voice rang clear within the oppressive underground chamber. Jing Feng, my lord, please give your order. Find a way to send a message into the palace. To Chief Steward Li, who is close to the Emperor. Inform him that I paused, articulating each word with utmost clarity. The Shadow Dragon Guard has intercepted the target. My lord requests his guidance. Chapter 18. The Calm Before the Storm. The air in the underground chamber was as stagnant as rust, mingling with the scent of medicine, blood, and Alan's agonizing breaths. Jing Feng's internal energy surged like scalding iron, desperately sustaining her flickering thread of life. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his complexion paling slightly. Using the Shadow Dragon Guard's lethal energy to save a life was akin to rowing upstream against a current, a task fraught with immense strain. My command was clear: send a message to Li Dequan. The Shadow Dragon Guard has intercepted the target. My lord requests his guidance. Jing Feng's hand, resting against Alan's heart, trembled imperceptibly, causing a subtle shift in the flow of internal energy. Alan immediately convulsed in agony, coughing up more black blood. He quickly steadied his internal energy, lowering his gaze as he replied, "Yes."
No doubts, no hesitations.
As if I had merely asked him to fetch a cup of tea rather than delivering a message capable of unleashing a tempest, placing us all in even greater peril. He made a barely perceptible gesture. A shadowy subordinate in the corner nodded silently and stealthily retreated into the darkness of the passage to carry out this reckless order. The chamber fell into a heavy silence once more. Only the intermittent, ragged breaths of Alan, reminiscent of a broken bellows, serve as a grim reminder of time slipping away, the specter of death drawing ever closer. I stand rooted in place, observing the composed silhouette of Jing Feng and the ashen visage of Alan. The token of shadows in my palm feels cold and unyielding, pressing painfully against my fingers. Shinju, behold, I have made my move. Yet, I remain uncertain whether this step will revitalize our stagnant predicament or hasten our demise. The wait feels interminable, akin to a drawn-out execution, each breath a torment upon a razor's edge. What is happening beyond these walls? What sights lie behind the tightly shut gates of the capital? Is the emperor enraged? How will Li Dequan respond to such news? Countless possibilities and worse outcomes swirl in my mind. At last, a series of measured knocks echoes from the exit of the secret passage. Jing Feng's gaze sharpens as he withdraws his internal energy. Alan's breath weakens once more, yet she clings to life. The Shadow Dragon Guard who had just departed slips into the chamber like a wraith, kneeling on one knee. His voice barely above a whisper. "My lord, commander. The message has been delivered. Li Dequan has responded." He pauses, seemingly weighing his words. He conveys that the Lord understands the gravity of the situation, and the Emperor is greatly reassured. The target must be handled with utmost care, to leave no future repercussions. As for you, my lord, the Emperor shall bestow significant rewards. A heavy weight settles in my heart, akin to plunging into the coldest depths of an icy abyss. Handled with utmost care, to leave no future repercussions. The Emperor shall bestow significant rewards. The chilling intent to kill, entwined with the Emperor's hypocritical praise, is starkly conveyed through these few words. Li Dequan believes it. Or perhaps he wishes to believe that the Lord of the Shadow Dragon Guard has intercepted the Emperor's desired target and is seeking his favor in the method of resolution. He cares not who this Lord is, whether a continuation of Shinju's plans or an accidental bearer of the token like myself. He simply desires the end result, Alan's death and the eradication of Shinju's faction. For me, the so-called Lord of Righteousness, a mere promise of reward suffices. Jing Feng raises his head, his gaze calm as he awaits my next command. Handled with utmost care, to leave no future repercussions. These 8 words pierce my eardrums like poison needles. I gaze upon the fading Alan, a woman who has been used as a pawn for 5 years. Ultimately cast aside with cruelty. She may evoke pity or hatred, yet she is equally deserving of compassion. Must I truly take action? To comply with this cold decree from the innermost reaches of the palace? My hand instinctively clenches, the edges of the token embedding deeper into my flesh, the sharp sting snapping my chaotic thoughts into clarity.
No.
I cannot kill her, not merely out of a laughable sense of compassion, but because she is living evidence, the testimony of the Emperor's secrets and Shinju's machinations. Should she perish, many truths shall rot alongside her. Furthermore, Li Dequan's edict is itself a test, a probe into whether this suddenly emerged lord is truly sincere or has ulterior motives. If I were to act against Alan now, the next awaiting me would likely not be a reward, but the cold blade of the Shadow Dragon Guard. The Emperor's schemes are ever so treacherous. Understanding this, a chilling resolve replaces my earlier panic. I slowly raise my gaze to Jing Feng. How much longer can she hold on? I inquire, my voice devoid of emotion. Jing Feng silently checks Alan's pulse, his brow furrowing slightly. My lord, my internal energy is strong. She may last for another 2 hours at most. If no suitable antidote is found within that time, even divine intervention cannot save her. 2 hours. That is sufficient. Watch over her. Use every means necessary to keep her alive, I command, my tone leaving no room for dispute. Without my orders, no one is to harm her in the slightest. A fleeting expression of surprise crosses Jing Feng's eyes, yet he bows his head in compliance. As you command. I turn my attention to the recently returned Shadow Dragon Guard. Is Li Dequan's men still nearby, watching? In response to my lord, there are likely 3 teams of hidden sentinels on the periphery, but they have not approached closely, seemingly awaiting results. Awaiting the result of Alan's death.
Good.
I take a deep breath and slowly raise the token, stained with a drop of my own blood. Jing Feng. Here. I want you to mobilize all the Shadow Dragon Guards at your disposal. I enunciate each word deliberately, my voice echoing eerily in the underground chamber. Not to kill the enemy, nor to gather intelligence. I want you to turn this city upside down. Jing Feng's head snaps up, a rare look of clear shock and confusion crossing his usually impassive face. My lord, such an action may expose us completely. That is precisely the intent. I interrupt, the icy fire within my eyes igniting. Is the Emperor not awaiting results? Is Li Dequan not expecting news? Then let us provide them with an outcome they could never anticipate. I want everyone to know that the Shadow Dragon Guard is searching for someone. Searching for the antidote that can save the woman lying in bed. Searching for the renowned physician who can dispel the poison. The greater the commotion, the better. We must let the Imperial Guards know, let the eunuch department know, and most importantly, let the Emperor know. Jing Feng's pupils dilate, clearly unable to comprehend my seemingly self-destructive command. Mobilizing the Shadow Dragon Guard not for stealthy assassination, but for an ostentatious search for medicine. This is akin to placing the Emperor's sharpest blade directly in plain sight, under the Emperor's very nose. My lord, consider this carefully. This is the first time he has issued a voice of near admonition. If this command is given, the Shadow Dragon Guard will what? I fixate on him, my voice frigid. If the Emperor inquires, say this is the Lord's command. It is for the sake of ensuring that the target does not suddenly perish before proper handling, to avoid failure in reporting to the Emperor. As for exposure, a cruel smile tugs at my lips. At this moment, does the Emperor not wish to see the Shadow Dragon Guard diligently eliminating his enemies? The more we strive to save her before dealing with her, the more reassured the Emperor and Li Dequan will be, will they not? Jing Feng is momentarily speechless. He gazes at me, his expression shifting dramatically from shock and confusion to a profound, incredulous scrutiny. Perhaps he finally comprehends that I, this suddenly emerged lord, desire not concealment and obedience, but chaos. I seek to muddle the waters, to drag the clandestine struggles into the open, to force the puppeteers behind the scenes to reveal their cards prematurely through an extreme and reckless approach. After a long pause, Jing Feng slowly bows his head, his voice regaining the absolute obedience expected of the Shadow Dragon Guard, yet tinged with something else. I shall obey. He rises, unhesitatingly issuing a series of low but clear commands. The Shadow Dragon Guards within the chamber spring to life like a finely tuned machine of death, swiftly and silently dispersing in all directions. I can envision the bizarre spectacle that will soon unfold in this capital. Closely monitored by the Imperial Guards and the eunuch department, the most enigmatic Royal Shadow Guards, frantically searching for doctors and medicinal herbs like headless flies. Will the Emperor be enraged? Or will he view my actions as overly diligent? Will Li Dequan be suspicious? Or will he catch a whiff of something amiss? Shinju, if you possess further schemes, if you harbor another layer of calculation, this thoroughly disturbed water may force you to surface prematurely. I approached the bedside, gazing at Alhin's lifeless visage. Can you hear me? I whispered, uncertain whether I was speaking to her or to myself. Many do not wish for your demise. Hold on. The grand spectacle has merely commenced. The frigid air of the underground chamber seemed to tremble slightly, as if responding to an unvoiced command that permeated the atmosphere. A tempest brews, the storm is nigh. Chapter 19. The night wind howled like the cries of the damned. The chilling air in the chamber appeared to congeal. The figure of Jing Feng, having received his orders, vanished at the end of the dark passage, taking with him the last remnants of sound. Only Alhin's faint, nearly inaudible breaths remained, akin to the flickering flame of a dying candle on the verge of extinguishing. I stood by the bed, surveying her ashen face, watching the darkening blood foaming at her lips. 2 hours, Jing Feng stated, at most 2 hours. The Emperor demands her death. Li Dequan awaits the news of her demise. Yet I, audaciously wielding the Emperor's sharpest blade, had set forth to seek a remedy for her. Such a move was utterly reckless, akin to dancing upon the taut nerves of an emperor, wagering the lives of all involved. Time crawled by, each moment stretching out like an eternity. Occasionally, a faint sound of dust cascading from the ceiling could be heard, the subtle vibrations of the shadow dragon guards scouring the city under my command. They sought a remedy that did not exist, creating a fade, forcing invisible pressure back into the imposing palace. What was the Emperor feeling at this moment? Rage? Suspicion? Or perhaps he found amusement in my madness, as I endeavored to clear the path for him? My heart dangled over an abyss, pulled back and forth by icy wires. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the dark passage, once more. Unlike before, it was frantic and slightly panicked. My heart raced. A shadow dragon guard rushed in, barely pausing for a salute, urgently declaring, "My lord, the outer sentinels report that the main forces of the Bone Picker are converging on us. We have at most one incense stick's worth of time. So, it has come to pass. Has Li Dequan grown suspicious? Or is this merely a standard purge? How many?" I asked, my voice taut. No fewer than 3 squads, led personally by the deputy commander. They seemed determined to launch a fierce assault at any cost. The deputy commander personally leading the charge. At any cost. My heart sank. This was no mere probe, it was a clear threat to our lives. How long could our forces hold? They could by a moment with their lives. But this location would inevitably be compromised. My lord, you must evacuate at once. Evacuate? Where could we flee with Alhan, who clung to life by a thread? The entire city was in pursuit. In that fleeting moment, Alhan on the bed suddenly erupted into a fierce, heart-wrenching cough. She curled up like a shrimp, violently expelling dark blood, mingled with fragments of her own insides. Her eyes widened, pupils dilating, as if experiencing a moment of clarity. She abruptly raised a skeletal hand and grasped my wrist with astonishing strength. Her nails digging into my flesh. A guttural sound escaped her throat, her eyes bulging, fixated on me, filled with a peculiar awareness amidst excruciating agony. "Tell him," each word seemed to be squeezed from her bloodied lips, fragmented and desperate. "The ledger." Her voice choked, another torrent of blood gushed forth. "Where?" I leaned closer, my heart racing. "What ledger?" At the foot of the medicine Buddha in Han's Han Temple. Her eyes began to roll back, her body convulsing violently. Yet her grip on my hand remained unyielding, as if she were expending her final ounce of strength. "She owes Shinju." Before she could finish, her grip slackened, her hand falling heavily. Her eyes remained wide open, staring at the blurred shadows on the chamber's ceiling, lingering with unspent pain and a hint of strange release. Silence enveloped her. The ledger at the medicine Buddha in Han's Han Temple? What did she owe Shinju? What could this possibly mean? "My lord, time is of the essence," urged the shadow dragon guard behind me. From the distance, the sounds of clashing weapons and muffled groans began to emerge. The battle had commenced. I looked at Alhan, whose breath had entirely ceased, her face now tranquil, yet still grotesque. A frenzied thought struck me like lightning, cleaving through the chaos. "Jingfeng." I suddenly turned, addressing him sharply. "Take her. We leave together." Jing Feng's pupils constricted. "My lord, she is already, I know." I interrupted, my voice sharp. "I want her body.
Now."
Immediately. Jing Feng hesitated for a moment, then swiftly gestured. 2 shadow dragon guards rushed forward, quickly wrapping Alhan's lifeless form in an oilcloth. Their movements swift and efficient. Through the southwest exit. Their main focus is in the northeast. Jing Feng spoke rapidly, pulling open another hidden door, revealing a narrower, damp passage that led to the city's outskirts, where we had prepared 2 swift horses and an inconspicuous cart at the fork. The sounds of battle drew nearer. We could even hear the piercing clang of blades against wood and stone.
"Go."
We plunged into the new passage, the shadow dragon guards covering our retreat, fighting as they fell back. The narrow, rugged corridor reeked of damp earth and mildew. Behind us, agonized cries and the thud of bodies hitting the ground echoed. The shadow dragon guards were stalling for time with their lives. Jing Feng led the way. I followed closely, with a shadow dragon guard carrying Alhan's body trailing behind. Darkness. Oppression. The scent of death clung to us. After what felt like an eternity, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, accompanied by a whisper of wind. The exit. We burst forth from the passage, emerging into a desolate graveyard overrun with wild grass. Tumbled gravestones leaned precariously, and bleached bones lay half-buried. The cold moonlight casting an eerie glow over the sinister landscape. Not far off, 2 fine steeds and a dilapidated cart awaited us. My lord!
Get in.
Jing Feng yanked open the cart door. At that moment, whoosh! Several crossbow bolts, shrieking fiercely, shot forth from the dense thicket, aimed directly at me and the Shadow Dragon Guard carrying the body. Watch out! Jing Feng suddenly shoved me behind the cart while spinning to draw his sword.
Clang.
Sparks flew as he deflected the bolt aimed at me. But another bolt, thud, struck the Shadow Dragon Guard in the back. His body stiffened, a muffled groan escaping as he fell forward. The oilcloth wrapped around him tumbled to the ground, unraveling slightly to reveal Alhin's lifeless face. 17. Jing Feng's eyes widened in fury. From the thicket, dozens of dark figures sprang forth like wraiths. The glint of blades reflected a cold, murderous intent under the moonlight. It was the Bone Picker. They had anticipated our escape route, laying a true trap here. Leading them was the deputy commander, whom I had encountered in the Emperor's palace. His expression as cold as ice. Resist to the end. Kill without mercy. In an instant, we were engaged in close combat. The Shadow Dragon Guards were outnumbered, plunging into a desperate struggle. Jing Feng wielded his blade with fierce determination, staunchly defending me and the cart, blood seeping from several wounds. My lord, mount up and go, he shouted, his voice tinged with frantic urgency. Go? I gazed upon the lifeless body of Alan on the ground, the encircled Shadow Dragon Guards fighting desperately, and the blood-splattered silhouette of Jing Feng. The ledger of Han's Han Temple, information obtained at the cost of Alan's life, must not be severed here. My gaze locked onto the horse nearest to me, its hooves pounding the ground in panic. I took a gamble. I bent down swiftly, withdrawing the sword from the waist of a fallen Shadow Dragon Guard. It felt heavy and cold in my grasp. Then, with all my strength, I plunged the blade deep into the horse's hindquarters. The creature let out a piercing whinny, driven mad by the searing pain, and bolted toward the group of bone-cutting assassins. The sudden frenzy of the horse caused chaos among the encircling forces. Now is the moment. Seize the body, I shouted at Jing Feng as I lunged toward the carriage, yanked off the reins, and mounted another horse. Jing Feng reacted with remarkable speed, his blade flashing, forcing back the enemy before him. In a swift motion, he rolled to grab Alan's corpse from the ground and hurled it to a nearby Shadow Dragon Guard. Take her away. The guard accepted the body without hesitation and sprinted toward the depths of the graveyard. Chase them, the deputy commander roared. Immediately, half of the men were dispatched to pursue. Meanwhile, Jing Feng seized the opportunity to leap onto the horse beside me, severing the reins. My lord, I beg your pardon. He tightened his grip, and the horse, in agony, charged wildly in the opposite direction of the Shadow Guard. Behind us were the frantic shouts of the bone-cutting assassins and arrows whistling through the air. We lay low on the horse's back, allowing the frigid night wind to slice across our faces as we galloped into the unknown darkness. I lost track of time, running until the cacophony of battle faded completely, until the horse beneath me began to froth at the mouth, slowing its pace. Ahead lay a tranquil river, its surface glazed with thin ice, flanked by withered reeds. Jing Feng reined in the horse, cautiously surveying the surroundings, ensuring we were temporarily safe before dismounting. His shoulder wound still oozing blood. I slid down as well, my legs weak and barely able to support me, leaning against the cold horse for breath. In the moonlight, Jing Feng's face appeared pale. He gazed toward the direction from which we had fled, his eyes heavy with concern. It's likely that the Shadow Guard carrying Alan's corpse has little chance of survival, having sacrificed a life for a body. Is it worth it? I do not know. All I know is that Alan's desperate eyes before her demise and the words Han's Han Temple Ledger were etched into my mind like a brand. They must be of utmost importance. Important enough for her to cling to them in her last moments, significant enough to potentially relate to Shenju's schemes. Or perhaps even to the Emperor's secrets. I must obtain it. Jing Feng. I steadied my breath, my voice wavering in the icy night wind. Do you know of Han's Han Temple? Jing Feng snapped his head toward me, his gaze sharp. The abandoned ancient temple of the previous dynasty in the outskirts of the capital?
Yes.
I fixed my eyes on him. What lies beneath the golden body of the medicine king Bodhisattva? Jing Feng's brow furrowed tightly, seemingly deep in thought. Han's Han Temple has been in disrepair for a long time, its incense long extinguished. The Medicine King Hall was reportedly struck by lightning several years ago, and the golden body is more than half destroyed. Why do you ask? The golden body is ruined? My heart tightened suddenly. We must go to Han's Han Temple. I no longer hesitated, my tone resolute. Now. At once. A flicker of disapproval crossed Jing Feng's eyes. My lord. The entire city is under martial law, and the outside is unsafe. The bone-cutting assassins may still be searching for us. Venturing to an abandoned temple at this moment is far too perilous. Precisely because it is perilous, we must go. I mounted the horse, grasping the reins. They would never expect us to head to a completely unrelated dilapidated temple right after escaping. I looked at Jing Feng, the moonlight illuminating his bloodied face, revealing his eyes filled with confusion and concern. In those eyes, there might be something that could truly allow us to survive. Perhaps it would also reveal the nature of the grand play Shinju has orchestrated over these past 5 years. Jing Feng remained silent for a moment, ultimately asking nothing, merely nodding heavily. As you command. He swiftly tended to his shoulder wound before mounting his horse. The 2 weary steeds, bearing me and the bloodied commander of the Shadow Dragon Guards, galloped under the cold moonlight, circumventing the silent village, toward the desolate depths of the mountains, racing forth. Han's Han Temple, Medicine King Bodhisattva, beneath the golden body. Alan, what have you left behind? And Shinju, what role do you play in all of this? The night wind howled like a wailing ghost. Chapter 20. Everything is indeed a scheme. Han's Han Temple lay nestled among the desolate hills, its crumbling walls illuminated by the pale moonlight like the bones of a colossal beast. The night wind swept through the empty halls and dilapidated corridors, producing a mournful sound. The Medicine King Hall was in a state of utter disrepair. Half of the roof had already collapsed, exposing the dark sky and a few cold stars beyond. The Buddhist statues inside were askew, covered in thick dust and cobwebs. The central statue of the Medicine King Bodhisattva, made of clay, was indeed as Jing Feng described, shattered and ruined, half of its body charred and cracked by an unknown lightning fire from years past, revealing a dark yellow clay core within. Beneath the golden body, I stared at the pile of broken clay and debris, my heart sinking slowly. Could Alan's dying words have been mere ramblings induced by poison? Or was it yet another deeper trap? Jing Feng stood vigil at the entrance, blending with the shadows like a stone statue, his piercing gaze occasionally scanning the surroundings, a testament to his heightened vigilance. His shoulder wound had been hastily bandaged, the bleeding seemingly ceased, yet his complexion remained pale in the moonlight. My lord, we should not linger here, he urged quietly, his voice low yet taut with urgency. I knew. Every second spent here increased the risk of discovery. Li Dequan's bone-cutting assassins could be on their way, but I had to search. I crouched down, disregarding the filth beneath me, and began to clear away the debris and weeds surrounding the base of the Medicine King Bodhisattva with my bare hands. The scent of soil and decay filled my nostrils, and my fingertips were soon scraped by the rough stones, blood seeping out and mixing with the cold dust. Nothing. There was nothing. The base was simply a solid stone platform, without even the slightest crack. Could it be hidden within the crumbling golden body? I raised my head, gazing at the blurred, half-charred figure of the clay sculpture. It was too high. Even in ruin, it required one to look up. Jing Feng, I called. He immediately darted in, his brow furrowed as he observed my actions, yet he asked no further questions. He took a deep breath, his toes lightly pressing on the scattered debris, his form soaring upward like a hawk, landing silently on the shoulder of the clay sculpture that was still somewhat intact. He examined the charred and cracked gap closely, extending his hand inside to search. Time ticked by. The wind outside howled, resembling the whispers of countless lost souls. My heart hung in suspense. Suddenly, Jing Feng halted his movements. He lowered his head sharply to look at me, disbelief flashing in his eyes. My lord, there is something. With force, he seemed to extract something from within the clay sculpture, which floated down gently, placing an object before me. It was a flat item, securely wrapped in thick oil cloth, about the size of a book. It was still bound with several loops of oil-soaked hemp rope that had long lost their elasticity, heavy and cold to the touch. The oilcloth was tightly wrapped, its edges torn slightly by Jing Feng's rough handling, revealing what appeared to be a special type of leather within. My heart raced abruptly. This was it. the very item for which Alon had risked his life. My trembling hands yearned to tear open the oilcloth.
Suddenly, a crossbow bolt,
Accompanied by a piercing shriek, shot forth from the darkness outside the hall, striking precisely on the blue brick before my feet. The arrow's tail quivered violently. An ambush! Jing Feng shouted fiercely, thrusting me behind the dilapidated Buddha shrine just as his blade unsheathed, parrying the second and third bolts that came in quick succession. The arrows thudded into wooden pillars and earthen walls, producing a nauseating sound. Shadows loomed outside the hall. At least a dozen figures clad in black swiftly, surrounding us like phantoms, their weapons glinting with a chilling murderous intent in the moonlight. Another bone-picking knife? How could they arrive so swiftly? They were not members of the Imperial Chamber. Jing Feng, leaning against the shrine, spoke with utmost gravity. These were the cavalry of the Northern Pacification Commission. Their techniques were unmistakably different. The Northern Pacification Commission, the most elite assassination force among the Emperor's personal guards, the Zhenyao? How could they be here? And, with such a clear objective, in a flash of realization, it struck me, His Majesty, or rather Li Dequan, had never fully trusted the defection of the Shadow Dragon Guard's commander. While they awaited my handling of Alon, they had already dispatched another, more covert blade, silently trailing all possible leads. Alan's last words may have long been within their surveillance or anticipation. Han's Han Temple was, in truth, a trap waiting for us to walk into. Surrender the item. Surrender immediately. A cold, inhuman voice echoed from outside, like the grinding of cold iron. In response, Jing Feng unleashed a surge of blade light, accompanied by a suppressed grunt. Clearly, he had aggravated his wound during the earlier defense. We cannot confront them head-on. The cavalry of the Northern Pacification Commission are well-trained and coordinated, far superior to the scattered rabble we faced before. No matter how formidable Jing Feng is, with me as a burden and his injuries, victory is not within reach. My gaze swept rapidly across the dilapidated hall, finally landing on a shadow behind the statue of the Medicine King Bodhisattva, created by the roof's collapse. Piled high, with shattered bricks and broken wood, there seemed to be a dark opening half concealed by debris, perhaps a cellar or some sort of passageway. Retreat! I shouted urgently to Jing Feng, leading the way towards the opening. Jing Feng, with a swift motion, forced back the enemy in front and followed me without hesitation. The crossbow bolts pursued us relentlessly, clattering against the remnants of the wall behind us. I used both hands and feet, frantically clearing the debris from the entrance. Below, it was indeed empty. A cold, damp wind, tinged with a musty odor, rushed forth.
Down.
Jing Feng pushed me into the hole while turning back, his blade firmly guarding the narrow entrance. I tumbled into the darkness, my feet landing on slick stone steps, almost causing me to slip. Struggling to regain my balance, I looked up to see flashes of blade light at the entrance, Jing Feng's figure appearing like a rock in the narrow view. Yet blood continued to splatter onto the stone steps. He could not hold out for long. Gritting my teeth, I clutched the cold oilcloth tightly and turned to feel my way deeper into the tunnel. The darkness was thick, like ink. I could only discern direction through the sensations beneath my feet and the howling wind by my ears. The tunnel seemed to wind downward, twisting and turning with many forks. I lost track of time, the sounds of fierce combat behind me gradually fading until they vanished entirely. Only my heavy breathing and heartbeat echoed in the suffocating silence. What had become of Jing Feng? I dared not ponder. I could only stumble forward, each step uncertain. The sharp edges of the oilcloth pricked my palm, yet it was the sole object keeping me alert in this moment. Finally, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. It was not the natural light of an exit, but rather an eerie, phosphorescent blue glow, flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. I approached cautiously. The light emanated from a vast stone chamber. Its walls were hollowed out, lined with decayed wooden racks. The air was thick with an indescribable, ancient medicinal odor, mingled with a more peculiar scent reminiscent of rusting metal. At the center of the chamber stood a massive bronze alchemical furnace, long extinguished and untouched for countless years. Its walls were adorned with intricate and bizarre runes, illuminated by minerals embedded in the surrounding stone walls that emitted a ghostly blue light, rendering the scene particularly sinister. This place resembled a secret lair of an alchemist from a bygone era. How could such a location lie beneath Han's Han Temple? Could the ledger Alon spoke of be here? My heart raced again, and with the dim, insufficient glow, I eagerly scanned the peculiar chamber. My gaze finally settled on the smoothest part of the stone wall behind the furnace. There seemed to be something inscribed there. I navigated around the immense furnace and approached the wall. What was carved there was neither runes nor Taoist maxims, but a map. An exceptionally detailed military map depicting the northern border and parts of the exterior terrain. Mountains, rivers, fortresses were all marked with clarity. Moreover, besides several key passes and fortifications, there were small markings and numbers that appeared to be written in a special cipher. My breath caught abruptly. This was no ordinary ledger. This was a secret passage map for the transport of weaponry and provisions. A record of vulnerabilities in border defenses. It could even potentially document clandestine dealings with certain external forces. Zhenyao had known for 5 years, no, not just Zhenyao. My gaze froze at the bottom right corner of the map, an exceedingly inconspicuous mark. There was an emblem, one I would recognize without a doubt, a coiling dragon around a pillar, mouth holding an eastern pearl. This was the mark of the imperial treasury, exclusive to the emperor's private vault, controlled by the most trusted members of the royal family. And the ciphered numbers nearby clearly pointed towards an icy, bone-chilling fear seized my heart. My blood felt as if it had frozen in that instant. So it was not that Zhenyao had amassed power for himself. It was not that he colluded with external enemies. It was the emperor, the one seated on the dragon throne. It was he who had been utilizing the channels of the northern border troops to clandestinely transport military supplies meant for border defense, possibly even prohibited weapons. Through those deliberately left vulnerabilities in border defenses, they were shipped outside. Why would he do this? To nurture the enemy? To balance court factions? Or was there a more terrifying purpose? What if Zhenyao had his so-called indulgence in love and alcohol over the past 5 years already revealed this horrifying, parasitic secret passage originating from the dragon throne? Had he distanced himself from me due to sensing the intricate connections between the Gu family and the imperial treasury? Fearing I might be ensnared in this heinous plot against 9 clans? Was his desperate attempt to retrieve Elan because she, as a person close to his majesty, held crucial evidence that could doom the emperor? Like what I held in my hands, all the fragments at that moment cruelly and horrifyingly coalesced into a complete picture. The truth pierced through my understanding like a searing dagger, leaving behind a smoldering, fearful void. I leaned against the cold, unyielding stone wall of the map, slowly sinking to the ground, trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. The heavy oilcloth bundle in my hands felt as weighty as a mountain, scorching as a branding iron. This was not merely a ledger. It was a death warrant capable of toppling the dragon throne and staining the entire empire with blood. Did Elan truly comprehend the enormity of what she was guarding? What were you planning to do with this, Zhenyao? Just then, the slow, deliberate sound of footsteps echoed from the dark passageway I had come through. One step after another, they proceeded with an air of calm mastery over the situation, reverberating in the stillness of the stone chamber, striking against my suddenly constricted heart. I jerked my head up, fixating on the darkened entrance. At that moment, my heartbeat halted entirely. A tall, familiar figure, imbued with an unprecedented chill, emerged slowly from the shadows. The eerie blue phosphorescence outlined his sharply defined jaw and the deep shadows cast by his prominent nose. Clad in dark attire, draped with a matching patterned cloak, he moved with a steady gait, exhibiting no sign of the grievous wounds that had nearly claimed his life. Yet his complexion remained pale, his thin lips tightly pressed, and those profound eyes, under the dim light, resembled unfathomably deep, frigid pools, fixated on me without a blink. Zhenyao. He was indeed unscathed. Everything was as calculated. He approached step by step, the sound of his boots striking the stone tiles reverberating in the vast chamber. Each step felt like a direct impact upon my heart. Finally, he halted 3 paces away from me, his gaze first sweeping over the oilcloth bundle clutched tightly in my arms, with a torn corner. Then, it slowly ascended to my face. Now devoid of color from shock and terror. The corners of his mouth gradually curled into a complex, inscrutable arc, one that bore weariness, mockery, buried pain, and perhaps a faint glimmer of relief. He spoke, his voice low and hoarse, yet imbued with a chilling, omniscient calmness. Now do you understand? Chapter 21 Pray. Let us move to the palace to converse. In the underground chamber, the flickering blue phosphorescence cast a half-light, half-shadow upon Zhenyau's face. His question, do you understand? Pierced my eardrum like a needle dipped in ice, echoing in my chaotic mind. Understand? What was I supposed to comprehend? That your 5 years of toil were merely a performance? That your grievous wounds were a ruse? That you had plotted from the very beginning to ensnare me, Alon, and everyone else into this treacherous game of regicide? The metallic taste of blood lodged in my throat, mingling with the ancient, frigid air of the chamber, nearly causing me to retch. Clutching that scalding hot bundle, my fingers were icy, yet my body trembled uncontrollably, pressed against the scheming map-carved stone wall behind me, as if it were the only thing preventing me from collapsing. Understand? I heard my own voice, hoarse and unrecognizable, like sandpaper scraping against rusted iron, sharp and trembling. What was I to understand? That His Highness, the Prince of Jingen, had endured in silence? That you concealed this monumental secret? This root of calamity that could wipe out 9 clans, in this accursed place? Or that I, Guanqing, was merely a most useful pawn in your grand scheme? The final words nearly erupted from my throat, a howl laden with years of suppressed grievances, indignation, and the overwhelming fury of being utterly deceived. Shunju's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly, the complex arc at the corner of his lips freezing in place. He gazed at me, and within those unfathomable depths seemed to churn something violently before it was swiftly subdued by deeper exhaustion and chill. He offered no rebuttal, no explanation, nor any hint of emotion. Only silence. This silence was more suffocating than any argument, akin to tacit acceptance, a form of silent, cruel execution. What about Alon? I suddenly recalled the woman who had exchanged her life for the secret, my voice sharpening. She thought until her death that she owed you. She assisted you until her final breath. Did she know what this truly was? Did she understand the consequences of handing it over? Shunju's lashes fluttered slightly, his gaze drifting from my face to the eerie blue glow on the ground, his voice dropping to a gravelly tone. She does not need to know everything. All she needs to understand is that His Majesty used her brother's life to manipulate her, rendering her willingly his eyes for 5 years, as well as his prisoner. He paused, then continued, each word as if drawn from a frozen abyss, laden with coldness. And her choice at the moment of her death might at least secure her brother's survival. Brother.
So that was it.
Alan's sacrifice was her life in exchange for the survival of the family member she had never seen but still cared for dearly. But what of Shunju? What role did he play in this transaction? Promising to rescue that child? The heaviness in my heart and fury nearly erupted, only to be smothered by a deeper, more profound sense of despair. Everyone was ensnared in this game, all mere pieces, manipulated by the omnipotent power. And you? I fixed my gaze upon him. As if I could burn holes through his face, you orchestrated this grand scheme, reducing yourself to a mere shadow, merely to usurp the throne? For that seat? Shunju suddenly lifted his eyes, sharp and piercing, as if cutting through me. Do you think I desire that position? He suddenly let out a chilling laugh, his mirth echoing eerily within the vast chamber. If I truly wanted it, I could have marched south 5 years ago, when the border troops supported me. Why wait until now, using such self-destructive, pitiful means? Then for what? I pressed, my voice rising in agitation, resonating hollowly. For your family's loyalty to the throne? For the soldiers who died unjustly at the northern border? Or for your own ridiculous grievances? Shunju took a step forward. The blue light blazed fiercely in his eyes, swirling with an unprecedented agony and a near-maniacal fervor. For what? He echoed my words, his voice hoarse, yet imbued with a palpable, heart-stopping intensity. For the moment my father clutched my hand at his deathbed, gazing toward the capital, not shedding tears, but blood. For the great snow at the border that buried 30,000 good men, not slain in battle, but starved to death, frozen to death, or having their heads severed for military merit with rusted swords. For the truth of who it was that hollowed out the rations we fought for with our blood, who placed the swords of our enemies directly into their hands. His voice grew progressively heavier, more forceful, until it erupted as a roar, each word laden with blood and weight, reverberating in that enclosed space, striking against my heart. I stood frozen, gazing into the depths of his eyes, where unmasked pain and hatred resided, remnants of 5 years of false existence that had not dulled their sharp edges. So, truly, was it for this? For those 30,000 unjustly perished border troops? For the blood and tears of the late Regent King that would not allow him to rest? Then His Majesty, I instinctively turned to gaze at the cold map on the wall, at the coiling dragon emblem of the imperial treasury. So, Was this endless supply meant for the border troops, the rations and armaments that rightfully belonged to them? Your Majesty, indeed, what you hold now. Shen Ju's voice pulled me back to reality. He was fixated on the oilcloth bundle in my arms, his gaze regaining a terrifying calmness, as it was one of the irrefutable pieces of evidence capable of condemning him. The account books, which Alan had risked everything to bring out, contained not only financial records but also several secret channels leading directly to the imperial treasury and foreign lands, along with the sealed documents of the intermediaries. He slowly extended his hand, palm up, his pale and slender fingers steady under the dim light, devoid of any tremor.
Give it to me.
The two words left no room for doubt. My fingers, clutching the bundle, tightened suddenly, my nails almost tearing through the oilcloth. Give it to him? And then what? Watch him unleash a torrent of bloodshed? Witness his potential self-destruction? What would the past 5 years amount to then? The fleeting glimpse of perhaps genuine protection I had just sensed, what would that signify? What if I refuse? I heard myself asking, as if possessed, my voice barely above a whisper. Shen Ju's gaze suddenly sharpened, like a blade of ice cutting through any lingering warmth. Wan Qing, he called my name, his tone low yet imbued with a near-cruel calmness. Do not force my hand. The air in the underground palace seemed to freeze entirely. The ghostly blue phosphorescence ceased its flickering, even the sound of the wind vanished. It was just the two of us, in a brief yet suffocating standoff. I looked at his hand, at his bottomless eyes, now void of warmth and filled only with icy resolve. My heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, painfully numb. Ultimately, I slowly, almost imperceptibly, loosened my grip on the bundle, relinquishing the weighty secret capable of overthrowing a dynasty into his palm. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the oilcloth, a faint yet distinct sound echoed from the dark passage behind us, like a small stone, inadvertently kicked aside. Shen Ju's movements abruptly halted. His eyes flashed with cold light, and almost simultaneously with the sound, he twisted his wrist, not to accept the bundle, but to pull me sharply behind him. At the same time, his other hand had already grasped the hilt of his knife.
Who?
He barked, his voice like a drawn blade, instantly shattering the silence of the underground palace. In the depths of the darkness, where the ghostly blue light could not reach, an unsettling silence ensued. Then came a slow, rhythmic clapping.
Clap, clap, clap.
One after another, leisurely yet infused with a cat-and-mouse mockery and chill. A figure slowly emerged from that dark passage. Clad in resplendent attire, his face appeared excessively pale under the ghostly light, a subtle smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes were as sharp as a serpent's fang.
Lidaquan.
Behind him trailed several black-clad figures, their presence heavy and their gazes vacant, clearly the elite of the Northern Pacification Commission. Marvelous, truly marvelous.
Lidaquan seas a clapping.
His voice high-pitched yet devoid of the usual servility, replaced only by a cold indifference and an air of control. Your Highness, your performance is truly stirring and profoundly moving. Even I am nearly touched. His gaze languidly swept over my pale face, finally resting upon Shen Ju's hand on the knife hilt, and the oilcloth bundle still cradled in my arms. The smile deepened, yet remained devoid of warmth. What a pity, however, that this is but a play. Your Majesty is wise, having long anticipated that the prince would not so easily acquiesce to fate. Furthermore, he foresaw that within this cold mountain temple,
there are things that ought not to exist.
He slowly raised his hand, and the black-clad figures silently fanned out behind him, forming a semicircle, completely sealing off any escape routes for us. The cold intent to kill permeated the air like a tangible presence. Your Highness, Madame Gu, Li Dequan slightly bowed, performing a flawless courtly gesture, his movements elegant, yet laced with lethal threat. The Emperor requests your presence. I kindly ask you both to step into the palace for a conversation. As for that little trinket in your hand, his gaze fixated on the oilcloth bundle, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. There is no need for the prince to concern himself with it. Chapter 22. Damned Shinjo, you are truly. In the underground palace, Li Dequan's high-pitched voice dripped with a cat-and-mouse mockery, each word piercing through the suffocating silence enveloped in ghostly blue light. The Emperor requests your presence. As for that little trinket in your hand, there is no need for the prince to concern himself with it. The black-clad figures behind him closed in silently, like unseen traps in the dark of night, the chill of their murderous intent almost palpable. Clutching the hot potato of the oilcloth bundle, my fingertips were cold, Yet blood surged to my head only to freeze instantly. Back against the stone wall etched with intrigue, there was no retreat. Shenju shielded me fiercely, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he pressed against the knife hilt. His aura shifted dangerously, like a taut bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. His pale face bore no expression, only a pair of eyes, unfathomable, locked onto Li Dequan. Chief Stewardly, he spoke, his voice low and hoarse, yet strangely steady, even tinged with a hint of barely concealed mockery. Your Majesty is indeed surrounded by talented individuals, even able to unearth the rat hole of the former dynasty's sorcerers. Li Dequan smiled slightly, his grin appearing particularly soft under the ghostly light. Your Highness flatters me. It is our duty to relieve the Emperor of worries and clear away the troublesome dust. His gaze deliberately swept over me and Shinju, especially those who fancied themselves capable of pulling the wool over everyone's eyes.
Dust?
Shinju echoed lightly, his fingers on the knife hilt stirring slightly. Though it was unclear to Li Dequan whether it was the weight of the 30,000 starving souls in the northern frontier or the illicit accounts of the imperial treasury that bore down heavier. The smile on Li Dequan's face faded, his eyes suddenly sharp as poisoned needles. Your Highness, be cautious with your words. The Emperor's mind is beyond the speculation of his subjects. If you are willing to return to the right path today, perhaps the Emperor will remember the bond of father and son, the duty of ruler and subject. Father and son bond? Shinju abruptly interrupted, his voice rising, steeped in a suppressed, almost shattering hoarseness. When he allowed, even facilitated, the shipment of rusted blades to the frontier. When he exchanged what should have been military provisions for sand. When he paved his path to balance the court with the bones of my family soldiers. Did he ever consider the bond of father and son? The last sentence nearly erupted from him, reverberating violently in the underground palace, causing dust to rain down from the ceiling. Li Dequan's expression darkened entirely, his false smile evaporating, leaving only a chilling murderous intent. It seems the prince is determined to walk this path to the end. He slowly raised his hand, just as his arm was about to strike down in a flash of lightning.
Wait.
I suddenly broke free from behind Shinju, my voice sharp and strained with anxiety. All eyes instantly turned to me. Shinju glanced at me, his gaze sharp, tinged with an almost imperceptible urgency. Li Dequan raised an eyebrow, a disquieting smile returning to his lips.
Oh?
Madame Gu, do you have something to say? Have you come to your senses and wish to abandon the shadows for the light? His gaze dropped to the bundle in my arms, a fleeting glimmer of greed passing through. I took a deep breath, suppressing the lump in my throat and my racing heart, raising the oilcloth bundle slightly, yet not offering it to anyone. Chief Stewardly, I fixed my gaze on him, striving to sound composed despite my trembling fingers. You want this, do you not? Li Dequan narrowed his eyes. This is evidence of wrongdoing, and it should naturally be submitted to the Emperor for divine judgment. Divine judgment? I let out a faint laugh, one that seemed particularly jarring amidst the tense atmosphere. What then? Should we handle it as we did with Alan, burying all secrets as if they had never existed? What of the grievances of the 30,000 border troops? What of the blood and tears of the late King Jingen, who died with his eyes unclosed? Is it to be dismissed just like that? Li Dequan's expression darkened. Gu Wanqing, mind your place. What of His Majesty? I care not. I interrupted him sharply, my voice trembling with agitation yet resolute, asking only one question to Director Li. Are you truly willing to remain forever a mere watchdog, privy to too many secrets yet always at risk of being managed appropriately? As my words fell, the underground palace fell into a profound silence. Even Shinju turned to look at me, astonishment etched across his face. Li Dequan's facial muscles twitched almost imperceptibly, for the first time. The calculating gaze in his eyes revealed a surge of rage and a hint of vulnerability, as if I had struck a secret nerve. You seek death. He spat through clenched teeth, a murderous intent swelling within him. In that moment of his fury, Shinju roared, "Act!" His long knife, previously sheathed, transformed into a chilling blade of light, not aimed at Li Dequan but rather slicing towards the stone wall, where blue luminescent minerals were embedded. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as the phosphorescent stones were expertly cleaved into fragments. The light in the underground chamber dimmed significantly, leaving only a few flickering glimmers amidst the swirling dust. Visibility was instantly obstructed. Watch out! Sounds of muffled grunts and startled exclamations erupted from the darkness. It was the cavalry of the Northern Town Protectorate, their encirclement momentarily thrown into chaos.
Go.
Shunju seized my wrist with a grip so fierce it nearly crushed my bones, dragging me heedlessly towards a dark passage in the opposite direction of Li Dequan. Pursue! Li Dequan's furious shriek echoed behind us, accompanied by the sounds of chaotic footsteps and the sharp clink of drawn swords. Darkness became our only refuge. This passage was even narrower and more treacherous than before, with a slippery floor making it nearly impossible to see. I could only stumble forward, being pulled by Shunju, my lungs burning with pain, the sounds of the pursuing soldiers, and the whistling of arrows haunting my every step. He was familiar with this place. He must have scouted this escape route long ago. My reckless provocation had truly afforded him this fleeting chance. I knew not how long we ran, but ahead, I faintly heard the sounds of water and wind. An exit! We burst forth from the passage, revealing the tranquil river we had encountered before, now covered with thin ice. The sky in the distance was beginning to brighten with the first light of dawn. The withered reeds along the riverbank swayed violently as Jing Feng and several blood-soaked yet sharp-eyed shadow dragon guards emerged like specters. "My lord! The commander!" Jing Feng exclaimed urgently, his shoulder wound reopening and staining half his garment with blood. "The horses are ready." However, we discovered numerous traces of the Imperial Forest Army downstream. There may be a slim chance upstream. His gaze fell upon the oilcloth bundle I still clutched tightly, his expression sharpening. Without hesitation, Shunju pushed me towards the upstream direction. "Take the water route. Jing Feng, cover our retreat." "Yes." Without a moment's doubt, Jing Feng turned back, leading the remaining shadow dragon guards to face the oncoming pursuers emerging from the tunnel. I was pulled along, tumbling into the icy river. The thin ice shattered, and the frigid water instantly permeated my bones, nearly suffocating me. Shunju tore off his cloak, wrapping the oilcloth bundle securely once more to ensure it would not take on water, then pressed it into my arms, his voice steady amidst the roaring waters. "Hold tight. Do not look back." He wielded a knife in one hand while tightly encircling my waist with the other, swimming upstream against the icy current with all his might. Behind us, the sounds of fierce combat, screams, and Li Dequan's shrill, warped shouts of "Shoot! They must not escape!" filled the air. Arrows pierced the water around us, splashing icy droplets. Shunju held me closely, his breath heavy and hurried, his arm around my waist steady and strong, as if he felt neither the river's chill nor the potential tearing of his shoulder wound. I clung desperately to the bundle, my teeth chattering from the cold, while the river water surged into my nose, salty and bitter. Looking back, I could see flickering flames on the riverbank, shadows intertwining, as Jing Feng and his men appeared like small boats in a tempest, seemingly on the verge of being engulfed. Tears mingled with the cold river water as I pondered how it had come to this. "Look ahead." Shunju's deep voice broke through my thoughts. I turned sharply to see the river narrowing abruptly, the current growing fierce, with an abandoned ancient watermill standing at the shore, its massive water wheel half-rotting in the river. Beside the mill, an extremely rudimentary and seemingly precarious rope bridge spanned the river. The other end of the bridge vanished into the hazy morning mist and dense thickets of dead trees on the opposite bank. "That is our only path to survival," I stammered. Shunju's tone was resolute as he propelled me towards the rope bridge. Just as we neared it, boom! A tremendous explosion erupted not far downstream, shaking the surface of the water violently. I turned in shock. The very section of the river we had just crossed erupted into a towering column of water and smoke, with debris and remnants of bodies flung into the air. What is happening? Who did this? The explosion stunned us and caused momentary chaos among the pursuing soldiers on the bank.
Go.
Seizing the opportunity, Shunju thrust me onto the swaying rope bridge. The bridge, made of rotting wooden planks and coarse hemp ropes, creaked ominously underfoot, as if it might collapse at any moment. Below us surged the icy, rushing river. I was terrified, my spirit nearly shattered, desperately gripping the cold iron chains beside me, unable to move. Shunju followed closely, the bridge swaying even more violently. "Don't look back. Just move forward," he urged from behind, his voice carrying an undeniable command. Gritting my teeth, I forced my frozen legs to shuffle forward, step by step, into the unknown mist on the other side. Behind us, the chaos from the explosion seemed to be settling. But Li Dequan's furious shouts and the calls of the pursuing soldiers grew clearer and drew rapidly closer to the bridge. Arrows flew through the air again, clattering against the iron chains and wooden planks of the bridge. We had only reached the middle of the bridge. At this rate, we would never reach the other side. Just then, in the mist on the opposite bank, flashes of fire suddenly ignited. Moments later, several flaming arrows streaked across the dark sky before dawn, not aimed at us, but rather striking precisely at the head of the rope bridge.
Boom.
The oil-soaked arrows ignited the pile of dry hay and timber at the bridge's entrance, flames erupting and swiftly consuming the starting point of the bridge. The pursuing soldiers, just as they reached the bridgehead, were instantly repelled by the roaring flames. "Damn it! There are reinforcements on the other side!" came a frantic shout from the shore. Li Dequan's silhouette emerged from the flames, his complexion ashen, staring intently at us across the burning bridge and the wide river. His gaze filled with a venomous hatred that seemed ready to ignite. He suddenly raised his hand. Beside him, a crossbowman, wielding a uniquely crafted heavy crossbow, aimed not at me or Shinju, but at the very roots of the main iron cable supporting the entire suspension bridge. The arrowhead shimmered with a ghostly blue poison under the firelight, appearing alarmingly large. My pupils constricted. "No!" I screamed in terror.
Thud.
The muted sound of the crossbow firing reverberated.
Crack.
A sickening sound of metal snapping echoed. One of the main cables snapped. The entire bridge lurched violently to one side. The wooden planks clattered down. I screamed as I began to slide down. Grasping, Shinju seized my arm with one hand, while the other clung desperately to the remaining intact cable, his arm muscles taut to the extreme, veins bulging at his temples. The bridge swayed violently in midair. Like a swing. From the mist on the opposite shore, I heard several startled cries, as if some were attempting to rush out, only to be repelled by a barrage of arrows. A cruel and triumphant smile spread across Li Dequan's face as he raised his hand again. The crossbowman calmly reloaded, aiming at the only remaining vital cable, the one that Shinju was clinging to for support. It was over. This time, it was truly over. A chilling despair engulfed me, akin to the river waters beneath, drowning me in an instant. I looked up at Shinju, who was so close. His face was pale as paper, lips pressed tightly together, his jawline taut like a blade. Sweat mingled with river water, trickling down his temple. His eyes, usually fathomless, now reflected the flames from across the river and my own terrified face. There was no fear, no panic, not even resentment. Only an extreme, almost serene weariness. And a hint of a release I could not comprehend. Suddenly, he flashed me a fleeting smile, so ephemeral it felt like an illusion, yet imbued with a sense of farewell that cut deeply. Then, I felt his grip on my arm tighten, not pulling me closer, but rather with a fierce, resolute push. He propelled me towards the misty shore. At the same time, he released the hand that had been gripping the cable, his body tumbling like a kite with severed strings, plummeting towards the icy, raging waters below. "Shinju!" My heart-wrenching scream pierced the dawn sky. His forceful push sent me tumbling towards the opposite shore. Time seemed to elongate infinitely in that moment. I could see his dark garments unfurling in the wind as he fell, like a wounded eagle. I could see the last glance he cast in my direction, devoid of coldness or calculation, replaced instead by an expansive, weary calm. I could see figures emerging from the mist on the opposite shore, exclaiming in alarm. I could also see Li Dequan's face, momentarily stunned, then contorted with extreme, malevolent fury.
Splash.
The loud sound of his fall echoed, the icy waters engulfing his dark figure, leaving only a rapidly expanding ripple, soon washed away by the turbulent current. No trace remained. No. I fell heavily into the patch of withered grass on the opposite bank, the oilcloth bundle in my arms pressing painfully against my chest. Yet I felt no pain, only the hollow emptiness where my heart had been, and the suffocating cold. Darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness entirely. Just before plunging into the abyss of darkness, I seemed to hear many hurried footsteps converging, alongside a familiar yet elusive voice, calm yet urgent, saying, "Quick, take her away. Clear the traces. Damn it, Shinju, you really." Chapter 23. My consciousness felt like a stone sinking to the bottom of the frigid river, dragged upward by some stubborn force. The biting cold returned first, penetrating through my limbs and bones, causing my teeth to chatter uncontrollably. Next came my hearing. Amidst the buzzing in my ears, muffled conversations and the crackling of burning firewood mixed in. My eyelids felt unbearably heavy. Struggling to pry them open, A blurred light pierced through, warm and golden. It wasn't the ghostly blue light of the underworld, nor the pale daylight reflecting off the river. It was firelight. I opened my eyes wide. Before me was a low, smoke-stained wooden ceiling, with several rough beams above. Beneath me lay a hard straw-covered bed, and over me, a half-worn fur blanket with a faint scent of sweat and dust. This was an exceedingly simple wooden hut. I attempted to sit up abruptly, but a sharp pain shot through me from an unknown injury, causing me to collapse back down with a muffled groan of agony. Awake? A somewhat familiar deep voice sounded nearby. I turned my head sharply, alert. By the fire pit, a man in simple hunter's garb stood with his back to me, his posture remarkably upright as he poked at the flames with a twig. Beside him lay the lowly maid's attire I had worn in the palace, already dried by the fire and neatly folded. The crucial oilcloth bundle rested beside the clothing. He slowly turned around. The flickering firelight illuminated a sharply defined face, deliberately smeared with ash, appearing travel-worn. His deep-set eyes, high nose, and tightly pressed lips conveyed a ruggedness shaped by battle, along with a barely perceptible weariness. It wasn't Shinju. It was Jingfeng, who was supposed to have perished by the riverside, his fate uncertain. My voice emerged hoarsely, unnaturally dry. How could he be here? Alive? And he was the one who saved me? Jingfeng set down the twig and approached the bed, offering me a rough ceramic bowl filled with steaming warm water. Drink some water. His tone remained calm, devoid of excessive emotion. As if we had not just escaped a certain death ambush. You've been chilled to the bone. You need warmth. I did not take the bowl. Merely fixated on him, my gaze finally settling on the makeshift bandage on his shoulder, where faint crimson bled through the white cloth, indicating it had been treated. No longer gushing. Your throat is raspy, every word laced with blood. How did you escape? What about the others? Shinju. Jingfeng's hand holding the bowl froze midair, something deep within his gaze dimming swiftly before being masked by his habitual calm. He thrust the bowl into my hands, leaving no room for refusal. We lost 6 brothers. He turned back towards the fire pit, his voice lowering, strained with suppressed emotion. Li Dequan deployed heavy military crossbows, broke the encirclement. I took advantage of the chaos to leap into the water, floating downstream for 3 miles before finding a chance to climb ashore. When I circled back, I saw the prince. His voice caught, the twig he had been using to stoke the fire snapped in two. I pushed you over, and then fell into the river myself. My heart felt as if it had been pierced by that broken branch, a sharp pain radiating through me. And then, I pressed urgently, my nails digging into my palm. Did you see him? Did you see him? The current was swift, and arrows from pursuers rained down. Jingfeng's voice returned to its cold hardness, as if he were merely recounting a report of battle unrelated to himself. I could not draw closer. The figures on the opposite bank released a smoke screen, seizing the opportunity to take you away. I followed closely until I revealed myself here. He paused, adding, Li Dequan's men searched downstream for quite some time, but it seems they did not find the prince. Not found? The finality of that word sent a chill through me, one I scarcely dared to consider. Hope flickered like a ghostly flame, weakly illuminating the darkness before being swallowed by the heavier shadows. The icy river flowed tumultuously, and the chances of survival from such severe injuries were minuscule. The wooden cabin fell into a profound silence, save for the crackling of the fire. I cradled a bowl of warm water, feeling its meager warmth against my fingertips, yet it could not dispel the chill seeping from my bones. Shinju, that final look of yours, that push. What were you truly thinking? My gaze involuntarily drifted once more to the oilcloth bundle resting on the ground. The source of it all. Jingfeng followed my gaze, fell silent for a moment, and then spoke. My lord, this object. Do not call me my lord. I interrupted sharply, my voice piercing with agitation. I am not your lord. My hand instinctively reached for my chest, and to my astonishment, the black iron token was still there, cold and unyielding against my skin. I felt as if I had been burned, yanking it out and hurling it vehemently at Jingfeng. This thing, and this. I pointed at the oilcloth bundle, my emotions nearly spiraling out of control. They are death warrants. Whoever touches them shall die. Alan is dead. Shinju, he is too. Why do you still follow me? Why do you still wish to save this burden? Tears streamed forth unbidden, mingling with fear, anger, and an overwhelming, undeniable sorrow. Jingfeng did not retrieve the token. He merely observed my breakdown in silence, his gaze devoid of contempt or impatience. imbued instead with a profound, almost compassionate calm. Once my sobs subsided, he spoke slowly, his voice low yet imbued with an extraordinary power that pierced through my chaos. The Shadow Dragon Guards recognize the token, not the person. With this token in hand, your life is of greater importance than all of ours combined. He paused, his eyes falling on the oilcloth bundle, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. The prince has schemed for 5 years. Perhaps he awaited this very day. The day he entrusted this to you. I froze, my tear-streaked eyes gazing at him in confusion. Do you think the prince would leave the token in the emperor's palace? A place you might pass through? Jing Feng's voice lowered, carrying a calmness that suggested he understood everything. And why, at the critical moment, did he choose to push you and this object through the path of survival? He had anticipated the worst outcome. He chose to believe in you. Believe in me? Believe in what? That I could safeguard this secret capable of overturning everything in this dire situation? Or believe that I could fulfill his unfinished, treasonous plan? My heart felt as though it were gripped by a cold hand, making it difficult to breathe. The map to Han's Han Temple, I murmured, suddenly recalling the stone wall in the underground palace, inscribed with evidence of crimes. You all knew? Jing Feng fell silent for a moment, then nodded. The prince has investigated in secret for many years. Han's Han Temple is merely one of his strongholds. Similar secret channels and repositories exist in the northern frontier. The information that Alan brought out may be the most lethal. The most lethal. Thus, Shunju's desperate attempt to rescue Alan was not merely to save a life, but to secure evidence that could directly implicate the imperial treasury and the one seated upon the dragon throne. And I, by a twist of fate, had become the holder of this evidence. Li Dequan, the emperor, would never let me go. In this vast world, there was no place for me to stand. Unless a cold and mad thought, like a poisonous vine sprouting in the dark, silently coiled around my heart. Unless I could use it to turn the tables. Unless I could leverage this evidence to pry open what seemed an impenetrable deadlock. I gazed at the quiet oilcloth bundle on the ground, and then at the silent, mountain-like Jing Feng by the fire. Shunju, the trust you exchanged for your life, I accept. I took a deep breath, forcefully wiping away the tears from my face, though my fingers trembled uncontrollably. Strangely, my voice steadied. Jing Feng, at your command. You said the Shadow Dragon Guards recognized the token, not the person. Indeed. Very well. I lifted the fur blanket that bore the unfamiliar scent of a man. Enduring the dizziness and chill, stepping barefoot onto the cold, rough wooden floor, advancing toward the oilcloth bundle. I bent down and tightly embraced it once more. Then I turned to face Jing Feng. The firelight danced behind me, elongating my shadow against the mottled wooden wall. I command you, along with all living Shadow Dragon Guards. I enunciated, my voice clear, imbued with a chilling resolve that felt foreign to me. From this moment forth, forget the Prince of Jingen, forget any previous commands. Only heed my command alone. Spare no effort to pierce a hole in this day. Chapter 24. What counsel do you offer? The crackling of the fire echoed in the wooden cabin, casting our shadows, one seated, one standing, elongated and twisted upon the wall, like beasts lying in wait. Spare no effort to pierce a hole in this day. My words struck the silence, tinged with lingering sobs yet remarkably clear, even carrying an unexpected chill of murderous intent. Jing Feng regarded me, the firelight flickering in his eyes. His face, smeared with ash that obscured its overly defined contours, revealed little emotion. Only the slightest tightening of his jaw betrayed some tremor within. He remained silent. Then slowly he knelt on one knee, bowing his head. The posture was one of submission. Yet his voice was steady as rock, striking the ground with weighty conviction. Jing Feng, leader of the 7th group of the Shadow Dragon Guards, obeys the command of my lord. Henceforth, only my lord's orders will be followed. Through fire and water, I shall not hesitate to face death. There were no grandiose proclamations, only a weighty promise, tinged with the scent of rust and blood. I held that cold oilcloth bundle, feeling the hard edges of the pages within through the coarse fabric. It felt as heavy as ice yet burned like a branding iron. Rise, I commanded. My voice still somewhat shaky, yet I endeavored to straighten my back. How much time do we have? Li Dequan will not rest easily. Jing Feng stood, his movements decisive and swift. Having found nothing downstream, they will surely widen their search. At most half a day, they will discover this vicinity. This place is not safe for long. Half a day. My heart tightened sharply. Where could we go? In all the world, Was there no place for me? If the emperor wished someone dead, who could escape? Jing Feng approached the cabin's lone small window, moistening his finger to gently pierce an inconspicuous hole in the paper. Peering outside for a moment. "My lord, do you know of the Jingzhe?" he suddenly inquired, his voice lowered further. I was taken aback. Jingzhe? The solar term? It is not a solar term. He seemed to sense my confusion, turning back to me, his gaze deepened by the firelight. It is a location. Or rather, a safe house known only to the prince and a select few core members of the Shadow Dragon Guards. In the northern frontier. The northern frontier? My pupils constricted in shock. That was the territory Shinju had managed for many years, the very origin of all turmoil. It was also the place the emperor was now fixated on, the very location where the Duke of the State had just perished, making it extremely sensitive. To go there? Wasn't that akin to walking into a trap? The most perilous places often conceal the greatest safety. Jing Feng seemed to peer into my thoughts, his tone calm. The emperor and Li Dequan surely believe we would desperately flee south or seek refuge elsewhere. They could never anticipate that we would dare to turn back. Plunging directly into the heart of the northern frontier. He paused, his gaze falling upon the bundle cradled in my arms. Within the spring thunder, there may lie something that could aid our Lord in breaking through the heavens more swiftly. Something that could expedite my own ascension? Shinju has other contingencies hidden in the northern territory? My heart raced involuntarily. The risks were immense, yet the allure was equally profound. How shall we proceed? I heard myself inquire, my voice dry. My subordinates have already signaled to gather. There should be 3 brothers nearby who have survived. We shall disperse into smaller groups, traversing the most secluded trade routes, blending in with the refugees heading north. Jing Feng spoke rapidly, clearly having devised a meticulous plan, with Shadow Dragon Guards positioned along the way to assist us. However, to finally enter the core region of the northern frontier, we will require a suitable disguise. He looked at me, his eyes reflecting a cautious appraisal. Our Lord must adopt a different visage. A different visage? I instinctively reached for my face. What must be done? Jing Feng picked up an unassuming leather pouch, seemingly belonging to a hunter, from beside the fire and opened it. Inside were not bows and daggers, but several delicate porcelain vials, some fine silver needles, and a few bizarre, malleable substances resembling soft clay. My subordinates possess some knowledge of certain tricks of the trade, he stated matter-of-factly, as though discussing a trivial matter. However, altering one's appearance in the short term can be somewhat uncomfortable. I gazed at the items, a slight churn in my stomach. Yet, thinking of Li Dequan's serpent-like eyes and of Shinju's last vacant gaze before plunging into the river. Let us proceed. I closed my eyes, my voice steadying. What must I do? Please, my lord, sit and try to relax. Jing Feng's voice drew near, carrying a faint, herbal bitterness. The cold, sticky substance enveloped my cheeks and neck. His fingers, strong yet surprisingly precise and gentle, avoided my eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, delicately pressing at the junctions of certain bones, reshaping. A slight sting and pulling sensation arose, accompanied by an unsettling feeling of having my skin forcibly altered. I could feel the subtle yet definite changes occurring to my brow ridge, cheekbones, and even the shape of my jaw under his hands. Time slipped by slowly. The firewood in the hearth gradually dwindled, leaving only the dim red embers. At last, he ceased his actions. It is done. I slowly opened my eyes. Jing Feng handed me a weathered, blurred copper mirror. In the reflection, I beheld a completely unfamiliar face. The skin was rough and sallow, the cheekbones slightly elevated, the corners of the eyes slightly drooping, the lips fuller than before. The entire visage was unremarkable, so plain that one could vanish into a crowd in an instant. Only those eyes retained a hint of familiar contours, yet appeared weary and commonplace due to the surrounding muscular alterations. I instinctively raised my hand to touch, but he gently brushed my fingertips away. The medicinal effects have yet to fully solidify. It will require 2 hours. He reclaimed the copper mirror, his tone still devoid of fluctuation. During this interval, it is best to refrain from making large expressions. Afterward, you must soak in the medicinal solution for 1/4 of an hour daily to maintain the transformation for half a month. Half a month will suffice.
A name.
I lowered my hand, gazing at the unfamiliar woman in the mirror. I need a new identity. Jing Feng produced a severely worn wooden token from his garments, upon which were etched indistinct markings and fingerprints. Erwan, a solitary girl fleeing from the northern frontier. Both parents perished in this year's calamity. Having sought refuge with an aunt in the capital, but to no avail, she has ended up here. He extended the token to me. This is her travel pass and identity tag, indeed. The girl passed away 10 days prior in a makeshift shelter south of the city, and no one is aware.
Arwan.
I clutched the token, still bearing the warmth of another departed woman, my heart heavy. And you? I turned to him. His physique and aura could not possibly be masked by an ordinary hunter or refugee. Your elder brother, a Feng. Jing Feng replied swiftly, clearly having prepared this narrative. Stating he was sending his sister south to seek family, only to encounter bandits, losing all their provisions, and was thus compelled to return to their home in the northern frontier. Brother. I regarded his face, obscured by ash, yet still revealing sharp angles, and nodded. When will the others arrive? As early as midnight tonight, or at the latest, the early hours of tomorrow. Jing Feng promptly began to clear any traces within the room, casting my old clothes and anything that might reveal my identity into the dying embers. We must depart before dawn. Heading 30 miles to Blackwater Crossing to rendezvous with the first group of brothers, blending into the coal transport fleet heading north. His movements were swift and decisive, as though he had long since grown accustomed to living on the edge of a blade, racing against time. I sat on the still warm wooden bed, cradling the bundle, watching him grind the last remnants of ash before dousing it with cold water. Outside the window, the sky had completely darkened, the cold wind rustling through the treetops, producing a mournful sound. Thus began a long and desperate journey, fraught with blood and strife towards the northern frontier. The ensuing days felt like walking on the brink of a nightmare. We appeared as true refugees, disheveled and wrapped in tattered cotton coats, mingling with various filthy and clamorous groups. At times we were aboard coal transport barges, crammed into the stinking hold. At others, we walked the muddy official roads alongside fleeing groups, gnawing on hard, stone-like grain cakes. Jing Feng now assumed the guise of my brother, a Feng, silently and vigilantly guarding my side. He always managed to adeptly handle all unforeseen circumstances, evading the scrutiny of patrolling soldiers, discovering slender gaps in seemingly desperate routes. The other 3 surviving Shadow Dragon guards gradually converged at different locations under different aliases. One became a sailor on the same boat, another disguised as a merchant selling leather goods, and the last remained distantly behind, tasked with eliminating any potential pursuers. They exchanged little conversation, yet a mere glance conveyed their intentions, their actions synchronized as though they were but one entity. I endeavored to play the part of Arwan, taciturn and somewhat bewildered, a solitary girl rendered numb by misfortune. The bundle nestled in my arms was never far from me, wrapped in rags, masquerading as a pillow or a bundle for warmth. The further north we traveled, the harsher the weather became. Breath turned to frost, and lifeless livestock or even corpses could often be seen by the roadside. The shadow of war and heavy taxation rendered this land particularly desolate and dilapidated. Occasionally, I would overhear hushed discussions among passers-by. They spoke of the sudden turmoil in the capital, the disappearance of Prince Jing and into the river, his fate unknown, the Emperor's fury, leading to a thorough investigation of the rebels, and the untimely death of Lady Gu in the palace, the Gu family implicated, awaiting trial. Upon hearing the words untimely death, I was holding a crude earthen bowl, sipping hot water, and my fingers trembled almost imperceptibly as scalding water splashed out, burning the back of my hand. Yet I felt no pain. She is dead. In the Emperor's eyes, Gu Wanqing has already perished. Perhaps it is for the best. That foolish woman, ensnared in love for 5 years, should have perished long ago. Expressionless, I wiped the water from the back of my hand and continued to sip the lukewarm water from the bowl. Jing Feng's gaze briefly swept over the reddened skin of my hand, but he said nothing, merely passing me the last remaining piece of dry rations from his own provisions. After nearly half a month of trepidation and circuitous wandering, we finally stepped into the territory of the northern frontier. The air seemed to be laden with the scent of rust and blood. The scrutiny at the checkpoints was evidently several times more rigorous, the soldiers' sharp gazes filled with a tension that foretold impending conflict. On a dusk when fine snow fell, we arrived at a border military town named Blackstone City. The towering, dark walls bear the scars of battle, while flags flutter atop, and patrolling soldiers clad in armor exude an air of solemnity. Here lies the very edge of the storm. According to our plan, we must procure a disguise to shield our identities for the final leg of our journey before heading to our ultimate destination, the awakening of insects. Jing Feng has ensconced me in a dimly lit corner room of a bustling inn, replete with overwhelming odors, and has sternly instructed me to remain indoors before hastily departing with a shadow dragon guard. Clutching my bundle, I sit on the frigid edge of the bed, listening to the distant clamor of the marketplace and the military horns, my nerves taut with anticipation. After an indeterminate period, a series of knocks echo from the door. I spring to my feet and lean toward the entrance. "Arwan, it's me," whispers Jing Feng, his voice lowered. I swing open the door, and Jing Feng slips inside, bringing with him the chill of the outside air, his expression graver than when he left. The Shadow Dragon Guard has not followed. The situation has changed. He closes the door and speaks in hushed, rapid tones, following the assassination attempt on Duke Zhen. The Emperor's newly appointed commander has arrived in Haishi City and is actively purging the remnants of the Jing and Wang faction. The atmosphere within the city is tense, and our planned rendezvous point has been compromised. My heart sinks. While the entry to the awakening of insects should remain secure, the path into the city has been blocked. Jing Feng furrows his brow, revealing that the new commander has issued strict orders. All individuals with suspicious identities will be apprehended for interrogation. Our original documents may not pass scrutiny. What shall we do? I ask, anxiety tightening my voice. Jing Feng remains silent for a moment, his sharp eyes scanning the dilapidated guest room as if weighing options. Finally, his gaze settles on me. There is another way, but it carries immense risk. Speak, I urge. Under the command of the garrison general in Haishi City, there is a unit responsible for escorting supplies, which is set to transport a batch of winter clothing toward the awakening of insects. The escort team has received favor from the prince in the past, so it may be worth the gamble to blend in with the supply unit and gain passage. Blend into a military camp? An escort team? That is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Is it reliable? My voice tightens with apprehension. It's a 50-50 chance, Jing Feng admits. The individual in question is trustworthy, yet the current climate is unpredictable. If we are exposed, we will fall into a trap. I grip my bundle tightly. There is no retreat. Remaining here will inevitably lead to our discovery. Advancing, though perilous as it may be, might just offer a glimmer of hope. I'll take the risk, I hear myself declare, my voice surprisingly calm. Jing Feng studies me intently. Very well. At midnight, I shall make arrangements. Be cautious in all matters. Midnight. The snow has begun to fall more heavily. Jing Feng, 2 other disguised Shadow Dragon Guards, and I stealthily navigate to the outskirts of the auxiliary soldier camp near an abandoned brick kiln. The biting wind swirls with snowflakes, striking my face like shards of ice. In the distance, I can hear the faint sounds of horses and the footsteps of patrolling soldiers. A man, dressed in the garb of a low-ranking officer and somewhat portly, rubs his hands anxiously as he paces in the shadows of the kiln. Upon spotting us, he hurries over, a look of tension and fear etched across his face.
Yingye.
He glances at Jing Feng, his voice trembling. This is too dangerous. The new commander has sharp eyes. Several have already been captured in the past few days. Enough chatter, Jing Feng interrupts, his tone steely. Can we enter or not? The escort leader swallows nervously, glancing at us, particularly lingering on my unremarkable face for a moment before gritting his teeth. You can, but only 2 can enter. Too many unfamiliar faces will attract attention. And you must pose as lowly laborers. You need to work. Before he can finish, a commotion erupts from the camp. The torches flare to life, and voices call out. Drawing nearer. Not good. It's the commander's personal guards. The escort leader's face drains of color. Quick. You all. His words are cut short as a squadron of armored cavalry rushes toward us like a whirlwind. The torchlight instantly exposes us, leaving no room for concealment. The leading officer's piercing gaze zeroes in on us. Who goes there? What mischief is afoot at this hour? The escort leader's legs weaken, nearly collapsing. Jing Feng steps protectively in front of me, his hand instinctively reaching for his waist. The atmosphere becomes electric with tension, teetering on the brink of violence. My heart races, on the verge of bursting from my chest. My fingers dig into the bundle. Just as the moment seems dire, a rapid clatter of hooves approaches from another direction. Everyone pauses, turning toward the sound. Through the swirling wind and snow, several riders gallop forth. Leading them is a figure draped in a dark cloak, a hood obscuring most of their face, revealing only tightly pressed lips and a sharply defined jaw. They charge forward, pulling the reins of their steed. The horse lets out a piercing neigh, its front hooves rising, scattering countless snowflakes. All torchlight seems to converge upon this figure. The leader of the commander's guards furrows his brow, seemingly recognizing the newcomer, his demeanor shifting to one of restraint, yet still scrutinizing. "Ah, it is you, sir. I am currently on patrol and have discovered suspicious individuals here." The cloaked figure slowly raises a hand, silencing him. Then they tilt their heads slightly. From beneath the shadow of the hood, a pair of eyes, deep and cold as an unfathomable abyss, pierce through the crowd, locking onto my face with unnerving precision. Time appears to halt in that moment. The sounds of the wind, the restless hooves, and the crackling of the torches fade into silence. The world seems to dissolve, leaving only those haunting eyes, cold, weary, and fathomless, yet imbued with a terrifying sense of omniscience. My heartbeat in that instant ceases completely. Blood rushes to my head, freezing in an instant. An absurd yet dangerously compelling name lodges in my throat, nearly spilling from my lips. Then I hear him speak. His voice, carried by the wind and snow, is low and hoarse, tinged with a long-lost yet chilling familiarity. "My subordinate, what do you have to say?" The snow swirls around the figure, brushing against the dark cloak, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. The man on the horse leans slightly forward, the shadow of the hood shifting to reveal a portion of his face. His pallid, gaunt features remain, his lips nearly translucent. Yet those eyes are as deep as an endless chasm, filled with ice, blood, and an enduring weariness etched into his very being. It is no illusion. Zhenyao. He truly is alive. That bone-chilling coldness surges from my feet, instantly paralyzing my limbs. My heart feels as though it is gripped by an invisible hand, pausing for a beat before wildly thumping against my chest, a cacophony that drowns out the howling wind. How could he be here? In Haishi City. In this border garrison that is on the brink of being cleansed by the new commander. Did he escape like a cicada shedding its skin? Has even Jingfeng been deceived? Countless questions bubble in my mind like boiling water, yet not a single word escapes my lips. My throat feels constricted, as if frozen solid, making even breathing a challenge. Jingfeng, standing before me, momentarily stiffens, his hand slowly relinquishing its grip at his waist, falling to his side. I cannot see his expression, but I can sense the palpable tension emanating from him, a mixture of heightened vigilance and forced restraint. The contingent was already paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. The commanding officer, visibly recognizing Zhenyao, or rather the identity he currently embodied, underwent a series of color changes. The previous arrogance evaporated entirely, replaced by a subtle yet discernible trace of apprehension. He hastily clasped his fists in salute from atop his horse, his tone markedly more respectful. "Ah, it is Lord Shen. I was unaware of your esteemed presence, and I apologize for any offense." However, he hesitated, casting a glance at us. "The patrol tonight is under direct orders from the commander. Do you see this order?" Zhenyao interrupted him coolly, his voice, though not loud, bore an undeniable weight of authority cultivated through long-standing power. Despite his frail appearance, he asserted, "Is the command directed at the spies or at the personnel I am dispatching?" The officer's forehead immediately broke into a cold sweat. "I dare not. I had no such intention. However, I will take the person." Zhenyao did not afford him the chance to finish, his tone indifferent yet resolute. "If the commander inquires, let him seek me directly." With that, he averted his gaze from the officer, his eyes drifting past the crowd to once again rest upon my face. His gaze was heavy, imbued with a complexity I could not comprehend, along with a faint hint of inquiry. He slightly inclined his head, signaling to a subordinate behind him. The attendant promptly dismounted and approached me and Jingfeng with an air of politeness that brooked no refusal. "You too, please come with us." Jingfeng silently exchanged a glance with me. I pinched my palm hard, the sharp pain momentarily sharpening my muddled thoughts. Lowering my head, I tugged at Jingfeng's sleeve, adopting a demeanor of fear and trepidation. In this moment, I was Erwan, a terrified, destitute orphan. Jingfeng understood, his voice hoarse and thick with a northern accent, awkwardly bowing. Yes, thank you, my lord." We followed the attendant, trudging through the snow, making our way to Zhenyao's horse. As we passed by his steed, I could distinctly feel his penetrating gaze fixed upon me, cold and sharp, as if it sought to peel away the facade masking my true self. I kept my head bowed, clutching the parcel tightly, my knuckles turning white from the strain. Behind us, the contingent of guards silently parted, none daring to impede our passage. Zhenyao flicked the reins, turned his horse, and led the way. His dark cloak billowed in the wind and snow, creating a solitary arc. We followed behind, traversing the quiet yet tumultuous streets of the military town in silence. Eventually, he halted before an unassuming yet heavily guarded courtyard of blue bricks, dismounting. A servant silently opened the courtyard gate. He stepped inside without looking back, leaving behind a cold command. Bring them in. The warmth of the room enveloped me, infused with a scent of charcoal and a faint medicinal aroma. I was taken into a study, sparsely furnished yet reeking of a steely military aura. A map of the northern frontier adorned the wall, densely annotated with various symbols. Zhenyao stood with his back to me, gazing at the map, shedding the snow-laden cloak to reveal a similarly dark yet slightly thin uniform beneath. The contours of his shoulders remained distinct, though he appeared even more emaciated than before. Neither of us spoke, only the occasional crackle from the charcoal brazier and our suppressed breaths filled the air. The atmosphere was stifling. I stood in the center of the room, clutching the parcel, like a prisoner awaiting judgment. The medicinal mud on my face seemed to heat up, a reminder of just how fragile and absurd my current identity was. Finally, he slowly turned around. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet his eyes held an unfathomable depth of exhaustion and coldness. His gaze fell upon my face once again, this time devoid of previous scrutiny, replaced by a near-cruel tranquility. "Did you do it yourself?" he inquired, his voice low and hoarse, devoid of any tremor. "Or should I have someone assist you in removing this layer of disguise?" My heart lurched violently. He had indeed seen through me. From the very first glance, he had discerned my ruse. All my hopes and deceptions shattered in that instant. A wave of icy fury and immense humiliation surged, overpowering my fear. I abruptly lifted my head, meeting his cold eyes, my voice trembling with barely restrained emotion. Yet I strove to maintain the last vestige of composure. "Your Highness has keen insight." With my exposure evident, any further pretense was futile. The corners of Zhenyao's lips seemed to twitch slightly, yet the chill of that gesture was devoid of warmth. "It is not keen insight." He slowly approached, halting 3 steps from me, looking down with an air of superiority. "It is the manner in which you hold it." His gaze rested on the oilcloth parcel I clutched tightly to my chest. "Just like her. Her manner," he stated, "Erwan." My heart felt as though it were being pierced anew, searing with pain. Thus, he recognized me not by my visage, but by the way I held the parcel. Resembling that woman who had perished for him? Absurd. Ridiculous. "I regret to disappoint you." I heard my voice, icy and sharp. "I am not her. Nor do I intend to die for her." Zhenyao's gaze finally shifted from the parcel back to my eyes. Within them, a tempest of complex emotions swirled momentarily, too fleeting to grasp, ultimately settling into deeper exhaustion and an almost disdainful indifference. The item, he extended his hand, palm upward, pale and slender, with distinct knuckles adorned with old scars and fresh pink healing marks. His tone carried an undeniable command, as though I were merely a servant tasked with safeguarding his possessions. Again, those 2 words echoed, reminiscent of the crypt beneath. I stared at his hand, the very hand that had once tenderly caressed Erwan's face and coldly pushed me into the river. The fury and despair that had nearly consumed him in the crypt, the trials and fears I had endured in the northern frontier, and the humiliation of being so easily unmasked by him, all these emotions erupted within me at that moment. I did not extend the parcel. Instead, I retreated sharply, clutching it even tighter to my chest, as if it were my last bastion. My voice piercingly sharp. "On what grounds?" Zhenyao's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly taken aback by my resistance. His outstretched hand did not retract, yet his gaze turned frigid, imbued with a warning. "Gu Wanqing."
Do not call me that.
I recoiled as if scalded by the name, my voice quaking. "Gu Wanqing is dead. Killed by you, by the Emperor, by all of you who conspired together to force her demise. What stands before you now is merely a wretched soul who has narrowly escaped death." I fixated on him, my eyes stinging fiercely, yet I stubbornly refused to let the tears fall. "What is this?"
Huh?
"Zhenyao, tell me. What is this thing worth Erwan's life? What justifies your 5 years of feigned affection? What compels you to leap into the icy river and escape? And why do you now extend your hand to me, as if collecting a debt?" My questions shot forth like a barrage of arrows, piercing not only him, but also my own crumbling sanity. Shanju stood there, absorbing my outburst, his expression still inscrutable, save for his eyes, which grew heavier and colder, akin to two deep wells poised to freeze over. Once I finished my tirade, panting heavily, he spoke slowly, his voice terrifyingly deep. "Are you done?" I bit my lip, defiantly glaring at him. Done, he took a step forward, an invisible pressure enveloping the space. "Then give me the item." "I will not," I instinctively screamed, retreating once more until my back collided against the frigid wall, leaving me with no further escape. His patience appeared to have finally reached its limit. The last vestige of warmth in his gaze vanished, leaving behind a chilling coldness and a certain wrath born of defiance. Suddenly he struck. His movements were as swift as lightning, allowing me no time to react. Rather than seizing the package, he clamped his hand around my wrist. The force so great it felt as if he might shatter my bones. I gasped in pain, struggling to break free, yet my efforts were akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. "Let go." I lifted my foot to kick him, but he effortlessly deflected my attempt with his other hand, securing both my wrists and forcefully pressing me against the icy wall. With a thud, the package slipped from my grasp and fell at my feet. I was utterly trapped between the wall and his unyielding, cold body, rendered immobile. "Shinju, you bastard. Let me go." I struggled in vain, humiliation and anger causing tears to spill from my eyes. He loomed over me, his breath brushing my forehead, carrying a faint scent of medicine and an icy hostility. In his eyes, devoid of any emotion, there lurked a heart-stopping, absolute darkness of control. "I offered you a chance," he stated, his voice low and gravelly, each word striking my eardrum like an ice pick. "Stay quietly within the palace, and perhaps you might survive. Surrender the item and leave, and you might find a path to safety. But you insisted on intruding into a game you cannot possibly master." His gaze cut through me like a knife, seeking to strip away every faade, exposing my most vulnerable self beneath. "Now, tell me," he tightened his grip, pain shooting through my wrist, making me involuntarily cry out, "who assisted you in disguising yourself? Who brought you to the northern frontier? Jing Foam? Or someone else entirely? What do you intend to achieve with this?" His relentless questioning washed over me like a cold tide, drowning me completely. It became clear that he did not trust me at all. He doubted my ability to escape on my own, suspected that I was not alone, that I had ulterior motives. To him, I was merely a pawn, a bomb, a troublesome entity that required rigorous interrogation and total control. All my struggles, all my fury, extinguished in that instant. I was left with an overwhelming, icy despair and utter despondency. I ceased my resistance, allowing him to hold me captive, tears silently tracing down my roughened cheeks, leaving behind a chilling wet trail. I gazed at his face, so close, filled with cold suspicion. Suddenly, I offered a faint, weary smile, a soundless laughter that shattered the silence. "Your Highness," my voice was hoarse and heavy with emotion, yet oddly calm, "you always scheme against everyone, suspect everyone. But did you ever calculate?" I raised my eyes to meet his frigid stare, each word strikingly clear, "that Li Dequan's men are already at the door?" Chapter 26. The Fated Characters of Longevity. That laughter echoed hollowly, reminiscent of the last dry leaf being crushed in winter. "Your Highness, you always plot against everyone, suspect everyone." I lifted my tear-filled gaze to meet his suddenly narrowed pupils, my voice hoarse, yet imbued with an eerie tranquility. "Did you ever foresee that Li Dequan's men have already arrived outside?" The moment those words left my lips, a resounding crash erupted. The heavy wooden door to the study was violently flung open from the outside. Wood splintered. The icy gust of wind and the metallic scent of armor surged in like a tide. The torchlight instantly illuminated the room as bright as day, blinding my eyes. Dozens of figures clad in black, armed with powerful crossbows from the northern town guard, surged in like phantoms, swiftly occupying every advantageous position within the room. Their cold arrows gleaming with a sinister blue hue, aimed precisely at every living target inside, including Shinju, who was still pinning me against the wall. At the forefront stood Li Dequan. He remained clad in his ornate robe, yet there was no longer any trace of the obsequiousness he had displayed before the emperor. Instead, he exuded a chilling, serpentine satisfaction, as if he controlled everything. He strolled in leisurely, first casting a glance at the oilcloth package on the floor. a fleeting glimmer of greed crossing his eyes before settling on the tense yet ambiguous stance of Shinju and me, a cruel, mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Oh dear," he drawled, his voice sharp and elongated, reminiscent of nails scraping against glass. "It seems we have arrived at quite an inconvenient time, interrupting the Highness and this young lady's exquisite enjoyment, haven't we?" The grip Shinju had on my wrist tightened to the brink of breaking my bones. I could feel the sudden rigidity of his body and the palpable, icy rage boiling within him. Yet he did not loosen his hold on my arm, nor did he immediately turn around. His unfathomable gaze remained fixed on me, swirling with turbulent emotions of anger, disbelief, and a hint of complex shockwaves he himself had not yet recognized. He had not anticipated this. He had calculated everything, even my resistance and the potential presence of allies, yet he had never expected that I would draw the serpent, Li Dequan, directly into his path. Under his watchful gaze, the tumult of emotions in his eyes was gradually consumed by an overwhelming, chilling darkness. Like a boulder dropped into a deep pool, the ripples faded away, leaving only a haunting silence. He slowly, incrementally released his grip on my wrist. The horrifying red marks around my wrist were exposed to the cold air and multitude of gazes, burning with pain. He turned, positioning himself partly in front of me.
"Facing Li Dequan."
His movements appeared composed, yet every subtle shift bore the tension of an imminent eruption. Directorly, he began, his voice regaining its usual low, indifferent tone, tinged with a hint of annoyance at the disturbance. "Is this how the military governor's residence treats its guests, intruding upon my quarters at such an hour? Or is this a new decree from His Majesty?" Li Dequan chuckled, a mocking tone lacing his words. "Forgive me, Your Highness." "Oh no, how forgetful of me. I should refer to you as Lord Shin. The situation is dire, with rebels rampant, daring to infiltrate Haishi City with nefarious intentions. The military governor has given orders. Better to mistakenly kill than to let any escape. I am merely acting on orders, forced into this position." His gaze shifted back to me, his eyes slithering over me like a serpent's tongue, especially upon hearing of an unidentified woman deeply entangled with the rebels, possibly possessing treasures vital to the state's safety. How could I dare to be negligent? Unidentified? Shinju's voice turned icy. "Directorly, you must be mistaken. This young lady is the descendant of an old acquaintance of mine, her family in distress, seeking refuge in the northern frontier. I was merely inquiring about her family's situation. How could there be any mention of rebels?" He slightly tilted his head, his peripheral vision sweeping over the package on the ground, his tone laced with just the right amount of perplexity and offended coldness. "It is merely some household items of a woman. Are you interested, Directorly? Is that so?" Li Dequan clearly did not believe him, his smile a mask of mockery. "Whether they are household items or not, I will know with a glance. I implore Lord Shin to facilitate this matter, allowing me to inspect." As he spoke, he signaled to the guards beside him. 2 guards immediately advanced, crossbows drawn, ready to retrieve the package. "Impudent!" suddenly let out a cold reprimand. The sound was not loud but carried the weight of authority born from a long tenure in power, infused with an abrupt surge of wrath. The 2 guards were momentarily stunned by his imposing presence, their actions instinctively halted.
"Li desface darkened, Master Shin."
"Are you defying the imperial decree? Defying an edict?" Shinju fixed his gaze upon him, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Masterly, you speak of treasonous treasures, yet which decree do you possess? His Majesty's edict? Or the general's command? Show them to me."
"Li faltarat."
He indeed had the emperor's oral command and secret edicts, but such documents could not be openly displayed. The emperor's command and the general's orders, do you expect Master Shin to inspect them one by one? He forced bravado into his voice, becoming shrill. "I see you harbor a guilty conscience. Protecting traitors. Seize that woman. Search for evidence." More guards advanced in response. The sound of crossbows being readied echoed coldly. The atmosphere instantly tensed to its breaking point. Tension hung thick in the air. Shinju remained resolutely in front of me, unwavering. His seemingly casual hand hung at his side, yet I noticed the slight tremors at his fingertips and the taut muscles beneath his sleeves, poised to unleash a powerful strike. He was holding on. He had not fully recovered from his internal injuries, his strength far from restored. Facing the elite troops of the Northern Pacification Commission led by Li Da, the odds were stacked against him. Moreover, should a conflict arise, it would irrevocably shatter their facade. solidifying the charges of defiance and treason. All of this stemmed from my reckless, desperate statement. My gaze drifted past Shinju's tense shoulders to the quiet oilcloth bundle on the ground. I looked at Li Da's malicious, determined expression. I surveyed the room, filled with cold crossbows. My heart thudded heavily within my chest, beat after beat. Suddenly, I let out a soft, abrupt laugh. The sound, though faint, pierced the suffocating silence of the standoff, drawing all eyes to me. Shinju's body stiffened imperceptibly. Li Da narrowed his eyes, warily scrutinizing me, the weak woman he had previously dismissed. Under the weight of countless icy gazes, I slowly, laboriously crouched down. The sharp pain in my wrist distorted my movements. I extended my unrestrained hand, which was marred with frostbite and small wounds, trembling as I painstakingly untied the thoroughly soaked hemp rope binding the oilcloth bundle. The action was slow, imbued with a desperate tranquility akin to ritual. Shinju's hand clenched tightly at his side, his knuckles turning white. He did not turn around, but I could sense the sudden sharpness and tension emanating from him. A flicker of triumph flashed in Li Da's eyes as he fixed his gaze intently upon my actions. The oilcloth was peeled back layer by layer, revealing not the secret ledger he anticipated, but rather a neatly folded, albeit tattered, infant's swaddling blanket. The fabric, a coarse cotton, had faded with age, its edges frayed, and the words longevity were embroidered in crooked, faded red thread. Beside it lay a similarly rudimentary peachwood talisman, with the same inscription. Beyond that, there was nothing, no ledgers, no secret documents, no treasures of any significance. Only this pitiful relic of a bygone era, steeped in nostalgia. The room fell into an eerie silence. The guards stood frozen, crossbows at the ready, exchanging bewildered glances. Li Da's smug expression instantly froze, morphing into incredulity, followed swiftly by a tempest of rage and humiliation. "What is this?" he shrieked, nearly losing his voice. "Where are the ledgers? The treasures?" I lifted my head, tears still staining my cheeks, yet my gaze bore a haunting emptiness. My voice drifted like a wisp of smoke. "The treasures you seek, my lord, are right here." I cradled the small swaddling blanket to my chest, as if holding a priceless gem or a cold gravestone. This was the only remnant of my child. My voice quivered with emotion, blurring the line between truth and fiction. As I spoke, his father perished at the border, and while fleeing with him, he succumbed to the plague at such a tender age. I had come to the northern frontier with the hope of burying him where his father fell in battle, to reunite them. As I spoke, tears surged once more, falling onto the aged swaddling blanket, leaving darkened traces. "Is this what you deem a treasure, my lord?" I raised my tear-filled eyes to Li Da's ashen face, my tone laced with a desperate humility. "If you desire it, take it. I only wish to complete this task." A flawless performance, a mother, bereaved of her beloved child, driven to desperation. Li Da's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, his chest heaving violently, clearly seething with fury, yet unable to find a reason to unleash it. He fixed his gaze upon me, then abruptly turned to the empty oilcloth on the ground, his eyes filled with suspicion.
Impossible.
The intelligence cannot be wrong. The items must be here. Could they have been swapped? Or hidden elsewhere? Shinju stood with his back to me, concealing his expression. I could only sense the tautness surrounding him, a momentary relaxation flickering. Though still as upright as a pine tree, the palpable aura of impending violence had receded slightly. He remained silent, not looking back at my sudden performance.
Li Da abruptly turnat.
His gaze piercing like a needle towards Shinju, his voice trembling with rage. "Master Shin, is this what you refer to as mere old belongings? A splendid old possession. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation?" Shinju slowly turned to face him. His gaze was cold as he swept over Li Da, then lingered momentarily on the infant swaddling blanket in my arms. His expression was complex, fleetingly elusive. Then he directed his attention back to Li Da, his tone regaining a hint of mocking indifference. "Master Li has witnessed it. Merely a woman's sentimental longing for her child, and yet you mobilize such forces, even resorting to storming my residence with weapons drawn." He paused, his voice suddenly sharp, imbued with undeniable authority. "This matter I shall report to His Majesty with complete honesty. I shall inquire, in this northern frontier, who truly holds power, the general or you, Master Li?" Li Da was momentarily rendered speechless, his face alternating between red and pale. veins bulging at his temples. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his palms. His gaze darted between me, Zhenyao, and the empty oilcloth. A tempest of suspicion, fury, and unwillingness swirling within him. Without evidence, he was already at a disadvantage for intruding upon the residence of an imperial official. If he could not produce solid proof, Zhenyao's report alone would suffice to bring him to ruin. After a long pause, he suddenly flung his sleeve, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. "Very well, Master Shen, we shall remember this." He cast me a venomous glare, then shot a fierce look at Zhenyao before turning abruptly. "We leave." The guards exchanged glances, ultimately retracting their crossbows, retreating like a receding tide. The heavy door slammed shut with a resounding crash. Inside, silence returned, punctuated only by the occasional crackling of the charcoal fire and my stifled sobs. I sank to the ground, clutching the cold, swaddling blanket, utterly drained, my back soaked with cold sweat. The performance was complete. The gamble was won, at least for now. I lowered my head, unable to meet Zhenyao's gaze. I could feel his icy gaze resting heavily upon my head, as if tangible, laden with scrutiny, inquiry, and countless unanswered questions accompanied by an inescapable suspicion. He did not speak immediately, merely standing there like a silent statue, suppressing a storm. After a considerable time, I heard the sound of his footsteps approaching me slowly, deliberately, until he finally halted before me, casting a shadow over my form. Then he crouched down. His cold, elongated fingers trembled slightly as they gently brushed against the rough baby swaddling in my arms. His fingertip glided over the faded characters of long life. His touch was so delicate, akin to a snowflake falling, yet it sent a shiver through my entire being, as though I had been seared by a branding iron. I abruptly raised my gaze to meet his eyes, which were now so close that I could see beyond the icy exterior and suspicion, revealing a tumult of emotions I had never witnessed before: shock, bewilderment, profound pain, and a glimmer of absurd, incredulous hope. His atoms apple-bobbed violently as he spoke, his voice hoarse and nearly shattered, tinged with a tentative apprehension that bordered on fear, posing a question that struck me like a thunderbolt, leaving me utterly disoriented. "Where are you going?" Those two words, rasping and fragmented, emerged from his pale lips, testing the waters with a caution that felt almost desperate. It was like a stone cast into a silent abyss, stirring up tumultuous waves within my heart. What had he asked? What did he know? No. It was impossible. I had concealed that matter so well. Even my father was unaware. How could he possibly know? A wave of terror washed over me, dousing all my emotions like icy water, leaving behind only a bone-deep chill and a frantic sense of being utterly exposed. I instinctively clutched the swaddling in my arms, as if trying to retain the last flicker of warmth, my body involuntarily recoiling until my back collided heavily with the cold wall, producing a dull thud. My eyes widened in fear as I stared at him, my lips quivering, yet no words escaped my mouth. My reaction was undoubtedly the clearest answer. Zhenyao remained crouched before me, his fingertips still lingering on the swaddling, utterly still. The color drained from his face at a visibly rapid pace, rendering him paler than ever, nearly translucent. The depths of his eyes roiled with emotions that crashed against one another like a tsunami: shock, disbelief, and immense anguish coalescing into a hollow, fragmented bewilderment. It was as if he finally saw me for who I truly was, perceiving the rough facade on my face, the terror and despair concealed in my gaze, and the tattered old swaddling embroidered with the characters for long life nestled in my arms. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The charcoal embers occasionally crackled softly, while the wind and snow outside lamented. He gazed at me, his expression vacant, as if his soul had been stripped from his body. After what felt like an eternity, his fingertips began to tremble uncontrollably, and soon his entire arm and broad shoulders joined in a slight quiver. It was a physiological shudder, desperately suppressed yet ultimately uncontainable. He abruptly withdrew his fingers from the swaddling, clenched them into a fist, the knuckles cracking under the strain, and the veins beneath his pale skin bulging. His throat convulsed violently, as if swallowing something profoundly bitter. He opened his mouth, seemingly intending to speak, but only a faint, breathy sound emerged, fractured and discordant. Within his hollow eyes, a profound despair and regret began to seep forth, deep enough to drown a soul. 5 years. 5 cold years. He had drowned himself in alcohol, wrapped in indifference and cruelty, night after night, collapsing outside her door, calling out another woman's name. He believed he had played his part flawlessly, convinced he had pushed her far enough away to evade all the hidden daggers and imperial suspicions. Yet, he had never contemplated, never imagined that beneath that seemingly solid ice lay a volcano capable of incinerating all his composure and schemes. When had that child come into existence? When had it vanished? How had she endured alone, while he had belittled her with the harshest words, pushed her away with the coldest demeanor? Even on their wedding night telling her she would never measure up to a dead woman, she had carried their child? While he pretended to mourn Alhin for that damned plan, seeking the Emperor's trust, she was enduring the pain of losing their child. A surge of metallic sweetness rushed up his throat, which he swallowed back with great effort. It felt as if his chest were being sliced and churned by countless dull knives, the pain rendering him nearly breathless. Suddenly, he recalled a time when she had seemed particularly silent, unusually thin, her complexion always pale. The physician had been summoned, declaring her condition a result of excessive worry, a burden upon her heart. What had he been doing at that time? It seemed he had been deliberately causing a scene, pretending to be intoxicated to ensure the Emperor discovered his unwavering infatuation with Alhin, even smashing things in her courtyard.
Ha, ha.
Zhenyao slowly lowered his head, nearly pressing his forehead to the cold ground, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably, emitting a suppressed, agonized whimper akin to a dying beast. That sound was hoarse and fragmented, filled with endless self-mockery and despair. I watched him unravel, observing the violent tremors in his shoulders, listening to the muffled, painful sobs erupting from deep within his throat. The frozen expanse of my heart seemed to crack open, ruptured by this sudden breakdown. Sourness and grievance surged forth like molten lava, uncontrollably overwhelming all defenses. Tears once again broke free, cascading silently down my cheeks, no longer a performance. Just then, outside the window, a sound, startlingly abrupt, resonated, a faint, owl-like hoot. Brief yet remarkably clear. It was the warning signal of the Shadow Dragon Guard. A high-level danger. Zhenyao's head snapped up. All his pain collapsed, and despair vanished in an instant, replaced by an intense chill, honed into vigilance and murderous intent. Though the tears in his eyes had yet to dry, they had already solidified into ice. Almost simultaneously, the study door, which had just been slammed shut, was violently flung open again from the outside. This time, with even greater force. The wooden door shattered, splinters flying. A shadow surged in like a ferocious hurricane. Sweeping in with the howling wind and a tempest of fury, it was Jing Feng. He had evidently endured a brutal battle, his coarse hunter's garb torn in multiple places, stained with dark crimson blood and mud, a fresh gash on his face oozing flesh. Yet his eyes blazed with a terrifying intensity, like flames from hell, filled with a frenzied thirst for vengeance and an ultimate rage of betrayal. His gaze, like a poisoned blade, instantly locked onto Zhenyao, who was crouched before me. "Zhenyao," he roared, his voice hoarse to the extreme, paying no mind to the circumstances inside the room, nor to the tiki guards who had just retreated and might not be far away. Like a mad tiger, he lunged straight at Zhenyao, wielding a short blade aimed directly at Zhenyao's back. The speed was such that only a lingering shadow remained. It was a battle of mutual destruction. Zhenyao's reflexes were pushed to their utmost limit. At the moment Jing Feng broke through, he had already risen. His body glided sideways with a weightless grace, narrowly evading that lethal thrust. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wrist, a blade as slender as a willow leaf silently positioned itself against Jing Feng's throat. The movement was crisp, decisive, and brutally precise. He was entirely different from the severely injured, frail Prince Jing, and that I had known. "Jing Feng, stop!" I cried out in desperation. My heart raced, nearly leaping from my chest. Jing Feng's blade missed its mark, but without hesitation, he countered with another strike. Every thrust aimed at Zhenyao's vital points. The madness and hatred in his eyes were about to overflow. "What have you done to our lord? You treacherous scoundrel! The prince has truly misjudged you," he roared, his onslaught like a tempest. Zhenyao's gaze was icy, his movements bizarrely evasive and defensive. He refrained from delivering fatal blows, yet each block seemed disproportionately heavy, his complexion paling further, his breath quickening. His internal injuries clearly had not healed. "Have you gone mad?" Zhenyao deflected a heavy strike, his voice laced with suppressed fury and a barely perceptible gasp. "Understand the situation. I see it clearly. Jing Feng's eyes burned with crimson rage, his assault intensifying. Do you see how you have deceived the prince? How you have exploited our lord? Do you still wish to silence her? Only over my dead body. Our lord? Silence? A sudden realization struck me. Jing Feng must have witnessed me being subdued by Shinju, though he likely only saw the earlier scene of Shinju restraining me. And then saw Li Dequan and his men burst in. He probably only noticed the cavalry entering, unaware of their subsequent retreat. Believing Shinju had betrayed the Shadow Dragon Guard, aligning himself with the Emperor to eliminate me. He had risked his life to save me. Jing Feng. It's not as you think. I desperately attempted to rise to intervene, but the pain in my wrist and my exhaustion caused me to collapse back down, my voice drowned out by the fierce clash around us. The two figures danced rapidly within the confines of the not-so-spacious study, blades flashing, furniture being toppled and shattered, creating a cacophony of noise. The wind and snow outside viciously swept in. From afar, I could hear the shouts of the patrolling soldiers and the hurried footsteps approaching. We could not continue this fight. Otherwise, no one would escape. I gazed at Shinju's increasingly pale face, observing his trembling arms as he blocked. And Jing Feng's reckless fury. Resolutely, I seized the empty oilcloth bundle on the ground, summoning all my strength, and hurled it between the two combatants. Enough! The bundle struck Jing Feng's arm, its force minimal, but enough to momentarily halt his movement. In that fleeting moment, Shinju's eyes flickered with cold light. Seizing the opening, he did not use his blade, but delivered a heavy hand strike, landing precisely on Jing Feng's neck. Jing Feng's body stiffened violently, the madness and crimson in his eyes swiftly dissipating, replaced by disbelief, before he slumped down, Shinju catching him to prevent a louder thud. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The study fell silent once more. Only the sound of our labored breaths remained, mingling with the approaching footsteps and torchlight from outside. Shinju supported the unconscious Jing Feng, his expression grave. He glanced outside and then at the fallen Jing Feng and me, his gaze flickering with urgency as he weighed his options. The footsteps had reached the courtyard. What is happening? What was that noise? The soldiers called out clearly. Shinju gritted his teeth, as if resolving to make a decisive choice. He swiftly dragged Jing Feng into the innermost shadows of the room, using toppled furniture for cover. Then, he turned and strode towards me, lifting me effortlessly in a horizontal embrace as I looked on in shock.
Do not speak,
he commanded in a low voice, his tone brooking no argument, tinged with an undeniable urgency. He carried me to the bedside, setting me down before tearing open his own garments, revealing a strong yet pale chest, with a horrific wound beneath his heart. He then swept aside the lamp and basin beside the bed. Crash. Shatter. The porcelain splintered, water spilling everywhere. As the light from outside illuminated the window, just before the soldiers burst through the door, he suddenly leaned down, pressing against me. His warm yet hurried breath brushed against my neck, in a position that was both exceedingly intimate and just concealing enough to shroud most of my face and form. He enveloped me and the infant swaddling cloth in his shadow. In the next instant, the door was violently thrust open by the soldiers. The torchlight instantly illuminated the chaos within, the shattered door, overturned furniture, and a floor strewn with water and porcelain shards, alongside the sight of a man and woman appearing to engage in illicit acts. All the soldiers who rushed and froze, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, exchanging awkward glances, their faces flushed with embarrassment and confusion. The leading sergeant opened his mouth, glancing at the bed where the man's figure obscured the woman, revealing only a slender leg and a cascade of dark hair, alongside the man's chest marred by a ghastly wound. His face reddened, struggling to articulate, "Sir Shun?" We heard the commotion and thought. Shinju slowly lifted his head, turning his face towards the doorway. Though still pale, his lips, flushed from the recent battle and rapid breathing, bore an unnaturally rosy hue, his gaze chillingly sharp, radiating immense displeasure and fury at being interrupted. "Get out." The three words, low and gravelly, were imbued with a fury that shook the very air, a commanding presence that belonged to a figure of authority. The soldiers trembled, not daring to ask further, hurriedly excusing themselves, even attempting to awkwardly reassemble the shattered door. Their footsteps retreated in haste. Within the room, it was once again just the two of us. He remained in his position, pressing against me, his warm chest against mine, his heartbeat rapid and strong, pounding against my eardrums. the potent scent of masculinity mingled with a hint of medicine and blood, enveloping me tightly. My cheeks flushed uncontrollably, my heart raced, and I felt paralyzed, unable to move. He sensed my tension. After a moment of silence, he gradually, painstakingly, began to rise. In the dim light, his face loomed close to mine, his eyelashes casting deep shadows, obscuring the emotions lurking in his gaze. His eyes, complex and penetrating, swept over my slightly disheveled hair. My flushed cheeks, finally resting on the small, rough infant swaddling cloth that I still clutched tightly in my embrace, even amidst the chaos. Once more, his Adam's apple bobbed violently. Then I heard him speak. His voice was hoarse, laden with an indescribable, profound exhaustion and a trace of unnoticeable reluctance. Stay here tonight.
Do not go anywhere.
Chapter 28. My lord, hurry and go.
Stay here.
Do not go anywhere. The hoarse command echoed in my ears, imbued with an undeniable weight, accompanied by a fleeting sense of bitterness, almost drowned by exhaustion. He propped himself up, the shadows retreating, and the cold air enveloped me anew. The brief warmth and heartbeat that had come from our earlier proximity dissipated like a mirage. He turned his back to me, adjusting his torn garment to conceal the ghastly wound and pallid skin beneath. His shoulders remained steadfast, yet they exuded an indescribable solitude and heaviness. I did not respond, merely curling up on the bed, my fingers still tightly clutching the rough swaddling in my arms, my fingertips icy. The warmth on my cheeks had not yet faded, and my heart continued to pound against my chest, indistinguishable if it was from the earlier peril or the sudden, intimate confinement. The room lay in disarray. The broken door barely closed, unable to mute the howling wind and snow outside, nor the distant footfalls of patrolling soldiers that lingered. The danger had not been averted. It had merely been momentarily staved off by an unbearable means. He adjusted his attire but did not leave immediately, nor did he glance my way. Instead, he moved to the shadows within the room, crouching down to assess the condition of the unconscious Jingfeng. He checked his pulse and swiftly pressed on several acupressure points with a practiced calmness, devoid of any emotion. Then, he stood, approached the window, and with utmost caution, peered through the gap in the paper, observing the outside for a moment. His profile appeared rigid and taut in the dim light. Li Dequan's men are still nearby, he murmured, as if conversing with himself, yet it felt like he was informing me that he was waiting. Waiting for what? For us to reveal greater vulnerabilities? For an excuse to burst in, disregarding everything to seize us? My heart sank once more. He turned around, his gaze finally resting upon me. That look was still intricate, layered with numerous sentiments. After the tumultuous waves, there was an unfathomable darkness and fatigue. Yet the previous chill of suspicion and scrutiny seemed to have lessened somewhat. His eyes lingered on my face for a moment, sweeping over my swollen eyes and the smeared disguise, ultimately settling on my tightly wrapped hands. His Adam's apple subtly shifted as he averted his gaze. The disguise on your face, he began, his voice still hoarse but considerably calmer, needs attending. It has been too long, it harms the skin. I paused, realizing he was referring to the disguise Jingfeng had applied to me. He approached a nondescript wooden cabinet in the corner, opened it, and retrieved a porcelain jar along with a clean cloth. After wetting the cloth with some clear water, he walked over and handed it to me. "Can you manage?" he asked, his tone neutral. I hesitated briefly, then nodded, accepting the cloth. The cool dampness pressed against my face, carrying a faint herbal scent. I carefully began to wipe away the dried and hardened layer of disguise. The process stung a little, as though my skin was being forcibly peeled away. He stood beside me, silent and unhelpful, merely watching, like a silent mountain casting a suffocating shadow. As the disguise was removed, revealing my true skin, it bore the marks of prolonged coverage and scrubbing, an unnatural redness, and even some flaky patches, rendering me in a state of disarray. Compared to my previously unremarkable countenance, I now appeared even more vulnerable and disheveled. He seemed to furrow his brow, though he uttered no words. The room descended into an eerie silence once more, punctuated only by the subtle sounds of the cloth against my skin, the howling wind and snow outside, and the faint, involuntary moans escaping Jingfeng's unconscious form. After a considerable time, he broke the silence. "Jingfeng." He paused, seemingly weighing his words, "is very loyal to you." My wiping halted, and I lowered my eyelids. He was merely following the orders left by the prince, obeying commands rather than individuals. Shinju remained silent for a moment. I understand the rules of the Shadow Dragon Guard better than you do, he said, his voice low. But he risked everything to return and save you. I tightened my grip on the cloth, refraining from responding. What good was loyalty? What good was desperation? If I had not intervened, if Shinju had not shown mercy, he would now be a lifeless corpse. Li Dequan would not relent. Shinju shifted the topic, his tone growing grave. His retreat was due to a lack of concrete evidence and consideration for your identity and potential backup. Yet he is undoubtedly nearby, watching like a viper.
We are in the light, he in the dark.
The longer we delay, the greater the variables.
What then?
I raised my gaze to him. At this moment, I seemed to have no choice but to rely on him. Shinju's eyes returned to the swaddling in my arms, his expression profound, as if he were gazing far beyond it. We cannot remain in Blackstone City, he declared firmly. We must leave at once. Where to? I instinctively asked. Jingzhe? The entrance to Jingzhe may not have been exposed yet, but the routes into the city were tightly sealed. Li Dequan would undoubtedly focus his attention there. Yet Shinju shook his head, his gaze sharpening.
No.
We will go to a place Li Dequan could never fathom. Where? He looked at me, enunciating each word with precision. Zhenbei Pass. Zhenbei Pass. My pupils dilated. That was the front line of the northern frontier. The core fortress, once held by the Shin family army. It was also the area now fraught with tension and heavy clouds of war. To go there? Wasn't it? The commander of Zhenbei Pass, Zhou Meng, was an old subordinate nurtured by my father. Shinju's voice remained low and composed, as if analyzing a strategic game. His character upright and unyielding, he recognized only military orders and symbols, not the imperial envoys from the capital. Li Dequan's influence could not yet reach such depths. Moreover, he paused, his gaze becoming inscrutable. There are some old debts, some truths that may only be clarified there. What was he referring to? The map on the stone wall? The emblem of the inner treasury? Or something else? But how do we get there? I glanced outside at the relentless wind and snow. Considering the layers of checkpoints and patrols outside the city, Li Dequan had undoubtedly sealed all exits. If the main roads are blocked, we shall take the hidden paths. Shinju approached the map of the northern frontier, his finger precisely marking a section between Blackstone City and Zhenbei Pass, a long-abandoned ancient post road that cut through Heifeng Gorge, leading directly to the flank of Zhenbei Pass. Few knew of it, and the terrain was treacherous, almost deserted in this season. Heifeng Gorge was not a place of good repute. And Jing Feng? I glanced at the still, unconscious figure in the shadows. Bring him along. Shinju did not hesitate. Left here, he would undoubtedly perish. The Shadow Dragon Guard should not suffer such losses. He approached Jing Feng, checking on his condition once more, then retrieved a small leather pouch from his pocket, pouring out 2 crimson pills and placing them into Jing Feng's mouth, using his strength to help him swallow. This will temporarily sustain his vitality, but we must find a doctor quickly. He rose. We need a carriage, some supplies for warmth. We must be swift. As he spoke, he moved to the desk, picked up a piece of paper and a pen, swiftly scribbling a few lines, then emitted a soft yet distinctly unique whistle.
Moment latte.
A faint flapping sound drifted from outside the window. A sleek, black-feathered hawk, its sharp eyes keen, silently landed on the windowsill, cocking its head to observe the interior. Shinju rolled the note tightly, inserting it into the slender bamboo tube attached to the hawk's leg, gently stroking its feathers, whispering, "Deliver this to the old place." The falcon brushed against his fingertips before soaring into the sky like a streak of black lightning, vanishing into the tempestuous night. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, the faint sound of 3 knocks echoed from outside the courtyard. Shinju, alert, approached the door and whispered an inquiry. A low, indistinct response came from beyond. He gently pulled open the shattered door. A man, clad in the humble garb of a commoner and with his head bowed, stepped silently inside, depositing a heavy bundle on the ground before retreating without a glance back at the room. Shinju closed the door and unwrapped the bundle. Within lay 2 sets of somewhat worn yet sturdy and clean cotton dresses, a coarse cotton coat for men, provisions including dried meat, sampa, and a small flask of strong liquor, even a packet of wound medicine, and clean strips of cloth. At the very bottom rested an unassuming short dagger, its blade sharp and ready. The efficiency was astonishing. Was this the foundation he had built over years in the northern frontier? Even under such stringent surveillance, he could still maneuver forces with such stealth. He changed into the men's clothing while handing me the women's dress, retreating behind a screen. I clutched the coarse yet substantial fabric, hesitating as I caught a glimpse of his swift movements through the screen. Ultimately, I turned away, hurriedly donning this unfamiliar attire. The clothing was a tad loose, carrying a faint scent of soap and sun-dried freshness, as if it had just been washed and dried. Once I was dressed, he emerged from behind the screen, now clad in the guise of an ordinary merchant, his dark garments replaced with a deep gray, topped with a somewhat worn sheepskin coat. Subtle alterations had been made to his visage. His complexion appeared darker, and his brow slightly different, rendering his presence more unassuming, yet his eyes remained unfathomably deep. He approached Jingfeng, helping him up with practiced ease, skillfully tending to his bleeding wounds before removing his blood-stained outer garment and replacing it with the men's attire from the bundle. After completing these tasks, he took a deep breath and moved to the window, scrutinizing the outside once more. The wind and snow seemed to have lessened, yet the night deepened. "Let us go," he said, turning to support Jingfeng's arm over his shoulder, half lifting, half carrying him, casting a serious glance my way under the dim light. "Stay close to me." He extinguished the last oil lamp in the room, and darkness enveloped us entirely. Only the faint light reflected from the snow outside outlined the disheveled furniture in vague contours. With Jingfeng leaning heavily against him, he silently pushed open the broken door, merging into the stormy night. I clutched the bundle tightly, biting my lip, and followed closely behind. The frigid wind enveloped me instantly. Outside, the courtyard was deserted, save for the soft crunch of snow beneath our feet. Instead of heading toward the courtyard gate, he led me around to the back of the house, stopping at a corner piled high with debris. He cleared away several tattered burlap sacks, revealing a dark opening just wide enough for a person to pass through. A damp, cold breeze, tinged with the scent of earth, rushed forth from the tunnel. Another secret passage. He assisted Jingfeng in first, then extended his hand to me. I hesitated for a moment, observing his pale, slender hand in the dark, before finally placing my own in his grasp. His hand was cold yet steady and strong. With a gentle pull, he drew me into the tunnel, subsequently covering the entrance with the debris once more. In the pitch blackness, where not even a hand could be seen, only our restrained breaths and the slick, clammy sensation beneath our feet offered proof of our existence. "Follow my footsteps," his deep voice echoed ahead, reverberating hollowly. I trailed closely behind, one hand grasped by his, the other tightly clutching the bundle in my arms as I navigated through the seemingly endless darkness of the passage. My heart raced, suspended in my throat. I had no idea where this tunnel led, how many eyes were searching for us outside, or what fate awaited me under the enigmatic man beside me, who harbored so many secrets. At that moment, Jingfeng, leaning against him, suddenly uttered a pained, incoherent murmur. "Your Highness, hurry." Shunju's steps faltered ever so slightly. In the darkness, I seemed to hear him exhale a faint sigh. The sound was so subtle, so fleeting, it was quickly swallowed by the wind and our footsteps in the tunnel, as if it had never existed. The passage felt like the gullet of a colossal beast, consuming all light and sound, with only the slickness beneath our feet and our labored breaths confirming our survival. Jingfeng's murmur of "Your Highness" hurry pierced through the stifling darkness and silence like a needle. Shunju's movement hesitated again, almost imperceptibly, leading me to wonder if it was merely an illusion. However, I was too close to him. Close enough to sense the momentary stiffness in his arm as he steadied Jingfeng, close enough to almost capture the breathy sound he swallowed back, light as a sigh. Then, everything returned to normal. He said nothing, merely securing Jingfeng more firmly and stepping deeper into the blackness ahead. His pace steady as if the brief pause had never transpired. Yet I could no longer remain calm. That murmur acted like a key, unexpectedly unlocking the vault of my memories, causing many details I had deliberately overlooked and buried in chaos to surge forth unbidden. In the underground palace, he recognized me not by sight, but by the way I cradled the bundle, identical to hers. Earlier, in the room, he had lost control, gripping my wrist and demanding to know who had helped me disguise myself, who had brought me to the northern frontier, suspecting that I was being manipulated by someone behind me, until he saw the infant bundle and posed that soul-shattering question. Then came Jingfeng's reckless attack and the treacherous accusation, "Your Highness has misjudged you." Fragments scattered and collided, emitting an unsettling hum, an absurd yet gradually clarifying notion, like toxic mushrooms sprouting from the earth, quietly emerged, Could his previous coldness, suspicion, and even violence have not been directed at me? Instead, might he have believed I had defected or was under the true control of the Shadow Dragon Guard's lord? Did he think I had come to the northern frontier under the orders of the prince, who he assumed still orchestrated everything from behind the scenes, to execute a covert mission that might jeopardize his own plans? Thus, his vigilance, his aggression, even his willingness to resort to violence to extract the truth from me? Until that moment, with the appearance of the infant bundle, until that unconscious utterance of your highness, hurry, perhaps it was at this very instant, within this absolute darkness and silence, that he finally pieced together the fractured clues before him. I had not come as a servant of orders, but had fled here in haste. The secret I bore was not part of a grand scheme, but rather an unintended thunderclap. Everything I had done was not a matter of calculation, but of survival. My heart felt as though it had been struck fiercely, both aching and swelling, constricting my throat. I instinctively tightened my fingers, only then realizing that my hand was still clasped in his. Cold and steady, the rough calluses on his fingertips pressed against my skin. Previously consumed by panic and fear, I had overlooked this detail. In the darkness, my senses were magnified infinitely. The insignificant warmth of his palm, the steady cadence of his footsteps, the sound of fabric rubbing when he occasionally adjusted his grip, and even his slightly heavier than usual breaths became extraordinarily vivid. This dark passage seemed to stretch endlessly, accompanied only by the relentless darkness and silence. Uncertain of how long we had traversed, a faint glimmer of light finally appeared ahead, accompanied by a whispering breeze. An exit. Shunju quickened his pace. As the light drew nearer, the outline of an opening concealed by withered vines and snow became discernible. He halted before the entrance, released my hand, gestured for silence, and cautiously parted the vines, peering outside for what felt like an eternity. Beyond lay a desolate riverbank, strewn with jagged stones, where the dry reeds rustled in the wind. The snow and wind had lessened somewhat, yet the sky remained overcast, obscuring the time of day. Safe, he murmured, as he helped Jingfeng out first. I followed closely behind. The frigid air, mingled with snowflakes, rushed in, carrying the distinct scent of river water. We seemed to be located at an extremely remote stretch of the river downstream from Blackstone City. Not far off, partially hidden among the dry reeds, the outline of an unremarkable horse-drawn carriage draped in a gray cloth came into view. The horse pulling it appeared to be an old steed, its head lowered as it anxiously pawed at the dead grass beneath the snow. Shunju positioned Jingfeng behind a large windbreak stone near the carriage, swiftly scanning the surroundings before beckoning me over. Get in the carriage, and try not to make a sound. I climbed aboard. The space inside was modest, strewn with hay that emitted a mixed aroma of livestock and dust. He soon assisted the still unconscious Jingfeng inside, laying him flat on the hay. In the dim light, Jingfeng's complexion appeared alarmingly pale, his breath faint. Shunju felt for his pulse, his brow furrowed, before retrieving a leather pouch from his chest, extracting the last crimson pill and placing it in Jingfeng's mouth. His injuries could not wait. His voice was low and resolute, carrying an undeniable determination. We must reach the entrance of Blackwind Valley swiftly, where assistance awaited. He cast a profound glance at me, his expression in the dim light of the carriage complex and difficult to articulate, filled with concern, gravity, lingering fatigue, and perhaps a hint of something faint. An attempted concealment that ultimately betrayed itself. Whatever happens, stay in the carriage and do not come out. With that, he lowered the curtain and took his place on the carriage's front. The whip cracked lightly, the old horse let out a low whinny, and the carriage began to move slowly, crunching over the snow and stones, producing a monotonous creaking sound. The carriage swayed violently. I leaned against the wall, gazing at the unconscious Jingfeng opposite me, the bundle in my arms pressing against my chest, cold and heavy. Shunju drove the carriage, his silhouette visible through the curtain's gap, occasionally appearing as a blurred, upright figure. Silence enveloped us. Only the sounds of the wheels, the wind, and the occasional snort of the horse could be heard. We traveled along the desolate riverbank, against the current, heading toward the unknown dangers upstream. Time passed unnoticed until the carriage gradually slowed. Shunju's low voice broke the stillness. There is a sentry ahead. My heart leapt. I cautiously lifted a corner of the curtain to peer outside. Ahead, at the bend of the river, a rudimentary barricade had been erected, beside which a makeshift shelter stood. Several soldiers, clad in uniform and huddled against the cold, were gathered around a small fire for warmth. By their attire, they appeared to be provincial soldiers. Not elite border troops, yet sufficient to expose us. Damn this weather, we have to endure this. One soldier complained. Enough chatter. The commander has given strict orders. We must verify the gender of every rabbit that passes. I heard there's a big fish that escaped from the city. What big fish? Just a woman.
Shh. Keep it down.
Are you trying to get yourself killed? I heard it's related to that person, another soldier whispered, pointing toward the capital's direction. Shinju reined in the carriage and jumped down, wearing an honest yet slightly anxious smile, bowing and approaching the sentry. A few of you soldiers are working hard. I'm just escorting a girl back home, he said, seemingly casually pulling out a few pieces of silver from his pocket and slipping them into the hands of the leading sergeant. The sergeant weighed the silver in his hand, his expression softening slightly, yet he maintained a professional demeanor, gesturing toward the carriage. Who's inside? Open it up. All right, Shunju replied repeatedly, approaching the carriage, pretending to lift the curtain while skillfully blocking most of the soldier's view with his body. Just as the curtain was about to be raised, a sudden clamor of hurried hoofbeats and shouts erupted from the direction of the official road. Everyone froze, turning toward the sound. A small squad of cavalry, dressed in the commander's livery, was escorting several ragged, chain-bound individuals, shouting angrily as they approached. Damn it! We've caught some blind refugees. This is bad luck. Head, check with them if they have hot water. I could use a cup to warm up in this godforsaken weather. The attention of the provincial soldiers was instantly drawn away. Shunju's expression flickered. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he shot me a glance, quickly lowered the curtain, and smiled apologetically at the sergeant. Sir, you're busy. I won't disturb you. With that, he swiftly leaped back onto the carriage, flicked the reins. The old horse, in pain, lunged forward.
Hey!
You! The sergeant reacted, about to stop us, but was interrupted by the head of the cavalry shouting from the other direction.
Hey!
You over there! What are you dawdling about? Come lend a hand. The carriage took advantage of the moment, speeding past the sentry, leaving the clamor and shouts behind. I pressed my hand to my wildly beating heart, peering through the curtain's gap to see Shinju's tense profile, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That was close. However, just as I began to breathe a sigh of relief, a distant voice suddenly rang out. Seemingly the cavalry head had noticed something amiss. That carriage. Something's off. Chase after it. The sound of galloping hooves surged, rapidly approaching our direction. Shunju's expression darkened as he fiercely whipped the horse's flank. The old horse whinnied and accelerated. But how could the carriage outrun war horses? The sound of hooves drew ever closer, and I could even hear the shouts of the pursuers and the twang of bowstrings being drawn back. If this continued, we would soon be caught. Ahead lay a narrow and perilous riverside path, one side a steep cliff, the other a frozen river. Shinju yanked the rein sharply, and the carriage made a sudden turn, charging down the riverbank toward the icy river surface. Hold on tight, he barked. The carriage jolted and skidded across the ice, fraught with peril. The pursuers followed without hesitation, relentless in their pursuit. An arrow whizzed through the air, embedding itself in the carriage canopy. The shaft trembled violently. Another arrow zipped past Shinju's side. This isn't going to work. I glanced at the relentless pursuers outside, then at the unconscious Jingfeng within. Finally resting my gaze on Shinju, whose back was taut as a drawn bow as he wielded the whip. With a surge of determination, I grabbed the heavy bag of jerky and barley cakes prepared earlier, hastily wrapped it in an oilcloth, and, waiting for the opportune moment, threw it with all my might at the nearest pursuing cavalryman. The cavalry, caught off guard, was struck squarely, eliciting a startled cry as they instinctively reined in their horses to evade, thereby disrupting the pursuit formation of their comrades behind. The speed of the chase faltered momentarily. Well done, Shunju exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to lash out once more. The carriage gained a slight distance from the pursuers. However, the assailants quickly regrouped, their fury intensifying as they charged forth, arrows raining down with greater intensity. Such minor disturbances could only delay them for a fleeting moment. Ahead, the riverbank curved sharply, strewn with jagged rocks. Shinju's gaze sharpened, as if he had resolved upon a decisive course of action. He abruptly thrust the reins into my hands, speaking rapidly. Hold tight. Keep going forward. Do not look back. Before I could comprehend, He leaped from the carriage, his figure vanishing amidst the chaos of the rocky shore. I was taken aback. Instinctively, I grasped the reins tightly. What was he intending to do? The carriage veered erratically upon the icy surface. The pursuing cavalry closed in swiftly. Just as a few riders were about to charge through the rocky area ahead, calamity struck. A series of deafening explosions erupted from the rubble-strewn ground. Snow and debris shot into the air. The tremendous shockwave cracked the ice beneath us like spiderwebs. The horses of the pursuers were instantly startled, rearing up in panic. Several riders, caught unawares, were thrown from their mounts. The air filled with screams, the whinnies of horses, and the echoes of the blasts. Amidst the chaos, a dark figure surged forth like a specter from the smoke and snow, wielding a gleaming blade that struck with precision and ferocity against those fallen and wounded pursuers who had yet to react. His movements were as swift as lightning, ruthless and resolute. It was Zhenyao. He had not fled at all. Utilizing the terrain and possibly pre-placed explosives, he had caught the pursuers off guard. He descended upon them like a tiger among sheep, each strike aimed at the vital points, merciless. In an instant, several pursuers lay lifeless in pools of blood. The remaining assailants, paralyzed by fear from this sudden counterattack and the plight of their comrades, along with their startled horses thrashing about, found themselves unable to organize an effective offensive. Zhenyao showed no inclination to linger in combat. He fought while retreating, swiftly moving towards the carriage. At that moment, a rider who had fallen behind, seemingly a minor leader, struggled to rise from the snow, his eyes flashing with frenzied hatred as he raised a crossbow, aiming at the back of Zhenyao, who was preoccupied with dispatching another enemy. "Watch out!" I screamed in terror. Zhenyao seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, suddenly pivoting. The bolt grazed his arm, drawing a trail of blood. Yet this momentary distraction allowed another injured pursuer to leap upon him, clinging desperately to his leg. "Damn it! I'll fight you to the death." The minor leader, witnessing this, displayed a grotesque glee, lifting his crossbow once more, aiming meticulously. The distance was too close. There was no escape. My mind went blank, and I nearly shut my eyes. In that critical moment, the previously unconscious Jingfeng, unbeknownst to me, had struggled to the edge of the carriage. His face was ashen, yet his eyes gleamed with a terrifying resolve, reminiscent of a dying flame rekindling, as he seized the inconspicuous dagger I had cast aside with the last of his strength and hurled it towards the crossbow-wielding leader. With a soft thud, the dagger found its mark, embedding itself in the leader's throat. His expression of rapture instantly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as the crossbow fell limply from his grasp, his body swaying before collapsing heavily to the ground. The pursuer still clinging to Zhenyao's leg froze in shock. In this fleeting moment, Zhenyao's blade struck with lethal precision. Blood splattered. Having dispatched the final obstacle, he abruptly turned, casting a glance at Jingfeng, who had exhausted himself and collapsed once more at the carriage's edge, a flicker of intensity flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he pivoted, quickly catching up to the carriage, leaping onto the yoke, and seizing the reins from my trembling hands.
"Go!"
The old horse galloped with renewed vigor, leaving behind the smoke of explosions, the chaos, and the dying groans as we sped towards the snow-laden riverbank. The carriage resumed its course along the solid bank, gradually stabilizing in speed. Inside, a heavy silence enveloped us. Only the uneven breaths of the three of us could be heard. Zhenyao's silhouette remained erect, yet the fabric of his left arm was soaked in blood, the hue dark and profound. He did not look back, nor did he speak. He merely drove the carriage in silence. I gazed at his blood-stained shoulder, then turned my attention to Jingfeng, who had once again lapsed into unconsciousness, his breath seemingly weaker than before, my heart gripped by an icy hand, rendering me breathless. The fierce struggle that had transpired in the blink of an eye, Jingfeng's desperate, instinctual throw of the dagger, and Zhenyao's fierce, decisive counterattack, so starkly contrasting with his usual frail demeanor, all unfolded too swiftly, too violently, too unreal. The pain from the faint bruises on my arm, the lingering scent of smoke and blood in the air, and the glaring crimson before me all silently narrated the brutal reality of our desperate flight. The carriage traversed onward in silence. The snowstorm appeared to intensify, battering against the canopy with a dull sound. Time became an abstraction as we approached a shadowy expanse of mountains looming like a colossal beast. The terrain grew treacherous, the rocks jagged and uneven. At the entrance, Several weathered boundary stones stood, their inscriptions blurred, seemingly marking the ancient name of Black Wind Valley.
We've arrived.
Shunju slowly reined in the carriage. He dismounted, first surveying the surroundings with caution before approaching the largest boundary stone, feeling around until he triggered a hidden mechanism. To my astonishment, a section of what appeared to be a natural stone wall silently slid open, revealing a narrow passage just wide enough for the carriage to pass through.
Inside.
It was pitch black, unfathomably deep. He returned, glancing into the carriage, his gaze briefly lingering on me and Jingfeng.
Get down.
His voice carried an unmistakable weariness, tinged with a somber finality. Safety, for now. I steadied myself against the carriage wall, laboriously descending, my legs weak from prolonged tension and jostling. He carefully lifted Jingfeng from the carriage, the latter completely unconscious, his head drooping limply, his complexion pale as a sheet. Shunju cradled him and stepped into the stone fissure. I inhaled a breath of the frigid air, clutching the bundle in my arms, and followed closely behind. Beyond the fissure lay a man-made descent of stone steps, flanked by walls with oil lamps embedded, some still containing unburned oil. Shunju ignited one with a fire stick. The dim glow expanded, illuminating our path. This was a modest yet evidently well-maintained secret stronghold, complete with stone beds, tables and chairs, even a water tank and a small stash of provisions. He gently placed Jingfeng upon a stone bed, meticulously examining his injuries, his expression growing increasingly grave. His condition is dire, Shunju stated gravely, his voice echoing in the stone chamber. He has lost too much blood, and his internal organs may have suffered trauma. We must attend to his wounds immediately, or... He paused, the unspoken implication hanging heavily in the air. His gaze turned towards me, a complex expression in his eyes. I need your assistance. I gazed at the crimson stain slowly spreading across his arm, then turned my attention to the faintly breathing Jingfeng on the stone bed, nodding slightly. What could I possibly do? He swiftly retrieved a box from the corner, containing healing ointment, clean cloth strips, and fresh water. Help me hold him down. Cleaning the wound will be painful. He may struggle. I approached the stone bed, following his instructions, pressing firmly on Jingfeng's uninjured shoulder. His body felt icy and rigid beneath my touch. Shunju tore away the blood-soaked fabric clinging to Jingfeng, revealing a ghastly, gaping wound beneath. Some injuries were old and torn open, while others were fresh, inflicted by the recent explosion. He took the clean water and began to wash the wound. Jingfeng, still unconscious, suddenly convulsed, letting out a muffled groan of agony and instinctively began to thrash. Hold him down. Shunju barked, yet his hands moved with remarkable speed and stability, rinsing, applying medicine, and bandaging in a seamless, skillful manner that was astonishing to behold. The heavy scent of blood and ointment filled the stone chamber. I bit my lip, summoning all my strength to restrain Jingfeng. Too afraid to look at the horrifying wound, my gaze wandering aimlessly until it landed upon Shunju. He was slightly turned to the side, concentrating intently on the injury. The dim light casting shadows that accentuated his sharp, lean profile, with a high nose and tightly pressed lips, long eyelashes casting a deep shadow upon his lower eyelids. Beads of sweat formed at his temples, tracing down the taut line of his jaw. The blood oozed more profusely from the wound on his left arm due to the exertion, staining the coarse gray fabric a deep reddish hue. Yet he seemed oblivious, entirely focused on Jingfeng's injuries. In that moment, the aloof dignity of the Prince of Jing'an faded away, as did the depths of his calculating mind. Even the ruthless decisiveness he had displayed during the recent violence. All that remained was a pure, albeit weary, focus, akin to an ordinary man desperately striving to save the life of a comrade. My heart felt as if it had been gently nudged by an unseen force, an unfamiliar, bittersweet emotion spreading quietly within me. Chapter 30. The journey has only just begun. At last, all the wounds were treated. Shunju meticulously wrapped Jingfeng in clean cloth strips and offered him a sip of fresh water. Jingfeng's breathing appeared to stabilize slightly, yet he remained in a deep unconsciousness. Shunju exhaled deeply, his body swaying imperceptibly, instinctively bracing himself against the edge of the stone bed, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure. He closed his eyes, furrowing his brow, as if enduring some profound discomfort. After a moment, he straightened, walked over to the water vat, scooped up a handful of cold water, and splashed it carelessly on his face. He tore off a strip of cloth, soaked it in cold water, and began to tend to the wound on his arm that had been grazed by a crossbow bolt. His movements remained proficient, yet they bore an undeniable stiffness and fatigue. The blood and grime were washed away, revealing the raw, gaping wound beneath. Though not too deep, it was long and visually distressing. He gritted his teeth, sprinkling the healing powder over the injury, then clumsily attempted to wrap it with a cloth, struggling with the awkward angles. After several failed attempts, the cloth slipped away, and much of the powder was smeared off. He muttered a low curse, his voice tinged with suppressed frustration and exhaustion. I watched him, clumsy and disheveled, the cold sweat beading on his pale face, his fingers trembling slightly from the pain, and inexplicably, I stepped forward, extending my hand and softly uttering, "Let me." My voice was barely above a whisper, trembling ever so slightly, yet in the stillness of the stone chamber, it was distinctly audible. Shunju's motion halted abruptly. He lifted his gaze to meet mine. Under the dim light, remnants of pain and agitation lingered in his eyes, along with a hint of unexpected astonishment. Sweat trickled down his gaunt cheeks, splattering onto the cold stone floor below. He remained silent, merely studying me with a gaze that was complex and hard to decipher. I felt a twinge of discomfort under his scrutiny, instinctively averting my eyes, my fingers curling slightly, yet I kept my hand extended, refusing to withdraw it. Silence enveloped us, punctuated only by the crackling of the oil lamp and Jingfeng's faint, pained groans. Eventually, he slowly, almost hesitantly, handed me the cloth strip and the healing powder. Our fingertips brushed against each other, the contact cool and damp with water and dried blood. My own fingertips were equally cold, trembling uncontrollably. That fleeting chill felt as if it coursed through my arm like a faint electric current. I took the items from him, inhaling deeply to quell the inexplicable anxiety rising within me, then moved to his side. He dutifully shifted slightly, exposing his injured arm fully to my view. As I drew closer, the wound became more discernible, flesh turned outward, edges pale, slowly oozing beads of blood. The earlier washing had not been thorough, for remnants of dirt clung stubbornly to the wound's edge. I steadied myself, cautiously using the damp cloth to gently wipe away the blood and debris surrounding his injury. My movements were awkward, even clumsy, as I had never performed such a task before. I could feel his body tense, muscles quivering beneath my fingertips. Yet he remained silent and still, enduring in silence. Occasionally, when the cloth brushed against the wound, he would inhale sharply, momentarily halting his breath. With each gasp, I instinctively softened my touch, slowing my movements further. The chamber was profoundly quiet, so much so that I could hear the sound of our restrained breathing. I focused intently on my task, not daring to raise my eyes to his face. All I could see was his smooth, pale wrist, the prominent veins, and several old scars that remained visible despite the passage of time. At last, I had cleaned the area thoroughly. I picked up the healing powder and evenly sprinkled it over the wound. The powder stung, and he bit down on his lower lip, emitting a suppressed groan, beads of sweat gathering more densely on his forehead. My heart tightened in response. "Just endure for a moment. It will soon be over," I murmured, my voice dry. He responded with a faint acknowledgement, a mere sound of assent. I then began to wrap the bandage around his wound, circling it carefully. This required me to draw even closer, my arm nearly encircling his, as I maneuvered the cloth. His scent mingled with the metallic tang of blood, the medicinal aroma, and a unique, crisp, yet slightly bitter herbal fragrance enveloped me entirely. My cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and my heartbeat faltered from its steady rhythm. I could feel his gaze resting upon my head, heavy with an unspoken weight. The air seemed to thicken around us. Finally, I tied the last knot. Feeling as though I had accomplished an immensely taxing feat, I exhaled softly, instinctively lifting my gaze, only to find myself caught within the depths of his inscrutable eyes. I could not tell how long he had been watching me. That gaze was no longer the cold suspicion of our first encounter, nor was it the shock and dismay of uncovering the truth within the tomb, or the ruthless determination seen during acts of violence. Instead, it held a complexity, a somberness, imbued with profound fatigue and an inexplicable, almost fragile focus that I could not begin to comprehend. As if peering through me, gazing at something distant, it felt as though I was truly seen for the first time, without any veil. My heart skipped a beat, and I hurriedly lowered my gaze, taking a step back to create some space between us. "All right," I murmured, my voice taut, my fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of my garment. Shinju slowly averted his eyes, glancing at the bandaged wound before moving his arm. "Thank you," he uttered, his voice hoarse and laden with weight. Those two simple words felt profoundly heavy. I shook my head, at a loss for words. The atmosphere once again descended into a subtle silence. He turned and approached the water vat, scooping a ladle of cold water to pour over his head. The icy droplets cascaded down his dark hair, pale cheeks, and sharply defined jawline, soaking his clothing. With his eyes closed, he surrendered to the cold water, as if it could wash away some burden, or as if he were enduring an invisible lash. After a long moment, he wiped the water from his face, sat down at the stone table, and began to chew silently on a piece of hard sampa. I retreated to a corner further from the stone bed, hugging my knees and resting my chin on them, my gaze unfocused on the flickering flames. Exhaustion washed over me like a tide, every part of my body clamoring with aches. The bruise on my wrist, left by his grip, began to throb faintly. My heart felt knotted, a tangled mass that I couldn't untangle. The only sounds in the stone chamber were the faint crunching of his dry rations, the occasional groan from Jing Feng, and the crackling of the burning wick. Time passed unmeasured. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice resonating in the stillness with an unusual depth. "That year during the White Disaster." I flinched, lifting my head. He did not meet my gaze, but instead stared at the flickering oil lamp on the table, his profile cast in shadows that rendered it stark and desolate. "The relief grain from the court has yet to arrive." His tone was flat, devoid of emotion, yet each word struck like a hammer upon the heart. "The local government siphoned resources, leaving barely a tenth for the common folk. The dead littered the fields. The tales of cannibalism are not mere stories, they are reality." My fingers tightened unconsciously, gripping my own arm. At that time, I had only recently taken over military affairs, my influence still nascent and my resources limited. He paused, a faint, bitter mockery tainting his voice, as he could only watch helplessly as those who once bowed before my father's tablet in gratitude transformed into frozen corpses by the roadside. My petitions to the court fell into a void, unheard and unheeded. Later, I would learn that the life-saving grain had been traded away for mere sand by certain individuals. The cash equivalent found its way into the pockets of local officials, while a larger portion slipped through secret channels beyond the borders. He fell silent, and the stone chamber was enveloped in a deathly quiet. I could hear the heavy thumping of my own heart. So, was that the content of the maps and account books? Not merely munitions, but also the embezzled relief grain, headed beyond the borders? Did His Majesty know? Or was it tacitly approved? I dared not think further, feeling a chill rise from my feet to the crown of my head. Then, Shinju's voice emerged once more, deeper and raspier, akin to a worn grinding wheel. "The border continuously suffers friction. Small enemy forces always manage to strike at our weakest points, where supplies falter. Each incursion feels as though a blade had been handed to them in advance, until the ambush at Songlong Valley." His voice caught, his hand clenched tightly on the table, the knuckles creaking softly. The scar on the back of his hand appeared especially grotesque beneath the flickering light. My father and 30,000 soldiers did not die in battle. He suddenly lifted his head to meet my gaze, his eyes aflame with a pain and hatred so fierce it seemed ready to spill forth. "They starved. They froze. They were armed with rusted knives that could not pierce enemy armor. Sold out by their own." The last few words were nearly spat out, a guttural roar from the depths of his throat, laden with bloody accusation and despair. The sound reverberated violently throughout the stone chamber, causing the flames to flicker wildly. I stood frozen, my body cold, as if my very blood had thickened. Although I had long suspected the truth, hearing it spoken aloud, witnessing him tear open that fresh wound, brought an overwhelming impact. 5 years. How had he endured? Wearing a mask of pretense, bowing to those who might be his enemies, tormented nightly by nightmares and hatred. And I had only seen his indifference, his alcoholism, his infidelities. My heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, aching to the point of spasming. My throat felt constricted, rendering me voiceless. Upon finishing his harrowing tale, Shinju seemed to have exhausted all his strength, abruptly bowing his head, his shoulders trembling violently, emitting a suppressed whimper akin to a caged beast. That sound was fractured and anguished, filled with endless guilt and despair. Watching him in such torment, tears cascaded down my cheeks once more, unexpected and unbidden. It was not out of grievance or fear, but rather a delayed, weighty heartache that threatened to drown me. I opened my mouth to say something, yet every word felt utterly futile in that moment. Ultimately, I could do nothing but silently weep, observing his quaking form, absorbing the suffocating sorrow and despair that permeated the stone chamber. Time eluded me. Gradually, his trembling subsided. He lifted his head slowly, tears still staining his cheeks. Yet his eyes held a numbed, desolate calm. He looked at me, his gaze falling upon my tear-streaked face, a complexity of emotions flickering in his eyes. Then, with great difficulty, he struggled to voice the question that had lingered in his heart, perhaps also in mine, for an eternity. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a cautious, almost fearful exploration. That year, you. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the bundle I had placed in the corner, carefully covered with old fabric. Was it also difficult for you? Did it also hurt? Did you ever hate me? The last words went unspoken, yet their unvoiced resonance pierced my heart like the sharpest needle. All my grievances, all my resentments, all the pent-up anguish and solitude of those 5 years burst forth in that instant, triggered by his question. I could no longer contain myself, covering my face as I broke into inconsolable sobs. The echoes of my weeping filled the silent stone chamber, saturated with an overwhelming sense of sorrow and release. He watched me cry in silence, offering no comfort, nor attempting to intervene. Yet his once dead eyes gradually deepened with a more profound, heavier pain and remorse. Only when my cries subsided, leaving behind soft, uncontrollable sobs, did he slowly, painstakingly, begin to speak again. Each word seemed to drain him of all his strength. I am sorry. 3 words, heavy as a mountain, struck the cold ground and landed upon my already battered heart. I raised my tear-blurred face to look at him. He remained seated, back straight, yet exuding an overwhelming sense of unbearable burden, suffused with an indescribable weariness and desolation. The dim light cast profound shadows upon his face. His once unfathomable, calculating, and icy gaze now reduced to a barren expanse of crimson and humble supplication. What was he pleading for? Forgiveness? Yet some wounds, once inflicted, remain indelible. Certain losses are eternal. They cannot be effortlessly erased with a mere apology. I gazed at him, this man whom I had loved, resented, and hated, now evoking a tumult of complex emotions and heartache within me. Countless words clogged my throat, yet ultimately, I could not utter a single one. The stone chamber was enveloped in our suppressed breaths and the relentless flicker of the oil lamp, seemingly intent on illuminating the endless night and consuming all the unbearable memories of the past. However, we both understood that the night was still long, and the journey had only just begun. Chapter 31. Together.
I am sorry.
These 3 words fell onto the cold stone floor, their resonance echoing but failing to fill the vast emptiness of the chamber. I raised my tear-streaked gaze to him. He remained seated, like a weathered monument ravaged by the elements, upright yet marred by cracks, embodying a burdensome weariness that threatened to collapse everything. Forgiveness? How could one forgive? The frost and blades of those 5 years were etched into my bones, frozen in my blood. The child who had no time to glance upon this world was but a solitary figure, curled in darkness, gradually exhausting every drop of blood and tears. An apology felt insubstantial, yet unbearably heavy, too burdensome for us to bear. I turned away, no longer able to look at him, silently weeping as the cold dampness seeped into my clothing.
He too fell silent.
The chamber was left with the crackling of the burning lamp, the occasional pained groan from Jing foam, and the profound, unbridgeable chasm between us, where silent agony flowed. Time crawled through this frozen sorrow. I could not tell how long had passed, perhaps an eternity, or merely a fleeting moment. Suddenly, Shunju stirred. He rose with excruciating slowness, his movements imbued with a sense of exhaustion, and approached an inconspicuous wooden box in the corner of the chamber, opening it. Inside were not weapons or treasures but several sets of worn yet stout and clean cotton garments, some preserved jerky, clear water, and even a few packets of medicinal herbs wrapped meticulously in oil paper. He retrieved the herbs and a small ceramic jar, silently moving to the small stove in the corner. This stronghold was evidently well maintained. Even the charcoal in the stove was ready. He kindled a fire, filled the jar with water, and, after carefully identifying the herbs, placed them into the pot. His actions were focused and practiced. as though he had performed this ritual countless times before. Soon, a bitter yet oddly fragrant medicinal aroma permeated the air, slightly alleviating the bloodiness and oppression within the chamber. He stood vigil by the pot, watching the small bubbles gradually rise, enveloping his pale, gaunt profile in a veil of white mist. He was preparing medicine for Jingfeng. Despite his own disheveled state, his internal wounds yet to heal, and blood seeping from his arm, he still remembered to prioritize the rescue of the Shadow Dragon Guard who had fought desperately to protect him, even having just misunderstood him and attempted to strike. My heart felt a warmth, as if that medicinal vapor had stirred a faint, unrecognized tenderness within me. The medicine was ready. He carefully strained the concoction into a rough ceramic bowl, the dark brown liquid exuding a potent bitterness. He approached the stone bed, attempting to lift Jingfeng to administer the medicine. However, Jingfeng lay heavily unconscious, and with one arm injured, he struggled to succeed, inadvertently worsening his own wound. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he grimaced. He paused, inhaling deeply, his gaze instinctively flickering toward me. After a moment's hesitation, I stood up and walked over, silently assisting him in propping Jingfeng's upper body. A silent understanding formed between us, tinged with an air of resignation. He carefully and gradually administered the medicinal liquid to Jingfeng. The unconscious man found it difficult to swallow, and much of the medicine spilled from the corner of his mouth, yet he patiently wiped it clean. Once the medicine was administered, he checked Jingfeng's pulse and wounds, confirming that he was temporarily out of danger, before letting out a slight sigh of relief. He set the bowl aside, wearily rubbing his temples, then approached the water tank, splashing cold water onto his face in an attempt to dispel the overwhelming fatigue that threatened to engulf him. Water droplets cascaded down his sharply defined jawline. He turned his back to me and suddenly spoke, his voice so soft it felt like a soliloquy, yet it penetrated my ears with clarity. Once Jingfeng's condition stabilizes, I will arrange for someone to take you to Jiangnan. My heart sank heavily. Jiangnan. It was the promise he had made to Alan, and now he intended to send me away as well. It felt like he was merely clearing away the last bit of inconvenience, the final speck of dust that could disturb his plans. The faint flicker of wavering hope ignited by his act of brewing medicine instantly froze into ice. Indeed, nothing had changed. Schemes, calculations, sacrifices.
To him,
I was ultimately just a pawn nearing the end of my utility. I lowered my head, observing the frostbite and delicate scars on my fingertips, allowing a faint, hollow smile to escape. That laughter was devoid of warmth, laced with profound self-mockery. And then what? I heard myself ask, my voice terrifyingly calm, like arranging for Alan? Bestowing upon me a new identity? A sufficient sum of silver? Allowing me to live quietly in an unknown place? Until one day, the Emperor or someone from Li Dequan would find me, just as they had found Alan? Shun Ju's silhouette stiffened abruptly. He slowly turned around, water still drying on his face, his eyes swirling with intense emotions, as if stung by my words, or perhaps burdened by something deeper that I could not comprehend. In Jiangnan, he began, his voice hoarse, the Gu family has old subordinates. I will take care of everything. It will be more. More what? More concealed? More secure? I interrupted him, raising my gaze to meet his, my eyes a barren wasteland of icy desolation. Just as safe as when you arranged for me to stay in the Jing and Wangfu? Just as meticulously as you orchestrated those 5 years of neglect? My questioning pierced through the strained, hypocritical calm like a chilling blade. Shun Ju's complexion turned ashen, his lips trembling, yet he could not muster a single retort. The depths of his eyes brimmed with pain and remorse, nearly spilling over. Shinju, I called his name, each syllable laced with frost. Do you still not understand? From the moment I picked up that token, from the instant I learned the secrets of Han's Han Temple, I could never turn back. No matter how splendid Jiangnan may seem, it is not my retreat, my path. I hesitated, my gaze falling upon the blood-soaked bandage on his arm, lingering on the unconscious Jingfeng, before finally fixing my stare upon him. I am already bound to you. Either we breach the sky together, or... I uttered the final 2 words, softly, yet with piercing clarity.
Die Togeter.
Silence enveloped the stone chamber. The flame of the oil lamp flickered violently, elongating our silhouettes in confrontation against the cold stone wall, resembling 2 beasts ensnared in a mortal struggle. Shun Ju's gaze bore into me, his chest heaving with intensity, his expression a tumult of shock, disagreement, anxiety, and a hint of fury, as if my words had unraveled all of his carefully laid plans. You have no idea what you are saying. He stepped forward abruptly, his voice hoarse with excitement, tinged with a near terror. Do you know what lies ahead? It is a fathomless abyss, a place where one can find no burial ground. His Majesty shall spare no one who possesses knowledge. Li Dequan's bone-cutting knife will follow you like a specter, until you vanish completely. I know. I met his gaze unflinchingly, my voice equally raised, imbued with a resolute determination. Of course, I know. I have known since I leapt back to the palace to find you. Then, why do you still want him? He asked, confusion etched across his face, his eyes bloodshot.
Why?
I looked at him. This man whom I had once loved with all my being, yet who had caused me profound hurt. Tears surged again, unbidden, but accompanied by a cold smile. Did you ever tell me, Shenju? Did you ever offer me a choice? You only pushed me away, in the most hurtful manner. You kept me in the dark like a fool, made me believe that all the pain and struggle of those 5 years was merely because you did not love me, merely because I was worth less than a corpse. Now you see that you cannot conceal the truth any longer. You realize that I have been dragged into this murky water alongside you. Do you wish to cast me aside like refuse to Jiangnan? Shenju,
Tell me.
how foolish do you think I am in your heart? How easily disposed of? I nearly shouted the final words, my voice echoing sharply in the stone chamber, reverberating against my eardrums. All the grievances, all the resentment, all the fury and fear erupted at that moment. Shenju stood frozen, the color draining from his face, leaving behind a fragility and a palpable sense of disarray. He opened his mouth, his throat moving, yet no sound emerged. In his once inscrutable, commanding eyes, only panic and a hint of childlike helplessness remained. He gazed at me, as if for the first time truly understanding the stubbornness and destructive resolve that lay within the woman he had sheltered under his wing, yet also cast aside. After a long pause, he staggered back slowly, as if all strength had been drained from him, his back colliding heavily with the cold stone wall, emitting a dull thud. He lowered his head, raising a hand to cover his face, his shoulders shaking violently. This was not the previous suppressed sobbing, but a deeper, almost soundless collapse. Warm tears seeped through his fingers, trailing down his pale, slender wrist, dripping onto his blood-stained garments, leaving behind dark, desperate stains. He was crying. The man who had once been as indifferent as ice, calculating and composed, even at the moment of plunging into the river, now crumbled entirely before my blood-soaked accusations, weeping like a child who had lost everything, cornered with no escape. I stood there, watching his trembling, broken form, observing the tears slipping through his fingers, feeling the frozen wasteland in my chest being seared by this scalding liquid. A tumult of emotions, sourness, pain, confusion, surged forth, ultimately leaving behind an infinite weariness. We were both exhausted, burdened by the heavy shackles of 5 years, by this irreversible dead end, and by the tangled debts we owed each other. We could hardly breathe. I slowly approached, each step akin to treading on shards of glass. Upon reaching him, I raised my hand, hesitating for a long moment, and finally, with great slowness, gently rested it upon his violently trembling shoulders. The muscles beneath my touch tightened like iron, cold, yet radiating a despairing warmth. My contact made him shudder violently. He lifted his head, eyes clouded with tears as he looked at me, his face completely devoid of the usual calm composure, now filled with utter collapse and disarray. I'm sorry, Wanqing. I'm sorry, he stammered, his voice shattering. It was my fault, my selfishness. I was wrong from the start. I should not have married you, nor dragged you into this, and certainly not treated you in that manner. I was just afraid. Afraid that if you knew, you would sink deeper, that I would be unable to protect you. I feared that in the end, even you would. He could not continue, only shaking his head in anguish, tears cascading down. As I beheld him in such a state, the pent-up resentment and grievances of 5 years seemed to find a sudden outlet, not in an explosion, but in a slow, heart-wrenching trickle. It was not that there was no love, but rather a profound fear of loss. Thus, he had pushed me away in the most clumsy and cruel manner. The result was that we both fell into a deeper hell. Why must it come to this? Tears blurred my vision once more. I said nothing, merely pressed my hand slightly against his shoulder, as if attempting to anchor him against the unbearable agony of his tremors. Sensing something, he suddenly reached out, pulling me tightly into his embrace. The force was such that it felt as if he would crush me into his very being. His cold tears soaked my neck, carrying the weight of despair. I stiffened for a moment, yet ultimately did not push him away. Hesitantly, my hands slowly encircled his lean, taut back. I felt the violent, painful rhythm of his heartbeat, the warmth of his tears, and this embrace, belated, transcending life and death, steeped in despair and the scent of blood. We resembled two individuals on the brink of freezing in the frigid expanse, desperately attempting to draw a flicker of warmth from one another, fully aware that this warmth might vanish in an instant, or even inflict deeper burns, yet still reluctant to let go. Within the stone chamber, only our stifled sobs and heavy breaths remained. The oil lamp burned quietly, witnessing our brief yet fragile interdependence in this abyss of despair. I know not how long it passed. His sobs gradually subsided, yet he still held me tightly, unwilling to release his grip, as if letting go would cause me to vanish. His chin rested gently upon the crown of my head, as if afraid of causing me pain. The touch was so gentle, yet bore an undeniable weight. I could feel his breath, warm yet heavy, cascading through my hair, inducing a slight itch. His voice was low and hoarse, as if shaped by sandpaper, laden with a nasal tone and a tremor born of survival. It was a voice that emerged only after enduring profound fear or pain, evoking a deep sense of compassion.
Good.
Just a single word, heavy yet clear. I was momentarily taken aback. He slowly released me, his hands still grasping my shoulders, his reddened eyes gazing deeply into mine, no longer filled with collapse or panic, but rather a settled, almost tragically resolute determination. Since there is no turning back. He spoke each word deliberately, his voice hoarse, yet imbued with an unyielding strength. Then we shall not retreat. This path, I will walk with you to the end. Whether in life or death, we shall face it together. Chapter 32. The road ahead may be darker. Are you afraid? I will walk with you to the end. Whether in life or death, we shall face it together. His hoarse promise struck the cold stone chamber, imbued with a bloody, desperate fervor that sent shivers through my heart. His reddened eyes bore into mine, devoid of collapse or panic, settling instead into a solemn, almost tragic resolve. The fingers gripping my shoulders remained cold, yet radiated an undeniable power. Together. In life. Or in death. My heart felt as if it had been violently struck by those two heavy words, a blend of bitterness, confusion, and an indescribable flutter intertwining, lodged in my throat. Ultimately, I merely nodded lightly. 1,000 words had turned pale. Having reached this juncture, aside from moving forward together, plunging into the unknown abyss, it seemed there was no other path. He slowly released his grip, as if shedding an invisible shackle that had long burdened him, despite the perilous road ahead. His gaze strangely became clearer and more resolute. He turned and approached Jing Feng, meticulously assessing his condition again. The medication seemed to be taking effect. Jing Feng's breathing had stabilized somewhat. Although still unconscious, the ashen hue on his face had faded considerably. We must leave here at once, Shinju said in a low voice, his tone regaining its usual calmness, yet devoid of the prior cold detachment. Li Dequan would not easily relent after suffering a setback. The ancient path of Hafen Gorge could not conceal the truth from him for long. I glanced at the person on the stone bed. Take him with us. Shinju exhibited no hesitation. The Shadow Dragon Guard had their unique means of communication and concealment. As long as he could endure until the next stronghold, there would be a way. He began to swiftly gather supplies, packing the remaining medicinal herbs, provisions, and fresh water. He also retrieved a flat, unremarkable iron box from the bottom of the wooden chest, carefully tucking it into his clothing. His movements were brisk and methodical. I silently rewrapped the small swaddling cloth in the corner with old garments, hiding it against my chest. The cold, rough texture now seemed to carry a faint warmth. Preparation complete. He extinguished the oil lamp, and darkness enveloped us once again. He helped Jing Feng to his feet, and I slung the bundle over my shoulder, following closely behind him as we ventured once more into the narrow ascending stone staircase. Pushing aside the disguise at the exit, the outside world remained overcast. Although the wind and snow had lessened considerably, with only scattered snowflakes drifting through the air, the sky presented a deep blue, reminiscent of dawn. While the distant mountains loomed like slumbering giants, the cart remained in place, the old horse nervously stamping its hooves against the cold wind. We carefully placed Jing Feng back inside the carriage. Zhenyao mounted the cart's yoke, and I sat beside him. With a light flick of the whip, the cart creaked back into motion, crunching over the snow as it headed toward the dark, cavernous entrance of Heifeng Gorge, resembling the gaping maw of a great beast. The ancient road proved to be more rugged than anticipated. The surface was already covered in overgrown grass and snow, scattered with collapsed stones and fallen trees. The cart jolted violently. Speed was nearly impossible to achieve. Zhenyao focused intently on driving, skillfully maneuvering around obstacles, his sharp gaze scanning the foreboding terrain and the jagged rocks that stood like specters on either side. I anxiously gripped the hem of my clothing, vigilantly observing every sound around us. Heifeng Gorge was indeed aptly named. The wind whipped through the narrow gorge and the crevices of the strange stones, emitting a mournful wail akin to the cries of the damned, sending shivers down one's spine. The journey was fraught with tension, but devoid of immediate peril. Just as we were about to traverse the narrowest section of the gorge, a more open valley came into view ahead. At that moment, whoosh! A shrill arrow, accompanied by a piercing screech, unexpectedly shot down from the cliffs on our left. It struck the snow-covered ground in front of the cart with a forceful thud, the arrowhead trembling violently.
Whoa.
Zhenyao abruptly pulled on the reins. The cart came to an immediate halt. Almost simultaneously, dozens of dark figures sprang forth from the cliffs and debris on either side. Armed with powerful bows and crossbows, the cold arrowheads glinted ominously in the dim light, completely sealing off our escape routes. Leading them was none other than Li Dequan. He stood atop a higher rock, his cold gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated upon us with a cruel satisfaction akin to that of a cat toying with its prey. Lord Shen, or rather, Your Highness, the Prince of Jing'an. He elongated his tone, sharp and grating. Your little ruse of slipping away unnoticed is truly a splendid performance. Alas, the curtain has fallen. Zhenyao sat calmly at the cart's yoke, his expression icy, his hand subtly moving toward the hilt of his blade, his eyes scanning the advantageous terrain around us. Li Dequan, you truly are relentless, he replied coolly. Your Highness, how flattering, Li Dequan sneered, his smile laced with malice. You and the one in your arms are the Emperor's greatest thorns. How could I not be vigilant? His gaze pointedly swept over the cart. Will you surrender willingly, allowing me to return with you? Or... He slowly raised his hand, and in an instant, the bowstrings of all surrounding crossbows tightened, producing a chilling creak that sent a shudder through the air. Shall I assist you in maintaining some dignity? The atmosphere turned palpably tense, my heart racing as my hand instinctively reached for the cold dagger hidden within my clothing. Yet, Zhenyao suddenly chuckled softly. The laugh was low, tinged with mockery, weariness, and an elusive strangeness. Li Dequan, he began, his voice low yet penetrating the silent valley. Are you so certain of your hold over me?
Li Dequan frowned.
Seemingly unnerved by Zhenyao's unusual composure, but quickly retorted with a cold smirk. Do you think reinforcements are on the way? Not a single bird dares to enter Heifeng Gorge. Reinforcements? Zhenyao shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the cliffs as if speaking to himself or perhaps addressing everyone. When has this prince needed reinforcements? The moment his words fell, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Among the ambushers who had been aiming at us, at least a third of them suddenly turned their crossbows, not aimed at us, but at their companions who were still targeting us. Thud, thud, the muffled sounds of blades plunging into flesh and the brief cries of agony erupted suddenly. There was no time to react. The unsuspecting guards and cavalrymen were instantly slaughtered by their own comrades, their throats sliced and hearts pierced. Blood sprayed, bodies collapsing like cut wheat. Chaos ensued instantly. The remaining ambushers were thrown into disarray, panic spreading as they scattered. Li Dequan's once triumphant expression froze, replaced by sheer horror and disbelief. He gaped at the scene of infighting on the cliffs, his voice shrill. What are you doing? Betraying us. Betraying us. The response to his cries was a more precise and ruthless slaughter. Those who had turned against him acted with deadly efficiency, clearly well-trained and far from ordinary soldiers. They were the Shadow Dragon Guard. They had infiltrated Li Dequan's ranks long ago, possibly even aware of his entire scheme from the very beginning. Zhenyao was not fleeing in panic. He was luring them into a trap. I looked at Zhenyao in shock. He remained seated at the cart's yoke, his profile resolute, his gaze calmly observing the carnage before us, as if he had anticipated this all along. Only the slight tightening of his lips revealed a hint of tension. The battle on the cliffs swiftly approached its conclusion. Li Dequan's forces lay nearly vanquished, leaving him standing alone on that rock, pale and trembling. Several shadow dragon guards, clad in cavalry attire yet with cold, composed expressions, descended like phantoms from different directions, silently surrounding the cart, kneeling on one knee before Shinju. "We apologize for our tardiness, my lord. Please forgive us." They addressed him as my lord. Shinju truly was. Li Dequan's eyes widened in realization, his pupils constricting as if he finally understood, his face contorted in extreme fear and absurdity. His trembling finger pointing at Shinju, You never lost your memory. You were deceiving me the entire time." His words fell abruptly silent. As Shinju slowly rose to his feet, his gaze pierced through the trembling figure on the rock like two ice-forged swords. "Managerly," he began, his voice low yet imbued with a long-forgotten, chilling authority that belonged to the Prince of Jing'an. "Now we may settle our accounts." Step by step, he descended from the carriage, advancing towards Li Dequan. The soles of his boots crunched upon the snow and the still fresh pool of blood, echoing like a death knell in the desolate valley. With each step, his aura grew colder, the feigned frailty and gloom of the past 5 years dissipating, replaced by a sharp, menacing energy forged amidst the corpses and rivers of blood. Li Dequan, terrified, stumbled backward, losing his footing and falling clumsily into the snow. His expression one of sheer horror as he beheld Shinju's relentless approach. "What do you want?" "I am the Emperor's personally appointed chief of the Inner Ministry. If you dare touch me, the Emperor will not." "The Emperor?" Shinju halted before him, looking down with an icy smirk. "At this moment, I suspect His Majesty is far more interested in discovering how much business his loyal manager Li has conducted with those outsiders." From his robe, he produced a flat iron box retrieved from the stone chamber. Opening it revealed not ledgers, but several secret missives, and a black token etched with a peculiar wolf head insignia. At the sight of the token, Li Dequan's face drained of color, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, as if he had encountered the most terrifying specter.
"No.
It's impossible. How could you?" His words tumbled out incoherently, his body trembling like a leaf in autumn's chill. "How could you possibly have obtained this?" Shinju finished for him, his gaze akin to that of one surveying a corpse. "Did you think that by killing Alan and burning Cold Mountain Temple, you could erase all traces? The mole you planted within the Shadow Dragon Guards has quite the foul scent." Li Dequan's visage turned ashen, and he crumpled to the ground, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single coherent word. Shinju dismissed him with a wave to the Shadow Dragon Guards. "Take him away. Keep a close watch on him. His life still holds value."
Yes.
2 members of the Shadow Dragon Guard stepped forward, dragging the utterly limp Li Dequan away like a lifeless dog. Silence enveloped the valley once more, save for the scattered corpses and the lingering stench of blood. Shinju stood tall amidst the crimson-stained snow, his presence as formidable as a pine tree against the winds. He gazed silently over the harrowing scene, as if time itself had come to a standstill. His eyes swept over the shocking expanse of red, each spot seemingly narrating a tale of brutal conflict. Snowflakes drifted down, intermingling with the blood, creating a hauntingly eerie tableau. In this blood-red valley, his figure appeared diminutive yet resolute, silently observing, devoid of words. His profound gaze seemingly striving to pierce through the snow-laden landscape to uncover the hidden truths beneath. Eventually, he turned, his gaze traversing the fallen bodies and the still carriage, finally settling upon me. The cold menace that had previously inhabited his eyes vanished, as if the chilling aura had been entirely extracted. The weariness, a facade now swept away like leaves in a storm. What replaced it was a profound, intricate emotion, akin to a deep lake, calm on the surface, yet tumultuous beneath. This sentiment seemed to encapsulate his boundless fatigue, as though he had endured countless trials, his spirit and body worn to their limits. Yet, within that fatigue lay an ineffable essence, perhaps a faint sorrow or a sigh of resignation, or some other indescribable feeling. He approached the carriage, his steps heavy with gravitas. Finally halting before the yoke. Lifting his head, he met my gaze. The winter storm had ceased, and a fragile beam of morning light struggled to pierce through the thick clouds, illuminating his pale, yet sharply defined face, reflecting in his fathomless eyes. Within them danced the nascent dawn, the bloodied valley, and my own bewildered, shaken visage. He regarded me for an extended moment, and then his hand, as if tethered by an invisible force, moved slowly, almost laboriously. Each subtle motion appeared strenuous, as though that hand bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. It trembled in the air, resisting some formidable force, until finally, after what felt like an eternity, it extended toward me, spanning what seemed an epoch. He gradually opened his palm, revealing it as one would a precious treasure. However, what lay within was both shocking and grievous. Not only were there still drying bloodstains, but also a tapestry of recent and old scars. The voice that emerged from him was rough and gravelly, yet strikingly clear, as if it could penetrate the very depths of the heart. The path ahead may be darker. Are you afraid? Chapter 33. Zhenyao. You're still alive. The path ahead may be darker. Are you afraid? He tilted his head back, the morning light casting over his pallid face while his blood-stained palm lay open before me. His voice carrying a hint of gunpowder and a fragile, almost shattered hesitation. The valley lay in eerie silence, the scent of blood thick and suffocating. Behind us, the ground was littered with fallen bodies, and ahead loomed the ancient path leading into deeper, unknown peril. Are you afraid? Of course I was. My very insides trembled from the recent, sanguinary upheaval, the fear of what lay ahead coiling around my heart like a chilling vine. Yet, as I looked into his eyes, the cold calculations and imperial authority faded, revealing an unfathomable weariness and a fragile hope akin to one awaiting judgment. The string of fear within me strangely began to loosen. I gazed at the open palm, where new and old scars mingled, stained with the blood of others and seeping with his own. Slowly, I placed my hand upon his, my fingertips brushing against the coarse calluses and the moist blood, pausing momentarily before grasping it firmly. I am afraid. I heard my voice emerge, equally hoarse yet clear. But you are still here. Do not think you can shake me off again. His pupils constricted, as if my words, laden with resentment yet tinged with reliance, struck him deeply. His grip on my fingers tightened suddenly, enough to be painful, as if he sought to merge our flesh, to embed my essence within him. He remained silent, holding fast, his reddened eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions before being forcibly suppressed, leaving only a heavy, searing undercurrent. Good, he rasped, forcing the word from his throat, his voice rough and unrefined. He steadied himself against the carriage, yet did not release my hand. Instead, he held on, guiding me forward to stand before the imposing shadow dragon guards. The men, having just undergone a bloody purge, knelt uniformly on one knee, their heads bowed, exuding an aura of absolute submission. We pay our respects to the Lord. We pay our respects to the princess. Their voices resonated in unison throughout the valley. The title of princess, which I had long since discarded, now struck me as absurd and distant, as if from another era. Zhenyao tightened his grip on my hand, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his voice regaining the calm authority of a superior, though devoid of its previous chill. Clear the traces, attend to the wounded. A team will accompany me to the North Town Pass. The rest will escort Li Daquan and all pertinent evidence according to Plan B. Yes. The crowd acknowledged his orders, dispersing swiftly and silently, their movements strikingly efficient. He led me back to the carriage. As we passed the corpses, he instinctively turned to shield my view. Such a small gesture sent a jolt through my heart, a mixture of sorrow and unease. Upon reaching the carriage, he glanced at the still unconscious Jing Feng and instructed a shadow dragon guard. Fetch a stretcher and ensure careful transport. Preserve his life for me. Understood. Only then did he release my hand, assisting me into the carriage before taking his place at the front, shaking the reins. The carriage resumed its journey, escorted by a small contingent of elite shadow dragon guards, hastening out of the valley steeped in the scent of death, heading towards the North Town Pass. As we neared our destination, the air grew increasingly oppressive with a sense of foreboding. More patrol cavalry began to appear along the route, their armor gleaming, weapons at the ready, eyes sharp as hawks, scanning the surroundings for any passing vehicles or pedestrians. The checkpoint inspections became exceedingly stringent. Had it not been for the special passage token arranged in advance by the Shadow Dragon Guards, I wondered when Zhenyao had orchestrated this. We would have surely faced insurmountable obstacles. The looming shadow of war hung heavily above this desolate land. Zhenyao expression grew more solemn, often becoming lost in a map of the northern frontier, his fingers tracing the locations of border fortifications and supply routes. Occasionally, he would cough lightly, his complexion pale. Yet he swiftly suppressed it with sheer willpower, his gaze sharp and intimidating. I felt helpless, striving to remain unobtrusive and not to trouble him further. At times, I would assist him in changing bandages or watch over Jingfeng. The medicine from the Shadow Dragon Guards proved remarkably effective, although Jingfeng remained unconscious, his breathing steady day by day. However, Shinju's shoulder wound, aggravated by days of relentless travel and mental strain, healed sluggishly, often seeping fresh blood through the bandages. Observing this, I felt a growing urgency, but was at a loss as to how to help. One afternoon, the carriage paused for rest behind a sheltered embankment, the Shadow Dragon Guards on alert outside. Suddenly, Jingfeng emitted a pained groan, his body convulsing violently, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his lips moving as though trying to speak. I hurried over, wiping the sweat from his brow with a damp cloth. "The prince is in danger. Flee," he murmured intermittently, his brow furrowed with anxiety. This phrase again. I gently patted his arm, whispering, "It's all right, Jingfeng, it's all right." He seemed to grasp a fragment of my reassurance, his struggles subsiding slightly, yet he remained trapped in his nightmare. The carriage curtain was lifted as Shinju leaned in, clearly alerted by the commotion. He looked at Jingfeng, his brow furrowed slightly, and reached out to check his pulse. It was still somewhat erratic. In a low voice, he remarked, pulling out the empty pouch that had contained medicine, his brow furrowing deeper. I glanced at his pale, fatigued face, and then at the agonized Jingfeng, hesitating before retrieving a small, flat silver amulet from my clothing. This was a keepsake for my mother, hollow inside. Carefully, I unscrewed the base and poured out the remaining half of a crimson pill. It had been prepared by my mother as a precautionary measure, rumored to save a life. Though I had never used it before, perhaps this could help? I offered the half pill to Shinju, my voice uncertain. I was unaware of its properties, nor whether it would be effective. Shinju's gaze fell upon the pill, his expression suddenly sharpening. He looked up at me, incredulity filling his eyes. "The Zhu Yandan," he exclaimed, snatching the pill from my hand and inhaling its scent deeply, his expression shifting dramatically. "Where did you acquire this?" His reaction startled me. It was left to me by my mother," I stammered, feeling a bit anxious under his intense scrutiny. "Is something wrong?" Shinju stared at the pill, then abruptly turned to me, his eyes a tumult of emotions, shock, realization, pain, ultimately transforming into a profound, indescribable stir of feelings. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but then merely shook his head laboriously, his voice hoarse. No, nothing is amiss." He lowered his head cautiously, administering the half pill into Jingfeng's mouth, using his strength to dissolve it. The effect seemed potent. Jingfeng's body trembled violently again, his complexion flushed, but soon, his breathing visibly deepened and steadied, sinking into a serene slumber. Shinju exhaled a long sigh of relief, as though a great burden had been lifted from him. He tucked Jingfeng's blankets neatly, turned to face me, his eyes still carrying an aftershock and an intensity one could not comprehend. "Thank you," he said in a hushed voice, his gaze lingering on my empty hands. "This medicine is quite precious." I shook my head. "As long as it saves him." He fell silent for a moment before softly inquiring, "Did your mother leave you anything else? About this medicine or otherwise?" His question felt peculiar, imbued with a subtle urgency. I hesitated, recalling carefully, but ultimately shook my head. "No, nothing else. My mother passed away suddenly, leaving only this, saying it might save a life in a critical moment." The glimmer of fervor in Shinju's eyes dimmed slightly, replaced by a deeper hue of sorrow. He murmured something so softly I could barely hear. "So she ultimately resents me." "What?" I hadn't he caught that. He abruptly snapped back to reality, shaking his head to conceal his emotions, his voice regaining its calmness. "It's nothing." He fixed a deep gaze upon me, one so intricate it made my heart race, then turned and exited the carriage. I sat alone within, watching him disappear beyond the curtain, a void inexplicably forming within me. What had he intended to say? What connection did my mother have with this medicine? After 2 more days of travel, the imposing silhouette of the North Town Pass, dark and formidable like a primordial beast crouched on the horizon, finally came into focus. The towering walls, adorned with fluttering banners, exhibited a forest of weapons glinting coldly in the dim light. Before we could draw near, an overwhelming aura of iron and blood assailed us. Our carriage halted several miles from the pass, nestled beside a secluded grove. Shunju disembarked and spoke briefly to the Shadow Dragon guards. Several quickly shed their outer robes, revealing the plain uniforms of ordinary border soldiers beneath, and concealed the carriage and horses deep within the trees. Shunju himself donned a slightly oversized, yet evidently high-quality military uniform, though he bore no armor. The disguise he had worn was long gone, revealing his originally handsome but pale visage. Yet the coldness and authority that came from his long tenure in power could not be easily masked. He approached the carriage and lifted the curtain. We proceeded on foot into the pass. He gazed at me, his expression grave, for Zhomeng maintained a strict military discipline, making it difficult for unfamiliar travelers to approach. I nodded slightly, adjusting the plain cotton dress I wore, still reminiscent of Erewhon style. His eyes fell upon my face, hesitating for a moment. Before he spoke, "Once we enter the border, act according to my cues. Zhomeng is a man of fierce temperament, particularly wary of those from the capital. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your identity." I understood his concerns. The news of the sudden death of the Princess of Jing'an had likely spread far and wide. My unexpected appearance would only complicate matters. "I understand," I replied softly. He scrutinized me deeply, as though seeking something in my expression, and finally sighed lightly. Extending his hand, "Let us go." I took his hand as I descended from the carriage. His palm was still cold, yet it firmly supported me. Leaving 2 Shadow Dragon guards to watch over the carriage and the unconscious Jingfeng, our group of 7 or 8 disguised themselves as an ordinary border patrol team, making our way toward the imposing city gate. The closer we got, the more we could sense the stringent vigilance and oppressive atmosphere. The glint of crossbow bolts occasionally flashed from atop the city walls. The soldiers guarding the city had sharp eyes, scrutinizing every detail with utmost care. Even with seemingly impeccable tokens and documents, we were subjected to repeated questioning before being permitted to enter the border. Upon crossing the threshold, it felt as if we had stepped into another realm. Unlike the desolation outside, the interior resembled a vast military encampment. The streets were orderly yet deserted, with troops practicing or patrolling visible at every turn. The sounds of clashing armor, commands, and horses' hooves filled the air, which was thick with the scent of metal, leather, and an undercurrent of tension, as if war were imminent. The common folk were scarce. When they did appear, they hurried past with anxious expressions. Shunju seemed remarkably familiar with his place, guiding us through the maze of barracks, avoiding the main thoroughfares, and opting for secluded alleyways. Eventually, we halted before an unassuming yet heavily guarded courtyard made of blue stone. The courtyard gate was tightly shut, with 4 vigilant soldiers brandishing long halberds standing before it. "Who goes there?" the lead soldier barked, crossing his halberd to block our path. Shunju halted, not displaying any tokens, but lifted his head slightly. Revealing his full visage, his voice calm, informed General Zhou of a visitor. Upon seeing Shunju's face, the soldier momentarily froze, his pupils narrowing in shock and disbelief. Instinctively taking a half step back, his voice faltering, You are." It was evident he recognized Shunju. Shunju regarded him coolly, remaining silent. The soldier quickly regained his composure, his expression a mix of uncertainty. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth, exchanged a glance with his companions, and swiftly darted into the courtyard. Moments later, a heavy and hurried sound of footsteps echoed from within. The courtyard gate was suddenly flung open from the inside. A tall, burly figure, clad in untied regular attire, with a face adorned with a thick beard and eyes sharp as a tiger's, charged out. His gaze, almost palpable, immediately locked onto Shunju. His expression changed like the weather in June, shifting abruptly from calmness to shock, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Following this, a wave of excitement surged within him, causing his body to tremble slightly. However, this exhilaration was short-lived, replaced by an expression of disbelief, as if the events unfolding before him were beyond his comprehension. Amidst this torrent of emotions, his brow furrowed deeply, revealing a profound concern that was not unfounded, but stemmed from an inner turmoil of unrest and fear. Simultaneously, a quiet anger began to rise within him, akin to a burning flame gradually spreading. He fixed his gaze on Shunju, his chest heaving violently, and after a moment, managed to emit a low growl, his voice quivering with intense emotion. "Shunju, you're still alive." Chapter 34. Mother's Love. Shunju, you're still alive. The thunderous roar, imbued with incredulity, excitement, anger, and a deeper, almost overwhelming concern reverberated before the tranquil courtyard of Jinbei Pass. Zhou Meng, the commanding general of Jinbei Pass, renowned across the northern frontier, now stared wide-eyed, his beard trembling with each rapid breath, fixated on the pale and slender young man standing tall like a green pine before him. Shenju, the prince of Jing'an, the very person who should have perished in the icy river, leaving no trace behind, or who was supposed to be apprehended by the officials dispatched from the capital for his treasonous acts. Yet here he stood, alive and well, on his territory. Shenju met his almost predatory gaze with an expression devoid of emotion, save for a fleeting complex ripple in his eyes, akin to cracks appearing on a frozen lake, only to swiftly mend once more. He lightly curled the corners of his mouth, the smirk tinged with customary mockery, yet curiously bittersweet. "Uncle Zhou," he began, his voice still carrying that slightly hoarse calmness, yet devoid of the cold detachment he once bore in the capital, now imbued with an almost imperceptible weariness. "You did not bow and plead for my father's forgiveness, so how could I dare to die first?" Zhou Meng was momentarily taken aback by his words, his eyes instantly reddening. He stepped forward, his large hand raised as if to deliver a forceful punch to this reckless young man, but instead, it fell heavily upon Shenju's shoulder, the force causing Shenju to sway slightly, the fabric at his wound instantly soaking through with a deeper shade of crimson. "You reckless fool." Zhou Meng's voice was rough, laden with suppressed emotion. "Such a grave matter. Why didn't you send word sooner?" "Why didn't you?" His gaze swiftly swept over Shenju's pale face, landing on the conspicuous dark red stain on his shoulder, then darted to me, who stood half a step behind Shenju, my head bowed. His expression shifted, becoming sharp as a blade, filled with scrutiny and suspicion. "Who is she?" Zhou Meng's voice suddenly dropped, carrying the cold hardness and skepticism unique to a soldier. "Shinjiu, don't tell me you brought this unknown woman to my Jinbei Pass." "She is not unknown," Shinju interjected, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. "She is mine." Zhou Meng's brow tightened, clearly unconvinced, his gaze slicing through me with unabashed hostility. "Yours? When did I ever know that you, Uncle Zhou?" Shinju interrupted him again, his tone firming with an unmistakable pressure. "Let us talk inside." Zhou Meng, momentarily taken aback by his tone, seemed to regain a semblance of reason from his extreme agitation. He glared at Shinju, then cast a wary glance my way, ultimately stepping aside to allow passage, barking at the astonished soldiers at the gate. "What are you staring at?"
Keep your mouths shut.
"You haven't seen anyone today."
Yes.
The soldiers hurriedly lowered their heads in compliance, though their eyes still couldn't resist darting toward Shinju. Zhou Meng led the way, striding into the courtyard. Shinju glanced at me, signaling for me to follow. The courtyard was modest, sparsely furnished, much like Zhou Meng himself. In the main hall, a fire blazed brightly, dispelling the deep chill of the northern frontier. Upon entering the hall, Zhou Meng abruptly turned, fixing his gaze on Shinju, lowering his voice yet unable to conceal his anger and fear. "Now can we talk? What on earth is happening?" "A dispatch from the capital arrived with urgent news, claiming you colluded with traitors, harmed the envoy, and fled into the river. The emperor is furious, and orders for your capture have been issued throughout the northern frontier." The text on the document is not entirely incorrect. Shenju approached the charcoal brazier, extending his hand to warm himself by the fire, his voice eerily calm as he declared, "I am the one who killed. I also jumped into the river." Zhou Meng gasped in shock, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "But I did not collude with the traitors." Shenju lifted his gaze to Zhou Meng, his eyes resembling a bottomless, frigid pool. "I killed those who deserved it. Jumping into the river was a matter of survival. To return." He paused, enunciating each word with crystal clarity. "To clean house. Clean house." Zhou Meng's brows knitted in confusion. "Whose house?" Shinju did not respond directly, but instead took out a flat iron box from his bosom and opened it. Inside lay several confidential letters and a black token engraved with an unusual wolf's head totem. Zhou Meng's gaze fell upon these items, initially puzzled, then suddenly recognizing something. His complexion shifted dramatically as he took a step back, as if confronted by a specter. "This, the Black Wolf token. How could you possess this? And these letters?" "Li Dequan provided them," Shinju replied in a tone devoid of emotion, as though discussing an inconsequential matter.
Li Dequan?
Zhou Meng's voice rose sharply, filled with disbelief and fury. That eunuch beside his majesty? How could he? Not just him. Shinju interrupted, closing the iron box. His voice growing low and heavy with a chilling weight. The line is connected to many more than you can imagine. From the inner treasury to the Ministry of War, extending to the northern frontiers, and possibly. He paused, leaving the implication hanging in the air, even reaching the ears of the emperor. Zhou Meng's face drained of color, his robust frame barely swaying as he reached for the nearby table to steady himself. He fixed his gaze on the iron box as if it were a venomous serpent poised to strike, his chest heaving, breaths coming in ragged gasps. After a long silence, he finally managed to utter through clenched teeth, his voice laden with the anguish of shattered belief and rage. So the old prince of Songlong Valley did not fall to the Turks. His words caught in his throat, unable to continue. Blood vessels burst in his fierce eyes, and tears, unbidden and scalding, streamed down his rugged cheeks. This stalwart man now wept silently, like a child, mourning for the unjustly slain commander, the wronged comrades, and for the nation's defenses hollowed out by filthy transactions and betrayal. Shinju silently watched him weep, offering no comfort, though beneath his icy exterior churned a profound pain and hatred. Eventually, as Zhou Meng's emotions began to stabilize, he wiped his face with his sleeve and raised his head, his eyes now bloodshot and fierce, brimming with a thirst for vengeance. Damn it! I will gather the troops at once. We will slaughter those treacherous scoundrels. And then what? Shinju interjected coldly. With the soldiers from the northern pass, assault the capital? Cleanse the court? Zhou Meng faltered, momentarily speechless. Then tell the world that the Shin family, stationed at the borders for decades, has rebelled? Shinju's voice, though not raised, struck Zhou Meng's mind like an icicle, piercing through the fog of his rage. Open the northern gates and allow the Turks, lurking just beyond, to march in over the corpses of our soldiers? Zhou Meng's face turned crimson, veins throbbing at his temples, but ultimately, he seemed to lose all strength. Slumping as he asked, then what should we do? Should we just watch these parasites thrive? We will settle the accounts, item by item. Shinju interrupted, his gaze sharp as a blade. Blood must be repaid drop by drop. But not now, not in this manner. He approached the northern frontier map, pointing decisively. The immediate priority is to secure the northern defense line. The emperor or those around him, if they can utilize this line to aid the enemy, will not hesitate to act rashly, bringing wolves into the fold. Zhou Meng's expression sharpened as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Are you suggesting they will? Just in case, Shinju replied firmly. From this moment, the northern pass will enter a state of heightened readiness. All supplies and armaments must be rechecked, and all border outposts doubled with scouts. Every small path leading outside the pass, particularly those marked on this map, his finger pressed heavily on several points, must be rigged with traps, completely sealed off. Understood. Zhou Meng responded, bowing deeply, his demeanor returning to that of a soldier, cold and resolute. Additionally, Shinju continued, locking eyes with him, prepare a quiet room for me, and find a doctor who is absolutely trustworthy. My people are gravely injured. It was then that Zhou Meng noticed me, silently standing in the corner, my blood-stained clothes not entirely concealed. He cast a complex glance my way, then turned to Shinju, as if about to speak, but ultimately nodded instead. I will arrange that at once. He strode out with determined haste, leaving only Shinju and me in the main room. The charcoal fire crackled. Shinju wearily rubbed his temples, settling into a chair, closing his eyes, his face pale under the flickering light. I observed the increasingly glaring dark red splotch on his shoulder, hesitating before softly inquiring, shouldn't you tend to your injury first? He opened his eyes and looked at me, the cold sharpness fading to reveal a profound fatigue. He shook his head, it's merely a minor injury, nothing serious. When the doctor arrives, he should first attend to Jingfeng. He was always like this, valuing the lives of others above his own. A heaviness settled in my chest, a muted ache. Before long, Zhou Meng hurried back with an elderly military doctor, his hair grizzled, and carrying a medical kit. The old doctor paused upon seeing Shinju but quickly regained his composure, clearly a trusted confidant of Zhou Meng. Shinju led him to the adjacent room where Jingfeng had been carefully carried in by the Shadow Dragon guards and laid upon the bed. The old doctor examined Jingfeng's wounds with a grave expression. The injuries are severe, excessive blood loss, and internal shock. That he has held on this long is a miracle. This medicine, though potent and aggressive, has merely sustained his vital energy. Spare no effort to save him. Shinju interrupted, his tone brooking no dissent. The old doctor nodded, refraining from further commentary as he opened his kit and began his work. Shinju stood silently by, watching intently, his brow furrowed. I could offer no assistance and remained outside, listening to the occasional clinks of instruments and the doctor's low commands, my heart hanging in suspense. After a lengthy period, the old doctor emerged, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and addressed Shinju. The bleeding has stopped, and the needles have been applied. Now we shall see if he can endure the fever tonight. If he survives, there is a 50% chance of recovery. Shinju's taut jaw relaxed slightly. Thank you,
Doctor.
After sending the old doctor on his way, Zhomeng arranged for steaming food and clean clothes to be brought in. Shinju, however, had little appetite, managing only a few sips of hot soup before returning to Jingfeng's bedside, standing as still as a statue. I quietly placed the food beside him, murmuring, "You should eat something, your complexion is quite poor." It seemed to snap him back to reality. He glanced at me, then at the bowl of steam that was dissipating, and finally lifted it, drinking slowly. As the night deepened, outside the pass, the cold wind howled, occasionally punctuated by the heavy footsteps of patrolling soldiers and the clanking of metal armor, adding a sense of foreboding. Inside the chamber, the oil lamp cast a dim light. True to form, Jingfeng succumbed to a high fever, his face flushed, breathing erratic, alternating between delirious shouts and pained groans. Shinju sat by the bedside, diligently wiping his forehead and neck with a cloth soaked in cold water, his movements imbued with focus and patience, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. I sat at a distance, observing the silhouette defined by the light, etched with exhaustion, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. As I watched him tenderly care for his subordinate, a long frozen corner of my heart felt as though it had been silently cracked open. In a fleeting moment, I was transported back to the overlooked years within the Jing'anwang mansion. Yet this time, the figure guarding the bedside was no mere ethereal phantom. As the night deepened, Jingfeng's high fever gradually subsided, his breathing becoming steady as he sank into profound slumber. Shinju checked his pulse, and the tautness in his shoulders relaxed slightly, releasing a long sigh laden with fatigue. He extinguished the oil lamp, leaving only a small candle flickering by the bed. Then, he approached the low couch by the window and lay down fully clothed. His back was turned to me, curled up as if overwhelmed by an intense chill or burdened by an invisible anguish. The room was silent, save for Jingfeng's rhythmic breathing and the incessant whisper of the wind outside. Yet sleep eluded me. My gaze fell upon the outside world, where the night sky, severed by high walls, shimmered with a cold, steely gray. This was the northern frontier, the battleground where Shinju had once fought valiantly. The place where his father had perished, and the source of all conspiracies and bloodshed. Could we truly find vitality here? What did he mean by clearing the ranks when he spoke to Zhomeng? As my thoughts spiraled, Shinju, who seemed to have fallen asleep, suddenly emitted a faint, uncontrollable cough. The sound was low, stifled within his chest, yet it bore a disquieting sense of agony. He curled tighter, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if striving to suppress immense suffering. My heart tightened, and instinctively I stood, yearning to approach him. But then I heard him murmur in a voice so low, almost shattered, it resembled the plaintive whimper of a wounded creature. "Mother, it hurts." Chapter 35. Go retrieve that batch of grain? The words, laden with nasal tones and an almost pitiful dependency, shattered the silence of the room unexpectedly. My foot, poised to step forward, froze in place, as if my blood had congealed. On the low couch by the window, the man who was always as upright as a pine, calculated and serene even in the face of death, now lay curled in the dim candlelight shadow, his shoulders trembling slightly as he uttered that heart-wrenching whisper. He was calling for his mother. He was expressing pain. My heart felt as though it were gripped by a cold hand, squeezing tightly before suddenly releasing. A wave of aching and stinging spreading through me. 5 years, I had never seen him like this. Even when intoxicated and collapsed in the snow, he would call for Ulung, for the cold, for the reason why it was not him who perished. He had never uttered a single word for his mother, nor expressed pain. In this harsh northern land, amidst lurking enemies and perilous circumstances, before his most trusted old subordinates, in the dead of night when he believed I might be asleep, that hardened, frigid exterior finally cracked, revealing the raw, unhealed wounds beneath. I stood frozen, unable to move, watching the tension in his back, taut from enduring pain, listening to the suppressed yet unmistakable sounds of anguish escaping him. Eventually, I gritted my teeth and quietly approached the table, pouring a bowl of hot water that had been kept warm. Then, step by step, I moved to the low couch. He seemed to sense my movement, the small whimpers and tremors abruptly ceasing, his body stiffening for a moment, yet he did not turn, maintaining his curled position as if everything had been but a figment of my imagination. I gently placed the warm water on the small table beside him. "Drink some water," I whispered, my voice dry in the stillness. "You're coughing severely." He remained still, offering no response. Silence enveloped us, heavy and suffocating. I stood there, caught between leaving and staying. My gaze fell upon his shoulder, where dark red stains seemed to expand, larger than before. The wound had reopened. Was it due to tending to Jing foam? Or the relentless strain of our journey, without proper rest? The dull ache in my heart grew clearer. After much hesitation, I retrieved the clean white cloth and healing ointment left by the old military doctor from my pocket. "It seems your shoulder is bleeding again," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Shall I help you change the dressing?" This time, he finally reacted. Slowly, he turned to lie flat, opening his eyes. The candlelight flickered dimly, illuminating his face, pale and devoid of color, the whites of his eyes laced with crimson veins, as if he had endured countless sleepless nights, exuding a profound exhaustion. Those eyes, usually so deep and calculating, now appeared vacant, as if he had yet to fully emerge from that fleeting moment of vulnerability. He gazed at me in silence, neither speaking nor refusing, as if assessing me, granting a tacit permission. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, I averted my gaze, crouched down, and cautiously reached for the ties of his garment. My fingertips inevitably brushed against the skin of his neck, icy, even colder than the night air of the northern frontier. My fingers trembled almost imperceptibly. His Adam's apple moved slightly as he took a shallow breath, closing his eyes as if surrendering any form of resistance, leaving everything to my care. With the ties loosened, his garment fell open, revealing the white inner robe and the area beneath which was soaked in blood. The heavy scent of blood mingled with that of the ointment assaulted my senses. I held my breath, delicately peeling away the layers of cloth that had long adhered to his flesh. With each layer I removed, his brows knitted tighter, his lips growing paler. Yet he gritted his teeth, making no sound. Finally, the wound lay fully exposed, more gruesome than before, flesh turned outward, edges inflamed and swollen, with hints of a troubling bluish-black hue suggesting poor healing and a tendency for deterioration. My heart sank heavily. This was far more than a mere abrasion from a crossbow bolt. It likely involved internal injuries from the explosion in the underground palace, compounded by the strain of recent days, and perhaps something else entirely. I looked up at him. He still had his eyes closed, long lashes casting deep shadows beneath his eyes, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. He clearly understood the severity of his injury, yet continued to press on in silence, never uttering a word. A surge of uncontainable anger and indescribable heartache flared within me. Why had he not spoken sooner? I heard my own voice quivering with suppressed rage. This wound is... He slowly opened his eyes, looking at me with a momentary blankness before gradually focusing, the corners of his lips twitching slightly, that arc pale and feeble. Would it have made a difference? His voice was husky, laced with a weary fatigue that bordered on numbness. Ahead lay the tigers and wolves, while behind him was the precipice. Such wounds could not bring death, could they? So must one remain indifferent? Must one endure until complete collapse? My words lodged in my throat as I beheld his nonchalance, as if he had long grown accustomed to pain and sacrifice. My heart ached as if pricked by 1,000 needles. I ceased speaking, lowering my gaze to pick up a clean cloth, soaking it in warm water, and began to gently cleanse the bloodstains around his wound. My movements were more tender than ever, as though I were handling a fragile treasure. He lay quietly, allowing my ministrations, only tensing imperceptibly when the cloth brushed against the most sensitive parts of his injury, his breath momentarily faltering. Once finished, I sprinkled medicine over the wound and, using a fresh white cloth, meticulously wounded around, layer by layer. Throughout the process, neither of us spoke. The stone chamber was filled only with the faint sound of fabric brushing against skin and his occasional, barely audible gasps. The air thickened, warm and suffocating. I could feel his gaze resting upon the crown of my head, heavy with a complex emotion I could not decipher. My fingertips registered the chill of his skin and the taut lines of muscle beneath, born of endurance. My cheeks flushed uncontrollably. At last, the bandaging was complete. I tied a knot, straightened up, and let out a small sigh of relief. Raising my eyes, I found myself ensnared by the depths of his gaze. I could not tell how long he had been watching me. His expression was no longer vacant, but rather steeped in an intricate blend of emotions, exhaustion, pain, an unfathomable depth, and a faint, wavering sense of dependency. My heart raced erratically. I hastily turned my face away, standing up. It's done.
You should rest.
With that, I nearly fled back to my chair, my heart still pounding. He remained on the low couch, unmoving and silent, yet his gaze seemed to follow my every step. The flickering candlelight elongated his figure, casting it against a cold stone wall, rendering him strikingly solitary and frail. After a long while, I heard him slowly turn onto his side once more, retreating from me. As if that brief moment of eye contact and vulnerability had merely been an illusion brought forth by the flickering flame. The stone chamber fell back into silence. Save for Jing Feng's steady breaths, the howling wind outside, and my own tumultuous heartbeat. I gazed at his curled form, my heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, each flavor mixing to create a heavy, suffocating sorrow. This night was destined to be sleepless. In the following days, we temporarily settled in this small courtyard. The atmosphere at Jinbei Pass grew increasingly tense. The blaring of horns and the sounds of troop movements often shattered the dawn's tranquility. Zhou was busier than ever. Yet he made time to visit daily, his face growing graver with each encounter, the news he brought ever more startling. The newly appointed governor sent by the court had arrived at the northern frontier, but not to thoroughly investigate Shenju's defection. Rather, he came bearing the emperor's message of comfort and generous rewards, seeking to swiftly take control of the border forces and stabilize the situation. Meanwhile, the activities of the Turkic raiders beyond the pass had noticeably intensified, with several tentative small-scale conflicts repelled by Zhou firm hand. Yet the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, growing ever more pronounced. Shenju's injuries, under my daily care and the old military doctor's meticulous treatment, had not worsened further, and were beginning to heal slowly. However, he remained strikingly gaunt, his complexion perpetually pale. Often staring at maps and military reports from Zhou for hours on end, the furrow between his brows never relaxing. He was playing a grand game of strategy, the entirety of which I could not comprehend, yet I sensed the turbulent undercurrents beneath his calm facade. On the third evening, Jing Feng finally awoke. Upon seeing Shenju unharmed, he struggled to rise and offer his apologies, but Shenju pressed him back down. "It is enough that you are alive," he merely stated. The iron-willed Jing Feng's eyes glistened, and he bit down hard on his teeth, nodding emphatically. The network of the Shadow Dragon Guard began to operate efficiently, with encrypted messages flowing into the courtyard through special channels, transforming into new directives from Shenju. I remained isolated from the heart of this tempest. Shenju seemed intent on shielding me from the bloodshed and darkness, no longer allowing me to partake in his secret discussions with Zhou. All commands pertaining to specific plans and violence were issued without my involvement. I had become a mere bystander in this tense situation. My days were filled with tending to his and Jing Feng's wounds, interspersed with periods of staring blankly at the towering walls of the pass and the overcast sky. The swaddled bundle in my arms felt increasingly like a weighty stone, suffocating me. The questions I had deliberately suppressed surged forth once more with the passage of time. The vermilion flame pill left by my mother, Shenju's unusual reaction, his unfinished whispers, and the dependency he expressed in his delirium, all of these coalesced into a tangled mass in my heart. One afternoon, Zhou visited again. This time, the news he brought caused Shenju, who had remained relatively composed, to suddenly change countenance. "What did you say? The supplies have been intercepted?" Shenju abruptly rose from the map, his movement too abrupt, causing pain to flare in his wound. His face paled, yet he remained fixated on Zhou, demanding, "Which route? When did this happen?" Zhou face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. It was the winter clothing and provisions destined for the 3 beacon forts on the flank of Heifeng Gorge. They were ambushed last night in Wolf Valley. The entire escort unit was annihilated. Shenju's gaze shot to a specific point on the map, his pupils constricting sharply. "That route." His voice dropped, laced with an icy, terrifying intent to kill. They truly could not restrain themselves. "Damn it." Zhou Meng slammed his fist against the wall, fury evident. It must be those treacherous vermin colluding from within. Cutting off the supplies to the beacon forts is a ploy to force us to divide our troops for rescue, or simply to let those 3 forts fend for themselves. If the Turkic forces burst through that gap, the consequences would be dire. Those 3 beacon forts were situated at the throat of the Hafen Gorge. If lost, the flank of Zhenbei Pass would be laid open, and the entire defense line could be torn asunder. Shunju's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he could wring water from it, his fingers tracing heavily over several points on the map. His gaze sharp as an eagle, weighing his options rapidly. We cannot divide our forces. The pressure on Zhenbei Pass is immense, and our troop strength is already stretched thin. We absolutely cannot abandon those 3 forts and the hundreds of soldiers stationed there. How long can the beacon forts hold out? He asked in a low voice. With the provisions we have left, they can last a maximum of 5 days. And with a sudden drop in temperature, if the winter clothing cannot be delivered. Zhou Meng's voice grew hoarse. Even if the Turkic forces do not attack, they will die of the cold. 5 days. Shunju closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, they glimmered with a cold determination. I will find a way to procure the supplies. Zhou Meng was taken aback. How do you plan to do that? Where will you go? If they can intercept, we can reclaim. Shunju cut him off, his tone resolute. Do you know who orchestrated this? The scene was cleaned up very thoroughly. Zhou Meng hesitated, but some brothers near the bodies found this. He opened his palm. Within lay a shattered fragment of the Black Wolf token, identical to the one in his iron box. Indeed, it was the handiwork of those from that faction. The remnants of Li Dequan's supporters, or perhaps even higher-ups, were eager to sever the vitality of this region, even willing to invite the Turks into the borders. Shunju gazed at the half-token, his expression chillingly intense. Location. Numbers. Equipment. The fastest route. He uttered a few words. Zhou Meng immediately reported the information he had meticulously gathered. After listening, Shunju fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the room. Jing Feng struggled to sit up. Your Highness, your subordinate is lying down. Shunju unhesitatingly pressed him back down, his eyes finally landing on me. My heart raced. He looked at me, his expression momentarily complex, before shifting to one of cold precision. Dare to accompany me on another journey? To reclaim that shipment of grain? Chapter 36. Wherever you are, I shall be. To reclaim that shipment of grain? Shunju's voice was not loud. Yet it pierced the oppressive air of the courtyard like ice dropped into boiling oil, causing all gazes to converge upon me. Zhou Meng's eyes widened in disbelief, his bushy beard trembling with shock. Zhenyao, are you mad? Take her there? That's the Wild Wolf Valley, a place where people have just died. She is not a burden, Shunju interrupted, his gaze still fixed on me. The depths of his eyes, once filled with complexity and fatigue, now held only a pure, icy, and almost cruel scrutiny, as though assessing whether a knife was sharp enough to cleave through the blood-soaked path ahead. The enemy had cleared the scene, indicating their intent to leave no conspicuous traces. We could not act ostentatiously. His words were rapid, chillingly calm. We need a small team, operating in absolute secrecy, disguised as refugees or mountain bandits, to approach, scout, and then... He paused, exhaling 2 words, surprise attack. His gaze swept over my worn cotton dress and my face, roughened yet still signifying a hint of fragility due to the northern winds. The identity of a woman could sometimes serve as the finest disguise. A woman perceived as harmless can be the best cover. His voice lowered, imbued with an undeniable resolve, particularly for one who appeared innocuous. My heart raced within my chest, my palms slick with cold sweat. The Wild Wolf Valley had recently endured a massacre, with unknown enemies seizing provisions. Each word carried the scent of death. I was afraid. I was certainly afraid. Yet when I met his unwavering gaze, devoid of hesitation and brimming with a desperate determination, all words of retreat lodged in my throat. He wanted me to go. He needed me to go. Not as a delicate canary in need of protection, but as a blade he could wield. A peculiar sensation, mingled with fear and an exhilarating sense of being needed, surged through me. I pinched my palm hard, the pain momentarily clarifying my chaotic thoughts. Meeting his gaze, my voice emerged dry from tension, yet I strove to maintain composure. What must I do? A flicker of something, perhaps surprise or a faint, nearly imperceptible approval, seemed to flash in Shunju's eyes. He said no more. turning to the table, unfurling a rudimentary map of the Wild Wolf Valley's terrain. The enemy numbered around 30, all skilled and well-equipped. After securing their spoils, they had not fled but instead driven the grain carts into a desolate mine deep within the valley, evidently awaiting reinforcements or plotting something further. His finger pointed to a location marked with a red X on the map. Our objective is not total annihilation, but to burn the grain, create chaos, and seize whatever we can in the turmoil. He lifted his gaze, addressing both me and Zhou Meng. We shall employ a feint, striking swiftly. I will lead a team to feign an attack from the front to draw attention. Zhou Meng interjected sharply, his eyes glinting with resolve. You will lead another elite team through this abandoned hunting trail from the back mountain and infiltrate the mine.
No.
Shun Ju shook his head, his finger indicating a more concealed and perilous route. You will lead the feint. I will take her down to the valley floor, moving stealthily along the stream.
What?
Zhou Meng's voice rose sharply. That path is no path at all. It's a cliff. And the stream, though shallow this season, is icy cold. You're taking her, precisely because it seems impossible to anyone else. It is the best route. Shin Ju's tone was flat, yet it bore a disquieting conviction and confidence. The colder it is, the less anyone will suspect. He turned to me, his eyes devoid of inquiry, only issuing a command. Can you endure? I stared at the nearly vertical line on the map marked with the icy stream, my heart feeling as if it had been submerged in ice water. Yet I knew there was no retreat. I nodded vigorously, my nails digging into my flesh. I can endure. Good. Shin Ju wasted no more words, immediately commencing the deployment. Zhou Shu, you take 20 men and initiate the feigned attack from the front within half an incense stick's time. Make as much noise as possible. He turned to Jing Feng, who was struggling to rise from his bed. You will stay behind, responsible for communication and support. Your Highness, Jing Feng urged. Your injury. It will not be fatal, Shin Ju interrupted, his tone unyielding. This is an order. He swiftly selected 4 of the Shadow Dragon Guard, those whose presence was the most restrained and composed. You 4, come with me. Yes. The operation unfolded instantaneously. Zhou Meng stomped his foot in frustration, then turned and strode away to gather troops. I was led by one of the Shadow Dragon Guards, quickly changing into a more tattered and patched outfit. My hair hastily tied up, and dirt smeared across my face to resemble a fleeing peasant woman. Shin Ju donned a similar guise, yet his pallid complexion and overly sharp gaze remained incongruous with the attire. He pressed a small yet sharp dagger into my hand, the cold metal sending a shiver through me. Hold this for protection. Stay close to me, and no matter what happens, do not make a sound or fall behind. His gaze lingered on my face for a moment, deep and intense, as if he wished to convey something. But ultimately, he merely pressed his lips together quickly and turned away. Let us go. We, a group of 6, slipped out of the small courtyard like phantoms, merging into the encroaching twilight and the howling cold winds of the northern town. The Wild Wolf Valley was not far from Zhenbeiguan, yet the terrain was treacherously rugged. We avoided all paths that might bear witness to human presence, opting instead for desolate and difficult mountain ridges and rocky paths. Shun Ju led the way, his steps swift and steady, as though he were intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree. The 4 Shadow Dragon Guards surrounded us, like shadows, their vigilant eyes surveying every corner. I followed closely behind Shinju, exerting all my strength to barely keep pace with them. The biting cold wind cut against my face like knives, my lungs burned with pain, and my legs had long since gone numb, moving mechanically on instinct alone. Finally, before a precipice, Shinju halted. Below lay the dark abyss of the Wild Wolf Valley, seemingly cleaved by a giant axe, with faint sounds of flowing water echoing from the depths. The cold wind surged up from the valley floor, carrying with it a nauseating stench of blood. Although the bodies had been cleared away, the lingering scent of death stubbornly pervaded the air. My heart constricted painfully. Shun Ju remained expressionless, meticulously assessing the environment below before retrieving a pre-prepared rope from his backpack, deftly securing it to the roots of an old tree at the cliff's edge. I will go first. He looked at me, his voice low. Remember your footholds. Do not look down. After speaking, he swiftly grasped the rope and nimbly slid down, quickly vanishing into the shadows beneath the cliff. It was my turn. I gazed into the unfathomable darkness, listening to the howling wind below, my heart racing as if it might leap from my chest. A Shadow Dragon Guard silently secured a safety rope around my waist. I took a deep breath of the cold, blood-tinged air, grasped the icy rope, and, emulating Shinju, closed my eyes and began my descent. The cliff was steep, and loose stones fell with a rustling sound, echoing sharply in the silent valley. I gritted my teeth, forcing myself not to think about how deep it was below, concentrating solely on locating the footholds Shinju had pointed out. My palms quickly grew raw against the coarse rope. At last, my feet found solid ground. The frigid stream instantly engulfed my ankles, the biting cold surging at my calves, making me shudder violently, nearly losing my balance. A powerful hand grasped my arm just in time. It was Shinju. He stood in the knee-deep icy stream, his face pale in the dim light. Lips pressed tightly together, yet his eyes shone with a fierce brightness, like a hawk in the dark night. Adapt to the temperature. Do not stop, he commanded softly, releasing his grip and wading upstream along the current. The water was bone-chilling. Each step felt as if I were treading on the edge of a blade. The stones beneath were slippery, and several times I nearly fell, only to be steadied by the quick hands of the shadow dragon guards beside me. Shinju led the way, his posture upright, moving with unwavering speed, seemingly impervious to the biting cold. Occasionally, through his soaked clothing, I caught glimpses of dark stains seeping from his shoulder, a reminder that he was not entirely unscathed. We trudged through the darkness and icy water for what felt like an eternity. At last, flickering lights and the sounds of voices appeared ahead, and traces of wagon tracks. We had arrived. Shinju abruptly halted, signaling with his hand. Instantly, everyone crouched low, using the shadows of the dry reeds and rocks to stealthily advance. Before us, around a relatively open bend in the valley, loomed the dark entrance of a mine. Several bonfires burned at the entrance, where about 20 men, clad in ragged attire with fierce expressions and armed with weapons, sat drinking and warming themselves. Nearby, a dozen wagons overflowing with supplies lay covered with oilcloth. The numbers exceeded our expectations. Though they appeared disorganized, several key positions were manned, their eyes alert. Shinju's gaze was like the most precise measuring tool, swiftly scanning the scene before finally settling on a relatively weakly defended area to the side of the mine, piled with hay and debris. He silently gestured several commands. Four shadow dragon guards exchanged glances, instantly understanding, and like wisps of smoke, they split into two groups, stealthily moving towards their target. The operation had begun. Shinju pulled me down behind a large rock, intently watching the entrance for any signs of movement. Time passed excruciatingly slowly, each moment feeling like an eternity. The bandits at the entrance seemed oblivious to the impending danger, continuing their loud revelry, their coarse laughter and the clinking of cups echoing in the silent valley. Suddenly, a brilliant explosion of fire erupted from the rear of the mine, followed by several short screams and cries. "It's flooded! Damn it! What is happening?" The bandits at the entrance were instantly alarmed, chaos ensued, and most rushed instinctively towards the source of the fire. Now was the moment. Shinju's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly pushed me from behind. "Go to the grain wagons. Set them ablaze." At the same time, he shot forth from behind the rock like an arrow, not targeting the chaotic bandits, but heading straight into the depths of the mine. It seemed there were still figures rushing out from within. My heart leaped to my throat. But his command left no room for hesitation. I gritted my teeth and, seizing the moment when the guards at the entrance were distracted, sprinted towards the nearest wagon with all my might. I pulled out a fire starter, fanning it to life. Trembling hands brought the flame close to the oilcloth and dry fodder. Boom! The fire erupted instantly, ravenously consuming everything in its path. There were comrades here. Some bandits spotted the blaze, rushing towards me in a furious roar. I was terrified and turned to flee. Another wagon was ignited almost simultaneously. Clearly, a shadow dragon guard had succeeded. Chaos escalated in an instant. Cries of agony, the clash of weapons, the crackling of flames, and the frenzied shouts of the bandits filled the air. I stumbled, desperately dodging the oncoming bandits, when my foot slipped and I fell heavily to the ground. A burly bandit with a face full of scars lunged at me with a knife. I closed my eyes in despair. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt, shrieking through the air, struck with deadly accuracy into the bandit's throat. His sinister grin froze in disbelief as his eyes widened before he collapsed heavily to the ground. I looked up in shock to see a shadow dragon guard not far away, putting away his crossbow and signaling me to hurry, before rejoining the fray behind him. It was one of Shinju's men assigned to protect me. I scrambled to my feet and continued running towards the predetermined escape route. Behind me, flames soared and the sounds of fierce combat erupted. I dared not look back, running for my life, the icy air slicing at my throat, my heart threatening to explode. Just as I was about to break free from the chaos, a furious roar, like that of a cornered beast, erupted from the direction of the mine. Shinju. It was indeed you. I instinctively glanced back. I saw at the mouth of the mine a man dressed in the garb of a leader, a grotesque scar marring his face, fiercely wielding a heavy blade, entangled with Shinju. The two clashed intensely, their blades flashing. Shinju clearly wished to disengage, attempting to break free, but the scar-faced man was highly skilled and fought like a mad tiger, desperately pressing the attack, momentarily trapping him. Even more terrifying, it appeared that more figures were surging forth from the depths of the mine. "My lord!" A shadow dragon guard shouted, attempting to rush in for aid, but was fiercely blocked by other bandits. My heart sank to the depths of despair. In that critical moment, no one noticed a slender figure like a spirit cat, stealthily climbing up a steep rocky slope above the mine, concealed by the smoke of the burning wagons and shadows. It was the Shadow Dragon Guard who had silently followed Shinju, the most taciturn and seemingly inconspicuous among them. He had previously been responsible for the rear guard and reconnaissance, yet now found himself in that position. He bore no weapon, only a seemingly ordinary, albeit somewhat cumbersome, military crossbow. He was chillingly calm, steadily positioning the crossbow on the steep, slippery slope, squinting one eye to aim. Below, Shinju narrowly deflected a heavy strike from the scar-faced man, momentarily exposing a fleeting vulnerability. The scar-faced man's eyes gleamed with malice. His heavy blade aimed directly at Shinju's exposed neck. Now was the moment. The Shadow Dragon Guard on the slope pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The bolt soared through the air. Its speed was not fast, even somewhat clumsy, but the timing and angle were exquisitely precise. It was not aimed at the scar-faced man, but rather at the loosened rock beneath his feet. Crack! The rock shattered. The scarred face, determined to achieve his goal, suddenly lost his balance, stumbling forward. In that fleeting moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Shinju's eyes. Having never truly revealed his lethal skills, he flicked his wrist, and the dagger in his hand, as slender as a willow leaf, struck with the precision of a serpent, silently slicing across the scarred man's throat. The forward momentum of the scarred face abruptly halted, disbelief etched on his features, as a choking gasp escaped his lips. The heavy blade clattered to the ground. Shinju did not even glance back, withdrawing the blade and stepping back. The scarred man's body swayed and then collapsed heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling utterly still. The entire action was executed with remarkable swiftness, occurring in the blink of an eye. The Shadow Dragon Guards on the slope swiftly retracted their crossbows, vanishing into the shadows. Shinju did not so much as lift his gaze in that direction, as if he had anticipated it all along. His icy gaze swept across the now chaotic bandits, and he barked an order: retreat. The three surviving Shadow Dragon Guards immediately disentangled themselves, shielding him as they rushed toward my direction, like a whirlwind. Go! Shinju grasped my arm with a grip so fierce it was almost frightening, dragging me into a nearby, more concealed mountain crevice. Behind us, the furious shouts of the bandits mingled with the fiery blaze of the burning grain carts. We plunged into the darkness, without looking back. The tumult and flames quickly faded into the distance as we fled through the dark, rugged mountain fissures and scattered rocks. I lost track of time as we ran, until the sounds of pursuit were completely gone, leaving only our heavy, rapid breathing and the throbbing of our hearts echoing in the narrow space. Shinju finally released my arm, leaning against the cold stone wall as he began to cough violently, bending over as the wound on his shoulder, which had only just stopped bleeding, evidently reopened, dark red spreading rapidly across the damp fabric. Your Highness! One of the Shadow Dragon Guards rushed forward. Shinju waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. Once his breathing steadied, he lifted his head and surveyed the rest of us. Besides him, all 4 Shadow Dragon Guards were present, each bearing injuries, yet none had fallen. I only had a few scrapes, trembling against the stone wall as I tried to catch my breath. Count the numbers. Shinju's voice was hoarse, laced with exhaustion. Report. Shadow 7 has a minor injury to the left arm. Shadow 11 has a cut on the back, but it's no concern. Shadow 13 is unharmed. Finally, Everyone's gaze turned to the last arriving, the silent and slender Shadow Dragon Guard. He slightly bowed, his voice calm and unwavering. Shadow 4 has returned. The crossbows have run out. Shunju gazed at him deeply, an intricate expression flickering in his eyes, concern, approval, and an unspoken weight. He nodded lightly, asking no questions, simply stating, "Well done." Shadow 4 lowered his head and retreated into the shadows, as if the arrow that had turned the tide of battle and saved Shinju's life was merely a trivial matter. The supplies. I couldn't help but whisper, recalling the towering flames. Most have been burned, Shinju replied evenly, as if discussing something unrelated to himself. Enough for those 3 beacon forts to last 10 more days. 10 days. My heart sank slightly. This meant the crisis was not resolved, merely postponed. On General Zhou's side, another Shadow Dragon Guard murmured. Before he could finish, a deep yet piercing horn blast suddenly echoed from the direction of the North Town Pass. 3 consecutive blasts. Brief and urgent. It was an alarm for an enemy attack. The highest level. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. Shunju straightened abruptly, straining to listen, his face darkening in the shadows. The Turks had indeed come. His voice was low, filled with a chilling, furious realization, and it was the main attacking direction. He hesitated no longer, commanding sharply, "Move at the fastest speed. Return to the pass." We dashed once more into the darkness. This time, our target was clear, the North Town Pass. The flames of the Wolf Valley still flickered behind us, while ahead loomed an even larger shadow of war, like a monstrous beast, opening its bloody maw. When we finally stumbled out of the mountain crevice, exhausted, we could see the towering silhouette of the North Town Pass in the distance. On the walls, flames soared into the sky. The sounds of battle cries, clashing weapons, rolling boulders, and anguished screams surged like a boiling tide, violently assaulting our eardrums. Countless arrows crisscrossed the air like locusts. The boulders hurled by catapults struck the walls with a terrifying thud. Below the walls, the ground was black with Turkish flags and soldiers climbing like ants. A true, brutal siege had erupted. We stood in the shadows, distant from the battlefield, gazing at the hellish scene, our bodies chilled to the bone. Shinju stared intently at the walls, his expression unreadable, yet his eyes burned with a cold, frenzied fire illuminated by the blazing flames. Suddenly, he let out a faint, dry laugh. That laughter was hoarse, fragmented, imbued with a chilling sense of release and hatred. "At last, it has come," he murmured to himself. Then abruptly turned to look at me. His gaze was piercing like a branding iron. "Are you afraid?" He repeated the question, just as he had in the valley. I looked at the hell of blood and fire before me, at the familiar and unfamiliar figures falling from the walls, listening to the heart-wrenching sounds of slaughter and death. My blood ran cold, my limbs stiffened. Yet, when I turned my gaze to him, to his eyes burning with the same flames as the hell before us, an unusual, resolute calm began to suppress all fear. I shook my head, my voice hoarse from the cold air, yet remarkably clear. "Where you are, I shall be." Chapter 37. The final chapter. The icy flame in Shinju's eyes seemed to flicker in response to my words, but only for a moment before being overshadowed by deeper gravity. He did not reply, instead turning abruptly, his voice raspy as if ground by gravel. "Shadow 4. Take her to circle around to the west side of the abandoned channel, enter through the water gate. The rest of you follow me up the city wall." "Your Highness!" Shadow 7 exclaimed urgently. "Your injury makes the wall too dangerous." Silence. Shunju interrupted sharply, his gaze slicing through the crowd like a knife. "If the city stands, the people stand. If the city falls, the people perish. Execute the order." Before his words had fully left his lips, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight toward the most intense sounds of battle and the highest flames. The 3 Shadow Dragon Guards followed without hesitation, instantly consumed by the encroaching darkness and chaos ahead. Shadow 4 turned to me, his otherwise unremarkable face illuminated by the distant flames, revealing eyes that shone with remarkable brilliance. "Come with me," he instructed, his pace rapid and assertive. I took one last look toward the direction Shinju had vanished into, where a hell of blades and shadows unfolded. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself to look away and followed the swift, silent figure of Shadow 4. We moved swiftly along the outskirts of the battlefield, the ground trembling beneath us, as if resonating with the impacts against the city walls. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, blood, and the horrifying smell of charred flesh. Arrows occasionally whizzed overhead, accompanied by the shrill sound of death. Shadow 4 was intimately familiar with the terrain, always finding the most concealed paths. He remained as silent as a stone, only signaling with succinct gestures when confirming safety or indicating direction. At last, we circled around to the western side of the city wall. Here, it was relatively quiet, the assault somewhat less intense, yet the tense atmosphere in the air was undiminished. Before me lay an abandoned water channel, half obscured by weeds and debris. The rusted iron gate at the entrance had been breached, leaving a narrow opening for only a single person to pass through. A damp, musty odor emanated from the dark tunnel, accompanied by the faint sound of water. I ventured inside, proceeding forward until I reached a ladder at the end. Climbing up, I emerged behind the inner city stables. With a hushed tone and rapid speech, Ingsi urged me, "No matter what you hear, do not stop and do not look back." "And you?" I instinctively inquired. He glanced at me, his eyes calm and unyielding. "I will cover our retreat. Hurry." Without hesitation, I bent down and crawled into the frigid tunnel. The darkness was suffocating, and the ankle-deep, foul-smelling water soaked my feet. I held my breath, relying on my instincts and the faint glimmer of light ahead, moving cautiously forward. Behind me, the distant clashing of weapons and a muffled groan broke the silence, sending a chill down my spine. I dared not dwell on the implications of that sound. Instead, I quickened my pace, my nails digging into the damp walls for leverage. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until a vertical beam of light appeared ahead. A crude wooden ladder leaned against the tunnel wall. I scrambled up it, pushing aside the heavy wooden panel, and inhaled the air above, still tainted with smoke and the scent of fire. I had indeed emerged behind the inner city stables, a relatively safe haven. However, the deafening sounds of battle crashed against the city walls like a tsunami, making my heart race. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, feeling utterly drained. At that moment, a piercing and resonant sound of a horn burst forth from beyond the gates. The call was imbued with a sense of ferocity, ecstasy, and destruction, drowning out all other sounds on the battlefield. Soon after, desperate cries from the defending soldiers echoed from the city walls. "Battering ram. It's a siege ram. Protect the city gate." My heart plummeted. The city gate, the most vulnerable and critical point of the northern town. Without a moment's thought, I struggled to my feet and dashed toward the gate tower. I knew not what I could do, but an overwhelming instinct compelled me forward. I had to get there. Navigating through the chaotic streets of the inner city, dodging frantic firefighting teams and the injured being carried away, I finally caught sight of the towering gate. The scene before me made my blood run cold. A massive battering ram, encased in iron, was being pushed by countless Turkic soldiers, striking the heavy gate with devastating force again and again, like the horns of a prehistoric beast. The gate trembled violently, the latch emitted a grating groan, as if it would shatter at any moment. On the city wall, the defending soldiers fought valiantly, pouring boiling oil and hurling heavy logs, while arrows rained down like a storm. Yet the Turkic attackers, shielded and relentless, surged forward like frenzied ants. There stood Zhenyao at the top of the gate, bloodied but fierce, wielding a spear seized from an enemy, each thrust accompanied by a spray of blood. His movements remained ruthlessly precise, yet it was evident his strength was waning, his steps faltering from injury. "Protect the prince. Block the breach." Zhou Meng roared nearby, his voice filled with desperation, as he swung his serrated blade to shield Zhenyao. Another heavy impact shook the gate. It bulged inward, a distinct crack appearing on the door. The gate was about to break. Despairing cries erupted from the defenders. The cheers of the Turkic soldiers rose like howls of wolves, pushing the battering ram with renewed fervor. In that critical moment, Zhenyao hurled his spear, skewering a Turkic captain who had just scaled the wall. He staggered but steadied himself, his gaze sweeping over the surging enemy below and the menacing battering ram, his eyes flashing with a wild resolve. He turned abruptly, his gaze piercing through the chaos of the battlefield, landing squarely on me, breathless and gasping as I had just clambered onto the wall. At that moment, his expression was a storm of complexity, unfading bloodlust, overwhelming fatigue, a fleeting concern, before it all crystallized into an unfathomable calm, akin to the frozen earth of the northern plains. He did not speak, but I understood the inquiry in his eyes, and beneath it, an undeniable charge. He needed me here. He needed me to witness everything. He needed me to survive. I nodded vigorously, almost straining my neck in the effort. A faint, nearly imperceptible smile flickered across his bloodied lips, fleeting as an illusion. The next instant, he turned away, no longer looking at me, unleashing a hoarse yet thunderous roar that resonated throughout the gate tower. Northern Town Army. Fight to the death. That roar ignited the last embers of courage and valor within the defending soldiers. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The remaining defenders let out a deafening roar, akin to dying lions, unleashing their final, most radiant brilliance. Zhenyao seized a flaming oil can from a nearby soldier, ignoring the hail of arrows, and leaned out, striking the massive battering ram with all his might. Flames erupted explosively. Simultaneously, a cold arrow shot from the darkness, striking him in the shoulder with deadly precision as he leaned out. Zhenyao's body jolted, a muffled groan escaping his lips as blood gushed forth. Yet he somehow steadied himself against the battlement, refusing to fall. My prince. Zhou Meng's eyes widened in horror as he lunged forward. I instinctively took a step closer, my heart pierced by that arrow, aching with a pain that stole my breath away. In that tumultuous moment, as the gate teetered on the brink of collapse and the commander lay grievously wounded, a heavy, rhythmic sound of hooves echoed from the street leading to the gate, like distant thunder, accompanied by a voice, old yet resonant, filled with fury and authority. Zhenyao, you wretch. I am not dead yet. It's not your turn to play the hero. A tattered, yet still fluttering flag bearing the insignia of the Yan dynasty suddenly appeared in the light of the flames. Beneath it marched a formidable force of heavily armored cavalry, dark as a storm cloud, charging toward the faltering gate with overwhelming might. Leading them was the venerable General Yan, his hair and beard wild, wielding a massive blade like a door. Reinforcements. At the most desperate moment, they had finally arrived. I stood frozen, watching this steel tide descend like divine intervention, witnessing Zhenyao bloodied silhouette, still defiantly standing at the battlement with Zhou Meng as support, and observing the rekindled spark of hope in the eyes of the surrounding defenders. The icy waters of Wild Wolf Valley seemed to seep into my very bones, causing me to tremble uncontrollably. Below, the Turkic soldiers' horns blared in frantic anger. Above, Zhenyao slowly raised his uninjured arm, pointing toward the surging enemy below. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a chilling authority that cut through the battlefield. This is our city. Not an inch shall we yield. The end.